Welcome to part 2 of Noble Reincarnation. I hope you all enjoy this amazing adventure. Please subscribe and join the Discord for more amazing audiobooks. Angus Bull. It is an utmost honor to behold your heavenly face. In the audience chamber, princes and ministers were all present. Additionally, the hall was guarded by many soldiers, making this a formal occasion. There, a young general knelt on one knee and performed a formal bow in accordance with proper etiquette to me, seated on the throne. "Raise your head." "Yes, your majesty. Someone bring a seat for Lord Bull." When I said this, a eunuch who was waiting nearby came over with a chair. Angus stood up, but upon seeing this, hurriedly knelt once more. I am humbled beyond words. "That's fine. You and I are relatives. In a normal family, you would be called older brother. And since you have achieved such accomplishments, don't hesitate to sit." "Yes, your majesty, I am truly grateful." Still feeling embarrassed, Angus bowed again and then cautiously sat on the edge of the chair. Angus Bull, husband of the 14th Princess Arlene. Though born a commoner, he has repeatedly distinguished himself in battle and during the former emperor's reign married Princess Arlene. Despite his status as a quasi-royal family member by virtue of being the princess's husband, he remained humble and continued to fight diligently on the frontier, a straightforward and honest military man. I had held a fairly positive impression of him for some time. "I have received a report from the 4th Prince. It seems you have been holding your own well against Turbaif in recent years." "I am honored by such high praise, your majesty. Living off the Empire's support, and having Princess Arlene as my wife is a debt I could never repay in 3 lifetimes. I only dedicate myself to tireless effort day and night. I heard recently you defeated a gunman who pretended to rebel in a one-on-one duel." "Yes, thanks to favorable circumstances, we overcame the situation with minimal losses." From this brief exchange, I got a good sense of his character. At a formal event like this, no matter how much we spoke, only surface-level words would come out. He was someone who clearly understood what it meant to serve the public good. That was admirable in itself, but a little dull. "You say you won in a duel. That means you have skill. Show me your ability." "As you command, eh?" Angus nodded, but then suddenly opened his eyes wide in shock. Other princes and ministers started to murmur. I had stood up straight from the throne and drawn the demonic sword Leviathan. "Why, your majesty, that is dangerous." The 6th Prince, Sirius Ararat, stepped forward from the ranks to admonish me. Among the dozen or so princes, he was the most earnest man. Sirius, who was straightforward to a fault, tried seriously to stop me. "Don't worry, I won't hurt anyone." But Sirius started to protest, but then swallowed his words. Most of the ministers froze, some even foamed at the mouth and fainted. "Calm down, Leviathan. Sirius's concern is just goodwill." "Understood." Leviathan reluctantly, more like sulkily, sheathed itself. When Sirius tried to argue again, Leviathan's killing intent alone overwhelmed the princes and ministers. Even after awakening, Leviathan remained a mad dog, if anything worse. "That is the demonic sword Leviathan? I thought I was going to die. To completely control that, as expected of your majesty." Though I seemed to snap suddenly more often recently, my word was absolute, and Leviathan obeyed, so it was no problem. "Anyway, draw your sword, Angus. I shall be your opponent." Stepping down from the throne, I approached Angus. "Yes, your majesty." At this point, Angus bowed and took the sword brought by the eunuch it was customary for generals to disarm during audiences, then drew it. "Let's begin," I struck first. Since I had no intention of killing him, I did not use my full strength. I tested Angus's skill with sword techniques. "Oh, impudent, wait." "Understood." Leviathan, again sulking, once more fully withdrew at my command. What had triggered Leviathan's reaction was Angus's behavior. He was clearly hiding his true strength, trying to let me win. Leviathan interpreted that as being looked down upon. But I saw it differently. After exchanging sword techniques for a bit, I lowered Leviathan. Angus, who was also not fighting at full strength, stopped and sheathed his sword. "I see, I roughly understand." You were skillfully guiding me to win, weren't you? I apologize." Angus dropped his sword and prostrated himself. "It's all right, I'm not blaming you. On the contrary, I find it reassuring." Your movements made sense. In that duel you created a situation where your opponent had no choice but to accept defeat, right?" Angus was left speechless, his mouth agape. The surrounding ministers murmured in surprise. If I were just a prince, it might have been interesting to follow your troop deployments as a general." I am humbled." "What does that mean?" "I don't know, but your majesty saw through whatever Lord Bull was scheming instantly." "Indeed. As expected of your majesty." "I like you. I will grant you a reward. Is there anything you desire?" Sheathing Leviathan, I returned to the throne. From here on, an emperor's demeanor is required. After hesitating for a moment, Angus said, "I apologize if this is rude to say." "It's fine. I said it's a reward. What do you want? To be able to see Lady Arlene more often." Angus said that, looking straight at me, with eyes that seemed to challenge me. Arlene, the wife, I thought for a moment, unsure what he meant. I couldn't grasp it immediately because it was a matter unique to a princess. As a prince, it was something I had no experience with, so it took a few seconds to understand. What? Such an outdated custom still prevails? And no, it's just normal, Angus panicked. I interrupted him. Ha, no need to rush. I thought it was an outdated custom as well, but since it doesn't shake the foundation of the country, I just postponed it. Then? Hope lit up in Angus's eyes. I won't treat it badly. I'll summon you when preparations are complete. Thank you. What was that about, Your Majesty? Don, who followed me back to the study after dismissing the audience, asked. You mean Angus? Yes. Well, if you don't know the reality, marrying a princess looks like nothing but marrying into wealth. Yes, even among commoners, it's treated as an enviable and heartwarming story. That was understandable. After all, a marriage between a commoner and a princess was a classic story of rising through the ranks, a dream come true. If it weren't a political marriage but based on love, it would be an even more perfect romantic tale. All right. I'll show you the reality. Follow me. Though we had just entered the study, I took Don and went outside. We boarded a carriage and gave the destination. After a while, we arrived at a mansion in an upscale district of the capital. The gatekeeper, recognizing the Emperor's visit, hurriedly opened the main gate and let the carriage in. Where is this? Arlene, the 14th princess's mansion. I see. But it is a strange mansion. Oh, there's a smaller mansion beside it. Now that I think about it, I do often see this kind of layout. That smaller one is Angus's mansion. Don's face clearly showed disbelief, as if he had heard the most unbelievable thing. What does this mean? It means exactly as it sounds. The big one is Arlene's mansion, the small one is Angus's. When a princess marries a commoner, even though they are husband and wife, they are still considered lord and servant. The husband's residence must not surpass the princess's. Such an outdated custom prevails. No way, just meeting each other is, Don asked cautiously. The man I promoted to prime minister was smart. He immediately understood the situation. That's how it is, I smiled. The carriage stopped and I jumped out. Hearing of the Emperor's visit, an elderly woman hurried out from inside. She came before me and knelt. I did not know Your Majesty would visit. I beg your pardon for the disrespect. It's fine. I came on a whim. There is no fault on your part. Thank you. I gestured to help her to her feet. You are the head maid? Yes. My name is Cassandra. How are Arlene and Angus doing? Thank you for your concern. Their relationship is very good and they have avoided sullying their respective statuses. Statuses? Don murmured in disbelief beside me. He was unaware, but I knew the inside story well. Likely we headed toward the reception room where Arlene was waiting, Cassandra and Don following me. How often do they meet? Once a week. At night. Once every 2 months. That's few. I knew that too. Yes. Princess Arlene wishes to meet at least once a month for the sake of an heir, but considering Lord Bull's status, we thought once every 2 months was best. I glanced at Don. He was even more speechless. Don had been attached to the royal family before coming to me, but even they had no idea about the darkness surrounding princesses. Speaking as if to Don, I was led into the reception room. Inside were the princess and her maids. The 14th princess, Arlene, she was 4 years older than me, the older sister I had played with in the palace gardens during childhood. Your Majesty's arrival is most humbling. No, I don't want such formalities between my sister and me. For what lay ahead, I did not act as emperor but as a younger brother. That was one difference between a prince and a princess. When dealing with a prince, one wrong move could lead to talk of usurping the imperial throne, so I had to maintain my imperial demeanor. But with a princess, I could relax considerably. Arlene was a bit surprised, but then smiled. Yes, that's right, I'll allow it. It's the privilege of a princess. That privilege of a princess, I came to talk with you about something. Oh, do you like Angus? Honestly, as husband and wife? What do you mean? Angus asked to see you more as a reward for his battle achievements. That man, how rude, Cassandra muttered, and Arlene lowered her eyes sadly. Who are you? I glared over my shoulder at Cassandra and demanded. I am talking with the princess. To interrupt, who do you think you are? I am sorry. Cassandra turned pale, bowed deeply, and repeatedly banged her head like a rice pestle. Ignoring Cassandra, I turned back to Arlene. Well, sister, do you like Angus? I'm not asking as the emperor, but as your brother. Yes, very much. He's kind, strong, loves me. Can you believe it? Arlene chuckled. He doesn't have a single concubine in that mansion over there. Hey, is that true? That's impossible. When a princess married a commoner, their homes were separate and they were regarded as lord and servant, unable to meet properly. However, even a former commoner who married a princess became a quasi-royal family member. Taking concubines was natural, and for a princess to be jealous of that was considered utterly disgraceful. It was supposedly illogical for a lord to be jealous of a servant or something like that. Are you sure there really aren't any? Yes, he's an idiot, isn't he? Still, Arlene looked happy. All right, I understand your feelings. Now, what should we do? Giving Angus a noble title would be easy, but don't. That would hurt his pride as a man. Right, and it would be no good to strip you of your royal status either. After some thought, I said, this outdated custom is fundamentally wrong. I will outlaw it, for legislation, fourth Prime Minister. Formal procedures take about 2 weeks. But under your Majesty's authority, we can enact it immediately as a test case before legislation. Don spoke smoothly. From the moment I glared at Cassandra, he had completely understood what I wanted and was already thinking. All right, then let's do that. Cassandra. Why, yes. From today, no discussion related to status is allowed between you two. Anyone who breaks this shall be executed immediately. Why, yes. Cassandra's voice cracked. That threat would suffice. A splendid judgment as expected. Thank you, Noah. With that, the matter of Arlene was settled, or so I thought. That night, an unexpected guest arrived, the first princess, Rain Ararat. Older sister, I heard you've been bedridden due to illness. When I saw Rain being led into the reception room, I was the most surprised I'd been in a while. Rain, the first princess, nearly the same age as mother. A princess known for her bold personality and her proficiency in martial arts, a rare thing for a woman. I had only recently been informed that she was suffering from a serious illness, so seeing her like this shocked me. After all, the Rain who came to visit was full of energy and hardly looked like a patient. I can't just lie down at a time like this. Huh. Thank you, Noah. I came to express my gratitude. Gratitude? I tilted my head, wondering what she meant. I heard what you did for Arlene. Oh, and just a little while ago, I kicked out all those women that scoundrel was keeping. Scoundrel? Ah, only now did the picture start to become clear. Rain's husband, Alan, in some ways, the most decent man among the husbands of the royal family's princesses. Princesses' husbands are generally treated as subjects unless something extraordinary happens. And since they are princesses, there isn't much pressure to produce heirs. If there are none, so be it. The attitude is rather indifferent. Therefore, many of these husbands keep concubines instead of being devoted solely to the princesses. This is semi-officially accepted. It's better for them to satisfy their desires with other women than to be unfaithful to the princesses. As quasi-royal family members, these husbands hold a certain status, so having 1 or 2 concubines is considered normal. For the men, dealing with concubines they can control is easier on their pride than being with a princess who outranks them. It's rare for a man like Angus to say he genuinely wants to be with Arlene forever. Thank you, Noah. Because of you, I can openly fight those homewreckers now. I see. I let out a small laugh. That doesn't mean I'm not jealous of the princesses. It's just that showing jealousy towards subjects is unbecoming. So instead, they do nothing openly, not because they want to secretly, but because even that would be more shameful. Now that permission for jealousy has been granted, Rain has taken action immediately. What I did for Arlene, though different in meaning, apparently helped Rain as well. That's good, but older sister, don't overdo it. I've read the medical reports, the illness, then it's cured. After kicking out those homewreckers, I feel unbelievably lighter. I see. They say illness can come from the mind. And there are also mental illnesses. I don't know which it was for Rain, but it seems that sincerely doing that cured her. Thank you so much, Noah. You're welcome. So, older sister, what are you going to do now? Now, after kicking out the concubines? Well, what's with that reaction? Rain, who's quite mature in age, suddenly flushed and squirmed. Older sister. I remembered what he said to me on our wedding night. I was curious about what those words were, a memory between the two of them, probably from their first night together. I thought it best not to pry too deeply. So, now that the homewreckers are gone, maybe I can forgive him. I see. Well then, do your best, older sister. If there's anything I can do, just say the word. Yes, thank you, Noah. There's a word for something happening unintentionally. That perfectly describes Noah's series of actions. Until now, the lifespan of princesses in the Empire was significantly shorter than that of princes. In hundreds of years of history, only 2 had lived past 60. However, starting with Noah's reforms, the lifespans of the Empire's princesses greatly increased. At the time, it wasn't immediately clear, but later generations revealed that freeing princesses from binding customs dramatically extended their lives. This became a subtle yet undeniable achievement in Noah's reign. The next day, inside the study, I summoned Henry and Oscar. We conducted state affairs in the usual manner. I sat while Henry and Oscar stood on the opposite side of the desk. So, Oscar, I want you to review the budget related to the married princesses. It's not a huge amount annually, but it's to show that I'm serious about this. Your Majesty, about that, wouldn't it be better to proceed more cautiously? I looked Oscar straight in the eyes as he voiced his objections. These customs have been followed for centuries in the Empire. Abruptly abolishing them might not be appropriate. Perhaps Arlene's case could be treated as an exception? I see. Oscar's argument was reasonable. Old traditions, if suddenly smashed, often meet strong resistance. Even the emperor can't simply do whatever he wants, especially with traditions. To tamper with traditions is, in a way, challenging past emperors. That resistance can sometimes be unexpectedly fierce, but it's already decided, no changes. Would you reconsider, please? Oscar, Henry, who had been quietly watching until now, spoke up to discuss the next matter. What is it, older brother? There's movement in Turbafe. But right now, we're focusing on the princesses. The fact that the Empire's emperor is serious enough to lower the princesses' privileges when marrying them off has been noted. That kind of sentiment is coming from inside Turbafe. Your Majesty, could it be that this is why? Yes, I nodded deeply. The moment I heard Angus's petition, I had already envisioned this scenario. The privileges of married princesses are not just relevant inside the Empire. They matter even more when sent to foreign countries. Of course, married princesses are hostages and guests. If they were neglected, it would be tantamount to declaring hostility against the Empire. Therefore, the princesses are treated equally well even after marriage. And I stripped those privileges away. Was this your intention from the start? I smiled faintly. Without answering directly, I stood and looked out the window behind me. I hope they'll behave. That was a continuation of the words from when I decided to marry off the 3 princesses in political marriages. As expected of your Majesty, having gone this far, Turbafe will surely be moved to tears and obey. Still, we must stay vigilant. Do not let your guard down. Yes, Henry bowed deeply. I stared intently at Oscar. Our eyes met and we held the gaze for a while. Oscar finally said, understood, and agreed to the budget review. Both Henry and Oscar then left the room. Sigh, it's not going smoothly, is it? Don, who came in just then, said so. Your Highness did not accept your Majesty's feelings. You noticed that well. Your Majesty, as expected. Despite Don's praise, I sighed again. The budget review was an administrative matter. Something that could be handled by simply sending a document through the 4th Prime Minister to the relevant departments. Yet I deliberately summoned Oscar, the Royal Minister of Internal Affairs, to speak directly. That was to send him the message. If it's for the sake of the reign, I will take action on anything. Following Father's example, I have built an intelligence network. It's not just Fuwawa's box, I also use those who blend into the darkness. From various sources, reports of suspicious movements, though not outright rebellion, have been coming to Oscar. If he interferes, no matter if he is a prince, that was the message I sent, but Oscar did not accept it. He noticed but deliberately rejected it. Will the day come when I have to deal with him, or will that day never come? I can only hope for the latter. Byron Allen, a merchant, requested an audience. Since it wasn't an official matter but a private one, I decided to meet him in the reception room of the detached palace. I sat and waited in a room bathed in just the right amount of sunlight, where the furnishings gleamed even more brightly. Byron was led in by a maid. As soon as he entered, rather than moving forward, he knelt down. Byron Allen, it is an utmost honor to behold your Majesty's heavenly face. That's enough. We have a relationship. I'm fine with you being relaxed. Thank you. So what is it today, Byron stood, and just then, a woman in a dress who had been waiting just outside the room entered. Wow, I couldn't help but utter a sound. Simply put, she was a beautiful woman, not a peerless beauty, but she carried herself with elegance and dignity. And that dignity was acquired, not innate. Here, by innate and acquired, I mean by birth. Those born into noble families are raised from the moment of birth in a certain way, while others learn and acquire it as they grow up. It's not a matter of good or bad, just a difference. Of course, some people literally possess innate dignity from birth, but that's a different story. The woman who entered following Byron had acquired her dignity through experience. Although it's not a matter of good or bad, acquired dignity tends to appear slightly inferior to innate dignity because the time, experience, is shorter. The reason acquired ones look inferior is simply due to this length of experience. However, despite being young and acquired, her demeanor was nearly perfect. That was interesting. Today I have brought Jessica to present to your Majesty. To ask that she be added to your Majesty's harem. Ah, I see. I recalled one of Father's concubines, Ada. Ada was the woman I had Byron work with to send into Father's harem, and eventually she caught his eye and became a concubine. For merchants like Byron, whether they have someone influential in the harem, the imperial palace, completely changes how they do business. Since Father abdicated, Ada's influence has waned. To compensate, Byron sent someone over to me. You came personally. I beg your Majesty's pardon. Even if I tried to hide it, your keen insight would not allow it. Well, between you and me, it's not insight. We'd done the same thing before. All right, I will accept her. There was no reason to refuse Byron, so I accepted. Name, Noah Alarit, Emperor of the Empire. Gender, male. Level 17 plus 1 over infinity HP. C plus B, Fire. E plus S SMP. D plus C, Water. C plus SSS, Strength. C plus S, Wind. E plus C, Stamina. D plus C, Earth. E plus C, Intelligence. D plus A, Light. E plus B, Spirit. E plus C, Darkness. E plus B, Speed. E plus B, Dexterity. E plus C, Luck. D plus C. The plus signs on my status, always visible in the corner of my vision, increased. And not just one, they increased by 2 at once. Surprised, I looked at the woman, Jessica, a woman who, upon becoming mine, raised 2 of my stats at once. This is a rare talent. You're not just an ordinary woman, are you? As expected of your Majesty. Your keen insight humbles me that you noticed in an instant. What kind of person are you? All I can say is that I am a woman with qualities your Majesty favors. I see. I had talked quite a bit with Byron about my preferences when choosing Ada. So this means he chose a woman with ambition. Well, unlike with father, this time it's direct. He sends her to me. Of course, it's natural to choose someone according to my tastes. And among those, she excels particularly in those qualities. I see, so she's the most hardworking woman. That explained what I sensed from her demeanor. Well then, I will take my leave. Byron said that and left quickly. Saying something like, please take good care of her, here would be second-rate. It's understood without saying, and saying it wouldn't be pleasant. Of course, it's a minor negative, but removing even the minor negatives is what makes a first-rate person. After Byron and the maid left, the room was left with only Jessica and me. I watched Jessica carefully, tension and excitement. Amid the excitement, I felt a slight hesitation. Did you volunteer yourself to become my concubine, or did Byron ask you to? I will answer. I offered myself to Byron, asking him to train me. You willingly want to become a concubine? Yes. And you came to Byron's door yourself? Yes. Finding that route means she was already a talented woman before training. I liked her even more, growing more interested, when Jessica gently stretched out her hand. She held her palm up, offering something. Is that money? 10 lien. What's that for? I couldn't read her intention. Including my time as prince, no one had ever handed me 10 lien in gold. It simply never happened. That's exactly why I couldn't read the intention. It was something I received when I first met your Majesty. Tell me more. It was 10 lien given to those present when your Majesty first met Prince Lei? I see. Honestly, my memory was hazy. When Prince Lei Indra, Audrey's grandfather, and I first met, it was outdoors. And we had drawn attention. I remembered being recognized by Indra. Up to there, I remembered. And at such times, distributing money to the people present definitely happened. So this must be that money. When I first saw your Majesty, lightning ran through my entire body. Jessica's atmosphere changed suddenly. Amid grace and elegance, intensity was added. I adore you. I adore your Majesty more than anyone in the world. I don't mind being a maid. Please let me serve by your side. She clung to me with all her might. I understood her feelings clearly. I never intended to let go. Someone. When I called, a maid entered. Summon the Empress here. The maid bowed respectfully and left, and without much delay, Empress Audrey entered. Did your Majesty call? That was quick. You've been briefed. Yes. If a merchant brings a woman as mistress of the harem, Audrey smiled gently. Well, that was a natural reaction. Then this will be quick. She is Jessica, and she will be made a concubine. THTH, thank you. Jessica was moved to tears. Oh my, are you that happy? Even Audrey was surprised by her joy. I told Audrey about Jessica. She met Indra, found Byron, trained herself, and came this far. Well, Audrey's eyes sparkled hearing that. Then facing Jessica, she took her hand herself. As Empress, you have potential. You saw through His Majesty's greatness, became devoted, and came this far, didn't you? Yes, Fufu, then you're very welcome. Nice to meet you, Jessica. Yes, thank you very much. Then a maid will take you to your room. Ah, wait a moment. I called Audrey, who was about to begin her duties as mistress of the harem immediately. What is it? Her treatment will be a little different. She will be received as a concubine, but I want to use her as my subordinate too. Both Audrey and Jessica were surprised. You're skilled, right? You trained yourself that much? Just being my concubine is a waste. Ah, Jessica looked pleased, slightly looking down. She was happy to be evaluated, and by me. But your Majesty, the custom is that concubines enter the harem. I'll abolish that. There will be more like Jessica. Half the world is women, and many must have talent. It's a waste not to use them. I understand your Majesty's thirst for talent, but Audrey literally widened her eyes. The matter with the princesses was for this. I smiled. As expected of your Majesty. To think you considered this much. I've been thinking since Cindy, then Arlene's case came up. I thought this would kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Amazing, your Majesty. What is? Since Jessica didn't understand the situation, Audrey explained. With Arlene, I broke the customs related to princesses. I made it clear that as emperor, I would ruthlessly reform even customs about women in the royal family. There should be little resistance now if I use my concubines as subordinates. Ah, so, your majesty is... After the explanation, Jessica gazed at me with even more infatuated eyes. Audrey, who believes that women devoted to me are allies, watched Jessica with satisfaction. The next day, I called Henry to the detached palace garden. Henry and I relaxed in a gazebo, while Shirley and Jessica fought ahead. They were sparring with weapons having dulled tips. The two were evenly matched. Shirley wielded a straightforward, strong sword. In contrast, Jessica's swordsmanship was flowing and graceful, like a dance. Their contrasting fight, combined with their equality, looked beautiful. Gossipy people will surely make a fuss. When I told Henry I intended to use Jessica as my subordinate, he said calmly. I was glad there was no opposition, no need to persuade. Let them chatter. Why did you call me? If it's about that, it's Oscar's jurisdiction. I want to add Jessica to the subjugation team. That's why I called. Subjugation? Straight to the front line? Yes, why? To give her experience. I looked at Jessica. The woman who became concubine Jessica last night, despite the charm of the boudoir, now displayed elegant and fierce swordsmanship. She's the best talent so far. I want her to gain various experiences. To do that, the harsh frontline battlefield. You're treating her favorably then? Exactly. As expected of your majesty. Doing that will quiet the noise. I never cared about noise from the start, but I'll leave it to you. I'll make sure she doesn't die. Just place her where she can gain experience. As you wish. Henry said that and slightly bowed. I looked at Jessica and happily imagined what lay ahead for this rare talent. Even after Henry left, the mock battle between Shirley and Jessica continued. I watched their fight intently, completely absorbed. Shirley was a serious and steadfast woman. When she concentrated, just like during the night selection, she wouldn't hold back even against me, a prince, and would boldly thrust her blade forward to achieve her goal. Jessica was similar. The moment I ordered her to fight seriously, the atmosphere around her changed completely, and she radiated a fierceness and refined fighting spirit sharper than any seasoned warrior. Watching these two clash, sparking both physically and mentally, was a beautiful sight. So beautiful that I wanted to watch forever. That's why this was my mistake. Even a serious fight, even if it's a mock battle, can easily cross the line. Shirley parried Jessica's sword, and with a seamless movement, a lightning-fast thrust aimed straight at Jessica's chest. No! Instinctively, I hooked my middle finger with my thumb and flicked it, using the rebound to deflect. The burst of air I sent flying struck Shirley's longsword. The longsword flicked from her hand, spun wildly, and lodged itself far into the ground. Shirley stared at it in shock. Jessica, caught in a checkmate, slumped backward. That's enough. When I said that, both of them snapped back to reality. I had to apologize for putting them in danger because I lost myself in enjoyment. Soar, impressive, as expected of your majesty, that was a burst of air. A pure burst of air? Shirley was innocently delighted, praising me. Jessica, surprised but blushing, looked at me with completely enamored eyes. Ugh! Having both of them look at me like that made things extremely awkward. Anyway, that's enough for now. Jessica, go change. We're going to see father. Understood. Jessica instantly shifted her demeanor. From a battle-hardened warrior a moment ago, she transformed in an instant back into a noble lady. I watched Jessica's figure as she headed back to the mansion to change into her dress, reading my intentions, and reflected on what just happened. And then, I took Jessica, now dressed in a gown, to request an audience with father. An audience between the emperor and the retired emperor usually involved a solemn ceremony, but father led us to the garden and appeared in casual clothes. Father! Well met, Noah. Oh, so this is your new consort. Even after abdicating the throne to me and becoming retired emperor, father's intelligence network remained strong. It seemed completely transparent that Jessica had become my new consort. That was good. It saved me the trouble of explaining. Jessica, greet him? Yes. Jessica stepped forward and respectfully bowed to father. It was a flawless bow, perfect for a concubine of noble standing. Of course, the etiquette differed greatly depending on rank. Empress, principal consort, and concubine all had very different manners. Jessica performed perfect concubine etiquette just one day after being introduced. Quite the woman. I think so too. I heard you are skilled in swordsmanship. Won't you show us? I would prefer not to, father. Because of what happened with Shirley, I wanted to postpone that. Father glanced at me briefly but did not insist, simply saying, very well. So you intend to have this young lady accompany the expeditionary army? As expected, father was quick to get to the point, and I nodded calmly. Yes, that is the plan. Would it not be better to keep flowers in a vase? People are treasures, father. And there are still half the untouched treasures left. Jessica is only the beginning. I see. Heh, that's so like you, Noah. Father laughed happily. At least now I knew he was favorable toward my plan. So I would like your cooperation, Father. What do you need me to do? Those who oppose this will likely try to appeal directly to you. I have 10 times as many consorts as you do. They would naturally think I am the one most affected by your choice. Yes, though it actually wouldn't affect him at all. We communicated this understanding with a glance, so I didn't spell it out. Even if I publicly declared my consorts as subordinates and broke tradition, Father would experience no real impact, but some formalities might change. Opponents would certainly run to Father on that point. I understand. Leave that to me. Thank you, Father. I bowed slightly, and Jessica also silently bowed beside me. A consort must support her husband. Jessica, fully embodying her role as concubine, played it perfectly. However, it's been quite some time since your accession, yet only 2 consorts. Wouldn't you increase them all at once, Noah? All at once? Father's tone suddenly changed. Though it looked serious, there was a teasing nuance. It was almost the same as when an elderly relative asks, "When will you get married already?" A man should always carry the scent of a woman with him. Ha! The smell of blood on the battlefield and the scent of a woman's chamber. These 2 scents are indispensable for a man, Noah. Have at least 100 consorts. That will push you to a higher stage. That would make me have more than Father. That's fine. Considering your capacity, it's the minimum. That was an incredible compliment. But even without such praise, people are treasures. If I find them, I will, Father. I want quality, not quantity. That is good as well. The conversation ended there. I took Jessica and left the palace. After we exited, Jessica quietly spoke. Your Majesty, what is it? We are heading to the expedition, but should we bring women along, whether from the enemy, prisoners, or locals? Ah, that's from Father's talk, isn't it? Yes. Jessica looked at me seriously. It wasn't a joke or a test. She was sincerely asking whether it should be done, and if ordered, she would do it seriously. No. I swallowed the words I was about to say and changed them. You heard Father's words right? Quality over quantity. Bring only women who meet your standards and seem suitable. Yes. Trusting my words fully, Jessica gave a big nod. In the study at the detached palace, alone, I summoned Apophis. I took a deep breath and ordered Apophis. Do it. I sensed a slight hesitation from Apophis, but since it was my command, he reluctantly obeyed. Ugh! The next moment, poison surged through my body. It was Apophis's poison. The deadly toxin spread instantly, erase it, and vanished at my command. Gah! I vomited from deep within. The blood was purple, poisoned blood, a sign of being afflicted by poison. After expelling most of it, one more time, Apophis. This time the hesitation was shorter, and again he obeyed my command, letting the poison course through me. Erase it! And again I erased it. I see. Having personally experienced twice the poison and its removal, the sensation was almost exactly as I expected. When Apophis nullifies his own poison, he doesn't simply erase it. He neutralizes it with the exact opposite force. That opposite force was exactly what I needed now. Knowing it existed, I commanded a 3rd time, to better sense what I already knew was there. Do it, Apophis, erase it! Once again, I allowed the poison into my body. I vomited the poisonous blood again. The floor became stained with purple blood. Thanks to that, I found what I needed. It became clear. I reached out my hand and focused all my nerve endings on my outstretched index finger. Eventually, a clear droplet glistened and oozed from the fingertip. Ministry of Military Affairs, Prince Minister's office. Henry, who hadn't knocked and saw me enter, momentarily shouted, "Who goes there?" but then panicked and stood up when he recognized me. I had no idea your Majesty was here. Forgive my rudeness, he said, kneeling immediately. It's fine, I said, no need to report me. Jessica, you can relax too. Jessica, who had been talking with Henry, also knelt, so I had both of them stand. So, your Majesty, what brings you here? I have something to discuss with Jessica. I thought it would be easier to allocate duties for the expedition if Henry saw it as well. I said that and took a small vial from my pocket. A pale blue liquid shimmered inside. I want to give this to Jessica. It's still a prototype, but by the deadline we'll have enough. What is that? Watch. First, I sliced my wrist with a hand chop. It cut fairly deep and blood flowed freely. Henry and Jessica, braced for something from me, were shocked. Your Majesty, what are you? Just watch. I stopped them and sprinkled the liquid from the vial onto the wound. The deep cut sealed instantly. WH. I made this. Jessica, take it with you. TH, that can't be the legendary potion? Henry said, astonished. Potion, what's that? You know, your Majesty, about the ancient civilization that once flourished that had healing magic. The completely lost ancient magic. Even if healing magic exists, not everyone can use it. So magical artifacts called potions were created with effects equivalent to healing magic. I see. Makes sense. Does it really heal injuries? For cuts and such, yes. For severe injuries where flesh is missing, it only seals wounds instantly, but it is the legendary potion itself. Made by your Majesty? Ah, I made it. Magnificent, as expected of your Majesty. Henry was the most stunned I had ever seen him. Leaving Henry aside, I faced Jessica. I handed her the potion. I made it because I saw how she and Shirley almost got hurt during their mock battle and wanted to do something about it. Jessica, why yes, you are also my consort. Keep your body clean, and if you get hurt, use this immediately. Why yes? Jessica was moved and knelt on the spot. Meanwhile, Henry looked at the potion. Incredible, if there were more of these. The nature of war would change. He looked serious. I see. Watching Henry's awe, I fell into a brief moment of contemplation. I understood what Henry meant by the nature of war is changing. Wars are more troublesome because of the wounded soldiers. Indeed. Treating and caring for the wounded requires dedicating personnel. It's far easier when they perish in battle. Henry silently bowed his head. Of course, fewer deaths are always better. But from a short-term perspective, the burden on the army is lighter with fallen soldiers than with wounded ones. As expected of your Majesty, it took me a month after joining the Ministry of Military Affairs to understand this. If these potions that instantly heal minor wounds could be mass-produced, how much would our combat strength increase? Even with a conservative estimate threefold. Henry thought for a moment before stating it decisively. Could it really increase that much? Well, I suppose so. Henry's claim that the nature of war is changing was no joke. I paused and first turned to face Jessica. Jessica? Yes. Make sure you keep that with you. According to imperial law, soldiers and officers on the front lines must not be transferred for private reasons under any circumstances. The Empire is a nation of warriors. This must never be altered, no matter what. Yes. Sensing that I was about to say something, Jessica's expression grew even more serious. You are my consort. No matter what pretext you use, it will be seen as a private reason. In other words, why yes, the next time you return will be either in triumph or in retreat. There is another possibility that you might return as a corpse, but I left that unsaid. Of course, I hope for your triumphant return. Yes, do you truly understand? Huh, Jessica nodded eagerly but then looked puzzled. The Empire is a nation of warriors. That's why the system was changed to allow appointing a consort like you as a commander. But ordinarily, such a change wouldn't be necessary. Yet I made that change. Why? Jessica stared at me solemnly, holding her breath. Because I believed in you, I changed it for your sake. The atmosphere around Jessica visibly shifted. She was already a formidable woman, but now that presence grew even stronger. I was not mistaken. Jessica excused herself to arrange the formation of the direct subordinate unit, leaving just Henry and me. Henry exhaled, looking at the door she had left through. Amazing, isn't it? In that instant when your Majesty spoke, it was as if she had trained for a year somewhere. That fighting spirit cannot be produced by ordinary humans. She was born with it. I told her that's why I changed the system. Your Majesty's skill in winning hearts and minds is truly remarkable, drawing that out from her. That aside, let's get back to the topic. We need to find a way to mass-produce the potions. Yes, Henry nodded with an intense seriousness. It would have been better never to know about it, but once the existence is known, indeed, I pinched my chin thinking, there was definitely a time in history when potions existed. Yes, Henry nodded deeply. I had known about healing magic, but I didn't know about potions until I asked Henry. Since Henry was so confident, it must be from some written record. Any clues on how to make them? Henry shook his head quietly. That figures. If there was, they'd have already tried to reproduce it. Yes, even investing the Empire's entire annual budget into research would be worthwhile, if only we had a clue. It's that valuable, Henry said. Even conservatively, it would triple our combat strength. For the warrior nation constantly at war, this is the most important thing. Henry mentioned the annual budget, but it's worth risking the nation for this research. Throughout history, countless emperors sought immortality and destroyed their countries and themselves in the process. Potions rival no far surpass that in importance for the Empire. Still, without any clues, there's no way to proceed. Yes, the palace library holds tens of thousands of volumes, but... Henry silently shook his head. I thought so. The palace library contains the most essential knowledge on Earth. Even so, there is nothing on this. Well, if there were, it would have already been reproduced. No clues, that's normal, but I had one lead in mind. Henry, do you know Leviathan? Huh, you mean your Majesty's demonic sword? Henry asked cautiously. Leviathan, originally Leviathan. Henry was present when the prince brought it. Come to think of it, we've known each other a long time. Knowing that Leviathan became Leviathan, Henry's caution makes sense. No, not that. Do you know anything else? After thinking, Henry suddenly realized. The Silver Age? Exactly. Leviathan was one of the 4 sages during the Silver Age. No way, I nodded slightly. I haven't heard it directly, but I'm sure. That strange voice I heard in a dreamlike place. Ludia became Behemoth. and Leviathan became Leviathan. After confirming each, I grew even more sure. Leviathan, one of the four sages, is this very Leviathan. That connects to another fact. Leviathan? I raised my hand and summoned Leviathan. The non-human Leviathan in humanoid form appeared and knelt before me. You have called, my lord? Answer me, were you present during the era when healing magic existed? Yes, I lent my power to the emperors of that time. Oh, Henry was impressed. Smart as he is, he immediately understood. No books contain information about healing magic or potions, but the living witness before us holds that knowledge in his mind. Amazing. Henry looked at me with sincere admiration for drawing out lost knowledge. You know about potions as well, right? Yes, tell me. There exists on the earth what is called the dragon vein, a conduit of magic power. Dragon vein? I repeated the term, rolling it on my tongue, a completely unfamiliar word. I looked at Henry, silently asking if he knew. He snapped out of it and shook his head. I asked Leviathan again, what is this dragon vein? It's akin to a river of magic power. It begins as a trickle, branches into tributaries, merges into the mainstream, and eventually connects to the great ocean. The gathered and condensed magic power materializes. As expected, my lord. That is correct. I carefully considered what Leviathan said. In other words, the dragon vein does not currently exist. Yes, except for one place, all dragon veins have been severed and dried up. One place. It remains, rather it has been regenerated. Where? Almeria, provincial capital Nishal? Completely unexpected. I expected some remote or sacred place, but instead a familiar name was mentioned. My fief during my time as prince, where I once lived and governed. Dragon veins are the lifeblood of the earth. Life is water. Water. That place was lost as well, but has been regenerating recently. Water. Regeneration? I pinched my chin, thinking. From the side, Henry spoke. Because your majesty arranged the special waterways? Exactly. Leviathan nodded quietly. For once, I was genuinely surprised by the completely unexpected. Impressive, as expected of your majesty. Meanwhile, Henry's amazement only deepened. On the way to Almeria, we passed through the outskirts of Gavel province. To quickly resolve the potion issue and avoid unnecessary trouble, I decided to stay overnight at a roadside station, one that was privately run. However, why, your majesty, long time no see? Just as I got off the carriage and was about to enter the inn at the roadside station, a man waiting there knelt before me and bowed his head. You are Phil Morm. Why are you here? The young man who lifted his face, Phil Morm, was the young governor appointed after the salt tax incident. He was the governor of Gavel province, formerly a slave, still inexperienced and busy, or so I thought. I heard your majesty was coming, so I came to escort you. Escort? Frowning, I looked around carefully. I saw that indeed, though hidden, there were many people around who did not look like ordinary travelers. I was told that in such situations an escort also comes to greet. I see. I have something to discuss. Take me somewhere we can talk. Yes, your majesty. Still unfamiliar with using formal language as a subordinate, Phil Morm stood up and personally led me. He guided me to one of the inns. Anyone who knew the situation would immediately recognize that the place was reserved, and I was ushered into an especially luxurious room. When I signaled, Phil Morm dismissed all his subordinates and servants, leaving just the two of us inside. Then, once again, he knelt on one knee and performed the ritual bow of a subordinate. All right, enough of that. I have something to talk about. Why, yes, what is it? First, I have read your reports. They are fine. If there is anything you are concerned about or want to report, send it to me anytime. Yes, Phil Morm had drawn his reports as pictures for me since he couldn't read or write. Hearing this, I realized that such reports could easily be crushed by some well-meaning advice from subordinates or others in the future. If anyone says anything, just reply that it is fine. It is an imperial edict. You understood? Emphasizing that it was an imperial edict, Phil Morm nodded energetically in a determined pose. Now from now on, such formalities are unnecessary. Are really? Yes, I am giving you another imperial edict, a secret mission. Act for the people. You can ignore formal etiquette towards me. But then, I cut him off as he tried to say something, looking him straight in the eye. Speaking clearly in a slightly slow and serious tone, I declared, there are plenty of people skilled in etiquette. If that were necessary, I wouldn't have appointed you. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Good, that should be enough. Because of how firmly I said it, Phil Morm was quite tense. To ease the tension, I brought up a casual topic. By the way, have you gotten married? And not yet. What, haven't found a suitable partner? Shall I introduce someone? No, it's not that. There are some girls I've been with for a long time, and I'm troubled about which one to choose. Oh, is that all? I chuckled softly. Phil Morm was making a common mistake typical of those who had risen from slavery. Listen, Phil Morm, polygamy is a duty of the nobility. A duty? To your eyes as a former slave, it may seem like a right or even a privilege, but no, it is a duty. What do you mean? It is the duty of those who can support many people to have and raise many children. Commoners may have children, but often can't support them. In extreme cases, even if they fall ill, your old self would pray to gods, but your current self can take them to a doctor. That was why the Empire banned black slave traders and was trying to address such issues. I understand, I can take them to a doctor. Nobles can support and raise children. People are treasures and possibilities. It is the duty of those with the ability to support them to have many. I see. Phil Morm looked somewhat confused, not fully understanding. There is a big difference in thinking between nobles and commoners here. Commoners often find polygamy meaningless, assuming it's just for pleasure. Moreover, you know the Empire is a warrior nation, right? Why, yes. The Empire is always at war with foreign enemies. Men constantly die on the front lines. Women don't go to the front, so their numbers don't decrease. At that moment, Jessica's figure came to mind. If everyone were monogamous, there would be a surplus of women. Ah, Phil Morm was shocked. Well, if you absolutely don't want to do it, that's fine. But then make sure those below you can. The surplus of women will not change as long as the Empire remains the Empire. So enrich the lands you govern so men can afford to have multiple wives. I see. As expected of your Majesty, you really do care about the people. I didn't tell him I was just looking for a reasoning to convince him. It would only complicate things. So for now, marry both of those childhood friends you're hesitating over. Understood. Because of the Phil Morm incident, I increased my pace and went into hiding even more. I ignored all potential troubles along the way and reached the provincial capital Nishil in Almeria province as quickly as possible. Stopping the carriage at the entrance of Nishil, I jumped down. The city had not changed much since my days governing the fief. It was still a prosperous water city with an intricate water supply system crisscrossing the streets. I thought it was a good city once again, and almost at the same time. We've been waiting for you, Master. I heard a familiar greeting nearby. Turning around, Evelyn stood there alone, dressed in a maid's outfit. Ah, Evelyn, long time no see. I will guide you. This way, please. Evelyn said so and began leading me. I just gave a glance to the carriage driver and followed Evelyn. After walking for a while, Evelyn led me into a modest house. Once inside and the door closed, Evelyn knelt respectfully. Please forgive my rudeness. No, this is fine. Since no one else is here, you don't have to call me your Majesty. Master is fine. Understood. Evelyn stood up swiftly. It had been quite a while since leaving Prince 13's residence. Her maid outfit evoked a sense of nostalgia. You didn't tell anyone I was coming, right? No. Good. Now about the dragon vein. I had sent Evelyn a simple explanation ahead of time by letter. I intended to give a more detailed explanation now, but in that case we have issued a 3-day water intake restriction and a water storage order. Oh, for the water source, of course. We restricted both water intake and storage. Is this acceptable? Well done, I praised Evelyn. She blushed faintly, looking pleased. It was urgent and the situation serious. The letter I sent to Evelyn had only given the bare minimum of explanation, yet Evelyn implemented policies that took the people's welfare into utmost consideration. You did very well. You were the first household member to be sent outside from Prince 13's residence. I'm proud that you handled it like this. Ah, I'm honored. Evelyn turned her face away shyly. Then, as if to cover her embarrassment, she pulled out a sheet of paper from under her sleeve and handed it to me. What is this? It is a map of all the waterways in Nishil. I thought this might be necessary. I took the waterway map, opened it, and examined it. After a quick look, I took out a folded sheet from my pocket, opened it, and compared the two maps side by side. What is this, Master? Oh, it's the oldest waterway map of Nishil. Evelyn trembled. For some reason, she seemed deeply shocked. Looking at the ancient waterway map I showed her, her face became even more astonished. What's wrong? Actually, Evelyn took out another sheet of paper. I took it and looked through it. It almost perfectly matched the oldest waterway map I had. What is this? As you said, Master, it is an older waterway map. I had it researched because I thought it might be needed, but since it is from so long ago, it is practically history, and we couldn't confirm its authenticity. I was unsure if I should present it. I see. Since these two match, it means they are accurate. How did you manage that? I had Leviathan draw them. Leviathan, the demonic sword? Yes, Leviathan is the same being as the Leviathan who was one of the 4 sages. What? To have subdued such a being? As expected of Master. That day, Evelyn looked at me with the most respect she had shown so far. I see, so this is the power of the earth. We left the city of Nishil a little and stood over the dragon vein deduced from the 2 waterway maps and Leviathan's memories. Then I felt it. The invisible water vein flowing beneath the earth. The existence of the dragon vein where the earth's power and magic power flowed was clearly perceptible. An incredible power. Such a thing exists. Don't you feel it? Foolish me? Evelyn lowered her gaze apologetically. But with power like this, as Leviathan said, if rivers converge and flow into the sea, then there should have been some strange change in the land long ago. Is there nothing? No. According to what you told me, Master, you increased the waterways recently, so we investigated, but there was no particular change within nature. What could that mean? I started walking along the flow of the dragon vein. The flow was definite, so I decided to check its final gathering point. Walking along the flow about 20 minutes from the city, I noticed it. Here it is. What is? A stagnation, perhaps. It's being dammed. Damned, step back. When I said that, Evelyn, though confused, obeyed. Leviathan. I drew the demonic sword from the bracelet and summoned her. A young-looking old woman, a being beyond humanity, appeared before us. What should we do? It's no different from a river, just break the dam. She nodded and thought for a moment. Making up her mind, Leviathan plunged the sword into the ground. Then she poured her power into it, focusing all her strength at once into the dragon vein. Rumbling, the earth trembled. Immediately after, something burst from the ground. A black, ominous body leapt into the sky. A dragon species radiating a wicked aura. Seeing such an especially strong monster, Evelyn shouted, "Please run away, Master. Gather the troops immediately." Slice. Leviathan soared up, closed in, and swung her sword, cutting the dragon cleanly in two vertically. The dragon, cut down with a single stroke, fell to the ground, powerless. Thud, the earth shook again. The dragon was strong, but Leviathan was stronger, and she was fired up. The dragon, appearing and immediately aiming to kill me, enraged Leviathan. Until now, Leviathan had restrained her killing intent, but this time I let her go. As a result, the dragon that might have required about 1,000 soldiers to defeat was cut down with a single stroke. Amazing? Evelyn, watching from close proximity, stood there stunned, her mouth slightly open in disbelief. After the great dragon fell, about 1/10 of its size, but still larger than humans, several dragons burst out at once. I swung the demonic sword Leviathan around and plunged it into the ground. The blade glowed. From the boundary between the hilt and the blade, multiple water columns, torrents, shot out. Sharper and more concentrated than the water column that once shot and killed the rebel leader from a distance, these were needle-like jets of water. One after another, they pierced the dragons' foreheads. The dragons flailed and died instantly from the fatal shots. Gwaia! The heavens and earth trembled. The first great dragon roared. I was a little surprised at the vitality that refused to die even after its neck was sliced in two. The risen great dragon leapt towards me. "You insolent one!" A youthful yet dignified voice quietly echoed. In the next moment, a water dragon manifested. A water dragon larger than the great dragon by a whole size. Leviathan. The great dragon was intimidated by the manifestation. It trembled violently, frozen in place, unable to advance or retreat. After trembling, it took a step back as if curling its tail and running away. "Perish!" the water dragon muttered in a low voice. In the next instant, the great dragon was surrounded by water. The water gradually compressed, squeezing the great dragon inside. Crushed within the water, it burst and then vanished. The water and the great dragon shrank rapidly until they disappeared completely. "Well done." "Yes, sir." Leviathan, still in the form of a water dragon, slightly nodded its head before returning to the demonic sword Leviathan that served as its vessel. The return of the loyal yet ferocious Leviathan meant all enemies had been wiped out. I stored the sword inside the bracelet and turned to Evelyn. "What's wrong? Your eyes and mouth are wider open than necessary." I'm sorry. It's just so incredible I don't even know what to say. You know how ferocious Leviathan is as the Leviathan's mad dog. That's not it. Well, that too. But the fact that Master has tamed Leviathan to this extent is amazing. The difference between hearing, he commands it, and actually seeing it is enormous. I see. I nodded and ended the conversation there. I stared at the ground, the earth itself. Just as Evelyn said, the difference between knowing and seeing is vast. After defeating the great dragon, it became even more evident. I could clearly see the flow of power across the earth. Like a real river, magical power flowed and converged at a single point. Then, a change appeared where there had been nothing. From the empty air, a drop of water fell with a plop. Don't touch it, I stopped Evelyn as she reached out to catch it. That is the pure power of the earth materialized. Think of it as ultra-high concentration magic power. Why, yes. Evelyn hurriedly withdrew her hand. I created a container with Fuwawa and caught the drop. Then, just like the first time, I processed the drops of the earth into a potion. That is, the potion? Yes. I nodded and scratched the palm of my hand with my fingernail. The wound was so deep that blood gushed out immediately. I poured the potion onto the wound. The wound healed instantly. Amazing. Henry said the same thing. He said it would change the concept of war. That's not all. It will change the way the world itself works. Indeed, that's why management is necessary for a while. Evelyn. Yes. The atmosphere around Evelyn, who had been a mere maid and attendant until now, changed dramatically. She sensed it from me calling her by name anew. Like understanding 10 things from hearing one, she instantly realized her position and role and switched accordingly. I'm entrusting you with management here, also production. I'll teach you how to do it thoroughly later. Understood? Evelyn raised her hand calmly. Then from somewhere, men wearing exactly the same clothes appeared. At Evelyn's nod, half of them guarded the drops of the earth tightly, while the other half drew lines and dug on the ground, starting construction. Are they your subordinates? Yes, rest assured, they are all men whose lives I saved or aided. They are loyal to my orders. So that means, yes, it's the way I learned from Master. Now that makes sense. I gave a faint smile. Makes sense? Evelyn tilted her head. I reached out and touched the collar of Evelyn's clothes. I felt a sense of nostalgia from your outfit. Now I understand why. Huh, the outfit is too ordinary, too plain. Look at this collar. There's no fraying at all, but the color has faded slightly from repeated washing. This is not something a governor would wear. Ah, Evelyn blushed. I'm sorry. That's fine. From now on, you will be given 9,000 lien every year. Huh, the same amount as the prince's basic salary. Ah, Master was the first to. Evelyn, the maid from the very early days of the prince's mansion, recalled that fact. It comes from the Ministry of the Interior, that is, from my pocket money. Use it as you wish. But even without such things, you act out of loyalty to me. While touching her collar, I cut off Evelyn's words. You yourself could probably survive on air, but your subordinates can't, can they? That is. Then I ask you, do you have subordinates who share the same level of loyalty toward me as you do? That was a rather cruel question. No matter what she thought, Evelyn could not say yes, so her answer was exactly as expected. And no. Then raise them with money. With money, you can improve both quantity and quality, right? Understood. I swear I will use it all as I like. Good, I nodded. Then I started walking, glanced at Evelyn, and took her along as we left the area. One more thing, once the effects of the potion become known, there will definitely be some who try to sell it on the black market. Yes, it was Evelyn's good trait that she did not say no to that. If you know in advance, you can deal with it however you want. You can prevent it. No, it's fine. Huh, Evelyn looked puzzled. After putting enough distance between us so her subordinates couldn't hear, I stopped and faced her. Rather than prevention, use it to flush them out. Flush them out? That's more advantageous. But this potion is important to Master's strategy. We can't let something like that leak. People are treasures. If you know in advance, leaks will be limited to a handful or a few dozen bottles at worst. Isn't that a small enough loss to flush out the disloyal and make loyal subordinates? Master really is amazing. To be able to use a potion like that, which is already an incredible item in such a way. Evelyn looked at me with even greater admiration. Understood, I will take charge of both the potion and the annual 9,000 lien. Yes. I nodded and placed my hand on Evelyn's head. She was once taller than me. I had grown, and she had grown older. Eventually, the height difference completely reversed, and now I could easily pat her head like this. I confer upon you the title of Exemplary Commander. When we return, it will be officially announced nationwide. Yes, Evelyn nodded gravely and profoundly. She understood. She was the first servant to leave my mansion. If she is made an example, others will imitate her methods. Even if only to curry favor with me, the Emperor, it would be beneficial if they mimicked her ways. People are treasures. At the former Prince 13's residence, now a detached palace in the courtyard, I was sparring with an old general alone, Damien Noble, a straightforward man who still reigns at the top of the field as the Empire's strongest general. I was sparring with Damien under the pretense of practice. Each strike of Damien's sword was heavy. It was a type of powerful swordsmanship, but not just that. Just exchanging blows sent shockwaves deep into the bones and marrow. There was no flamboyance. Each cut was a deadly strike, a practical sword forged on countless battlefields. Understanding that, I matched him blow for blow, brought it to a clash of blades, then stopped and took a large step back. We ended the sparring there as if saying enough for now. As expected of the Empire's strongest general. Your Majesty, the honor is mine. Damien lowered his sword and knelt on one knee. Your Majesty has only grown stronger. To have such sword talent reigning at the peak of our empire is nothing short of divine grace. You've gotten good at flattery, maybe even a battle-hardened old general softens with age. My words are all sincere. Just joking. You were already quite old when we first met. I chuckled lightly to emphasize the joke. Damien's demeanor suits his title perfectly, strict, straightforward, and not one to joke around. So it's necessary to explicitly say when I'm joking. I motioned to bring Damien over to the gazebo in the courtyard and ordered him to sit. I called you here today because of the Gialwyn suppression. Yes, Your Majesty. To be blunt, I want Jessica to focus solely on defeating Gialwyn. For that, I want to ensure complete security, Border lockdown, supply transport, vigilance against other forces. Of course, I will consult Henry, but I want your opinion as the field commander. Yes, Your Majesty. That said, military matters are not my specialty. Interfering directly tends to repeat historical mistakes. I have given the general direction. Do we have the right tactics or personnel? With all due respect, Damien began after that preface. First, the border lockdown. My eldest son, Carl Noble, is suitable. Lockdowns require a certain inflexibility. If he follows only Your Majesty's orders with no exceptions allowed, he will fulfill his role perfectly. I see. A strict seriousness, huh? That may be questionable, but in some ways reassuring. Next, vigilance against other forces. I recommend my second son, Keel. Why? Keel has been good at enduring pain since childhood and is very patient. There's almost no chance of sudden war, so he's suitable for thorough deterrence. I understand. Finally, supply transport. I ask you entrust my fourth son, Earl. Very well, I'll entrust it to him. Tell Henry that I have approved it and consult him accordingly. Much obliged. I won't get into details. I just want Jessica to focus on that one point, understood. Yes, Your Majesty, you may step back. Excuse me. Damien knelt again, then stood and left. After seeing him off, I called Don. You called, Your Majesty? Do you know Damien's third son? Is it Neil Noble, if I recall? Investigate Neil. Why? I told Don about Damien recommending his 3 sons. Those were eyes quite the opposite of father's. Retired Emperor, Your Majesties? Yes, eyes doting on children. He clings to his own privilege, trying to rescue his poorly performing children. His reasons are always contrived. For his 4th son's supply duties, he begged with no real reason. That Damien? Don looked incredulous. Understandable, the Empire's strongest general is known for being strict and straightforward. Such a side of him is quite surprising. Therefore, investigate the 3rd son, the one name left unmentioned. Yes, I nodded deeply. If I'm right, the 3rd son is considered capable even without connections. The next day, inside my study, Don returned from his investigation with impressed eyes. As expected, Your Majesty, it was just as you predicted. Oh, Neil Noble, rumored to have inherited Damien's sword talent. It said that at 12 years old, he once seriously wounded Damien during training. Damien? Yes. Damien remains a field commander even now because he is too strong. Too strong, in fact, often called a war addict. Damien has many battle achievements but also faced punishment for overdoing things. He sometimes wiped out enemies even when not necessary, which led to local resentment and prolonged post-war troubles. He was punished and demoted for such actions. Because of this cycle of achievements and punishments, he never advanced into the Ministry of Military Affairs and stayed on the front lines. To think Neil wounded him at 12. I want to meet him, do you know where? Yes, I will guide you. The man sat in a corner of a tavern in the castle town. He was drinking alone, smirking defiantly. His appearance wasn't dirty, but rather sloppy. He wore clothes like a street thug's, but apparently washed, which gave a mismatched impression. Combined with his large build and an eye patch covering his right eye blindness, it felt like no one dared approach him. It was as if a space had opened up around him amid the bustling tavern. I went straight over and sat opposite the man, Neil. You're Neil Noble, right? Yeah, kid, want a drink? He didn't even ask my name back, just offered me a drink first. I took the cup he offered and downed it in one gulp. You're drinking pretty cheap stuff. As long as it gets me drunk, it's fine. It'll be piss by tomorrow anyway. Fair enough. So, kid, what do you want with me? I'm here to recruit you. Interested in serving the Imperial household? Me? Yes. Why? Because I recognize your skill. Isn't that enough? I see. So serving the Imperial household means serving the Emperor. That's right. In that case, Neil grinned slyly, poured himself a drink, and downed it again. If the Emperor personally came to invite me, I might consider it. You can tell the Emperor that. What? That's all it takes. Then think about it now. Huh, I'm already standing right in front of you. Huh. The cup slipped from Neil's hand and rolled across the table, stopping against a bottle. Neil froze as well. Like this, see? Yo, what, didn't recognize my face? Why, Your Majesty the Emperor? Neil snapped back to reality, shocked, and stood up abruptly. Suddenly, all eyes in the tavern turned to us. Yes, I am Noah Laret, Emperor of the Empire. I introduced myself, using the Leviathan's power to display the emblem designed like a ship. Anyone would believe the demonic sword's declaration identifying the Emperor. Neil understood immediately, the Emperor himself, and right from the start. Is that strange? Did your father ask you to come? No, I smiled faintly. Picking up the cup Neil dropped, I poured some and drank it down, smiling. Damien only recommended the other 3. Hef. Hearing that, Neil regained his composure and smiled cynically. Typical old man, those 3 need to stand on their own soon. Father's old now, he can't have them leech forever, Neil muttered with a bitter smile. Clearly, Damien's doting is something else. Heh, what's so funny all of a sudden? Nothing. I just thought it surprising you don't feel jealous hearing that. Well, whatever. More importantly, I've come personally. Think about serving me. Ah, no way. I'm bad at formal speech and etiquette. Court service, no thanks. What? If that's the case, you can keep doing what you're doing now. Huh, what is it? You really mean I can keep going as I am? What's so strange about that? It's strange. You're the emperor, you know. Shouldn't there be dignity or tradition or something? That's less important than whether we get capable people. Neil was dumbfounded. Then he came to himself, looked up at the sky, and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, you're amazing. Never heard of an emperor like you. Is that so? I like it. If I can keep things as they are, I'll serve you. Good, I look forward to working with you. I said that and extended my hand for a handshake. Neil laughed even harder at the oddity of it all and shook my hand. Name, Noah Laret, Emperor of the Empire. Gender, male. Level, 17+1 over infinity. HP, C+B, Fire, E+S+SMP. D+C, Water, C+SSS. Strength, C+S. Wind, E+C. Stamina, D+C. Earth, E+C. Intelligence, D+A. Light, E+B. Spirit, E+B. Darkness, E+B. Speed. E+B. Dexterity, E+C. Luck, D+C. And once again the plus on my status had increased by 1. Night in the detached palace's living quarters. I sat cross-legged on the bed, my right palm facing upward, extended out around the height of my solar plexus. I focused my magic power on it. Using the power of Apophis, I altered the concentrated magic power. Your Majesty! Suddenly, a voice called to me from beside. I looked up and saw Audrey, accompanied by several servants. Even in the harem, in other words, one's own home, the Empress always walked surrounded by many eunuchs and servants. To avoid causing the Empress any inconvenience, to shield her if something happened, and for various subtle reasons. For these overlapping reasons, the Empress always traveled with such a needless entourage. Incidentally, the Emperor is similar, but in the Empire, the land of warriors, an active Emperor often travels alone incognito or otherwise to display strength. Audrey waved her hand lightly. The servants all bowed deeply and then left the room. Audrey remained, climbed onto the bed, and leaned against me. What are you doing, Your Majesty? I was making potions. Potions. The ones you gave to Jessica, right? Yes, you are the one who invented them if I recall correctly. Oh, Audrey trailed off, tilting her head in puzzlement. What's wrong? I know you invented them, but why are you making them yourself again? I heard you're mass-producing them in Almeria. That's a good question. I'm not satisfied with the current potions. Not satisfied? I nodded slightly. The current ones only heal minor injuries. They aren't effective enough for the battlefield. I'm developing something with stronger effects. I see. Is that possible? It's already done. Already? I picked up a small vial from the side table next to the bed and handed it to Audrey. This is the new one. I named it simply High Potion for clarity. High Potion? Watch this. I drew the demonic sword Leviathan from my bracelet. In the knight's living quarters, the demonic sword gleamed with a beautiful pale blue light as I thrust its tip into my palm. It pierced through. Your Majesty, don't make a fuss. I sheathed Leviathan back into the bracelet. At the same time, I poured the high potion onto the pierced palm. Instantly, the wound closed up and completely disappeared. It's like this. Wow, if you use this, wounds close instantly. But, if a body part is lost, for example, a finger is torn off or an arm is severed, the wound will close, but the missing part remains gone. So the arm stays detached. Exactly. Well, it's still more effective than a regular potion, so it's useful. This is amazing, Your Majesty. I looked at Audrey. She stared at me with eyes shining like a young girl's, filled with admiration. To think you could make something so incredible. It's just an extension of the potion. It's not perfect yet, and while making it, it might turn into something completely different. Still, it's amazing. Healing magic and remedies only existed in ancient legends for hundreds of years. Not only did you revive them, but you improved upon them. I feel like I'm witnessing a moment when history changes. It's incredible, Your Majesty. Her gaze was full of pure admiration, like a village girl meeting a famous bard. Being told that much didn't feel bad at all. What is it? Well, Your Majesty, I have a favor to ask. Audrey moved slightly away from me and shyly fiddled as she spoke. What is it? Do you want something? Are you planning to build a detached palace soon? No, it's not that. I want you to deliver this high potion to Jessica. I was a bit surprised. Audrey's request came from a direction I hadn't expected. To Jessica? Yes, I think she really needs it right now. You care about her. As women who serve Your Majesty together, I hope she can become like a younger sister to me. I see. Also, since Your Majesty puts her through trials, we must cherish her. Is it that rare for me to give someone a trial? I chuckled lightly and said jokingly. Yes, very. Audrey chuckled similarly and said firmly, You usually do everything yourself, Your Majesty. As she said that, she reached out and touched my hand. Though the wound had closed with the high potion, diluted blood remained. She scooped up the blood with her fingertip and held it up for me to see. You often act without regard for your own danger or pain. It's rare for you to give someone trials and nurture them like this. I see. I thought Audrey might be right. So for Jessica, the high potion. I understand, no problem, it has already been delivered. The first batch was sent immediately, however it was arranged so it wouldn't go directly into her hands. Someone else was given it to keep nearby. Why would you do that? What do you think about me developing the high potion right after the potion, Audrey? Well. Audrey was caught off guard by the question but still thought hard to answer. I think it's amazing and fast. That's it. If Jessica gets that way of thinking, it will make her careless. One is the idea that small injuries are no problem because high potion exists. The other is that something even better than high potion will come soon. She'll be protected so she won't become careless from the shadows. I see, Your Majesty, as expected. To think you had considered all that. Audrey's eyes sparkled even more as she gazed at me. The next day, in the detached palace's study, before me stood the first Prime Minister, Jean-Blood Riaidak. Jean knelt on one knee with extremely practiced movements and bowed his head. Take it easy. How's the investigation going? Yes, as per Your Majesty's orders, I secretly investigated various locations for regenerable dragon veins. We found that the Jaraha Desert has the greatest potential. Jaraha Desert? That was in Salaria Province, wasn't it? Salaria Province. In the southeast of the empire, it's the largest province by area. Its large size is because it's a frontier with little industry, low population, and more than half of the area is desert. Salaria was the fief of Margrave Gelt, wasn't it? Yes, since the land is of little benefit to the empire, it was pushed onto one of the counts. Give Gelt other lands. Instead, make Salaria directly controlled by the emperor. Understood, Your Majesty. Why go this far? Isn't Almeria enough for dragon veins? Jean asked carefully, choosing his words. I had anticipated the question. I took out the small vial I had prepared and dropped a single drop of the liquid onto the lantern on the desk. Suddenly, the lantern lit up. It was not a flame light, but something brighter and closer to daylight's white light. This is? Jean stared intently at the lantern's light in astonishment. It's the potion. Well, a failed version. Failed version? When I try to make potions with my power, sometimes something completely unexpected is created. I had briefly mentioned this to Audrey yesterday, but she showed no interest. This is one of those. It glows after being exposed to air for a while. Exposed to air. That single drop lasts all night. Wow, Jean's astonishment deepened as he stared at the lantern. Magic power from dragon veins can create potions, but if the direction of that power is changed, other things can be created. I sense infinite possibilities there. I see, so that's why the dragon veins. Exactly. Will make Salaria directly controlled by the emperor. Jean stared at the lantern for a while, then sighed and composed himself, setting the lantern down properly. To think you've created even such things. As expected of Your Majesty. After saying that, Jean's expression hardened into the serious face befitting the first Prime Minister. Will expedite the matter of Salaria and the restoration of the dragon veins. Yes. It will also serve as a test for the future. Use whatever budget you need. Understood. Jean bowed once more and left the study. The magic power droplets born from the dragon veins. They hold the potential to drastically change human life. I secretly felt certain of that. While Henry, Oscar, and the Prime Minister attended to affairs in the imperial capital, I was heading towards Salaria Province. Salaria Province was where revolutionary technology and the mineral veins supporting it were said to lie dormant. This could drastically change the future of the empire and indeed all of humanity's way of life. After reassigning Margrave Gelt and turning Salaria into a directly governed territory, I decided to go there personally. At present, I was on the highway heading there. Dressed like the heir of a traveling merchant's family, I had only one maid accompanying me. That maid was Lo Peyu. She was the daughter of a tribe that once challenged the empire militarily and lost. Afterward, I took in most of her clan, so she served me loyally as a maid. Having not been a maid for very long, and unlike capable maids such as Evelyn or Zoe, she was an ordinary girl. I brought her along also as a form of camouflage. By the way, her family had the unusual custom of placing the surname before the given name. Peyu carried a large load of luggage and was following me. "Ma's master," she began, correcting herself hastily. I turned to her as we walked. She seemed exhausted from the heavy load and perhaps wanted to rest. "What kind of place is the desert?" she asked. "I've never actually seen it, but it's said that as far as you can see, it's all sand." "All sand? Have you ever seen the sea?" "Yes." "Then it's easy to imagine. It's as vast as the sea, but all sand. That means no crops can grow at all. Probably not many animals for hunting either." Peyu looked shocked, as if struck by a thunderbolt. She clearly understood that crops wouldn't grow in sandy soil. Yeah, it's what you call a barren land and it stretches endlessly. That's why Salaria province has become the largest province in the empire by area. It's a region made up of wastelands unsuitable for farming or hunting. I see. A desert, huh? Walking and gazing off into the distance, Peiyu seemed to ponder the concept of a desert. After a while, a checkpoint came into view along the highway. Master, something seems off. Ah, it smells like blood. Though still some distance from the checkpoint, the situation smelled so bad it was almost palpable. In front of the checkpoint, things were noisy and chaotic. Even from afar, I could see people grappling with each other. Let's go, stay close to me. Why, yes. Taking Peiyu, who obeyed without question, we approached the checkpoint. Getting closer, the situation became clearer. A group dressed in commoners' clothes was wrecking different parts of the checkpoint. They weren't using carpentry tools, but hoes, wooden beams, crudely made tools. Their efforts were inefficient, and demolition was slow. Among them were officials and soldiers, but they were vastly outnumbered, already beaten, dragged aside, and groaning in pain. I thought for a moment, then cautiously approached the group and addressed a man just as he was breaking down a fence. Hey, you, what's going on here? Huh, who are you, some rich kid? Just a traveler. But explain this, why is this happening? We're doing a riot. A riot? I'd heard the term, but never seen it firsthand. It was a form of self-help by the people, rising up against some injustice, smashing the houses or belongings of those responsible. The basic principle was only to destroy things, not to kill or hurt anyone if possible. Looking closely, the officials and soldiers lying defeated were groaning and immobile, but did not appear to have fatal wounds. This checkpoint is terrible. You know how much toll they charge for passage? How much? Half the cargo. Half, yeah, I deliver vegetables to the town ahead, but half always gets taken here. So this is the result of people reaching their breaking point. I nodded in understanding and looked around. The others vented their pent-up frustration by smashing the checkpoint with unfamiliar tools. It'll be over soon, so step back and watch. Okay. I nodded and beckoned Peiyu to step back as instructed. The riot continued for about an hour before the men finally withdrew satisfied. Master, shall we pass through? Not yet, wait a bit longer. Huh, okay. Peiyu looked suspicious but obeyed. While we waited, a cloud of dust approached from afar. An official on a well-fed horse arrived at the checkpoint, accompanied by about 100 soldiers. Don't mess with me. How dare you scum destroy my checkpoint? The man, seeing the totally wrecked checkpoint, fumed wildly from his horse, stamping his feet. That must be the official in charge of this checkpoint, I said. Why, yeah, looks like it. I'll handle this, you wait here. But, wait. Why, yes. Leaving Peiyu behind, I approached the checkpoint. Along the way, a soldier came up and spoke to the man. The man turned from his horse and looked down at me. Who are you? I said nothing and deliberately stepped on the fallen symbol of the checkpoint, the crucial gate. It was a performance, clearly signaling that I was the one responsible for this. An accomplice, capture him? At the man's command, several soldiers rushed at me. I dodged the thrusts of their spears effortlessly and struck a hand blade to each of their necks. The soldiers twitched, their eyes rolling back, and collapsed instantly. And no way, come at me all at once. You insolent wretches, kill him! The fat official bellowed orders like a bandit. One after another, the soldiers came at me, but I dispatched them with joint locks and hand blade strikes. Who are you? Heh! I snorted deliberately, glanced down at the official disdainfully, then turned and walked away. I won't forgive you, never! The official spat out curses in a voice strained from deep within. Taking those words on my back, I kept walking. That night we stayed at a nearby way station. By the light of a lantern, I wrote a letter. Master, what is it? Peiyu, supporting me in the same room, spoke hesitantly. You were amazing today, you looked really cool. Is that so? You planned it all, didn't you? When the riot happened, there were only a few soldiers at the checkpoint and no one in charge. That pig must be responsible. That's right. By doing that, the hatred is directed at me. Those kinds of people will dive headlong into new hatred. That much as expected of you, master? Answering Peiyu's questions, I continued writing the letter. All right, give this to the person delivering government documents from the imperial capital. I handed the letter to Peiyu. Understood. What is this about? I looked at her and smiled slightly. Peiyu was an ordinary maid and didn't quite understand the line she shouldn't cross with questions. I wouldn't share secrets, but this was fine. It's about dealing with riots. Isn't that over already? This is for the future. I've issued an imperial edict to the absent princes commanding them to revise the laws, anticipating future riots. Laws, for now, anyone caught participating in a riot will be punished. No way! I raised my hand to stop Peiyu before she could say more. Also, those responsible for causing the riot, in this case that pig official, will be punished similarly. Punishments will be harsher for officials. Harsher, you'll do that? Peiyu's use of you'll do that made me smile. Having witnessed today's incident firsthand, she had clearly taken the side of the people. Well, that was fine. Yes, and the higher the status, the harsher the penalty. The edict given to the absent princes was only a draft order, so I would need to review whether it aligned with my instructions after returning to the imperial capital. For nobles, it might be best to make it roughly one level below the death penalty. That's severe? Even Payu, who sided with the people, was surprised. Preventing that is the duty of the nobility. I thought for a moment and turned my whole body toward Payu. For example, today you carried all the luggage. Yes, I carried nothing. Even though I'm a man and you're a woman, I made you carry the load and I didn't lift a finger. That's because of status. I am the master and you are the servant, so it's natural that you bear the burden. Yes. In the same way, nobles must ensure the livelihoods of their people so they do not rebel. Nobles who fail in this duty must be severely punished. Ah, do you understand now? Yes, master, you really are amazing. Payu looked at me with shining eyes like an innocent child. Please kindly support us. Sorry for the wait, let's resume. I will write up to chapter 117. Late at night, I was inside the inn working on some writing. Even when I was away from the capital, government affairs moved forward through consultations between Henry and Oscar, but still, there were occasional matters that only the emperor could approve. Those would sometimes be sent over, so I had to read through them at night, think about them, and respond. Right now, that was what I was doing, cutting into my sleeping time to write replies. Knock, knock. There was a soft knock at the door. Payu, come in. It's John. I paused my writing. I looked up and toward the door. It wasn't Payu, but a male voice announcing himself. I searched my memory for the name John. Soon, the image of a young man appeared clearly in my mind. Ah, it's you. Come in. Thank you. After the reply, the door slowly opened. Outside the door, John knelt, then stood up, carefully closed the door, and respectfully knelt again, bowing his head. Your Majesty, there are no outsiders here. Just use the usual internal etiquette. Yes, it's been a while, Master. Have you been well? Yes, John lifted his head and answered with a wide smile. Once upon a time, during the period when the late Emperor's first Prince Albert was trafficking black slaves, we happened to run into some children forced into slavery by those black slave traders in town. I rescued those children and took them in. John was one of those children. For several years after that, he did chores at the mansion, but when I ascended the throne, I sent him out as a magistrate. I stared at John, observing him. You've gotten a bit plump, huh? Looks like you're eating properly. Sorry, I've been hooked on fatty meals lately. Fatty meals? It's just rice drenched in richly seasoned pork fat, but it's an addictive taste. Ha, that's a very manly kind of meal. Don't you eat anything better? I've been to merchants' banquets a few times, but the food is too refined and doesn't suit me. I know it's refined, but whenever I eat it, I get diarrhea. Sounds like you've got an unsophisticated palate. But keep getting used to it little by little. If you come back to the imperial capital in the future with that palate, I'll have fewer rewards to give. Why, yes, I'll do my best. John bowed his head happily, though still a bit embarrassed. So what brings you here? Yes, I heard Master was here and came with soldiers to escort you. Soldiers? I tilted my head slightly and strained to listen. Then I sensed something. Outside the inn, there was an unusually tense atmosphere for midnight. That's exaggerated. Not at all. If something happened to Master here, it would be a huge problem. Also, since I have fewer chances to serve Master after leaving the mansion, I want to help at least at times like this. John said this with passionate eyes. I could tell he admired me, which didn't feel bad at all. I see. I'll leave everything to you then. Thank you. John happily bowed deeply. Just then, something happened. Until a moment ago, no noise could be heard even when I listened carefully, but suddenly loud voices arguing came from outside. What's going on? Maybe drunkards. Don't worry, I told downstairs strictly not to let anyone in. Let paying guests in properly. We're not renting the place out exclusively. Why, yes. As expected of Master, I forgot because Mary always tells me to be more considerate like that, John said while lightly tapping his own head. Given his background, from a farmer to a slave, then coming to my mansion, John's manners and speech were quite rough at first glance. That showed even now, but many of my household came from slave backgrounds, so in such situations, we just laugh it off. Thinking that, I recalled how rare Evelyn was. Then mixed in with the sounds of the argument came the clashing of metal swords. Humph! What's going on? Sorry, Master, I'm going to open the window. Ah, I nodded, and John stood up and headed to the window. Master, Payu rushed into the room. I had told him he could sleep early because I had things to do, but it seemed this commotion woke him. Don't worry, it's nothing. Why, yes. Ah, Johnson. John was familiar to Payu since he came from my mansion. Seeing John, Payu's feelings mixed between confusion, why, and nostalgia at seeing him after a long time. Meanwhile, John stood by the window and flung it wide open. The sounds of the scuffle that were faint through the glass suddenly became clear. What the hell are you guys doing? John shouted from the depths of his stomach. Having frequently dealt with this kind of military officer when I was at the Ministry of Military Affairs in my prince days, I was used to it, but Peiyu tensed up in surprise. "Hey, what's this? Why are soldiers fighting among themselves? What jurisdiction do you belong to?" "Ah, this is unexpected, Lord John. We didn't know you were here. Apologies for the delay in greeting you," a man responded politely to John's shouts. "Master, this voice?" "Yeah, John." "Yes." "What is it?" John turned his body toward me while standing by the window. "Do you know that guy?" "Yes, he's under me as a gatekeeper at the checkpoint, basically a weakling." "I see. That's the one I'm after." "After Master?" John's eyes widened. I told John about what had happened earlier that day. "I see." John's surprise subsided. He probably understood it was the usual thing I do. After hearing the situation, John turned around again. "Come here alone, scum?" "Why, yes." Right after the man's response, hurried footsteps echoed. The man from earlier clumsily tumbled into the room. He immediately prostrated himself before John. "Sorry for the wait, Lord John. I didn't know you were here and was late to greet you." "I don't care about greetings." John approached and kicked the man. "The master of your master is here. Greet him." "Master of my master?" The man tilted his head, clearly not understanding. John jerked his chin, and the man looked at me. Finally noticing my presence, the man gasped. "Oh, it's you, 100 years since we last met." The man grew hostile and tried to grab me. Peiyu screamed. I remained seated without moving. John intervened from the side and kicked the man away. The man crashed against the wall, looking at John in shock. I told you that's the master of your master." "Huh." The man finally seemed to calm down enough to think. He looked at John cautiously. "Master?" "Yeah, master." He then looked at me and muttered. After muttering, his face turned pale. John had been a servant at Prince 13's residence. In other words, he was a retainer of Prince 13, the Emperor's household. This was common knowledge at the official level. Who served which household was important, and ignorance wasn't excusable. Of course, this man should have known John well. And when he heard Master of John, as understanding dawned, the man began trembling. It seemed he finally grasped my true identity. "You've been quite disrespectful to your Majesty, haven't you?" "I'm sorry. I had no idea it was your Majesty. Do you think ignorance will excuse you?" "No, ignorance is not an excuse." I interrupted their conversation. I took a sip from the cup of tea on the desk, which had gone completely cold. "Your Majesty, it's clearly stipulated in imperial law. The crime of disrespect does not apply to actions before I took the throne." "That makes sense, but you're lucky, your Majesty. You're the most law-abiding emperor in the Empire's history." "Ha." Yes, the man seemed completely deflated. John turned his whole body to face me. "As expected of your Majesty, so what shall we do?" "Heh," I smiled slightly. That was typical John, one of the old retainers who truly knew me. John understood exactly how I handled these situations. Demanding tolls above regulation at the checkpoint, assaulting civilians. Dismissal and permanent ban from public office, that much, right? "As expected, Master." John looked at me with eyes full of genuine admiration. Then he turned to the man still sprawled on the floor. "Did you hear that? Why, yes. You're fired. Lucky your life spared. Why, yes. Thank you. I'm truly grateful." The man hurriedly bowed his head repeatedly, prostrating himself. "Enough already. Get lost." John kicked him out of the room. Afterward, John went after him to give some orders to his subordinates waiting in the hallway, then returned and closed the door. During that time, Peiyu closed the window on my signal. "I'm really sorry, Master. I failed to supervise him properly." "Don't worry, there are people like that everywhere." "Yes, really sorry. Ah, Master, by the way." Since there might be others looking to cause trouble for you around here, why don't you come stay with us? Actually, Mary wants to see you too. Of course, I'll have her cook the dishes she learned back at the prince's mansion." "I see." I smiled softly and stood up. "In that case, I'll trouble you. Thank you so much. Shall we go pay you?" "Yes." Leaving the inn, escorted by John's soldiers, we arrived at John's house. Spacious. I got down from the horse and muttered as I looked at the mansion in front of me. The fairly large residence had bonfires burning at the entrance. Those bonfires formed a path like a guide, stretching from the main gate to the building inside. "This is a government residence. It's free, so we're grateful to live here." "Is that so? This saves a lot in rent, and Mary's happy about that too." I smiled as I walked through the bonfire-lit path. John's official position was quite significant. At least, he could command nearly 100 soldiers with the flick of a finger and boss around checkpoint officials. Normally, he wouldn't be talking about saving on rent. But probably, he didn't take bribes and lived in modesty. Many of my household were like that. It's partly because they want to please my taste, but realistically, many live that way. Fine if you're frugal yourself, but don't dump it all on your subordinates. But if I set an example, the others around me will clean up too, right? Humans can't live on ideals alone. I smiled and said to John, "You have the same disease as Evelyn, the same disease as my sister." What's wrong with that? John's face changed. He panicked because I used the word disease. Don't fret, I'm not blaming you. You and Evelyn both overrate normal people too highly by your standards. You work for me even without proper pay. Of course. You saved my life and changed it. But can you attract good talent without paying well? People who don't feel indebted to me will choose between your low wages and, say, a merchant who pays well. Which do you think they'll pick? John faltered. Most people, especially the capable ones, think they deserve to earn more given their skills. That's true, but besides, I gave a mischievous smile. I do reward you properly when you work well, don't I? Beating your subordinates is fine, even whipping them is sometimes necessary, but don't forget to give them a carrot as well. Why, yes, understood. I'll do that properly. I smiled more gently, knowing John he'd adjust his course as I told him. As expected of master, Actually, I've been having trouble recruiting talent lately. Now I know why. Thank you, John said shyly. I see, work hard on it. Yes, I decided to observe John for a while. If he manages to gather good talent, I'll promote him 1 or 2 ranks higher. That was what I thought. I followed John and arrived in front of the main gate of the official residence. At what could be called the end point of the bonfires, a familiar woman was waiting with her servants. Mary, the girl I once rescued from a slave trader, who became John's wife, and now that she was allowed outside, was as much a member of my household as my own wife. Mary knelt before me with smooth, practiced movements, then prostrated herself and bowed deeply to the ground. With John, since he held a public official status, I had pointed out the formality, but Mary had no official position, so she was merely showing the polite respect expected from a servant. Behind Mary, the servants looked surprised. Their expressions clearly asked, "Why is the mistress doing this? Who is this man?" "I have been waiting for you, master." Relax, or rather, a simplified form would have been fine. Every etiquette has its formal and informal versions. What Mary was doing was among the most formal forms of servant courtesy. You could call it the full-course etiquette. That's why I told her a simple, informal bow was enough, but Mary kept both hands and knees on the ground, only raising her face. "Not at all, it's been years, maybe once in a few years, since I've had the chance to meet my master. When I get this chance, please allow me to show proper respect. If I don't, I won't be able to sleep at night due to my guilt towards the great favor you have done for me." "Is that how it is?" "Yes. In that case, John." I turned and called John's name. "Yes, there will be times when you come to the capital on official business and have an audience with me. Bring Mary along then as a married couple. That way you'll see each other occasionally, right?" Thank you. Thank you." John hurriedly bowed his head, while Mary remained composed and bowed once more. Compared to John, who still retained a somewhat youthful restlessness, Mary seemed to have acquired the calmness of a mature woman. Quietly, Mary stood up, took a step back, turned partly sideways, and gave me way to enter the residence. "Please come in, master." I nodded and stepped inside. Following me were John and Mary as a couple, with their servants trailing behind them looking puzzled. Payu silently followed at the very end. Once inside the official residence, I was first led to a reception room. I involuntarily murmured as I entered. As soon as I stepped in, it felt as if I had entered a completely different world. Despite it being nighttime, the room was brightly lit with plenty of light, and a high-quality incense was burning that was noticeable the moment I sniffed it. Even the sofa I was to sit on was richly embroidered, and on the table before it lay fresh fruits. Anyone could see the level of lavish hospitality displayed. "I'm sorry we can only do this much here. It can't compare to the capital, but we will serve you diligently as compensation. Please, master, over here." Guided by John and Mary, I sat down on the sofa. Not just in appearance, but it was a well-cushioned sofa filled with padding. I sat down and looked around the room. "Where did the money come from?" I asked John and Mary abruptly. They exchanged awkward expressions. "You can't cover this kind of hospitality with your salary. If handled badly, you could blow away about a year's pay." The salaries of low-ranking officials in the empire were hardly generous. That would have to be addressed eventually, but for now, John's explanation came first. "Then don't worry." I borrowed from the city's merchants. I made sure to write a proper loan agreement. They promised I can repay it by the time my term ends." "Rest assured, master, I understand fully. We will absolutely not squeeze the people dry," Mary backed up John's statement. Both born in poor villages, Mary originally a slave, and John with a similar background, they would never exploit commoners. I'd carefully judged that before allowing them to work outside as my household members. That judgment was correct, but I didn't expect them to go into debt just to host me. "Please, master, take off your shoes." Mary said this and knelt at my feet. She respectfully removed my shoes. After removing my shoes, she took a basin filled with water handed by a young servant standing behind her. Then she washed my feet. Back at Prince 13's residence, whenever I came home at night, servants would wash my feet to relieve my fatigue. Everyone did it, and after a day of walking, having your feet washed and lightly massaged really eased the tiredness. At first, after reincarnation, I had been confused by this custom, but eventually I came to accept it as normal. Just as at the prince's residence, Mary washed my feet here. Behind her were other servants waiting. Especially for princes or higher, only servants of a certain rank are allowed to serve directly or attend to you. In this case, Mary, who is also my household member, qualifies. Plainly put, the other servants did not have the right to serve. That was something nobles naturally understood, but commoners found it difficult to grasp. Even now, Mary's servants looked at her with expressions saying, "Why is the mistress doing something like a lowly maid?" After a while of washing my feet, "Payu." "Yes," called by me, Payu hurried over to my side. "Paper and pen." "Yes." Payu took out paper and a pen from her belongings that she always carried and handed them to me. I took them and quickly scribbled on the table. Understanding the situation, I then presented my seal, the Emperor's seal. They took it and stamped the paper. With this, a formal imperial edict was completed, albeit simplified. I handed it to John. "Take this." "What is this?" "Charge the imperial household for the expenses of my hospitality. I wrote it so the expenses can be reimbursed." "No way." John cried out as if in disbelief. Mary, still drying my feet, froze in place. "I'm sorry. If the amount isn't enough, I will gather more immediately." "Quite the opposite." Hospitable acts towards me are not something to go into debt over. I have accepted your filial feelings properly. That is enough." "Master, you really are an amazing man." John and Mary were moved, their eyes glistening with tears. "Well then, show me to the bedroom. We'll talk tomorrow." "Understood." The couple nodded in unison. Mary then took command of the servants and began to move. Whether from thorough training or natural obedience, the servants promptly followed Mary's orders. "I am just a maid." Mary's servant treated Payu as a guest, which caused Payu to panic. "Enough, you're our junior and thus a guest of higher status than these others." John said this. Still, Payu looked at me with anxious eyes for help. I smiled faintly in return. "Do as he said. You are my maid and don't need to be overly formal with others." "Why, yes." "Thank you, John, Mary." Perhaps relieved by my words, Payu accepted the situation. Then Mary guided me to the bedroom. It was also clearly furnished with expensive bedding, but I deliberately said nothing. Mary and the last servant accompanying her left the room, leaving me alone inside. "Master, may I have a moment?" "What is it, Leviathan?" The moment I was alone, Leviathan spoke to me. "It's rare for you to initiate conversation. Sorry, I thought it was better to inform you." I sat on the bed, slightly tilting my head to encourage her to continue. "There was one servant girl who showed strong hostility towards you." "Ah, the clever girl, right?" I nodded, recalling the memorable young girl behind Mary. She was about 12 or 13, no, considering John and Mary's background from poor villages and possible stunted growth, she might be 15 or 16. She had been directing hostility at me the whole time, but she hid that hostility well. Her eyes were not those of someone who sees only the immediate and physical, but those of a thoughtful and deep person. "Impressive, master. You noticed, such strong hostility is hard to miss. What do you intend to do with her? If you wish, I can make sure she learns her place." "You're always so threatening." I laughed aloud. "Leave her be. There's no need to worry about hostility that is neither harmful nor beneficial." "I see. There is no problem in the first place. Even if that hostility turns into action, can she get past your protection? Not even by chance." Leviathan answered immediately. "Then there is no problem, since you are guarding me." "Yes, master," Leviathan responded. Though invisible to others, I could hear her voice in my mind, and her tone was like seeing her kneeling before me, trembling with admiration. Leviathan, who has an emotionally volatile and intense personality compared to others, always reacts strongly in moments like these. That night, I slept soundly. The more defenseless I was, the more it meant she trusted me, so I decided to relax and get a deep sleep more than usual. The next morning, I woke up in the morning sunlight. As I opened my eyes and got out of bed, the bedroom door was knocked almost simultaneously. "Master, may I come in?" "Yeah." Still half asleep with my eyelids barely open, I answered without opening them fully. Then the door opened, and I sensed several people entering the room. At the front was probably Mary, the one who knocked and asked for permission. The others were likely her servants, but I felt Leviathan's presence slightly stir. So that's the girl who openly shows hostility towards me. Leviathan's unwavering loyalty made me smile involuntarily. "Excuse me, your feet." "Yeah." I got off the bed and stood upright on my own 2 feet. Keeping my eyelids closed, I relaxed my whole body. Then Mary, with practiced hands, began to undress my pajamas. I was undressed completely naturally and ended up naked. Mary, who had served in the prince's residence for many years, showed no reaction to her master's nudity and proceeded with the morning preparations. But the other servants were different. I could tell from their presence that they were all simultaneously unsettled when I became fully naked. "My apologies, master, but you all have stopped moving." "Why, yes. Sorry," Mary scolded them after asking me for permission. That triggered the servants to get moving again. Basically, Mary took charge. She undressed me, put on new clothes, brushed my hair, and washed my face. She carefully softened and cleaned inside my ears with a steamed towel. This was something I had learned around the time I met Audrey. Audrey believed that the places you normally don't see or notice should be kept especially clean. That concept also connected to governance, and I accepted it sincerely. Since then, the servants at the prince's residence have always cleaned around my ears every morning. Mary did it just like when she was at the prince's residence. By the time my ears were clean, my sleepiness had completely vanished. "Good job. Thank you very much, master. Now then, wait a moment. Mary and that girl stay behind." I singled out the girl whose presence I had sensed. She was surprised and grew even more cautious of me. "Understood. The rest of you go back first." "Yes, ma'am." Without question, the other servants left the room following Mary's order. Only Mary and the girl remained in front of me. "What's your name?" The girl was confused. "It's an honor to be asked directly by master. Answer honestly what you are asked." "Why, yes, my name is Ivy." The girl, Ivy, answered nervously. Although she was wary and hostile toward me, conversing directly with her master's master seemed to make her tense. I chuckled softly. "No need to be so nervous. Mary, you found a good girl." "Yes, among the children here, she's the smartest." "I figured. You aren't used to taking care of me, but you supported me quite well. It's rare to find someone who can be so quick, proactive, and finely tuned like that." "As expected of master, your insight is impressive. I only became able to do that about a year after being taken in by master. You yourself have above-average ability to learn. Don't say that about me." "I'm not flattering you. I let John go outside because I believed you could be the break and support when things really mattered." Mary was surprised and lost for words. "John is 7, you are 8. Together, that's 1.5, meaning I expected 1.5 times the capability of a normal servant by sending him outside." "Thank you. I have no words to express my gratitude for master praising me so much." Mary truly began to cry tears of gratitude. "Don't cry, I'm praising you." "Why, yes, thank you very much." "Don't tell John what I just said. You handle John well. With you, John can build achievements smoothly. When the time is right, I will call John back to the core and have him work even harder." "Yes, I will properly support him." After encouraging Mary, I looked at Ivy again. "But it's a pity. If I had found you earlier," I said this meaning I would have taken Ivy with me. Then Mary suddenly knelt before me. "Master, please take her with you." "Mary?" Startled by her words, Ivy let out a near scream and looked at Mary in disbelief. "Is that all right? Don't you want to keep her by your side?" "Of course, it's far better for her to learn under master than to linger here." "That isn't always the case," I smiled softly. "Well, I had no intention of doing anything bad. Mary, I haven't yet repaid my kindness to you, so, you fool, this is the greatest way to repay kindness." "Huh," Ivy looked puzzled. She stared at Mary, wondering what she meant in a different sense than before. "Your Majesty always says people are treasures." Mary paused and looked at me. I silently nodded to affirm that. Then Mary turned back to Ivy and continued. "To present a person who pleases your Majesty's eye is more wonderful than offering any treasure of gold or silver." "That's right. It's equivalent to 1,000,000 lien. That much?" I spoke the exact number on purpose. Ivy was even more surprised. Really? As a repayment of kindness to Mary?" Ivy timidly looked between me and Mary, asking cautiously. "Yes, you understood. I will follow," Ivy said hesitantly. Though still feeling like repaying Mary's kindness, it didn't change the fact that she was a promising talent. Feeling satisfied with that this morning, I thought today would be a good day. After breakfast, I departed with John's escort. John had prepared a carriage and said he would escort me to the boundary of his jurisdiction. I accepted that and sat facing John in the carriage. "How many children like Ivy do you usually take in annually?" John answered while looking puzzled. "Why do you ask that? It must be a burden on your household. Unless you take bribes, your salary can't cover that much protection and upbringing." That's, of course. We never accept bribes, I swear. "I know, a person's everyday life shows in their bearing. I sense neither nobility nor nouveau rich from you. I don't doubt that." "Thank you." "Rather, it's the opposite. If you take nothing, then isn't your household's life burdened by it?" "Why, yes, and no, it's fine. Mary understands." John looked me straight in the eyes and spoke firmly. Of course, Mary's background was the same. "Let me tell you my goal." "Why, yes." John had a baffled expression, as if wondering what I was suddenly talking about. It was obvious from his face that he was confused by my unrelated talk. "John, why do you think I am emperor?" Lord Noah's will is understood by all the household, John answered passionately, to create a peaceful era where people like us can live safely. 60 points. I smiled slightly and said that. John's eyes widened in surprise. He clearly didn't expect such a low score for his answer. It's not wrong, but it's not the goal. In my mind, it's actually a means. Goal. Means, my true goal is to make the late emperor who discovered me and bestowed me the imperial throne into a wise ruler. He is definitely a wise ruler. He may be now. But if I make mistakes, history will note that the successor was poorly chosen. So during my reign, there must be no great turmoil, no matter what. Is Lord Oscar plotting something? John suddenly said that. I was surprised this time. I was impressed by John's insight. That was true. Oscar's ambition has not disappeared. He's always eyeing the imperial throne. If Oscar were to trigger a rebellion aiming for the throne, history would mark that as the late emperor's mistake. Oscar is the 8th prince. I am the former Prince 13. If I were the first prince, the eldest son, any rebellion after receiving the throne wouldn't be seen as father's fault. But as Prince 13, it would be seen as if father deliberately chose me. He chose me deliberately, yet sibling discord led to rebellion, so I'm always cautious and watchful of Oscar's movements. John read that well. I smiled faintly and answered, "That's not true, it can't be true, it must not be." With my triple denial, John's expression grew even more serious. Although I said no, no, no repeatedly, it was essentially an admission. "Master, I'm ready at any time. If something happens, I can act recklessly on my own," John said seriously. That meant he was willing to be a bullet and assassinate Oscar. "Hold back. If my servant does that, it means the late emperor handed the throne to a man who couldn't control his own servants." "I'm sorry," John snapped to attention and hurriedly bowed his head. "That's why, since that's my goal, you cannot touch Oscar, neither can you." "Yes, as expected of Master, we wondered why you spoil Lord Oscar so much." "Humph, I have no choice because of my goal." I turned sideways. Through the carriage wall, I stared far away with an extremely distant look. "Well, that doesn't matter now." I turned back to John. "You're quick to understand and the conversation flows well. You get that means change according to goals, right?" "Yes. Then, what is your goal? What goal drives you to take in children?" After thinking for a while, John suddenly understood. He stared at me for a while with that expression. "Then, Master, I would like to build a poorhouse here. May I have your permission?" 90 points, I praised John. "That's right. If you want to save the poor, you should do it officially or even appeal directly to me. I am trying to be a wise ruler. I won't refuse such matters outright." "Yes, well done, you're smart. It's thanks to Master's education. The great one is Master." John looked at me with eyes full of admiration and devotion. "I'll issue the order later, plan it out." "Yes," John nodded firmly, then changed expression and timidly asked, "Master, what was the missing 10 points? You just made a direct appeal, prepared to be punished, prepared to die." "Yes, to me and others it's the same. People are treasures, never risk death to do something." "Understood. As expected of Master." John seemed to have understood many things. He was talent I wanted to call back to the Empire's center someday, so I thought to teach him as much as possible while I could. I was satisfied that I was able to do so. After parting ways with John, I hurried ahead with Payu and Ivy. I had the 2 servants carry the luggage as we traveled along the road. Not only Payu, but Ivy, whom I had thought was slender, turned out to be surprisingly strong. Neither of them showed signs of struggle despite carrying the baggage. At first, I considered slowing the pace if their stamina couldn't keep up, but it seemed there was no need to worry about that. I walked at a normal pace, leading the 2 of them. Suddenly Ivy timidly spoke from behind. What is it?" I turned my head to look at her and asked. "Why, Your Majesty, I mean, that way of addressing is no good." Payu, acting like a senior, pointed out Ivy's obvious unfamiliarity. "There's no such thing as Your Majesty. You should say Your Majesty properly." "Why, yes, Your Majesty, understood." "That's right. Also, since we're incognito now, to avoid revealing our identity, call me Master. When we return to the imperial capital, then it's Your Majesty." "Why, yes, understood." Ivy looked confused. She was already struggling to understand, and being told all this at once seemed to overwhelm her. "Don't think too hard about it. For now, everything can just be Master. You'll naturally get used to Your Majesty over time." "You understood. So, what were you trying to say?" Master, about water, are we okay?" "Water. If we keep going like this, we'll enter the desert." I nodded slightly. Entering the desert, that was the original plan. Ivy and Payu were carrying the luggage, and they were both from this region. Ivy must have noticed that the amount of water we had among our supplies was extremely low. "It's fine regarding that. But the desert without water, well, we'll die." Ivy spoke bluntly, saying, "Die? I've never been in a desert. I only knew about it from knowledge. But that meant I understood the facts. Deserts basically lack water sources, and water, or the lack thereof, seriously affects life and death." Ivy was worried about this. For me, that knowledge alone was enough. Just saying it's okay might not be reassuring. Why, yes. Hey, that's rude to say to your master. I'm sorry. It's fine. You just started serving, so it's understandable. Now I'll dispel that anxiety. I said that and took out Leviathan. Leviathan, the demonic sword, can change size freely. Normally, I shrink it to smaller than a needle and hide it inside my bracelet. I took it out and restored it to its original size. Where did that come from? Ivy was surprised. I smiled gently. It's too soon to be surprised. When Ivy stopped in her tracks, I also stopped, turned around, and pointed Leviathan forward. Can you do it, Leviathan? Easily. Leviathan responded, and from the tip of the horizontally extended blade, small droplets of water started dripping. Though it looked like just a small amount of spring water, the sight of water endlessly flowing from a sword was strange to anyone who didn't know. As expected, Ivy was astonished. Her mouth hung open in amazement. This is, water evaporates and escapes into the air. Leviathan can freely convert moisture from the air into water. That's possible? Yes. Amazing. Ivy was speechless, overwhelmed with awe. It would be hard to believe without seeing it, but seeing a sword continuously producing water right in front of her left Ivy no choice but to trust it. With that said, there's no need to carry water. I only read about this in documents, but even deserts aren't completely devoid of moisture. There must be some way to create water, right? Why, yes. That was also from documents, but I asked Ivy, thinking locals would know. As expected, Ivy knew about it, so the conversation went smoothly. Leviathan can gather water even better than any other method. You could even take a bath in the desert if you wanted. I smiled softly. Wash too. But with this, Ivy was amazed, yet the water that Leviathan continuously produced was convincing. Though surprised, Ivy's expression showed she had no choice but to accept it. Meanwhile, Peiyu looked proud beside her. Once we entered the desert, Peiyu's exhaustion became visibly severe. She frequently lost footing in the sand, and our walking pace slowed. Ivy, being from this region, showed no notable fatigue. Let's take a short break. Why, yes. When I suggested resting, relief was clearly visible on Peiyu's face. I looked around. There was no shelter, and the sky was brilliantly clear. I raised my hand. I transformed the ring still on my thumb and created a large wall in the direction of the sun. This acted as a shield, casting a wide shadow and providing ample shade. Cool. Set down your luggage and rest for a while. Ivy too, you understood. Drink some water as well. At my words, the two girls nodded. Peiyu dropped her bags and collapsed onto the ground, but Ivy seemed to have a bit more energy and came in front of me. Is there anything you want me to do, Master? Nothing for now, just rest well. Is that okay? Yes, you are like John-sama. In what way? Curious about why she said that, I smiled and asked Ivy. She answered hesitantly, you say I can rest after finishing work. I thought for a moment, then I understood. Getting your money's worth, huh? Getting my money's worth? At my words, Ivy tilted her head in confusion. Did you work under a stingy employer before, John? Why, yes, just a little before I was sold. I see. I nodded slightly. I know there are employers like that. Their way of thinking is, if the person you pay to work isn't working, your wages are wasted. So they demand employees work without rest. It's a kind of stinginess. In other words, a gotta get your money's worth mindset. Of course, I don't share that view. Though it's an essential feeling for merchants to some extent, I have no intention of acting that way. John probably learned by watching how I do things. Interesting. Then stay as you are. I won't tell you to work endlessly. Rest properly whenever you can. Understood. Ivy withdrew for now, but she didn't seem completely convinced. Is something bothering you? You're not convinced by my way, are you? What's troubling you? Speak up. Ivy looked at me. Her expression seemed to ask if it was really okay to talk. I glanced at Peiyu. She was still exhausted. Resting with her eyes half closed in the shade I made, I decided to patiently listen until Peiyu recovered, waiting quietly. Perhaps because I didn't rush her, Ivy cautiously began to speak. Master, are you really the Emperor, not your Majesty? I mean, your Majesty? I nodded gently. Was the image of the Emperor in your mind different? I asked Ivy with a cheerful smile. Yes, what kind of image? The Emperor in your mind. Feel free to say anything, I'm listening. Why, yes, I imagined wearing very sparkling clothes, commanding a huge number of people, and eating very luxurious food. Luxurious, huh? What kind of luxury? Like having about 100 dishes lined up, tasting only one bite of each, then throwing the rest away. Ahahaha, I laughed loudly. It was exactly the stereotypical image common among commoners, which made it amusing in a roundabout way. I don't do that. Besides, you can't really eat that many bites, even one bite of 100 dishes, unless you're a huge eater. Why, you're right. Anything else? Gathering beautiful women endlessly, and well, ahahaha, I see. That was another stereotype, and I laughed again. That's not entirely wrong. My father, the late emperor, had dozens of consorts and hundreds of female court attendants. The emperor must produce heirs, and to ensure a successor, relying on numbers is necessary. So, your majesty too? Yes, I have about 3. Eh? Only that many? Ivy was surprised. It seemed far fewer than she expected. Well, I supposed it was few. I'm probably the emperor with the saddest harem in the empire's history. Ivy stared at me with a blank expression. I could clearly tell what surprised her. Even a merchant around here would have at least a few concubines. Humph, I might be a little different from the emperor you imagined. Whether I'm really the emperor will be clear once we return to the imperial capital. Until then, trust John. Why, yes. Ivy nodded hastily but obediently. Telling her to trust John seemed to work. Well, after the conversation settled, I looked at Peiyu to check how much she had recovered and whether we could depart. Master. Peiyu seemed sufficiently recovered. She noticed my expression change. Through Peiyu, I was looking beyond her back. A group was approaching from beyond the shimmering horizon of endless desert sands kicking up dust. Horses, huh? Peiyu was surprised and quickly turned around. Ivy also turned her gaze in the same direction. The dust was kicked up by horses carrying people. Their build was different from the horses I usually see, not military horses, not workhorses, nor beautifully trained riding horses. Are these horses unique to this region? I asked Ivy. You unique? Yes, like being good at running in the desert, that kind of thing. Yes, there are such horses. I see. I nodded and returned my gaze to the dust. Soon the group on horseback came close and surrounded us before saying anything. There were about 20 horses and roughly 30 men. They all looked like bandits. I scanned them. One man in particular stood out. He had one eye closed and a large scar running diagonally across his face. Some rich kid, the man looked at us and said something like that. Who are you? Nothing much, just want to share some of your booze. Ah, so bandits, I nodded slightly. They were just as they appeared. Don't say such unpleasant things. What if I don't stop? Then there'll be one more dried corpse in this vast desert. I see. Master, Ivy trembled and clung to me with frightened eyes. Don't worry, well, just watch. I smiled faintly and faced the men, the bandit leader. Leviathan. Without drawing the demonic sword, I called Leviathan by name. Understood, do not kill. As you wish. Leviathan responded, and at that moment water pillars burst out all around me, my entire body. They were about the thickness of a child's water gun, but the force was incomparable. Like water needles, over 100 at once shot out and instantly pierced the limbs of every bandit. Jaya. All of the men fell from their horses, pierced by the water needles. As I ordered, Leviathan held back just enough to injure, not kill anyone. Some received wounds severe enough to make death preferable, but none died. Amazing! In that instant, Ivy, who witnessed it, muttered those words. How was it so far? It was interesting. I want to read more. I support you. Keep up the updates. If you feel that way, please rate from the below the ad. If you really support me, give 5. If not so much, just 1 star is fine. Even a little support encourages the author, so thank you very much. Damn it! The man who seemed to be the leader swung his weapon and lunged at me. His weapon was a heavy greatsword, and combined with his physique, he wielded it effortlessly. I had sustained minor wounds from Leviathan's simultaneous attack, but they were light enough not to hinder my movements. Annoying! All right, Leviathan. I restrained the trembling Leviathan, returned it to its original form, and grasped it as a sword. With Leviathan, I blocked the man's slash. The clang of swords echoed, sparks flying. The man was momentarily startled by the imposing sword that seemed to appear out of nowhere. The two of us locked blades, but just when I thought it was a stalemate, the man gritted his teeth, pushed me aside while still locked in contact, and swung his greatsword wildly. Take this. Damn you, he swung with such force that it seemed to whip up a vortex of air, attacking repeatedly. I blocked and deflected these attacks with Leviathan. The man didn't rely solely on slashes. Sometimes he plunged his greatsword into the ground, sending up clouds of sand, or flicked his blood toward me to blind me. I see, a good boss. The man was taken aback and shocked by my words. Stop, Leviathan. Just stop his feet. As you wish. Leviathan's blade trembled. With the same movement as before, but much thinner, a volley of water pillars, water needles, shot out. While the man was distracting me, they stopped the feet of all the bandits trying to flee. So you saw it. The man halted his attacks and glared at me with a contorted face. Your movements were unnaturally large and exaggerated. Where were you giving orders? I asked the man. Honestly, I hadn't realized at first that the man was attacking to draw my attention. They had just assaulted me, and I had never seen bandits decide to retreat so quickly. I wasn't giving any orders. Oh, life is what matters. I told them to run if things go south. I see. You care for your men? They're not men, they're my brothers. I nodded slightly. It seemed to be a relationship hard for others to understand. Why didn't you take a woman hostage? I asked further. Payu and Ivy trembled slightly, but I gestured for them to stay calm as I kept staring at the man. It's not a power difference that can be handled by something like that. Your judgment is quick. I looked the man over again. Given what he was doing and how we met, the man before me was undoubtedly talented. I turned my head to Payu, commanding over my shoulder. Payu, get the potions. Start by healing the worst injuries. Why, yes. Payu hesitated for a moment, but obeyed her master's order and took potions from the bag. These were recently developed potions, precious items that could become strategic supplies. Unlike Leviathan's water, these were made to be used immediately and carried as they were. Payu retrieved them and, as a senior, told Ivy to help. Ivy didn't understand what was happening but helped Payu nonetheless. Healed in an instant. Ivy, seeing the potion for the first time, was stunned. This was made by Master. Made? Yes, isn't it amazing? If you use this, any injury gets healed instantly. No way, but it's true. Amazing. Ivy was speechless at the potion's power. Not only Ivy was surprised. The bandits who experienced instant healing with the potion were shocked, and many had no idea what had just happened. Meanwhile, the man, watching the whole situation from a distance, was surprised but understood what was going on. He looked at me with a face half full of surprise and half of caution. Why help them? They're no threat. What? You judged you couldn't defeat me instantly, so even if I healed their injuries, they wouldn't attack. Besides, people are treasures. There's no reason to let them die recklessly. They're bandits. Bandits do not get the death penalty. Under imperial law, no matter how heavy the sentence, they won't even get life imprisonment. Though repeated cases might result in hundreds of years of imprisonment, it's still a different level from life imprisonment or death penalties. Still, the man asked cautiously, there's no reason to go out of your way to heal them. What's your purpose? Let's talk. What? Your brothers, right? If you heal their injuries, they'll at least talk, won't they? What do you want to hear? The weather or the nearest oasis? I see. Hear whether talk has value, huh? I laughed cheerfully. From his tone, I could tell weather wasn't just casual chatter. Indeed, in this desert, weather in this harsh environment could be life or death information. If he was about to offer that, then I understood we could talk. First, why do you do this work? It's a common question, but why? Because we can't make a living any other way. There aren't many businesses that don't need capital. I nodded quietly. It is said humanity's oldest professions are two. Men are mercenaries, women are prostitutes. Both ultimately can be done with just one's body. In that sense, bandits and robbers can also be seen as businesses without initial capital. Have you never considered becoming a mercenary? I can't become a mercenary. Without proper arms, no employer will hire you. Even if you're lucky, you'll be a disposable pawn. Ah, I see. I nodded, understanding. That didn't occur to me before, but employers usually look at equipment and armament as part of the fighting force. In that sense, to become a proper mercenary, you need capital. Robbers only need minimal weapons. I see. Is that all you want to talk about? The man said irritably. He seemed unwilling to talk about the past that led him to become a bandit or robber. Well, that's understandable. Without a painful past, it's unlikely someone would fall into such a life, especially a man with such talent. No, there's one more thing. Spit it out. Do you want to quit being a bandit? The man snorted. If I could, I'd have quit ages ago. Listen carefully. Do you have no intention of quitting being a bandit? If I could, I'd have quit already. His tone dropped. Though the words were the same, the meaning had changed. The first was pride or scorn. The second was more like a confession of hardship. Would you consider joining the army? I can't get in. Only people from decent backgrounds. If you have an introduction, that's not necessarily true. What? The man stared at me. I met his gaze silently, waiting for his response. Who exactly are you? That doesn't matter. I'm just someone who can definitely get you into the army. ... Can you really do that? Don't be fooled, brother. He's obviously trying to trick us. Yeah, he's going to deceive us and lock us up. The man's resolve wavered as his subordinates shouted. Hearing this, the man sighed weakly. If I could wipe us all out here, why would I bother with such a roundabout way? WL. At his words, everyone fell silent. The man looked at me again. Really? Payu? Yes. Payu took out paper, a pen, and a small board from the bag. Holding the board as an impromptu desk, she stood in front of me. I took the pen and wrote swiftly on the paper. Seal it? Yes. Payu handed me a seal she had prepared. I took it and stamped it near the signature at the end. After reading the document once more, I handed it to the dumbfounded man. Take this to the magistrate or the provincial governor. They won't treat you badly. I paved the way. Now it's up to you to do your best. Thank you. I'm grateful. The man bowed deeply, clutching the letter tightly. After the men left, Payu asked, was it all right, master, to just let them go like that? Effectively, it's a surrender. There should be no problem. But they're going to join the army. What if they do the same things there? I understood what Payu meant. There's an image that even the army sometimes pillages. There's no problem. Is there really no problem? Yes. Civilians who kill people as bandits get prison terms, but unauthorized pillaging under military law is punishable by death at minimum. Is that so? Yes. To maintain discipline, military law is stricter than regular law. Of course, punishment isn't everything. When deploying troops, they also grant permission to pillage for certain days if they capture specific locations, but there's no need to explain that to Payu now. I've only paved the way. What happens next depends on them. I see, as expected of you, Master, different in form, but it's like when you took me in. That's right. Payu was taken in and protected as family. The men were taken in and protected as a nation. Though the forms differ, the essence is the same. Understanding that, I felt a little happy thinking Payu was a wise woman. Ivy was trembling. She couldn't understand what Noah had done at all. Why did he not punish the bandits, but heal and release them, and even arrange jobs for them? She couldn't understand. Humans fear what they cannot understand. Ivy was still at the stage of fearing Noah because she couldn't understand him. At the same time, she began to be more curious about Noah than before. How was it so far? Was it interesting? Are you curious about what happens next? Supporting me, keep up the good work. If so, please rate from below the advertisement. If you strongly support, give 5 stars or 1 star if not so much. Feel free to rate as you wish. Even a little support encourages the author, so thank you very much. Salaria Province, the provincial capital Lirarat. Originally an oasis in the desert, this place was established as the administrative provincial capital, and now it has become the most prosperous city in Salaria Province. That said, from my perspective, coming from the imperial capital, it was nothing more than a rural town, and even with the memories of my previous life, I couldn't deny a sense of desolation. However, perhaps because it suited the desert environment, the architectural style was completely different from the towns I had visited before. Although it was a province of the empire, it gave me the strange feeling of having come to a foreign land. Also, the faces of the residents were different. Most people seemed to have cheerful personalities corresponding to the strong sunlight pouring down, but at the same time, the majority were too thin, and their faces were covered in wrinkles. Living in such a harsh desert environment would result in this, I thought with interest. Well then, first, let's find an inn. Yes, leave it to me, Master, Payu responded and hurried ahead lightly. I followed behind with Ivy. Payu stopped in front of buildings each time, looking around inside, and only after the 3rd building did we finally enter. Walking slowly to catch up, I arrived just as Payu came out. Sorry to keep you waiting, Master. There are 2 rooms available. I nodded and entered the building. Though it wasn't obvious from outside, it seemed to be an inn. Welcome. Inside, an elderly man greeted me. He was thin, his face full of wrinkles. Since this was a typical look for people in this town, perhaps his actual age was younger than I guessed, I thought. Guest, would you like to rest in your room immediately, or shall I prepare some food? Well, I looked around inside. Just being freed from the sunlight made the cool indoor air feel pleasant. Fatigue from walking under the blazing sun hit me all at once, and my body craved moisture. The place where I stood was like a lobby with several tables, and it had the atmosphere of a tavern. The interior of the inn wasn't much different from others in different towns, I thought. Give me something to nibble on and a drink. Payu, you and Ivy go put down the luggage. If you're tired, you can rest. Understood, Master? Why, yes. After I gave the order, another man came out from the back. He was young, clearly in his early 20s. That man led Payu and Ivy upstairs. Meanwhile, I sat down at one of the vacant seats. The elderly man who had disappeared briefly went back inside, bringing a tray with several snack plates and an open ceramic bottle. He placed them on my table. The snacks were mainly dry foods, nothing remarkable. A rich aroma wafted from the bottle. Alcohol, huh? You're from out of town? Yes, here alcohol is cheaper than water. I see. I had understood on the way here that water was precious, but it surprised me that alcohol was cheaper than water. Water can be used for everything, but alcohol is only for drinking. Makes sense. I picked up a piece of the snack and put it in my mouth. As expected, the taste was nothing special. In that case, how do you wash a plate like this? Here, people who don't cater to travelers don't say wash. They just sprinkle sand to remove dirt. Interesting. I laughed, took 10 lien of gold from my pocket, and handed it to the old man. It was the Empire's official currency. Before coming, I had confirmed it could be used here in Salaria. When I offered it, the old man's face brightened. Is this really okay so much? Yes, it's a tip. Thank you. Is there anything else you need? He squinted his eyes and smiled so much his face wrinkled even more. He had recognized me as a valued guest and became much friendlier. Now then, has anything unusual happened around here recently? Recently, the biggest change is that the magistrates have been replaced here and there. Magistrates? Yes, because the Lord changed, all of his appointed magistrates were withdrawn. Ah, I nodded. That made sense. Since magistrates are not of noble rank, such personnel changes wouldn't reach me, the Emperor, so I hadn't been aware. By the way, even noble retainers are not required by law to report to the Emperor, but for retainers who leave a prince's household, it is customary for the prince to somehow inform the Emperor. After that, I heard more stories from the inn's elderly man. When Payu and Ivy returned, I waved the old man away. The two came over to me. Ivy tried to sit beside me, but Payu did not. Ivy froze, looking at Payu just as she was about to sit down. Both were mistaken, but in hindsight, Payu was more wrong. There are people watching. Sit, Payu. Why, yes, sorry, master. Payu hurriedly sat next to me. She also told Ivy, who was half sitting and half standing. It's fine now, sit down. Why, yes, for now then. I nodded. Ivy sat down but muttered something to herself, seemingly trying to convince herself. As emperor and servant, we normally wouldn't sit together. Even a prime minister or a prince wouldn't sit without permission, so Ivy's attempt to sit beside me was originally wrong. On the other hand, Payu's refusal to sit with me, even though I was incognito, was also wrong. We didn't want to attract that much attention, unlike wealthy merchants or lords who sometimes don't allow servants to sit with them. I thought to myself that I still had much to learn. Since I had little experience going incognito as the emperor, I myself had room for improvement. Payu, get paper and pen. Why, yes. While ordering Payu, I made Fuwawa's box. Taking paper from Payu, I started writing with the pen. Ivy stared intently at what I was writing. By the way, can you read and write? I was learning from Mary Sama. I see. I can read letters, but I don't understand the content at all. I see. I stopped writing and thought deeply. Did I say something bad? Ivy asked, timidly, interrupting my thoughts. This was the part of her that was still untainted, which I found a little amusing. No, you made me realize something. I tend to use pompous expressions typical of official documents. For example, I said this, then struck through the first 3 lines of the sentence I had just started writing, indicating cancellation. Modifiers like these around here are irrelevant to the main text and unnecessary. Some can be written plainly as spoken language. Why, yes, in that sense, thank you for making me notice this. I just didn't understand. Ivy looked extremely confused and embarrassed, not quite understanding why I was thanking her. Master is always like this. He listens carefully even to people of our rank and sometimes adopts their opinions. Ah, that's amazing. Ivy was surprised and impressed by Payu's explanation. Great people never listen at all. That perception may be questionable, but it wasn't entirely wrong. I tried writing the sentences in plain language without modifiers. This was a letter to my trusted Don. The content was about strengthening intelligence operations and having a closer grasp on magistrate personnel. Though unnecessary in principle, I had seen Father build an overwhelming information network. Information is a weapon. Whether to use it or not, it's never a loss to gather it. Realizing that magistrates were not well understood, I ordered Don to also keep track of them. This was the letter's content. Since intelligence-related matters were not official imperial documents, I did not stamp it but put it in Fuwawa's box, accessible only to Don. After that, my focus returned to normal. Suddenly, I noticed a commotion outside. It was a noisy disturbance with angry tones. Payu and Ivy looked puzzled and turned their gaze toward the entrance. Ivy, go find out what happened. Yes. Ivy stood up and went outside the inn. A few minutes later, she returned with a serious expression. How was it? It's an increase in the exchange tax. A new magistrate came and issued a proclamation raising the exchange tax by 30% compared to before. Everyone's angry and planning to protest to the magistrate. I see. The exchange tax. It is one of the taxes especially imposed in the provinces. Commoners, especially farmers, pay their annual taxes in small coins. As these coins accumulate, a large amount of small change gathers in the magistrate's hands. Taxes are first paid to the central government and then distributed. Naturally, transporting massive amounts of small coins from the provinces to the imperial capital is impossible. Merchants usually exchange them for gold coins or bills for transport. This incurs fees and losses. The exchange tax is a sort of handling fee added to normal taxes to cover this loss. It is within the magistrate's jurisdiction, but is mostly accepted as they set the price. In reality, the further from the imperial capital, or depending on weather and other conditions, the necessary exchange fees vary. They pad this margin. Taking advantage of this, magistrates often pocket the difference. This is well known. Such a terrible magistrate, raising it suddenly by 30% makes it impossible for everyone to survive. Ivy was visibly angry. Protected by John, she empathized with those struggling under the tax hike. I took a sip of the alcohol, moistening my lips. Ivy glanced at me. Master, what is it? Can't something be done? That's legal. Even if I revealed my identity here, if they claim it's within legal limits, there's nothing to be said. No way, Ivy looked disheartened. Of course, there is no such magistrate. No magistrate would insist this is legal if the Emperor himself ordered a stop. So the problem is that if I intervene, this situation would calm down. For now. Ivy's expression shifted from disappointment to despair. It was clear she was thinking, so in the end, nothing will be done for the people? Don't worry, Master surely has a plan. Perhaps Ivy's disappointment was so obvious that even Payu noticed and scolded her. A plan? Yes, right, Master. But legally it's correct. Then change the law? There's no rule saying the law cannot be changed. Rather, it changes daily according to circumstances and the times. Let's go back to the room. Payu, prepare the seal? Yes. What for? Oscar, the Minister of Finance, will receive a letter. It's too late this year, but starting from next year, the exchange tax will become national tax. By making it a national tax, it will then be redistributed. I thought while leading the two upstairs, planning the course of action in my mind. Nationalization of the tax? I don't really understand either, but I think it will stop the magistrates from committing fraud, definitely. Is that possible? If it's Master, it's easy. Amazing? Ivy was amazed by Payu's boastful tone. Cutting into vested interests is no small matter. Still, if left unchecked, it could eventually swell into a big turmoil leading to a rebellion among the people. I felt it necessary to deal with it early. How was it so far? Was it interesting? Are you curious about the continuation? Are you supporting it and encouraging the updates? If so, please rate from the below the advertisement. If you strongly support it, give 5 stars. If not so much, just 1 star, feel free to rate as you feel. Even a little support encourages the author, so thank you very much. 3 days had passed since staying at the inn. Just past noon, while I was going over the previous day's government documents in my room, there was a knock on the door. Payu, come in. Without looking up, I recognized the knock and presence. As expected, it was Payu who knocked. She entered and quietly bowed to me. Master, there is a visitor. Who is it? They claim to be from the household of the 8th Prince, Your Highness. I see. Send them in? Yes. Payu bowed once more and then left quietly, just as she had come in. I continued with my government work. Since a detailed response was needed, I mentally organized my thoughts before writing. There was another knock. Enter. When I gave permission, the door opened with even greater formality than when Payu came in. I sensed that the person who entered knelt near the entrance. Leo, it is an honor beyond words to behold your heavenly face. Yes. I nodded, but continued the writing I had been doing. Since precise instructions were necessary, it took me nearly 5 minutes to write everything down. After putting the pen down, I spent about 2 minutes checking the content. Once I judged the instructions to be fine, I set the pen aside and looked up. The man who had introduced himself as Leo remained bowed. He was breathing heavily and sweating profusely. It was clear he had come in haste. You may stand. Did you come in a hurry? Yes, Lord Oscar ordered me to come by express. I see. Express refers to the degree of urgency. When delivering orders or documents, the speed varies depending on their importance. Broadly, there are 2 types, express and special express. Express means to hurry moderately. The messenger changes horses along the way to deliver quickly, and it is acceptable to exhaust the horses. Special express is 1 rank higher. In this case, the life of the rider does not matter. The order is to hurry at all costs. Since the rider's life does not matter, 3 teams with the same document may be sent simultaneously, and only one needs to survive to deliver it. Rarely used is a level above that, Super Special Express, reserved for urgent military reports. Oscar sent me personally and even by express. Let's talk calmly. Payu, bring a chair for Rio. Calling toward outside the room, Payu brought a chair and placed it beside Rio. Rio did not sit immediately. Instead, he knelt once more, saying, I am truly honored. Then he stood up and sat down carefully, splitting his seating. This was a matter of etiquette, so I did not comment. Now, what did Oscar say? Yes. As the Minister of Finance, he is in favor. Does that mean there are opposing views? Your Majesty's insight is admirable, Rio lightly bowed while seated. As a prince, he cannot support it unconditionally. What is the reason? The currency exchange tax has been in place for over 100 years as a custom, involving many vested interests. Taking it away would likely provoke strong opposition from local magistrates and retired ministers. Retired ministers. Ah, indeed, Rio bowed with a solemn expression. As Oscar said, this was certainly a concern. Apart from the prince's household, prime minister-level ministers sometimes serve as judges for the night selection, increasing their own proteges. Just like I chose Shirley. It is also common for those proteges to be assigned as magistrates. By custom, those proteges often pay tribute money to the minister who selected them. Most of that tribute money comes from the currency exchange tax. Moreover, many ministers belong to some prince's household. The Empress Audrey's family and Prince Lei have produced about 3 prime ministers from their households. In other words, if the currency exchange tax is taken away, naturally retired ministers become enemies, and the princes behind them may also turn hostile. Oscar sent his response that, as Minister of Finance, he supports it, but as a prince, member of the royal family, he cannot support it unconditionally for these reasons. Is that all Oscar entrusted to you? Huh! You are aware of Oscar. He must anticipate how I would respond after hearing this, correct? Indeed, Your Majesty, I, Leo, am deeply impressed. Rio said so, stood up once, knelt deeply, and lowered his head to me. Then he stood again, sat back down, and looked me directly in the eyes. As you rightly surmised, Lord Oscar said, Your Majesty has taken on various customs before, so he will not back down for that reason. Exactly. The first custom I challenged was the relationship of the imperial princess's marriage. Even if an imperial princess married a commoner and left the royal family, by custom, her status remained, so the relationship became like that of master and servant despite being husband and wife. The husband needed to apply and obtain permission to meet his wife, which was not a proper marital relationship. I abolished this by imperial edict. Though this custom had continued since the early days of the empire, it was a marital matter unrelated to political affairs. Moreover, the situation where the husband, a man, was oppressed was viewed favorably by princes of various generations, or at worst, they simply said, do as you like, so the reform went smoothly. Originally, as emperor, I intended to reform several customs, and I used this sudden issue as an opportunity. Because of that, Oscar and some princes and ministers firmly recognized me as an emperor who challenges customs. This case is the same. Oscar foresaw that I would not listen, even though he advised me from his position as Minister of Finance against meddling with the currency exchange tax. It's really about the people? Huh, what do you mean? Nothing, I understand. Tell Oscar to proceed. I will finalize details after returning to the capital. Yes, I will convey only the direction for now. I am listening. Rio stood up again and knelt before me. While kneeling, he received my orders. First, take it away from the magistrates, but simply taking it away will provoke opposition. So distribute the amount equivalent to the currency exchange tax as a, let's say, bonus to the magistrates. Rio looked up in surprise. However, he said nothing. When the emperor gives orders to a prince, one is, in a sense, a messenger pigeon. Inserting one's own opinions or words would be a crime of disrespect. As a member of the prince's household, Rio understood this well, so he only showed surprise but said nothing. I understand what you mean. That would mean taking it away is pointless, and at worst it would cause a deficit. Rio silently bowed his head. His silent reply said, Indeed, Your Majesty, we will also need miscellaneous expenses, so the currency exchange tax will be partially raised. Do not jump to conclusions, there is more. This is not for personal enrichment. We will give some but overall keep it roughly flat. Still, some citizens will be unhappy about the increase. Rio again silently bowed his head. Furthermore, we will issue a proclamation never to raise taxes again. At least while I reign, the currency exchange tax will never increase. Rio's expression became very complicated. About 30% surprise and 70% confusion. What troubles you? Speak freely, I will permit it. I am honored. Why issue a proclamation not to raise taxes? Do you know what the most important thing a country gives its people is? Money, no jobs, food, clothing, and shelter, maybe. 70 points, not bad. Thank you. All those combined give hope and expectations. Hope, expectations, exactly. Giving hope and expectations is the duty of the country and its rulers. Money, jobs, food, clothing, and shelter are all part of the hope and expectations needed for living. After a pause, I continued. A proclamation never to raise taxes is also part of building that expectation. I see, as expected of Your Majesty, I am impressed. Good, tell Oscar what I just said. You may repeat my exact words. Oscar will craft a good draft from it. Yes, Rio bowed once more and then left. After seeing Rio out, I stood and looked out the window. Oscar is competent, he will understand this. The essence of this issue is not the citizens, but rather the system and culture of the officials. This is the first move to change that. We took away their means to enrich themselves, but we compensated them. If they still try to enrich themselves, we will not permit it next time. I have granted Oscar many favors. Aside from the imperial throne, I can give him almost anything he desires. Even after all that, if he still aims for the imperial throne, Oscar will surely understand. Give up the imperial throne, older brother, that would tarnish father's name. My whisper as I stared out the window vanished into the scorching desert sun, unheard by anyone. How was it so far? Was it interesting? Are you curious about what happens next? Supporting me? Please do your best for updates. If so, please rate us from the below the advertisement. If you strongly support me, give 5. If not so much, just 1 star is fine. Even a little support encourages the author, so thank you very much. A few nights later, I stepped outside the city of Lyrarat. Just beyond the city lies the vast desert of Salaria province. Even now, I was standing right in the middle of that desert. Startled by a girl's groan, I turned around. There, Payu and Ivy were clasping their hands over their shoulders, hugging themselves. It seemed they were cold. No wonder, the desert night's temperature plummets drastically from the scorching heat of the day. For young girls, this cold was especially biting. Behemoth, warm them up. As you wish. Behemoth responded to my command. Immediately, faint flames flickered around Payu and Ivy. It's warm. Seeing the flames Behemoth produced, Payu's expression relaxed in relief. Her body, which had been curled up while hugging herself, now seemed to loosen and relax. This is. Meanwhile, Ivy, who was witnessing Behemoth's power for the first time, was wide-eyed with surprise. It's Master's power. Power? Master can use many kinds of power. This is just the beginning. When Payu spoke to Ivy, she naturally took a superior tone. As the senior maid, though she wouldn't say it outright, her words often carried a "you didn't know that" nuance. Payu boasted and Ivy admired. Ignoring the two, I looked up at the sky. A cloudless night sky with a full, round moon hanging high above. A full moon. I had waited for this full moon night to receive the messenger from Oscar at the inn. Behemoth, yes. Is that enough? I called Behemoth and pointed to the full moon above. I wasn't calling Leviathan because I was using Behemoth to keep Payu and the others warm, so this was just a side task. Indeed, it's an impeccable full moon. With this, the dragon vein's power should be maximized. I gave a small nod. I had come to Salaria province, to its capital Lyrarat, to excavate a new dragon vein. However, I couldn't immediately lay hands on the dragon vein. The vein here had been severed for so long that it was even more dried up than in Almeria. At this rate, it wouldn't be usable at all, and even finding the vein was a significant challenge. So Leviathan and the others proposed a plan. The dragon vein is greatly affected by the moon. The full moon night activates it the most, while the new moon causes it to wither almost entirely. Therefore, we decided to wait for the full moon night and start by locating the vein. And now was that full moon night. What should we do from here? Use us, Master. Us, understood. I nodded and closed my eyes. In my mind, I pictured the image of all of them. Leviathan, Behemoth, Fuwawa, Apophis, Jizz, the beings who far surpassed humans and followed me, I summoned them. Using the ring as a medium, all of them were called forth. Leviathan and Behemoth were especially majestic. But the other 4 also gave off a mysterious or intimidating aura, creating an incredible atmosphere. Just as I was about to begin connecting the dragon vein, thud, I heard a sound behind me. Turning around, I saw Ivy had collapsed onto the sand, seemingly fainted. What is this? She was so surprised she had completely forgotten to use polite language. Not only had she collapsed, but her entire body was trembling slightly, as if terrified. There's no need to be afraid. These beings all obey me. They obey. The one warming you now is Behemoth, right, Behemoth? Yes, Behemoth responded with a slight nod, different from human gestures. Behemoth appeared as a fiery dragon, parts of its body truly wreathed in flames. They're this big, amazing? Ivy looked back and forth between Behemoth's main body and the flames used to warm them. She was increasingly amazed. I turned back and faced all 6 of them once again. You can see the dragon vein, right? Yes, though it's fragmented. Leviathan, do we connect the fragments? Yes, can you do it? Probably, Leviathan answered, and the other 5 nodded or moved slightly, showing their consent. Then do it. I leave the method entirely to you. Just reconnect the severed dragon vein. After giving the order, all 6 moved simultaneously. Their mission was to reconnect the fragmented dragon vein. I watched them. For now, I decided to let them handle it without interference. It seemed best that way, so I observed leisurely. Suddenly, a pillar of sand shot upward from the ground a little ahead to my right, like a geyser. What, Master? Stay behind me! Just as I said that, similar sand pillars erupted all around. From the midst of these sand pillars, I could see the silhouette of lizard-like monsters. They were fairly large, big enough to swallow a human whole. Monsters? Why? Payu was shocked, while Ivy frowned and appeared somewhat scared, though not surprised. I figured this was the local human reaction. The Empire manages most monsters, but Salaria is a frontier. There are wild monsters not fully controlled. Impossible. Monsters here? Let's return to the city. It should be safe there. Compared to Payu, Ivy remained calm and suggested heading back to the city. No problem, Behemoth. I entrust the dragon vein and the girls to you. As you wish. Behemoth responded. Immediately, I drew Leviathan, the demonic sword Leviathan. Usually concealed within the bracelet, I restored it to its original size. Clutching the familiar blade firmly, I glanced at Payu and Ivy. Don't move. Behemoth will protect you. Why, yes. What are you going to do? Before Ivy could finish asking, I took a stance with Leviathan and dashed forward. Emerging from the sand pillars, the monsters crawled skillfully over the sand, closing in on us. Their faces radiated killing intent. They clearly intended to attack, so I decided to approach first. Swinging Leviathan, I slashed at the first lizard. As expected of monsters, their scales were harder than ordinary beasts, but not to a problematic degree. Adding more force the moment I struck, Leviathan's blade bisected the lizard with a clean diagonal cut. The lizard fell to the ground, a stunned expression as if not understanding what happened. I drove Leviathan's blade into its head. The pierced lizard twitched violently before collapsing dead. I waited a moment, but it showed no sign of revival. I'd heard some monsters revive after death, but this lizard was not one of those. Then, without hesitation, I dashed forward, Leviathan ready. Running on sand was a bit harder than on solid ground, but much easier than snow. I ran across the sand, cutting down lizards one after another. Though they didn't revive, their vitality was still higher than normal beasts. I focused on their heads, cutting or piercing to ensure they remained down. Kaya! I heard Payu scream. I looked and saw several lizards charging toward them. On closer inspection, are they growing larger? They must be small flies drawn to the dragon vein, affected by its power. Leviathan answered. I see the dragon vein's influence. Knowing the effects of high-concentration magic power from the dragon vein, it wasn't surprising it caused some creatures to grow large. Thinking this, I ran faster and leapt into the midst of the lizards trying to attack the two girls, swinging Leviathan. As expected from their growth, their scales had hardened, but it was the hardness I anticipated. I swung with increased force and severed the giant necks as usual. The severed necks flew in arcs and landed with a thud right in front of the girls. They glanced at them, startled briefly, but seeing no harm, they remained still while I attacked other lizards. In just about 5 minutes, I cleared away the lizards drawn by the dragon vein, whether they grew or not. Humph! I swung Leviathan to wipe off the blood, returned it to its smaller size, and hid it in the bracelet. Then I returned to where the girls were. When I came back, Payu's eyes sparkled with admiration, while Ivy looked surprised. That was amazing. Master's fighting style is really cool. Is that so? Payu already knew I was strong and was genuinely impressed. Meanwhile, Ivy, who had almost never seen me fight, was astonished. Such a strong person? What are you saying? You were there when we fought the robbers. That was. Don't say that, Payu. That was mostly Leviathan's doing. This is the first time you've seen me fight personally, right? Oh, I see. So that's how it is. Payu nodded, understanding. Ivy, still staring at me quietly, said, Could it be you didn't need Lord John's help after all? That night, I nodded slightly. Well, I didn't need it, strictly speaking. I just respected John's feelings and his desire to be helpful. I see, Ivy nodded. Shortly after Payu, a look of admiration also spread across her face. How was it, if you thought, that was interesting? I want to read more. I support you, keep up the updates. Please rate from below the advertisement. If you strongly support 5, if not so much, just 1 star, feel free to rate as you feel. Even a little support encourages the author, so thank you very much. After wiping out the lizards, I checked my status while watching the activation of the dragon veins. Name, Noah Alaret, Emperor of the Empire. Gender, male. Level, 17 plus 1 over infinity HP, C plus B fire. E plus SSMP, D plus C water, C plus SSS strength, C plus S wind, E plus C stamina, D plus C earth, E plus C intelligence, D plus a light, E plus B spirit, E plus B darkness. E plus B speed, E plus B dexterity, E plus C luck, D plus C. It hadn't changed at all since before the fight. There was a chance my level would have gone up after wiping out the monsters, but it didn't. Well, I figured that was how it would be. My level cap is for some reason infinity, but most people in the world are below 15. So even at this stage, I'm at a pretty high level compared to ordinary humans. It's no wonder a single battle isn't enough to level up. If it doesn't go up, it doesn't. Wishing for what isn't there won't get you anything. From my status, I looked back at Behemoth and the others who were still activating the dragon veins. The land, the desert, was beginning to glow faintly. It started emitting a soft light, about the same as moonlight. That light flowed like a river merging from tributaries into the main stream, heading towards the center point of activation. At the same time, I felt a dense pulse of magic power that I usually couldn't sense. Just that alone told me it was succeeding. My head hurts. Humph. Suddenly, I heard Payu and Ivy's pained voices from behind me. When I turned around, I saw the two of them crouched down, struggling. What's wrong? It's cold. Peiyu seemed too out of breath to speak, while Ivy managed to squeeze out the word cold. Cold? Hot, hot. Suddenly, Ivy rolled around, complaining about the heat. What was going on? This must be it. Startled, I quickly turned toward the dragon vein. A high concentration of magic power was overflowing from it. Had they been affected by that? Jizz, give me a hand here. I said that and pulled Jizz, who had been involved in the dragon vein activation, out. Using Jizz, I created the wings of light. A pale, phosphorescent pair of wings appeared on my back. I spread them out fully, letting loose the power of flight. With my wings fully extended, shining with particles of phosphorescence, I shielded the two behind me. Then, not hot, master, Peiyu called out to me with awe. She seemed to have understood the situation. A moment after Peiyu, they're so beautiful, I was captivated by the wings of light. Master, what exactly are we? You've been intoxicated by magic power. Intoxicated by magic power? Yeah. Don't leave the area covered by the wings. Why, yes. I warned them again and refocused on the dragon vein. To think they were struggling just by standing there, and now they can stand calmly. Amazing. We waited silently for the dragon vein to activate. A few hours later, I returned to the inn with the two of them. I brought Ivy, who had gotten quite good at washing feet lately, to do that while I took a small glass vial out of my pocket. Inside the vial, a clear liquid swayed gently. Magic power is like water, isn't it? Peiyu admired what I was holding. No, magic power is originally invisible. It's more like air. But Peiyu was surprised, glancing back and forth between my face and the liquid in the vial. This is condensed magic power. The potion I showed you before was also made from this. Is that so? Well, since we're at it, I'll show you some other things. I said that and first picked up the candlestick on the table in the center of the room, the one with the chair I was sitting on. I removed the candle from the holder and dropped a single drop, just one drop, of the magic power droplet onto it. Then I lit it. Wow, so bright! Peiyu, who was watching intently, and Ivy, who had stopped washing my feet and looked up in surprise, both reacted. You can light a fire like this and use it as a lamp. It's like oil and it lasts really long. That's right, it's much brighter and longer lasting than wax or oil. Amazing, but that's not all Apophis. I called Apophis. The staff-shaped Apophis appeared, and I dripped its poison onto the now burnt-out candlestick. Then I added another drop of magic power droplet. After mixing Apophis's poison and the magic power drop with a small stick about the size of a twig, a thin thread began forming from the previously clear magic power drop. While stirring in a circular motion, I scooped up the thread. I showed it to Peiyu and the completely halted Ivy. This can be made too. What is this? It's a type of thread. Unlike normal thread, it's fire-resistant and water-repellent. I see. In other words, you can make clothes that don't burn and don't get wet in the rain. Seeing that they still didn't quite understand, I explained the properties of the thread more clearly. Amazing, you can make things like that, they exclaimed in surprise and admiration. There are various other uses, but we're still exploring them. For now, most of it will probably go towards making potions. Exploring, you're researching this, Master? Yes. Wow, as expected of Master, you do your own research too. Not a scholar or anything. While being praised by the two, I looked again at the magic power droplet I was holding. The dragon vein activation had succeeded, and condensation of the magic power droplet was achieved. From the fact that Peiyu and Ivy were affected by it, I realized that the magic power produced by Saralria's dragon veins was higher in concentration and purity than that of Almeria. The higher the purity, the better these droplets are. Extraction had succeeded on a trial basis. Next, I had to think about mass production. That would require a considerable investment. Now the national treasury, would it be enough? Worst case, even conscription would be prioritized for this. Master, an emergency has occurred. Leviathan. What emergency? I frowned and asked Leviathan. It was rare for Leviathan to say something like this. The dragon vein has burst. What? I immediately stood up, genuinely alarmed. I splashed some water on Ivy, who was washing my feet, but that didn't matter. Leaving the two women behind, I returned to the place where the activation had supposedly succeeded. As the full moon sank below the horizon, what I saw was a dragon vein broken in many places, leaking light like a death cry. What's going on, Leviathan? May I speculate? Go ahead. As you wish, this land's dragon vein had been severed for many years with no magic power flowing through it. You reconnected it. But since magic hadn't flowed for so long, the vein itself had already deteriorated, like a house that decays faster when no one lives in it. Essentially the same. I nodded. In other words, we reconnected a battered pipe, but it could no longer handle the flow. Precisely, Master. It was fine in Almeria. No. Here the purity and flow of magic power were even stronger. Leviathan didn't respond verbally, but from the silent aura I sensed agreement and admiration. It was like being given a hint, so unlike in Almeria I could also guess why this happened. I understand the cause. What should we do? Is it possible to reconnect it? A human sacrifice is needed. I see, I thought for a moment. Are there any conditions for the person who becomes the sacrifice? They must be in good health at the moment of sacrifice, nothing else. Then we'll use a death row inmate. There should be some executed along with their families under collective punishment. If we offer to spare the family, they'd likely agree to sacrifice themselves. As expected of my master, a decision befitting an emperor. Well done. Anything else to be cautious about? Nothing unclean must be present. The sacrifice must be purified 3 days beforehand and fast from food. And then, Leviathan explained various details, but the rest were all trivial matters. A human sacrifice? I don't exactly feel okay about it, not entirely indifferent. But thinking of the activation of the dragon vein and the magic power droplet, and the development of the empire once mass production is achieved. Even if it's a sin, as the emperor I have no choice but to bear it, I thought. How was it so far? Japanese symbol IT was interesting. Japanese symbol I want to read more. I support you, keep up the updates. If you thought so, please rate the story using the below the advertisement. If you really want to support, give 5. If not so much, 1 star is fine, just as you feel. Even a little support encourages the author, so thank you. The next day, I came alone to the Lirarat government office. The government office is the public administrative institution of the town, usually where the lord or magistrate governing the town resides. Standing on the main street, I looked up at the office building. It was at most a 3-story building, but was an unfamiliar style of architecture. A palace, that thought surfaced in my mind. Though it was a style I had never seen before, the decorations on the exterior, the design of the gate, and the positional relationship with the town's elevation. Everything fulfilled the requirements of what one would call a palace. You seem to have enjoyed yourself quite a lot. I chuckled softly. It is not uncommon for magistrates or governors assigned to the frontier to wield king-like power over their lands. Even if they hold the same official position, those stationed in the capital are mere mid-level bureaucrats. But out on the frontier, they become important figures sent from the capital. So I often hear stories of officials who prefer to remain low-ranking bureaucrats at the frontier rather than climb the ranks and become part of the empire's core. Some even bribe inspectors who monitor political achievements to ensure they remain in office. In that sense, Sarauria, a barren and frontier land, would have been the kind of place where that system was easy to operate. I understood everything just by looking at the palace-like building before me. Well, that doesn't matter now. I started walking again and approached the gatekeepers standing guard at the main gate. These kinds of gatekeepers usually work in pairs, stationed on either side of the double-leaf gate. This place was no exception. 2 guards, 1 middle-aged man and a young youth were on duty. As I approached, the younger gatekeeper immediately leveled a spear at me, the tip pointed forward, a classic weapon choice. Stop. Who are you? This is how it goes. I didn't want to waste time arguing with the guards. I unleashed the power of Leviathan and displayed my crest on my back. A ship-inspired design, my personal crest. It was a technique I devised back when I was Leviathan. Along with the crest, I exerted the pressure of Leviathan, my most loyal mad dog, to intimidate them. Ha! Both gatekeepers simultaneously dropped their spears and knelt down. Even some passers-by nearby dropped to their knees. This pressure asserted to them that I was the emperor. I'm entering. Who's in charge here? Why, yes, the governor is here. Understood. Nodding, I left the 2 gatekeepers behind and entered the government office. Inside, I encountered various people, but with Leviathan's intimidation still in effect, everyone I met immediately knelt before me. I asked about the location of the governor's office and made my way to the top floor where it was located. Without knocking, I pushed the door open and entered. Inside was a political office adorned with furnishings as lavish as my own imperial office. A man sat with his feet on the desk, sipping from a cup. Who's there? Could you at least knock? Is this okay? I knocked on the wide-open door. The man looked at me with a displeased face. Then suddenly, why, your majesty? He was shocked, fell off his chair, and the cup shattered on the floor, amber liquid spilling over him. He crawled forward to me, bowed repeatedly on all fours. I deeply apologize for my rudeness, for not knowing your majesty would come. It's fine. You know my face, right? I said that as I withdrew Leviathan's crest. After revealing one's identity with the crest, the reaction of someone who already knows me is slightly different. The man before me, the governor of Sarauria, had the reaction of someone familiar with my face. Yes, I once saw you at the prince's mansion in the capital. Oh, your name? I am Yellow Cake. Cake. Related to Rice? Yes, Rice is my foolish younger brother. I see, so you serve Henry, the 4th prince? No, I serve the 8th, your highness. Oh, interesting. Rice Cake. He was Henry's retainer. A man I met when I was 12 and served at the Ministry of Military Affairs under Henry. A tough general, strict with troops but skilled at leading them and earning battle achievements. In the warrior nation of the Empire, he was a man who could become Prime Minister 10 years later based on his merits. Since Yellow said he served the 8th Your Highness, not Henry, I asked why brothers served different princes. Is there a reason why you serve separate princes? WL? Yellow looked uneasy and averted his gaze. He glanced at me cautiously. Is this a topic that would be awkward to mention? Ah, I see. I'm sorry. Probably the idea is that by serving different princes, whichever one ascends, the Cake family will be protected. That's? Ha ha ha, fair enough. No one imagined the 13th prince like me would take the throne. I understand why you didn't send your family to me. I am honored. I smiled faintly and sat down in the chair where Yellow had been sitting. Then looking across the table at Yellow, I said, stand. I have something to discuss. Why, yes, Your Majesty, Yellow stood as ordered. There are several things to do first. Are there any death row inmates here in Lyrarat? Death row inmates? Yes. Those sentenced to death but not yet executed. I asked Yellow. Last night, I thought about using prisoners sentenced due to rebellion or collective punishment, but those cases were almost always immediate executions, so none currently exist even in the capital. So I shifted my plan to procure death row inmates nearby and came here. There are a few, I see. Are there any wrongly accused or scapegoats? I'm the Minister of Justice. I know these tricks well. Are there people who paid bribes to become scapegoats? That there shouldn't be, I mean no. By tomorrow, Yellow hesitated, realized something, and fell silent. Calm yourself, I'm not here to question your crimes. What? Do you think I, the Emperor, would come all this way for something so trivial? Yellow looked slightly relieved in a different way. In the first place, scapegoats and executions will never completely disappear. If you have enough wealth and power, such things happen. When a lord messes up, it's recorded in books from about 500 years ago that they arranged for a scapegoat to serve the sentence after the lord's term ended. These facts will remain forever. I have no intention of wasting time on something impossible to eradicate. I'm only asking if there are any scapegoats or wrongly accused among the death row inmates. There are a few, not all of them, right? Yes, then I'll use proper death row inmates. Why, yes, Your Majesty. How shall I use them? I nodded and began explaining to Yellow the practical details about activating the dragon vein. Just as I was about to speak, Governor, there's an emergency. A middle-aged man burst into the room with the force as if breaking down the door. Yellow glared angrily at the man. This is noisy. Step back. I'll hear the matter later. This is not the time. It's an express document from the capital. What? Yellow took the document from the man and waved him away. Once alone with me again, Yellow asked, Your Majesty, may I? Yes, it's express. Check the contents immediately. Don't wait for me. Yes, Yellow bowed respectfully and opened the express document. As soon as he read it, this is... What is it? Yellow looked up at me. It says to find Your Majesty in Sarauria due to an urgent matter and deliver the enclosed documents. He showed me a slightly smaller sealed letter enclosed with the document. Let me see. Yellow handed me the letter with both hands. I took it, opened it, and read. Then I was surprised. It was a letter from Henry. The content was simple. Rebellion erupted. Imperial army defeated. Only those words were written. I slammed my chair back and stood up. Why, Your Majesty? Nothing. I took a deep breath and sat down again. Calm down, I told myself. It's important, undeniably important. But not an emergency. From the rebellion site to the capital, and from the capital to Lyrarat. Both take about 7 days even by express delivery, meaning the defeat happened 7 days ago. Important, but depending on the situation, there's no use panicking. I took another deep breath, telling myself to regain the composure of an emperor. Then I thought, what must be done now and what should be done next? Yellow, yes, prepare horses for super express delivery covering the farthest destinations. Yes, Your Majesty, I'll issue several imperial edicts, prepare paper and pen. Yes, Your Majesty. And leave someone here, consider them my representative, my imperial envoy. Yes, super express delivery. Yellow, who had risen to governor, understood the urgency even if not the details. He complied with my orders and mimicked writing something on his palm to remember, but froze at my last words. Leave someone behind? Where will Your Majesty go? I will return to the capital using that Super Express. No, Yellow was shocked. And rightly so. The Super Express is a delivery method where neither horse nor rider's life is guaranteed. That's what it is. How was it so far? Was it interesting? Can't wait for the next. I support you. Keep up the updates. If you thought so, please rate via the under the advertisement. If you strongly support me, give 5 stars. If not so much, 1 star is fine. Even a little support encourages the author, so thank you very much. While Yellow was making preparations, I called Payu and Ivy from the lodging. Inside the governor's office, I faced the 2 women. Peiyu still seemed fine, but Ivy looked at me sitting arrogantly in the governor's office, and at last seemed to truly realize that I was the emperor. That was the expression she wore. "This is an emergency. I will return to the imperial capital ahead of you." "What should we do?" Peiyu asked. "You two will stay here and complete the tasks I started." "Hey, we are to do that?" Peiyu and Ivy were surprised. We can't replace our master." "It's all right. I've left behind written instructions for what needs to be done." I showed Peiyu 5 sealed letters, each tightly sealed with wax. "Each one is numbered right. Just open them in order and follow exactly what's written inside. It's an emergency. I've made it so you don't have to think about anything. But someday you might have to go outside just like Evelyn or Zoe." "Me too," Peiyu was shocked. It was no longer unusual for my servants or maids to go out and become magistrates, but Peiyu seemed to have never imagined it would come to her. "Yes, think of this as a rehearsal. But in terms of loyalty, the only one I can entrust this place to right now is you, Peiyu." Peiyu gasped, eyes wide. That was true. Practically speaking, Yellow was far more reliable than Peiyu. After all, Yellow was the official governor and a servant of Oscar. Oscar was very selective about whom he appointed as his servants, never letting completely incompetent people sully his name by sending them out. In other words, since Yellow was Oscar's servant, he was certainly capable to some degree. But even if he was competent, I could not expect him to be loyal to me. In terms of loyalty and executing what I wished, the person I could rely on most here and now was Peiyu. Peiyu's eyes flickered upon hearing the emphasis on loyalty. She began to look like she was considering she might be able to do it herself. "Peiyu, why yes, the Empire is at stake, do it." "Yes." Although she seemed pushed into it, Peiyu agreed to do it in her own words. "Ivy, support Peiyu. You might have to do the same someday." "You understood?" Ivy's response was gentler, probably because she had been serving me for only a short time and didn't quite grasp the reality. That was fine for now. "I'm leaving Behemoth behind. It's my order and Behemoth which I always carry. Act as my envoy with this." "Be Behemoth-sama?" "Understood." Instead of becoming even more intimidated, Peiyu seemed to accept my seriousness upon hearing I was leaving Behemoth. Her expression tightened, and she replied clearly. The idea of sending her out in the future was just a cover to get through this situation, but if she could manage this, I began to think that someday she really might. Master. May I ask something?" "Go ahead, I'll answer anything until Yellow's preparations are complete." "Can I call John to help?" "Ha ha!" A laugh came naturally. I had been pleasantly surprised twice in this short time, so it was only natural to find it amusing. "Why, John? Because like me, he would never betray Master, and he can handle anything that comes up better than I can." 99 points. "Then, you're the envoy, do as you think best." "Understood." Seeing Peiyu respond even more clearly, I couldn't help but laugh again. Riding the horse Yellow had prepared, I hurried along the highway toward the imperial capital. There were 2 horses initially. I rode one and led the other by a long rein, running alongside. I paid no attention to the horse's condition and whipped them hard to gallop. At one point, the horse I was riding faltered. Sensing that, I jumped onto the other horse, which had just been running alongside. The horse I had ridden stumbled and collapsed right there. Without looking back, I spurred the other horse to run even faster. This was an express ride meant to exhaustion both horse and rider. Riding that horse, I arrived at a relay station. Messages had already come via carrier pigeons much faster than horses, so 2 horses were ready there as well. By the time the second horse began to falter, I had barely made it to the station. I took the 2 horses and continued running. "Master, you should rest a little." "Quiet. I don't even want to waste strength on arguing." Silencing Leviathan's concern, I whipped the horse and galloped on. The express trip was about exhausting the horses. The special express, and especially the super express I ordered, were all based on wearing out both horse and rider. Naturally, I didn't rest and simply hurried on. I changed horses twice more at relay stations. In total, I exhausted 8 horses. What would normally take 3 days, I did in 1. "Henry, Your Majesty?" Inside the Ministry of Military Affairs, in the minister's office, Henry got up from his chair in surprise when he saw me arrive, sweating and shaky on my legs. "When did you return?" "Just now. I came straight here." "Was it before entering Saralria?" "No, I came back from Lirarat." "From Lirarat?" Henry was shocked, counting on his fingers. He seemed to be calculating the days it would take for the messenger he sent by express and for me to return from Lirarat. "The math doesn't add up. I returned by Super Express." "What?" Hearing that, Henry was even more astonished. "Really by Super Express?" "Yes, I need a seat and water." "As expected of Your Majesty, I've never seen anyone who delivered something to the imperial capital by Super Express and still remained so energetic." Henry was genuinely impressed. The Empire had many ministers. Among them, Henry, as Minister of Military Affairs, who handled military and intelligence reports, received and used special and super express messages most frequently. His experience made this all the more surprising. At the same time, Henry's expression changed. He looked at me sternly. "I must say something. What is it?" "As expected of your Majesty, I'm impressed, but the Super Express is not a risk the Emperor should take. Please refrain from doing so in future. I will bear it in mind." Henry was right. I decided to remember his warning well. "So, tell me the details." "Yes, sir." Henry stood before me and spoke without looking at anything. It meant he had the whole situation in his mind. "There's a rebellion in the West. Who is the figurehead?" "Eiler Newf. He is a collateral descendant of the former Emperor's great-uncle, a branch of that Grand Prince. So, a member of the royal family." "Yes," Henry bowed respectfully. "And the reason? Well, is it difficult to tell me? Even if so, I will hear about it eventually. There's no point hiding." "As expected, your Majesty." Henry took a deep breath, then spoke resolutely. "Your Majesty is a tyrant who has broken many traditions, an unforgivable criminal to the royal family. The rebellion is aimed at overthrowing you." "I see." I nodded slightly. "Rather, it's late in coming. Did you expect it? Considering what I've done, it was inevitable that such a rebellion would happen eventually. I've been prepared mentally for it a long time." "As expected of your Majesty, I am deeply impressed. How many troops?" "Surprisingly many sympathizers. Reports say at least 30,000. "That's significant." My face naturally stiffened. "If the initial report says 30,000 troops, it's better to estimate around 100,000. "I agree," Henry quietly nodded. His insight from years as Minister of Military Affairs was valuable. "So, what should we do?" "Grant me permission to lead the troops." "You're going out?" I was a little surprised. It was a serious matter for a prince to go to the front. "Yes. Though he is collateral royal blood, he is still the great prince's great-grandson. Against such an opponent, you either send someone extremely low status or someone very high. Otherwise, morale suffers. Either fundamentally refusing to acknowledge them or showing a strong posture to crush them." "Exactly." I stroked my chin thoughtfully. What Henry said made sense, but Henry still held back. That was understandable, so I decided to go myself. "In that case, I will lead the expedition personally." "You, your Majesty?" "Yes. It's dangerous. The force could swell to 100,000. To go personally, there are 3 reasons." Silently cutting off Henry's protests, I raised my right hand and held up 3 fingers. "First, if what you say is true, my going personally will have more impact than you." I said the first reason and folded 1 finger. "That may be so, but second, it's a good opportunity to show everyone that I am firmly determined to tackle old customs." "As you wish." Henry nodded bitterly. He understood the reason but couldn't agree wholeheartedly when it meant risking the Emperor's safety. "Lastly, Leaving the last finger raised, I smiled and said, "The Empire is a land of warriors, and I am its emperor. The ruler of a land of warriors cannot hide like a turtle at crucial moments." Henry was surprised, but then he relaxed his brow and changed to a face of admiration and understanding. "As expected of your Majesty, I am humbled." "Well, I'll lead personally, but I have no battle experience. I'll serve as a figurehead. Henry, you will be the commander behind the scenes." "Yes. I vow to secure victory for your Majesty, even at the cost of my life." Without saying it aloud, Henry looked at me with even greater admiration. "Your Majesty." "What's wrong, Henry? You look troubled." Henry, who had just been praising me moments ago, suddenly wore a troubled expression. "Regarding the situation during your Majesty's absence." "Ah," I nodded slightly. Henry didn't mention the name directly, but he was referring to Oscar. It was an open secret that Oscar still had his eyes on the imperial throne, and naturally, Henry knew this as well. Originally, the late Emperor Father had entrusted 3 princes with important roles: Henry, Oscar, and me. This was because, among the princes, the 3 of us were the most capable. After Father abdicated and passed the imperial throne to me, I continued to rely heavily on Henry and Oscar. One reason was to fulfill Father's long-standing wish. If I could remain emperor and work hand-in-hand with Henry and Oscar to maintain a long reign, that would elevate Father's historical reputation. History is written by the victors, after all. It can be shaped as one pleases if determined enough. Another reason is simply that people are treasures. I understood why Father had placed great trust in Henry and Oscar. Among Father's children, fewer than 20 were still alive, and among them, these 2 were exceptionally outstanding. Therefore, I myself wanted to keep relying on Henry and Oscar. I wanted to, but Oscar's ongoing ambition remained a problem. "If I may be so bold, if both your Majesty and I are absent simultaneously, you need not say more." "Understood." I pinched my chin thoughtfully. I needed to find a way to prevent Oscar from getting any strange ideas while I was away. Of course, I couldn't tell Oscar directly. Oscar was the Minister of Finance and a key minister whom the Empire couldn't do without. and he had never openly displayed his ambitions. It was impossible and pointless to act directly against him. So then, the person in charge during my absence will be Sem. Sem. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Henry was shocked. Understandable, Sem was my firstborn child. With all due respect, your Highness is still a toddler. Exactly. That's why we'll appoint an assistant. Assistant, formally, a Regent Prince would be ideal. Regent Prince? Henry rolled the phrase over his tongue, considering it carefully. Yes, Regent Prince. It's probably the highest rank among the royal titles. Indeed, depending on circumstances, it could even surpass the Emperor in status. Not only governance and power, but also in some cases he will act as tutor to the young Emperor, providing a title to appease him. Yes, it also shows trust. If we go that far, even if he had ideas, he might think twice. As you wish. Let's take one more measure. What kind? I'll grant Sirius a title. How about Prince Zhang? Prince Zhang? I trust Henry, but... I paused, then laughed lightly and shrugged playfully. If you ask which of my brothers would never dream of rebellion. I see it's Sirius. Henry took over my words, smiling happily. The sixth Prince, Sirius Ararat, the late Emperor's son, and among my brothers, the most honest man. His honesty bordered on stubbornness, a man inflexible in his ways. For Sirius, rebellion or usurpation were impossible thoughts, never even entertained. As a result, Sirius would likely be the most loyal man to the Emperor in all the Empire. By granting Sirius the title of Prince Zhang, we would subtly pressurize Oscar. If a titled prince opposes him politically, it's a valid countermeasure. Exactly. As expected of your Majesty. Henry, how many Imperial Emperor's Guard do we currently have? Why do you ask that? No, Henry asked instinctively but quickly stopped, searching his memory to answer. Ready to deploy immediately, probably around 30,000. Shall we send them on campaign? The Imperial capital would be nearly defenseless. That's precisely what I want. I see. Henry seemed to understand half of my intention. Yes, I would send the Imperial Emperor's Guard out of the capital to avoid Oscar having access to them. So to campaign, no, send them to Jessica. To Her Royal Highness the Princess Consort? Henry was shocked again. This surprise was even greater than before. With all due respect, Her Royal Highness doesn't require reinforcements. Rather, it's better to have troops around your Majesty to ensure safety. I understand no reinforcements are needed there, but that's not the point. Then, I will give Jessica orders semi-publicly. If the Empire is in crisis, she is to lead the Imperial Emperor's Guard to eliminate the threat. Understood. After about 10 seconds, Henry's eyes widened in understanding, and he nodded approvingly. So that's why it's semi-public. Exactly. The blade's tip isn't aimed at someone named Noof, but a wise man will naturally understand. If Oscar is intelligent and capable enough, he will quickly realize that the Guard's focus is not rebellion, but on the capital itself, meaning me. As expected of your Majesty, a brilliant tactical decision melding politics and military strategy. I am deeply impressed. I hope someday this won't be necessary. Though praised, I gave a wry smile at the situation forcing me to take such measures. I left the practical preparations for the campaign to Henry and went into the city myself. Without hesitation, I went straight to Alice's shop. At the entrance, a small man was energetically calling out to passers-by. He looked startled when he saw me. Though shocked for a moment, he quickly masked it and silently led me into the shop, as if his previous enthusiasm was a lie. We were old acquaintances, so even in plain clothes, he recognized my face instantly. When I was still a prince, he welcomed me with great enthusiasm, as if saying, His Imperial Highness the Prince is here. But after ascending to the imperial throne, he treated me more modestly, as he did now. I thought he was good at adjusting his behavior, so I slipped him a tip of about 100 lians. He smiled but still said nothing as he led me inside. Alice was singing. I looked around the shop and pointed to a seat in the corner, a discreet seat, and the man led me there. Shortly after I sat down, tea and sweets were served. I nibbled lightly while listening to Alice's song. She's gotten even better. Alice was the first person I discovered and patronized. She had talent and motivation for singing, but her family's financial situation was poor, threatening her chance to continue singing. Talent without a good environment, helping such people is a noble privilege. I covered her living expenses and everything else money could solve, so she could sing without worry. More than 10 years have passed. Alice is now the most famous songstress in the imperial capital. The fact that the emperor discovered her talent only boosted her popularity. I listened attentively to her song. When the song ended, Alice stepped off the stage and disappeared behind the curtain. I beckoned to another staff member nearby and slipped him a tip of about 10 lians. Show me backstage? Yes. This staff member also knew me well. Without saying anything unnecessary, he led me backstage. This happened occasionally, so some customers gave me envious looks but no more reaction than that. Backstage, I ran into Alice. Ah, Your Majesty, I was just about to come see you. I have something to discuss. The front is noisy, so come here. Is that so? Then please follow me. She handed off the staff member and led me further inside. There were several waiting rooms backstage. She took me into a private room, presumably hers. In the center was a round, fairly large table where I was seated. As soon as I sat down, I subtly ordered Leviathan to keep watch and intimidate, preventing eavesdropping. Would you like something to drink? No, that's not important. I have something to talk about. Yes. Alice sat quietly across from me. Many women in such establishments sell more than just their art, but Alice did not. She sat opposite me, not beside me like a common courtesan would. I'm going to tell you things because I trust you. Yes, I swear I will not disclose anything. Alice nodded seriously, surprised. I want your time. It may take up to a year. Yes, she answered immediately, her face faintly flushed. I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly. How should I avoid offending Her Majesty the Empress? Ah, it's not like that. I started in the wrong order. Let me explain from the beginning. I said so and restarted the story. A rebellion has broken out in the West. As Emperor, I will lead troops personally to campaign. Yes. Alice looked like she thought it had nothing to do with her, yet instead of a dismissive she hesitated but replied, yes. My campaign will become known to the enemy. I intend to play the part of an incompetent emperor. I see. That's why you will bring me along. Exactly. You are someone I discovered, yet I never touch you. I know the common people find that strange. Yes, I was puzzled as well. I'll tell you the truth as well, though it won't be understood by the commoners. I fell for your singing, not your looks. Thank you. Her voice trembled as she replied, a happy reaction. I won't say this to commoners, but this time I will use that. You plan to take me along because the Empress won't notice. That's right. As expected of Your Majesty, the enemy will surely be fooled. I hope so, I nodded. Alice understood quickly. Since she had already shown consideration for the Empress, Audrey, she understood the Empress-related matters swiftly. My plan for this campaign is to bring you along and act the debauched emperor, indulging in wine and women. As you said, taking advantage of being out of the Empress's sight. I understand. I will gladly cooperate. Glad for your willing response. I will send for you within a few days. Yes. I will wait here so the Empress doesn't find out. That's right, I nodded lightly. I'm counting on you. Yes. How was it so far? Was it interesting? Are you curious about what happens next? Are you supporting me and want me to keep updating? If so, please rate from below the advertisement. If you really support me, give 5, if not so much, just 1 star. Feel free to rate as you feel. Even a little encouragement motivates the author, so thank you very much. At night, after telling Alice that someone would come to pick her up later, I made my way to Oscar's place. Oscar's mansion, the 8th prince's residence. Among the many prince residences scattered around the imperial capital, it was an average-sized and average-designed mansion. If anything, the 10th Prince Dustin, my younger brother's residence, was several ranks above this one. I headed toward the main gate of Oscar's mansion. There was a gatekeeper beside the bonfires who dutifully did his job. Stop. Who goes there? Though I was a stranger to him, I stepped closer so that my face was reflected in the bonfire's light. It is I announced. Even though he was just a gatekeeper at the 8th Prince's residence, I judged that the Leviathan seal was unnecessary. That proved to be the right call. The gatekeeper stared at me silently for a few seconds, then dropped his weapon and prostrated himself. Forgive me, Your Majesty, I did not recognize you. It's all right. It's good to be diligent in your duties. Why, yes, haha, is Oscar here? Yes, he's in the garden right now. I will inform him immediately. Good, stay on guard there. The garden, correct? Why, yes. Leaving the gatekeeper still bowed, I strode inside. Even after entering, I passed by several people. Although the gatekeeper hadn't immediately recognized me, the servants inside the walls did at a glance. Having visited occasionally since my prince days, there were those whose faces I remembered. Each time they tried to send a message to Oscar, I stopped them with a hand gesture. Then I arrived at Oscar's garden. In the open area of the garden was a pond, with a small islet in the center. A bridge spanned to the islet where a gazebo stood. It wasn't luxurious, but it was a tasteful and calm setup. Oscar was playing a flute there. It was a simple transverse flute, probably made from bamboo. If you bought one in a store, it wouldn't even cost 1 lien. Oscar was playing that very flute. I listened quietly for a while. When the soothing melody fully settled my mind, I clapped my hands. An unexpected talent, I see. Your Majesty. Oscar turned around, eyes wide with shock. He hurriedly jumped out of the gazebo, crossed the bridge, and came before me, smoothly kneeling. Following the formal etiquette of a prince's audience with the emperor, he bowed. I received it calmly. I am deeply honored by your visit. Please forgive my rudeness in not coming out to meet you. Don't worry about it. Why didn't you report my arrival? Oscar turned his gaze behind me, directing words laced with slight reprimand. Glancing over my shoulder, I saw several servants at a distance, all cautiously observing from afar. At Oscar's scolding, they all simultaneously prostrated themselves. "Ha! I instructed them not to report. They bear no fault." "I see. If that is the case, what are you doing? Shouldn't you offer something to your Majesty as a courtesy?" Oscar's scolding flew once more. That wasn't my responsibility, so I ignored it. "Well then, your Majesty, please come this way." "Very well." Oscar led me into the gazebo. There was a set of a table and chairs carved from stone, and I sat down first. "Oscar, please sit too." "Yes, sir." Though Oscar was the master of the mansion, I, the emperor, was the ruler of this empire. Formerly, I was the lord even here, and Oscar awaited my orders. Oscar sat and faced me. "When did you return? Just now, weren't you aware?" "Yes, it was believed your Majesty was still in Sarauria. We anticipated your orders would come tomorrow or the day after." So they knew about the rebellion. Of course, that was only natural. Military matters were not directly under Oscar's control, but since war expenses had to go through him as the Minister of Finance, he was naturally involved and aware as part of the rear support. "I see you were playing the flute expecting no news from me for a while." "My apologies." Oscar bowed his head. He must have thought I was blaming him. "I'm praising you. There's no point in panicking when it can't be helped. That is why you are one of my most trusted ministers." "I am honored. As you know, I was in Lyrarat. Given the circumstances, I returned at express speed." "Express speed?" Oscar's expression changed. A harsh wrinkle appeared between his brows as his face stiffened. "Ah, I humbly say this, but that is not a risk a sovereign should take. Please never do that again." Oscar spoke the same words as Henry. No, even more sternly, he warned me. "Understood, I will keep it in mind." "Sigh," Oscar sighed. He sighed because I hadn't said I won't do it. Naturally, as Henry and Oscar said, that was not a risk an emperor should take. If I ignored their admonitions, they had every reason to sigh. This was also the biggest reason I still remained wary of Oscar. Oscar had reasonably judged that no orders would come from me tonight, so he took a brief breather. And essentially the same thing, though harboring ambition, Oscar could utter the most crucial words as a loyal subject in times like this. Loyalty and ambition, Oscar was a man who could separate the two until the time comes. "That is why I trust you." "What do you mean?" "I have reached an agreement with Henry. I will personally lead the campaign." That is your Majesty's decision. It is not my place to intervene." "I appreciate your promptness. It'll probably work better if I lead personally this time." "Yes, what of the acting commander? Would it be appropriate for retired Emperor Your Majesty to appear?" Again, words of a loyal subject. "Indeed, the retired Emperor, my father, is still alive, and having him oversee matters during my absence is the best choice. We brothers will be disappointing father if we never become independent." "That's true," Oscar smiled wryly. "As expected of your Majesty, I had not thought that far. I think Sem should act as regent. The Crown Prince, that is far too. I want you, Oscar, to accept the title of Regent Prince." Oscar gasped, swallowing hard. "Me, Regent Prince? It is while I am away. Aside from father, the title fits Sem best, but in terms of ability, Oscar, you are the most suitable." "I am unworthy of such words." Oscar smoothly stood and then knelt before me, bowing his head deeply. "Will you accept? I will devote my life to it." "Haha, don't put your life on the line so literally. The Crown Prince can be replaced, but Oscar Alarit cannot. You honor me. Then I entrust this to you?" "Yes, sir." Oscar's shoulders trembled slightly as he remained bowed. I wondered what kind of tremble that was. Just this alone, I couldn't tell. "Master," a quiet voice spoke in my mind. It was Leviathan. Though calm in tone, there was a faint anger beneath. There was only one reason Leviathan would be angry: when someone behaved disrespectfully toward me. Leviathan, my loyal yet fierce guardian, never forgave my enemies. Of course, he would stop if I ordered him to, showing his faithful dog nature. A loyal dog and a fierce dog, that was Leviathan. And from Leviathan's warning, I clearly understood. Oscar, even if only slightly, had harbored some disloyalty. Probably no one else noticed that slight, wavering blossoming in Oscar's heart. Only I, with Leviathan at my side, could perceive it. That was dangerous. While things might be different in peace, now was no time for slipping. "Stand up. There's one more thing to discuss." "Yes, sir." "What is it?" "I will send the Imperial Emperor's Guard as reinforcements to Jessica. I won't be able to return for a while. This is a father's concern to prevent any mishaps." "As you wish." "Shall I also send supplies?" "Yes, do that." "Understood. We'll discuss the details later. I just came to inform you today." "Yes, sir." Oscar bowed again. Leviathan made no further warnings. Oscar hadn't realized it yet. Maybe because he wasn't versed in military matters, or perhaps, just as I considered pressing further, Oscar raised his face and his brows flicked for a moment. Leviathan also said, "Master, have you noticed?" "Excellent observation." "As expected of you, Master." Leviathan's endorsement was appreciated. Once more, a wavering surfaced in Oscar's heart, meaning he had noticed something that was typical of Oscar. This slight delay was basically immediate detection. As expected, he's a talent. I continued to rack my brain, wondering how I could disperse the ambition sleeping deep within his heart. How was it so far? If you thought it was interesting, you want to know what happens next. I support you. Keep up the good work on updates. Then please rate this work from the below the advertisement. If you strongly support me, give 5 stars. If not so much, 1 star, feel free to rate as you feel. Even a little encouragement motivates the author, so I appreciate your support. After leaving the Oscar residence, I hailed a carriage and climbed in. Where to? To the palace Sky Road. Yes, sir. Responding to my order, the coachman cracked his whip and the carriage began to move. I had a little thought and decided to use a common nickname that sounded more like something the common folk would say. Sky Road, the road in the sky. Because the emperor is seen as a heavenly being, the main avenue in front of the palace is colloquially called the Sky Road. It's a somewhat mocking nickname, so even though the royal family knows it, they rarely use it. But I deliberately did. Then casually I spoke to the coachman. How's business, making a profit? Yes, sir, it's going okay. There was a time when we'd drive around and couldn't get any passengers, and it was questionable whether we could even afford the horse's feed. The coachman said that, reaching out to stroke the horse. But now, as long as we go out, we at least get some customers, so there's no trouble making a living. I see. I nodded clearly. Since it was a rare opportunity, I wanted to pose as someone far removed from governance and hear the real voices from the common streets. True information rarely reaches the emperor. People fear punishment, or they try to curry favor. Most of the information flowing up from ordinary ministers is embellished. Henry and Oscar know me well, so there's less of that with them, but even they exercise some consideration. The only one who doesn't really hold back is Phil Morm, whom I happened to catch by chance. I consider him a real treasure. So we can say the economy is improving. Do you know why? Well, someone like me can't understand difficult things. It's fine to just share your honest feelings. Well, I suppose it's because His Majesty the Emperor abdicated. Oh, the retired Emperor Father stepped down and the economy improved. Why is that? To be frank, even now I don't compare to Father at all. Father is the Empire's finest. No, among all the dynasties recorded in history, one of the greatest wise rulers. And yet the economy got better after he abdicated. What could that mean? Why did things improve after His Majesty abdicated? Well, the previous emperor was old, right? Which means it wouldn't be surprising if he suddenly passed away. That's true at that age. When the emperor dies, well, business suffers for at least half a year, sometimes even a full year. I understood. The death of an emperor is a significant event. Of course, orders are sent to the provinces, but more than that, in the capital city, being the emperor's seat, the entire city must mourn. Entertainment venues like taverns close completely. Meals become simple, stylish clothing is forbidden, and many prohibitions are enforced. Honestly, the capital temporarily comes to a complete halt. That's why people get prepared in advance. Even when that happens, they can survive. Everyone tightens their purse strings and saves carefully. I see, so when it's not the emperor, even if he dies, it doesn't affect things that badly. Exactly. The current emperor is young, so he's got decades left. With that peace of mind, people loosen their purse strings, I think. I understand. I nodded firmly. It was a line of thought I hadn't considered, but it made sense. Rulers, after all, succeed if they can reassure the people and give them hope for the future. This was a valuable insight. I had known about the ceremonial protocols regarding the emperor's death, but I hadn't imagined its impact on the people. Hearing this was a joy beyond expectation. We've arrived, sir. Thank you. I pulled some money from my pocket and handed it to the coachman. He took it and was surprised. Sir, this is a tip. Keep it. T-tip. Isn't this about 100? Strictly speaking, it was 1,000 lians, but I deliberately didn't correct him. As a ruler, as an emperor, hearing that story was worth far more than 1,000 lians. I need to think about the political impact more from multiple angles. I jumped off the carriage. The coachman was still frozen, but I didn't mind and walked briskly. The Sky Road, the main avenue in front of the palace, was sparsely populated. I headed straight for the palace's main gate and stood before the gatekeeper. Who goes there? The gatekeeper, startled, quickly bowed deeply. I apologize. I'm so sorry. Your diligence in duty is commendable. Tell them I wish to see the retired Emperor, Your Majesty, if he is still awake. Yes, sir, right away. The gatekeeper dashed inside. I waited there for a moment. Normally, it's unthinkable for the emperor to visit the retired emperor's palace like this, but since it hasn't been announced that I have returned to the capital, I thought this way was better. After a moment, the gatekeeper returned. He was panting, having tripped and fallen partway, crawling to me. The retired emperor, Your Majesty, will see you. I see. Thank you for your effort. I handed the gatekeeper about 10 lians in small change and entered. Perhaps due to the gatekeeper's report, several female court attendants appeared, waiting. "We will guide you." They were the female court attendants around Father. Even seeing me, the Emperor, they didn't overly defer but greeted properly according to etiquette. They then led me inside the palace. Following the attendants, I arrived at Father's study. It was a study he had used for official work previously, but after abdicating, the reports decreased while books increased. In that study, Father was reading a book. "Oh, you've come, Noah." I stepped forward and knelt. As Emperor, kneeling was only for Father, the retired Emperor, Your Majesty. Father accepted calmly, a smile spreading across his face. "Make yourself comfortable." "As you wish." I stood and faced Father directly. "I heard you restored the dragon vein successfully in Lyrat." "Yes, but not completely." Deciding on a sacrifice was excellent. Oscar would have agonized over it for 3 days. I was stunned. Sacrifice. It wouldn't be strange for Father to know I restored the dragon vein. The first attempt was a failure, so this is more recent. But using a sacrifice happened right before I rushed back to the capital at express speed. In other words, Father's information network, there are people who deliver information at express speed. I had been aware of Father's information network's strength since childhood, but I was rarely this surprised. I tried to hide my inner turmoil. Yes, I used death row prisoners because it was necessary. Noah, rulers sometimes face difficult choices, sacrificing one to save many or making many suffer to save one. An ultimate choice it is. Right, what would you do in that situation? Instinctively, I knew Father was testing me. I thought it over. Sacrifice one to save many. Sacrifice many to save one. Honestly, there is no correct answer. Either choice can be right or wrong, that's how it is. But from the Emperor's standpoint, if one can be sacrificed. That is my consideration. Even if it were me? I fell silent. We stared at each other. Father's face was serious. I thought further, if it benefits the people. Ha! Father let out a light laugh. It looked like relief. I'm relieved, as expected of Noah. It's not something to be praised for, I thought. Then Father dropped a bomb. If I could be sacrificed, I suppose anyone would be possible. I was even more shocked. As always, Father was incredible. Anyone, including Oscar. I knew Father's information network well enough. He certainly knows about Oscar's ambitions. In other words, Father was asking, if it comes down to it, could you cut Oscar off? Yes, I'm ready for that. I see, then good. Father's expression softened. He stood and clasped his hands behind his back, walking to the window, looking out the moon. You've surely already felt it. The Emperor has no self. Yes, meals are passed through multiple tasters and arrive cold. Even embracing a woman is recorded. Sleeping in and missing council meetings is unforgivable. If you fail, history will record you as incompetent or a tyrant. That's right. The Emperor has no I, only public. Therefore loneliness? Yes, Father's words carried the weight of experience. But with your talents, Noah, you will overcome it. He broke into a smile. His smile dispelled the heavy atmosphere. I will do my best to meet your expectations. I also dispelled the gloom and bowed politely. Well then, I haven't yet heard why you came. You must have heard from Father. I will personally lead the campaign. Is there something you want me to do? Yes, I want you to protect Sem. Oh, for a moment, Father laughed joyfully. His face was completely different from before, genuinely happy. He even looked up at the ceiling and laughed heartily. I see I'll make good use of him. I'm honored. Yes, good that you brought this to me, as expected of Noah. Father praised me once again. Sem, my son, the current crown prince. I later learned that Father decided to abdicate only after seeing Sem. Henry, Oscar, and I were a three-way stalemate, but Sem was the deciding factor. A good grandson promises the Empire's prosperity for 3 generations. Seeing Sem's high potential ceiling, Father decided to pass the throne to me. I understood the logic. Even I would do the same, choosing by looking not only at the son but at the grandson. Of course, Sem was made crown prince without revealing this. In other words, to Father, Sem is possibly more important than his own life. Who knows what might happen during my absence? But if I rely on Father, Sem's safety is absolutely guaranteed. Very well, I shall heed your request. Thank you. I bowed once again. One more worry was cleared. The personal military campaign is a major event. Thorough preparations are necessary. What I should do next, I was thinking hard. Late at night at the Oscar residence. A man appeared before Oscar who had already gone to bed. The man's name was Iscariot, one of Oscar's household retainers. A retainer visiting secretly late at night only happens for a reason. Suppressing his displeasure, Oscar faced Iska. They were near a table set up in Oscar's bedroom. Oscar was sitting. Iska knelt and bowed his head. What is it? His Majesty the Emperor is departing for campaign. And Oscar tried to stop himself from frowning. Iska continued. Departmentally, we will accompany him. Accidents may occur on the battlefield. Oscar's expression changed dramatically. Accidents on the battlefield. Of course, what Iska meant was deliberate incidents or simply being abandoned depending on the situation. Even so, it was a thought that never occurred to Oscar, the politician. A devil's temptation now fell upon Oscar. How was it so far? It was interesting. I want to know what happens next. I support you, keep updating. If you feel this way, please rate from the below the advertisement. If you strongly support me, please give 5 stars. If not so much, 1 star is fine. Even a little support encourages the author, so thank you. I've finished writing up to chapter 128 and will update them sequentially. I have responded to your summons, Your Majesty. Inside the office, I glanced briefly at the man who had just come in. The face across the desk was one I knew well. The 4th Prime Minister, Don Oates. He had once served under the Crown Prince, but later came under my command. His loyalty and abilities were considerable, so when I ascended the throne, I promoted him to 4th Prime Minister. Among those born and raised within the system, Evelyn is the most successful, but broadly speaking, Don is the one who's risen the highest. By now, he could almost be called my trusted confidant. Don had come to the office at my summons. I let him wait as I focused on the unfinished documents in front of me. They were letters to local magistrates, unrelated to the pressing issues of the moment, but still important governmental matters that I needed to concentrate on first. About a minute passed. During that time, Don said nothing, keeping his head bowed as he knelt on one knee. Since I wasn't interrupted, I finished the writing a bit earlier than expected and put down my pen. Then looking up, I said, "Relax." "Yes, Your Majesty." Don stood in response, but as was fitting before the Emperor, he faced me with a slightly stooped posture rather than a perfectly straight back. Not just Don, but about 90% of ministers who often meet the Emperor adopt this posture when facing him directly. Only princes at the Crown Prince level or higher tend to forego it. I didn't comment on this and directly moved to the main topic with Don. "There's something I want you to do." "Yes, whatever it is." "Do you understand the term knight candidates?" "Candidates, if I recall." Don furrowed his brow slightly, tilted his head, and thought for a moment. After about 10 seconds, he looked up and answered, "You mean those whom Your Majesty has supported since being the 13th Prince?" "That's right." I nodded and stood up. Touching the desk, I slowly walked around the edge. It started with Cheryl. After meeting her, I realized there were people in the city who hadn't passed the knight selection but who weren't lacking in strength or talent. Among them, some couldn't even afford travel expenses to return to their hometowns for next year's exam. I see. That's a waste. So I had those people gathered and provided them with basic needs of food, clothing, and shelter. Your Majesty's arrangements never ceased to impress me. Don looked me straight in the eyes with a face that said he understood the story and was awaiting the main point. I smiled faintly and, having finished the preamble, got to the point. "I want to hold something like a martial arts tournament for them." "A martial arts tournament, sir?" Don frowned. His expression showed he thought this was an odd idea at such a time. A martial arts tournament was essentially play. I was entering an important period preparing for a personal military campaign. Ordinarily, there should be no time for such games. But of course, I wasn't proposing this just for fun or frivolity. Meeting Don's gaze, I continued. "Yes, if possible, I want to hold it within 3 days and finish it the same day. I may be unworthy, but could Your Majesty please explain the reasoning? It's just a whim." I smiled again. Hearing it was a whim, Don's eyebrows twitched in surprise. "Among the knight candidates, there are some who have failed the actual selection once or twice." "Yes, the selection judges change their criteria according to their preferences each time. I don't interfere. For example, Shirley, whom I first appointed a knight, wouldn't have passed if the standard was military command ability." "Indeed. So even if they failed once or twice, they're not completely weak." "Yes, gathered from various regions, they're essentially the cream of the crop." Don said this, looking steadily at me. I continued, "I want to take them with me." "You mean forming a unit from those who win in the martial arts tournament?" "That's right." I smiled faintly. "If it weren't such a time, I'd have summoned them before me for one-on-one duels, naming the victors warriors with titles and forming a unit. Then it would be done in secret." "Yes, that's why the martial arts tournament. You handle it quietly behind the scenes. The format doesn't matter, just gather those who manage at least one victory." "As you command." Don bowed his head in understanding and agreement. I walked to the window, clasped my hands behind my back, and looked out. "If I may speak frankly, Your Majesty, would it not be simpler to just recall the Imperial Emperor's Guard?" "No, they cannot be recalled." I stated this firmly. The tone allowed no room for argument, and Don was surprised. "They must be kept separate from me." "I see." Don seemed to find this hard to understand. "The reason I sent the Imperial Emperor's Guard to Jessica's side is simple. Jessica is outside the Imperial capital, has military capability, and is trustworthy." Even if something changes in the capital, she won't be swayed and will use her troops for me. I glanced at a status display in the corner of my vision. Name, Noah Alarit, Emperor of the Empire. Gender, male. Level, 17 plus 1 over infinity. HP, C plus B Fire, E plus SS MP, D plus C Water. C plus SSS Strength, C plus S Wind, E plus C Endurance, D plus C Earth, E plus C Intelligence, D plus A Light, E plus B Spirit, E plus B Darkness, E plus B Speed, E plus B Dexterity, E plus C Luck, D plus C. I also passed Audrey's screening. Jessica is a woman devoted to me. There are few followers who would claim I will never betray you to me so soon after my enthronement. It makes sense if they have no rebellious intent at this moment, but people's hearts can change any time. Still, there are some who can be trusted absolutely. Jessica is one of them. So I sent my prized Imperial Emperor's Guard to her. I separated them from the capital, which has become a den of evil, as a trump card for a crisis. Don doesn't fully understand this. He's my trusted man and sharp with internal affairs, but not so talented militarily. He often can't grasp military arrangements like this. Well, that's to be expected. In any case, it will be a hastily formed unit, but I want to create it secretly in that way and take it with me. I understand perfectly. Don nodded his head in agreement. In that case, it is certainly the best possible strategy. Amazing, Your Majesty, I smiled softly. It's just a soldier selection, not a knight selection. Anyone could think of it. Yes, but to execute it immediately is possible only because Your Majesty has been cultivating talent daily. Indeed, I nodded slightly. I have always said people are treasures, and that has somewhat paid off. We've strayed from the topic. Anyway, I entrust you with holding the martial arts tournament. It doesn't have to be a martial arts tournament. You can decide the format. Yes, sir. Gather and have them fight, but keep the final step, forming the unit, a secret. Secretly? Yes, I nodded. That's the most important part. If it were just a personal military campaign, there would be no need for this. This is also part of countermeasures against Oscar, so I want to hide it as much as possible from Oscar's ears and eyes. Understood. I will notify the princes that it is my personal event. Do so. I turned and looked at Don with eyes full of praise. He didn't understand the military side, but he understood politics. Because I said secret, he associated it with something I wanted to hide. My trusted man understands that most things I want to hide now relate to Oscar. So I hide it from Oscar, but if I conceal everything from start to finish, it would raise suspicion. It's better to reveal some things carefully. I leave everything to you. I thought I could entrust it to Don. At night, I looked up at the night sky alone. Keeping others away, I stood in the garden, gazing upward. On a new moon night, the stars sparkled beautifully like a garden in full bloom. Clasping my hands behind my back, I watched them. Master, may I speak? Leviathan, it's rare for you to speak first. I formed a slight smile and asked in return. Leviathan, loyal to me, rarely spoke unless I called. He responded instantly but almost never initiated. Why are you doing such a roundabout thing? Roundabout? Everything you've done is pointless. You could just wield me and be done with it. No need to form such a unit. True, gathering those who wouldn't become knights won't match your strength, I chuckled. Once the demonic sword Leviathan, now awakened as Leviathan, his power had increased. If I wield Leviathan, I could exhibit power equal to at least 100 soldiers. In that case, Leviathan, do you get hungry? I do not have such biological concerns. Leviathan answered reluctantly but dutifully. His reaction was a bit amusing. He claimed not to have biological worries but showed emotion. That emotion itself was biological, but I didn't point it out. Instead, I explained my question's true meaning. Most humans feel that the first bite after hunger is the most delicious. Similarly, the first strike after being underestimated is the most effective. Certainly, wielding you alone can defeat 100, no, 1,000 soldiers. But wars don't end like that. If 1,000 isn't enough, then 10,000? Just a metaphor, I smiled. Leviathan's tone suggested this escalation to 10,000, no, 100,000, risking a major digression, so I stopped him preemptively. For example, during the rebellion in Almeria, you assassinated the ringleader with your power. That swiftly ended the rebellion and shocked everyone. In today's terms, that's equivalent to defeating 10,000. But because of that shock, countermeasures against long-range sniping were developed. If you hadn't acted then, your sniping would have ended this conflict as well. Leviathan fell completely silent. That incident when I was 6 was shocking. It was before he awakened, back when he was Leviathan. One day, a rebellion occurred in my fief of Almeria. The ringleader sent an assassin after me. The assassin wielded highly advanced cursed weapons. They were serious. But Leviathan perceived only the malice aimed at me, embedded in the curse, and pinpoint sniped the ringleader. He shot an enemy hundreds of kilometers away with magic and subdued the rebellion. It was unprecedented and astonishing. but it was so shocking that countermeasures were developed. Naturally, a method that lets someone snipe anywhere indefinitely won't be left unchecked. Everyone fears it and tries to counter. It was a kind of loophole, and loopholes get closed once found. Sniping no longer works on the rebels. This time we have to go directly. The first time you cut down 100 on the battlefield, people are surprised, but the 10,000 doesn't shock them much. I want to use that initial surprise at the most effective moment, so I want to surround myself with strong soldiers. Indeed, Master, I deeply regret my shallow thinking. Don't worry about it. I walked a bit, hands still behind my back. The starry sky no longer caught my eye. I was looking straight ahead but seeing nothing. Also, I can't act against Oscar now. I know, doing so would damage your reputation. Strictly speaking, it's father's reputation, but I ignored such fine points. And unless Oscar truly submits, many trials will come my way. I took a deep breath and continued. You are my trump card, one I've never used in battle. That's why I want to save your first strike for the moment of greatest effect. Do you understand? I asked Leviathan. After a moment of silence, he replied, As expected of my master, I am deeply impressed by your foresight despite wielding me. It's hard to say if that's true, but Leviathan is more intelligent than he seems. I trusted him. I smiled faintly and pulled a piece of paper from my pocket. It was a message from a spy I planted in Oscar's mansion. Following my father's example, I've planted spies everywhere, building an intelligence network. This was a report from one of them. It said Oscar's servant, Iska, secretly visited Oscar, just the fact of the visit. Utter incompetence, Leviathan remarked again. How did you find this? Interesting. Can't wait for the next part. Supporting you, keep up the updates. If you agree, please rate using the stars below the advertisement. 5 stars if you really support it, 1 star if not so much. Any feedback helps motivate the author, so thank you very much. I have scheduled posts up to chapter 128. If there are any suspicious movements, wouldn't it be logical to investigate thoroughly? Yet this report is so minimal. Ah, that was intentional. Intentional? Yes. Spies like these usually blend in with the servants without raising any suspicion. If a mere servant suddenly starts prying around because something caught their attention, that would arouse suspicion. They're not experts in infiltration or investigation. Then wouldn't it be better to use specialists? Master. For example, if I sent you to Oscar's mansion and ordered you to report everything you saw, do you think you could uncover any secrets? Impossible. I have too much presence. I'm not suited to probing secrets. Leviathan answered with a slightly sulky tone. He realized it too. My question was basically forcing him to admit something he couldn't do. Exactly, that's the point. Your view is extreme, but the same applies to specialists. A man like Oscar would never overlook an unnatural sense of unease emitted by such people. I see. That's why I ordered everyone I bought off to report exactly what they see and not dig any deeper. Instead, I create multiple channels. As I said this, I held up the second letter I had read, stacked on top of the first. It was a report from another servant, a gatekeeper. Oscar's people had serious looks when they entered but left with a smug expression. Although the contents are still unclear, I can infer the direction of the story. Impressive, Master. I didn't expect you to think this far. I smiled gently. I was glad Leviathan understood. At the same time, I read the 2 letters. Though the specific details were unknown, it was reasonable to suspect that Oscar might have been incited by someone among his household. Perhaps he was targeting me while I was away on campaign. I definitely wanted to keep my trump card, Leviathan, close at hand. At the same time, I felt a little frustrated. This intelligence network was a result of my own design. Even if the accuracy was low and the information from each source was limited, if multiple routes fed in, I could piece things together. I believed in covering quality with quantity. The advantage of this method is that when something happens, multiple reports arriving make it clear that something has occurred. A single report relying solely on quality often leaves lingering doubts about its authenticity, but receiving 5 or 10 reports based on quantity almost guarantees that something has indeed happened. I wonder what Father was doing. I had a deep respect for Father's ability to gather information. His network excelled in both quantity and quality, but above all, speed was incredible. I thought that if it were Father, he would have completely grasped Oscar's moves by now. But I still didn't know how Oscar would act. Perhaps he wouldn't move at all. Not knowing can sometimes be an advantage. I don't know if Oscar will truly act. Because I don't know, I can leave things ambiguous. I imagined Oscar's personality in my mind. Given his character, he'd likely hold back until he clearly knew the opponent's hand. Then, naturally, my own course of action would become clear. Looking up at the moonless night sky, I pondered how to increase the number of ambiguous cards in my hand. After refreshing myself in the garden, I returned to my office and resumed handling political affairs. The Emperor of the Empire is a busy person. I had some idea from watching Father, but after ascending the throne myself, I realized I had underestimated it. Being Emperor is 100 times busier than what I imagined as a commoner before reincarnation. There's no time for debauchery. Almost all my time is consumed by daily reports and instructions arriving from all over. I was processing those even now. In front of me was a letter from Evelyn, who was at Almeria's mansion. As expected from a servant who left my household, the letter showed she understood my policies well. I replied in red ink that everything was entrusted to her. "Your Majesty!" While I was doing this, one of the eunuchs spoke. Raising my head, I saw a young eunuch who looked like a boy beyond the desk. He knelt before me and looked up. "A face I haven't seen before. Your name?" "Ah, yes, I'm Luke." The young eunuch answered my question, a bit flustered. I put down my pen and wiped my hands with a nearby towel, asking further. "Luke, you're still young. Why did you become a eunuch?" "Why, yes, it's to pay for my sister's medicine." "I see." I nodded slightly. It wasn't an unusual story. Because eunuchs are castrated, it's customary to give a lump sum upon entry. That sum is often used as bait, almost deceptively, to recruit many. So many come from poor families, often the youngest who don't have to inherit, volunteering as eunuchs. For such households, that lump sum is definitely a fortune. I nodded, convinced that the boy was one of them. "So what's the matter?" "Ah, yes, a man named Neil is here." "Wait, you mean permission to see you? Audience?" "Yes, he's asking for an audience." "I see." "Let him in." I smiled slightly and said so. I found the young eunuch's awkwardness endearing and approved Neil's visit. Luke stood up, hurriedly turned, and left the office. After a short while, Neil entered. He stopped in front of my desk, knelt properly on one knee, and bowed. "Ha ha! Why, Your Majesty? Did something seem off?" "No, it's just that the boy earlier was new, so it's natural his speech and manners were rough. But you also seem uncomfortable with formalities." Neil blushed and gave a wry smile. "I'm just not used to this sort of thing." "That's fine. Where there are no strict elders around, etiquette is unnecessary." "That helps." Neil smiled and stood upright. I admired that he didn't overly humble himself. It was one of his virtues. "Neil Noble, the youngest son of Damien Noble, the Empire's strongest old general. Some time ago, when Damien recommended his sons for official positions, he did not recommend this youngest son, only the eldest, second, and fourth. Curious about why, I investigated. I found that unlike his brothers, this son possessed enough talent to excel without his father's patronage. People are treasures. Knowing this, I couldn't sit still. I went directly to recruit him. He had talent with the sword, but disliked strictness. I thought it would be a waste to force him into rigid etiquette, so I told Neil that manners were unnecessary. Leaning back deeply in my chair, I stopped my work and asked Neil, "So what brings you here today?" "I want to join the upcoming personal military campaign." "Want some glory, huh?" "To be frank, yes." "I see." I nodded slightly, looking at Neil. He was the kind of man least interested in glory or advancement. "I don't mind guarding that songstress. I'm more useful than the usual bunch." "Alice, you mean? I won't let her out of my sight, so that's fine." "I see." "Well," I pondered briefly. Neil was one of my more useful pieces. Name, Noah Laret, Emperor of the Empire. Gender, male. Level, 17 + 1 over infinity. HP, C + B Fire, E + SS MP. D + C Water, C + SSS Strength. C + S Wind, E + C Stamina. D + C Earth, E + C Intelligence. D + A Light, E + B Spirit. E + B Darkness, E + B Speed. E + B Dexterity, E + C Luck. D + C My loyalty is clear even from these stats. Moreover, my swordsmanship is formidable. It would be a waste not to place him in an effective position. After pondering, an image formed in my mind. "Then I have one thing I want you to do." "Oh, what is it?" "First, preliminary work. Go to the 4th Prime Minister and win as much as you can." "Win? What do you mean?" "Start with that. Meanwhile, I'll make preparations." Neil stared at me for a moment. "Just win as much as I can?" "Yes." "Understood." Neil nodded sharply, turned briskly, and left the office. His obedience and quick decision-making were a kind of talent. After seeing him off, I called out, "Someone!" Luke, the young eunuch, hurried in, almost slipping, and knelt before my desk. "Why, Your Majesty, you called? Bring the Minister of Military Affairs. I'll be in the garden. Escort him there." "Yes." Luke crawled out of the room quickly. I stood and left the room. Walking down the corridor, I headed to my destination. Soon, a female court attendant quietly came up and draped a shawl over my shoulders to shield me from the night breeze. Silently accepting it, I continued walking and stepped into the garden. The detached palace's garden was lit everywhere, even at night. Using the lights as a guide, I headed to the pond. The fairly large pond had an islet in the center, with a gazebo built on it. Inside the gazebo were stone chairs and a table, naturally blending into the island. I sat down in one of the stone chairs. Immediately, the attendant brought me tea. Iced cold tea cooled my overheated thoughts and refreshed me. I placed the cup on the stone table. The condensation from the ice dripped outside the cup. There were two small puddles of water, one where the attendant placed the cup and another where I put it down after drinking. Watching those, I waited about 30 minutes until Henry came rushing over. He crossed the bridge, landed on the islet, and knelt at the gazebo's entrance. "I, Henry Alaret, Prince of Military Affairs, have come in response to your summons." "Good, sit there. Bring tea for the Prince of Military Affairs as well," I told Henry and the attendant who guided him. She soon brought Henry tea, the same precious iced tea I was drinking. "Thank you. You may step back." "Yes." The attendant obeyed and withdrew. I casually gazed at the garden scenery while Henry watched her leave out of the corner of his eye. After she was gone, Henry turned to face me directly. He glanced at my cup and the two puddles. "Calling me out here, is this about some confidential matter?" Henry was quick to catch on. Walls have ears. When discussing secrets, the best place is an open, isolated spot like this garden island, where there's no one nearby to hide and eavesdrop. A sealed room is actually less safe. You can't know who might be listening outside the walls. An open place like this is ideal for secret talks. Though no longer common, centuries ago nobles played a game called hall ball. In an enormous field resembling a vast prairie, players struck a stationary ball with a stick, competing to get it into a hole 100 or several hundred meters away in the fewest hits. Popular as a sport, but because each course stretched hundreds of meters, it also meant you could be all alone with someone else in a vast arena. So anything said there wouldn't be overheard, making it an excellent place for secret talks. Like that, I chose this open place where no one could eavesdrop, and Henry understood instantly. "Your Majesty?" "Ah, sorry, I was just lost in thought." I flicked the partially drunk cup with my finger and met Henry's gaze again. "I want to ask you something. Does the Ministry of Military Affairs have any problematic people?" "Problematic?" Henry frowned, looking at me curiously. His expression said, "Why would you ask that?" "Anything will do, problematic people. Preferably about a unit's worth, but several will suffice." "If you mean a delinquent gang of about 100, what kind of people are they?" "They were originally close to bandits, but—" "Ah, that's fine. I don't intend to pry into details. I understand some things can't be said." "Thank you. What matters is whether they listen to you, Henry." "That's true," Henry pondered seriously. He realized this was an important question. "As long as they don't feel like disposable tools, most things will go smoothly." "Ha ha ha, simple folk. Are you giving them enough incentives?" "Reasonably so." "Good, then let me sweeten the deal too, 500 lien per person." "On their behalf, thank you." Henry stood, bowed respectfully, then sat again. "So what will you have them do? You know Neil, right? Neil, Noble's son?" "Yes, I'll have Neil take charge of them and send them into the shadows." I said this, and Henry's eyes widened in surprise. "Why is that?" "I'm polishing Neil's reputation now. If it goes well, he'll be the best disappearing into the shadows with the ministry's problematic people. Henry, what would you do?" "That is," Henry said, thinking again. While waiting for his answer, I traced the two puddles on the table, linking them with my fingertip. "I see, no one came before me." I smiled faintly. "Who do you think came?" "The fourth Prime Minister." "The Empress? Haha, exactly the opposite too." "Well, that figures." I laughed aloud, feeling a little amused. "Good thinking, Henry, including Audrey. Your Majesty, I'm impressed." Henry stood, bowed deeply. "There are only two reasons to use this gazebo with someone: discussing secrets or entertaining consorts. Since Henry was with me, this time it clearly was a secret meeting. But Henry also considered the possibility of the consort entertaining scenario. If it's not zero chance, it must be considered. That understanding made me even more amused. "Let's get back to the topic." "Yes. Increasing options makes the opponent suspicious." "Exactly. Neil will become a target of such suspicion as well. Even if he's just out sightseeing somewhere, people will suspect. The smarter they are, the more they can't stop considering possibilities. As expected of your Majesty, the opponent will surely become paranoid." "That would be helpful." I nodded and stood. Hands clasped behind my back, I turned and looked out over the pond. "I separated the Imperial Emperor's guard outside, but they're in the light. I want pieces placed in the shadows, known to exist, but with no details known. I want pawns hidden in darkness. People hesitate when they can't see. The smarter, the more so." I nodded slightly, agreeing with Henry. "Again, do you think that delinquent gang is suited for this role?" Still with hands behind my back, I turned my head to look at Henry over my shoulder. "Yes, they'll need some bait and ties to be managed. Leave that to me." "Understood, it's your responsibility." I faced forward, staring straight into the distance. Henry was silent, waiting for my next words. "How was it so far? Was it interesting? Japanese symbol are you curious about the continuation? Are you supporting me and encouraging updates? If so, please rate from the below the advertisement. If you strongly support me, 5 stars. If not, 1 star is fine. Even a little support encourages the author, so thank you very much." The conversation was over. But even though it was finished, without the Emperor's permission, a subject was not allowed to leave his seat at will. No matter how much it seemed like the discussion had ended, Henry could not move unless I said something. So Henry waited, I remained silent too, and a silence flowed between the two of us. After a while, I was the first to speak. "Henry, yes, your Majesty, do you think I am being roundabout? Your Majesty's deep wisdom and foresight are beyond our reach, brother," Henry gasped. Calling him brother was probably the first time since I ascended the throne. In this gazebo, where no one else could overhear us, I said it. "Do you think I am being roundabout?" "A little, yes," Henry answered quietly, leaving a slight hesitation. "You see, brother, I never desired the imperial throne, at least not until Albert stirred up trouble. Of course, after that I vaguely thought it, but still believed it would be brother Henry or brother Oscar who would take it. Yes, that's right, but father gave me the throne. Brother, hasn't father said something like this to you, that 90% of wise rulers tarnish their later years? 90% of wise rulers. Ah, I have heard something similar said in a roundabout way. I heard it directly, exactly those words. Father was deeply worried about that. Ah, Henry nodded clearly. Father was not only a tremendous warrior, but also had a literary temperament. Literary temperament? I was surprised to hear this appraisal for the first time and turned to Henry. Wonderful literary works need to be properly finished to the end. Ah, music is the same, I said, and Henry nodded. Alice's image floated into my mind. Though I don't understand literature well, Alice's singing always left a strong impression by allowing one to enjoy the afterglow. Henry continued, "Father was undoubtedly a 1-in-1,000-year wise ruler. If you think of his reign as a story, if it stumbles at the end, it's far worse than just a weak ending." That's right. That's why I can't let brother Oscar have the throne, nor can I allow a rebellion. Either of those would tarnish father's story. If absolutely necessary, there's always assassination. I shook my head. There is no plot that won't be discovered. No, even if it only becomes a rumor, it's no good. Sometimes people become ill. I was momentarily stunned. Henry meant a slow-acting poison that would make the death look like an illness, something like the Boynick's wine and Dragon's Claw that Gilbert tried to slip to father. There are poisons like that with even slower effects, but that's no good. If someone thinks they have little time left, they might act recklessly. You're thorough, thinking that far ahead. Henry's eyes widened in genuine surprise. Brother, do you know any good way? There's no choice but to keep walking the tightrope. For now, I smiled faintly. I turned around, then faced forward again. Just as Henry said, for now I have no choice but to keep walking the tightrope. I must continue threading the needle. I have already prepared the real and released the illusory. Next, I pondered a little. Both real and illusory have been set in motion. There's little more to do on top of that. Maybe it's best not to do any unnecessary things beyond this. Everything I have done so far has been to keep Oscar in check. It's a delicate balance. As an emperor who is away from the imperial capital, I must do a certain amount of things, and it's okay for the news to spread, but I mustn't provoke him unnecessarily. What to do? Maybe one more thing. Why, Your Majesty? You are Luke, right? Yes, I'm Luke. Brought back to reality by the voice, I looked and saw the young eunuch Luke kneeling on the bridge just outside the gazebo. What is it? There's a wind coming. Are you still here? Luke, a new eunuch, changed his speech mid-sentence. It was still not enough, but I just smiled softly and didn't point it out. He was new. Those things are naturally learned over time, no need to be harsh. It's fine, I'll stay a little longer here. You understood. Then do you want something warm to drink? I'll bring it. That's fine. Drinking too much makes me need to urinate. You understood? I stared at Luke for a moment. He looked up at me curiously. It was a little amusing. If it were an experienced eunuch or female attendant, they might worry, did I offend him? But inexperienced, Luke didn't. By the way, you volunteered to become a eunuch for your family, right? Yes. Did you ever think about running away? I read somewhere that about 70% of volunteers run away just before castration. I really needed the money. I think it was for your sister's medicine, right? Yes. Luke, still kneeling, looked up at me and nodded firmly. But you still didn't think of running away, I pressed further. To become a eunuch, castration is necessary. Castration means removing a man's reproductive ability, and lately the Empire has been practicing full castration, especially after I ascended. This isn't about me personally. When a new emperor ascends, especially to keep bloodlines pure, new eunuchs undergo full castration. Everything from the penis to the testicles is removed. For example, with father, during the late days of the previous emperor, when the successor was somewhat decided, only testicles removal was required in some cases. Full castration is something that would naturally make anyone hesitant, especially after the explanation, but still, this boy stayed firm. That caught my attention. My sister is alive and living happily. That is something I absolutely cannot give up. Something you absolutely cannot give up, huh? I see. How is your sister now? She's improved somewhat, still needs medicine, but barely manageable with my salary. I see. Bring me pen and paper. Yes, Luke hurried off. After a while, he brought pen and paper. I took them and wrote down what was necessary. After writing everything, I used the imperial seal I always carry and signed at the bottom. I handed it to Luke. Take this. W, what is this? Show it to the court physician. They will be able to treat your sister. EA, the treatment will be better than from a civilian doctor. T, the court physician, you mean the one who treats your majesty? Yes. No way. I can't afford that kind of money. Ha ha ha, that's a fresh response. Huh. Even as emperor or as prince, I've never heard anyone say I can't pay after receiving a gift from above. Rest assured, no money will be taken. It's just a whim. Luke was stunned, then suddenly prostrated himself on the ground. Thank you very much. Name, Noah Alarit, Emperor of the Empire. Gender, male level. 17 plus 1 over infinity. HP C plus B fire, E plus SS, MPD, plus C water, C plus SSS strength, C plus S wind, E plus C stamina, D plus C earth, E plus C intelligence, D plus a light, E plus B spirit, E plus B darkness, E plus B speed, E plus B dexterity, E plus B luck, D plus C. Looking briefly at the status, the numbers after the plus had risen a little. As always, I knew this was proof that loyalty had been pledged, something Luke could never give up. Because I touched on that point, he pledged loyalty. Your Majesty? Oh, it's nothing. More importantly, call Oscar. Why, yes, Luke hurried off. After watching his back, I stood on the gazebo, staring toward the opposite shore. Something absolutely not to give up, huh? I waited for a while. Oscar arrived in roughly the same time as Henry did. Oscar crossed the bridge straight and knelt at the gazebo's entrance. I have come in response to your summons, Oscar at your service. Good. Come here and sit. Yes, Oscar complied and entered the gazebo. Still, he didn't sit before me. I turned to face him and waited for him to sit, and then he bowed slightly and sat respectfully. After we both sat, Luke brought tea. He placed it politely in front of each of us and stepped back. Oscar looked puzzled, watching Luke's retreating figure. What is it? Oh, nothing. I just felt that eunuch's attitude was different from ordinary eunuchs. Oh, you noticed that well. I try to be careful around eunuchs. Ah, that's good. I have been fortunate with the Empress and haven't had to deal with it, but apparently you can guess the Imperial Palace's mood from the eunuch's expressions. Indeed, Your Majesty, that is correct. Oscar smiled faintly and bowed slightly while seated. Eunuchs mainly care for the palace, so they are greatly affected by moods. Ah, I've heard of cases where eunuchs were terribly scared and that led to discovering the consort's misdeeds. Exactly. Good, I nodded slightly. Whether emperor or prince, there is less time spent at home. Naturally, empresses, consorts, and princes' wives spend more time with female court attendants and eunuchs. That's why eunuchs are castrated, to prevent mischief. And when the women do bad things, even though they can act calm, the eunuchs tend to show fear or anxiety in their behavior. From that one can sense many things. Therefore, detecting changes in the eunuchs assigned to the palace is an important task. I heard that eunuch's sister is ill, so I assigned a court physician for him. That's probably why. Your Majesty is amazing. I must also learn from you, Oscar said solemnly. Is that so? The more favor you earn, the more allies you gain within the palace. Simply detecting early on that women have formed an alliance makes a big difference. Sounds difficult. When women seriously unite, men don't stand a chance. Ha ha, no doubt. Oscar and I laughed together. After a good laugh, I shifted the topic with a now then. How did you find it so far? Was it interesting? Are you curious about what happens next? Are you supporting me and hoping for more updates? If so, please rate this work using the stars below the advertisement. If you really support it, give 5 stars. If not, 1 star is fine, rate as you feel. Even a little support encourages the author, so thank you very much. During this personal military campaign, I expect I won't be able to return for at least half a year. Therefore, I want Oscar to take on an important task. What is it? You will be the examiner for this year's night selection. Night selection? Oscar frowned. Just moments ago, he had been smiling cheerfully, but now his expression changed completely. I understand how you feel. Normally, the examiner for night selection would be a prince with more free time. No, that's not at all. It's fine. In peacetime, that would be correct. Yes, Oscar nodded solemnly. It seemed he understood the meaning behind the word peacetime. Everything is like that. The approach in peacetime and in emergencies is completely different. Of course, Oscar understood the reasoning, and from my way of speaking, he sensed I was about to discuss an emergency. I will humbly accept your orders. Good. So, how should the selection be conducted this year? I leave the method to you, but eliminate all those who are competent. Eliminate. All of them? Yes. If you need a cover, you may accept large bribes from the incompetent ones. I will write a note now stating that this is my order. Why would you ask for such a thing? Of course, I'm not simply telling you to reject them. Yes, Oscar nodded slightly. His expression said that much was obvious. After eliminating the useful ones, consult with Henry and place them in positions suited to their talents. For the expedition? Yes, I nodded firmly. Looking Oscar straight in the eyes, I continued seriously. I don't know how this campaign will turn out. It's better to have more pieces on the board. In that case, wouldn't it be better to conduct the usual selection process first, without letting the other side suspect? That's also why Henry shouldn't do it. If the Minister of Military Affairs Henry openly handles it, suspicions will arise. That's why it must be you. If you do it, it becomes a cover for internal affairs. I see. Oscar nodded slightly and assumed a thoughtful expression, deep in contemplation. I waited silently to not interrupt his thought process, letting him speak of his own accord. After about 10 seconds, Oscar looked up and met my gaze steadily. Then wouldn't Dustin be more suitable than me? The 10th Prince? I was a little surprised and looked at Oscar. The 10th Prince, Dustin, is my older brother. Outwardly, he's just known as a huge womanizer, but I believe he is a capable man of a different type than Henry or Oscar. Yes, I'm somewhat in the spotlight. Wouldn't Dustin, who holds no office, be better than me who does? And Dustin is known for his womanizing. If used as camouflage, he's more suitable. With Dustin, your Majesty could give verbal instructions discreetly without leaving anything in writing, and he would understand. Haha, your evaluation is high. I said this, and Oscar sighed. Sometimes I find it frustrating. For a prince to have such ability but use it only for womanizing is questionable. I nodded. I see. Oscar interpreted it that way. Well, naturally. Oscar wouldn't say to my face, "You're pretending not to care about the imperial throne." I sensed from the atmosphere that deep down, Oscar had the same assessment as I did. I thought further about Oscar's proposal. There was also Cheryl to consider. I decided to entrust it to Dustin as Oscar suggested, for the true purpose. Understood. I will accept your advice. I will call Dustin later and explain. You will be the fallback for those who are rejected. As you wish. Oscar bowed his head. Watching him bow, I recalled that the primary purpose of calling Oscar here was to keep the story consistent. Oscar has ears and eyes within the court. Although the contents of my conversation with Henry in the gazebo could not be conveyed, the fact that we talked was known. If I only spoke with Henry, suspicions and doubts would arise, but if Oscar also spoke with me, no issues would remain. In other words, both Henry and Oscar were summoned and had confidential talks. Within my court, Henry and Oscar are my two arms. If I only confided in one, the other would make all sorts of assumptions. Normally that might be fine, but now I cannot have Oscar harboring suspicions. Therefore, I summoned Oscar to maintain consistency. This creates hesitation in Oscar. In an extreme scenario, even if Oscar harbors rebellious thoughts until he dies, it doesn't matter. As long as those thoughts don't cross a certain threshold and turn into actions, that's enough. Hesitation acts as shackles and makes one hesitate to act. In extreme cases, that's sufficient. Then I will take this matter to Dustin. W8, Prince Your Highness, just step back. Don't worry, you won't be punished. With the matter settled for the moment, a commotion could be heard from afar. Looking toward the noise, a man and several women were approaching from the palace. The man was elderly but vigorous, his stride and movements rivaling those of young men. In fact, the eunuchs desperately trying to intervene around him appeared frail in comparison. They circled around the pond, stepped onto the only bridge, and came toward us. I apologize, Your Majesty, the report was delayed. A eunuch suddenly prostrated himself on the bridge. Enough, stand down. Yes, Your Majesty. When I said so, the eunuchs remained prostrated but slowly crawled back along the path they had come, like animals on all fours. What remained was a well-dressed elderly man. No more than that, the man radiated overwhelming presence. Prince Lay Indra, an upper-ranked prince with the title Lay. He was the grandfather of my lawful wife, Empress Audrey. Indra, unprince-like in demeanor, wore a well-tailored but casually disheveled outfit and carried his trademark golden gourd. As soon as Indra entered the gazebo, he sat beside me and patted my shoulder. Hey kid, been well? WH what? Oscar, who had been seated, widened his eyes and bristled. Lord Indra, isn't that a bit too rude? Ha, getting worked up only shortens your lifespan, hey kid. Ha, that's true. Your Highness. Oscar now turned his frustration toward me. I understood what he wanted to say. Normally, for the Emperor of the Empire, such behavior would be considered the crime of lèse-majesté and punishable by beheading. Enough! But I said it's fine, and besides, the crime of lèse-majesté is a private accusation. Understood. When the law was mentioned, Oscar relented. He knew that ever since I was a prince, I upheld the law but allowed some flexibility within its bounds. Knowing this, Oscar had no choice but to back down. You're young. Why not live without so much pretense like me? I'll pass on that. By the way, Prince Lei, what brings you here all of a sudden? Indra and Oscar, and rather Oscar, who was angrily one-sided, were in a heated exchange, so I decided to intervene. I thought if I left it as is, the matter would escalate terribly. When I cut in, Indra, cheerful as ever, suddenly slapped his hand as if remembering something. "Oh, right, today I came to give the kid a little lecture." "A lecture?" I tilted my head, wondering. From the corner of my eye, I saw Oscar's eyebrows twitch slightly, so I thought it best to take control of the conversation. Interrupting the Emperor could be seen as disrespect. "Is there something lacking?" "Oh, there is, don't you see? If not, I'll tell you, you've got too few consorts in your harem." "Ah," I nodded slightly. I had noticed that myself without Indra having to say it. "I understand that, but why would Prince Lei say it? Audrey is the Empress Dowager." You govern the empire, the realm. Likewise, the Empress must govern the harem and act as the Empress Dowager." Audrey said something similar. "Indeed. Hey kid, if your harem is too small, how do you think Audrey will be remembered by future generations?" They'll write about her being jealous or an evil woman." "Would that really happen?" I smiled wryly. "That's how it is, you can't shut people's mouths. It's the same with history books." "I see. I can't let my granddaughter be written about like that, right?" I understood. Indra had come to complain for his granddaughter Audrey. Prince Lei Indra is known for being free-spirited and bold, but when it comes to his granddaughter, he is no different from any other man. "I understand your point, but isn't that overthinking it?" "No, Your Majesty, Prince Lei is correct." "Oh," I looked at Oscar, a little surprised. Oscar, who had been almost shooting sparks from his eyes moments ago, now supported Indra's point. "In our empire, Elizabeth, Angela, and previously Julie are examples of this. All considered evil women or evil empresses. Yes, they share traits, jealousy, and the mass purging of the harem. So Audrey might be written about the same," I said, and Oscar nodded firmly. "There's also the matter of heirs and dignity. Your Majesty should enhance your harem." "Enhance the harem, huh? To put it plainly, we want you to behave more like an emperor in that regard. This is also a suggestion from someone who manages the imperial household." "And besides," after Oscar finished speaking, Indra continued, "since earlier Indra and Oscar took turns attacking me in perfect harmony like longtime partners. For example, imagine if 10 years from now your father suddenly distanced himself from women. What would people think?" "My father?" I frowned and thought. "My father's womanizing is famous. He has dozens more consorts than I do, with over a dozen sons and dozens of daughters. Even after abdicating and becoming the retired emperor, he still keeps his consorts close. If he suddenly distanced himself from women—" "Health," I said, and Indra and Oscar nodded firmly. "Right, people would think the emperor's health is failing, so he's abstaining from women." "If that happens, the surrounding barbarian tribes would start a commotion, sensing opportunity." "Exactly. Whether the emperor is a womanizer or can still embrace women is one of the external barometers." "I see," I nodded quietly. "If you're the emperor, there are many things to consider." Only Indra and I remained in the gazebo. Oscar said he would go to Dustin and left. We watched his retreating figure. Was he always that quick to anger? I thought he was a bit more calm." Indra said that, tilting his head in curiosity. "Probably because it's about the emperor." Indra looked at me. I gazed toward where Oscar had gone, staring off as if seeing beyond. I just realized it. Things that hadn't come together before suddenly took shape in words. "Oh, Oscar believes the emperor must be absolute." I refrained from saying that he admires me for it. Because he views the emperor as absolute, he cannot tolerate a prince like Indra speaking so familiarly to the emperor, or that the emperor neglects his harem. That's why after getting angry with Indra, he agreed with Indra's argument. When I told Indra this, he nodded. "Impressive, kid, you see through that?" I gave a wry smile. If I'm saying that Indra probably understood long ago, I felt like Indra was testing me a little. "Don't be shy, kid. It's my true feeling." It's rare to find someone who can see the consistent true feelings behind seemingly contradictory behavior. You're amazing, really. Ha. Lately, I've only been thinking about Oscar, but that's fine. More importantly, Prince Lei's expression suddenly changed. "I truly understand why you don't expand your harem." My heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean by that?" That's more like it. That's the spirit." Indra slapped my shoulder with a cheerful smile. "If you were going to spill the beans just because someone threw a little bait, you wouldn't last as emperor." I gave a wry smile. I didn't dislike Indra's frank way of speaking, but since he had just hit me right where it hurt, it was a bit hard to take at the moment. That guy too, if he hadn't had so many kids, maybe there wouldn't have been so many problems. Huff. That one word made me realize Indra's words weren't just a trap, and with a white flag in mind, I let out a small sigh. Seeing that, Indra smiled broadly. "You think so too, right?" I have no comment. Don't want to hear bad-mouthing about your old man, but I'm his uncle, so I figure a little scolding is fine. I smiled even more wryly. Indra was just way too straightforward. If someone else were here, someone like Oscar, I'd probably be fuming again. If Oscar were here, something nagged at me in my mind, but Indra didn't give me time to ponder. He went on. Albert and Gilbert. Their mischief was mainly because that guy stuck around too long, but also because there were too many children, and among the younger brothers, many were more capable than they were. Isn't that right? Might be. Albert, Gilbert, Henry, Oscar, and the kid. Future generations will probably call it the struggle for succession among the 5 princes. That's not a very flattering way to put it. That fight over the throne still continues. Even after the kid took the throne, so it's no wonder he wants to reduce the number of kids. He's one of them after all. I sighed again. It had been a while since something hit me this deeply, so the sigh came naturally. I am no match for the late emperor. If I could control the family strife that even he couldn't handle before it erupts, that would be best. I understand the reason. I'm not going to scold you. Really? I just want you to handle Audrey well, that's all. Understood. I promise. When I said that, Indra looked pleased and patted my shoulder happily. That's the way, man. If the kid ever says he'll do his best, I'll have to knock some sense into him, even though he's technically the emperor. Ha ha, I've kicked your old man's ass before. This is nothing new. That's true. I was a little troubled, but laughed along with Indra. Honestly, having someone like Indra around was a blessing. Being emperor is lonely. Father used to say that, and I'm beginning to feel it myself. The people around you either treat you with caution or expect you to act a certain way, and honestly, it can be suffocating. So having someone like Indra who doesn't care about titles is invaluable. Hey kid, let's have a man-to-man talk. Man-to-man? I tilted my head. It felt a bit strange so late in the game. I get why you don't want more kids. Political considerations, I understand. If I were in your shoes, I might do the same. He paused, then suddenly changed the subject completely. But still, you're a man, right? Aren't you not getting enough action with the ladies? Ha, do you really think so? I gave a vague answer. My tone had become completely informal, almost like when I was a child prince when I first met Indra. That's too few. So tell me, how many women have you been with so far? That is 3, right? Why do you know that? Never mind, I guess you do. I was about to ask how he knew, but stopped midway. The emperor's private affairs are all recorded. When and where, who he was with, all recorded by the Ministry of Internal Affairs through the eunuchs. The emperor is lonely, but also has no privacy whatsoever. Of course, this information isn't public to commoners, but for a prince like Indra, the empress's grandfather and bearer of the lay title, this information is easy to obtain. Your old man, me, and all of your brothers have had our share of women, more than you actually, and looking back at history, what you've had is surprisingly few. Kid, do you know what true love is? Huh, the sudden change of topic caught me off guard. The conversation had shifted wildly from one thing to another. I thought for a moment and answered with the one I thought was correct out of 2 possibilities. True love, you mean the kind between noble and commoner? That's right. True love between royalty and common people is different. For nobles, marriage is a duty, not something they can freely decide. When I heard you didn't even know Audrey's name at first, I thought, what a remarkable boy. It's a duty after all. Honestly, even if you had a penchant for men, you still married Audrey and had children, right? That's the duty of a noble, I answered without hesitation. Yes, that's the duty of a noble. Nobles marry for family alliances or politics and must produce offspring. As Indra said, even if I like men, I have to fulfill my duty with Audrey and have children. That applies to princes and even more so for emperors. So noble marriage is said to have no love, and true love exists only between different social classes. It's a classic theme in plays. The official spouse is often the obstacle to true love. That's why I thought you'd have mistresses or something, but there's not even a sign of that. Huh. Hey, aren't you interested in that sort of thing? Not exactly uninterested, but I was unsure how to answer. I'm a man, so I can't say I have no interest in those things. Physically, I'm at my prime now, maybe even stronger than in a past life. So I definitely can't say I'm not interested. But I believe my first duty is to fulfill the emperor's responsibilities passed down from the late emperor. That's a rare way of thinking, is it? Not just women, don't you have any personal desires? Personal desires? Again, the topic shifted slightly. Yeah, of course I do. For example, I wasn't sure how to answer. When I thought about my personal desires, nothing came to mind immediately. See, you don't have any. It's not that I don't. I gave a wry smile for 2 reasons. 1, because he decided I had none. 2, because I couldn't answer on the spot. Indra clapped his hands and grinned at me. All right then. Huh. When you return from your triumphant return, I'll teach you how to have fun. Have fun? Yeah, the noble way of having fun. That sounds scary. I couldn't imagine it at all. What Indra said wasn't entirely off the mark. I could imagine noble duties, but not noble ways of having fun. I thought for a bit and nodded. All right. If there really is a noble way of having fun that I don't know, it might be good to learn it. By the way, Indra looked at me with a curious expression. I remember my brother-in-law is about the age for his first battle. Brother-in-law? Oh, Ethan. Yeah, he's about time for that. I'll arrange it and make it grand. When I said that, Indra's eyes widened in surprise. Imperial royal family members are required to have their first battle sometime after turning 10. Nowadays, they fight in nests of monsters bred and controlled by humans. Completing this successfully marks a man as mature. Ethan, Audrey's younger brother and therefore my brother-in-law, was about that age but hadn't yet done his first battle. Normally, the Emperor wouldn't concern himself with a collateral prince's family like Indra's, but since it was Audrey's younger brother, the thought lingered in my mind. I proposed it to Indra. Will you set it up? Yes, grandly. One know maybe about 2,000 men? Ha ha. Indra stared at me for a while, then burst out laughing. Then he patted my shoulder again happily. Wow, kid, you're planning to use me like that, huh? I haven't said anything yet. You've already become Emperor again without noticing. Indra laughed even more cheerfully. You were Emperor all along? That's true, but I'm still human. If my grandfather wants to watch his grandson's first battle up close, then humanly I want to make that happen. Ha ha, all right. I'll personally lead about 3,000 men to watch over him. I looked at Indra and slightly nodded. First battles usually take place near the imperial capital. If Indra wants to watch, that means he'll be near the capital. He said he'd lead 3,000 men. In other words, while I'm away, 3,000 soldiers loyal to me will be stationed near the capital. That's a relief. I need every bit of military strength I can get. Normally, an emperor wouldn't worry about these things while on campaign. Father, the late emperor, had marched many times, but as far as the records show, he never did what I am doing. I wanted to know how the wise ruler, my father, did it, and I researched, but found almost nothing, which was disappointing. After thinking about it, I realized why. Father had no political rivals. Despite being the third son, most of his brothers died young. The second son, father's elder brother, was sickly and blind in one eye by the time father ascended. So there was no one to contest the throne. On the other hand, father's children had more than 10 sons who lived, all healthy. And most importantly, humans tend to follow precedents for better or worse. If there's no precedent, they won't think of something, but once it exists, it becomes an option. In just over a decade, there were 2 attempts at usurping the throne. The former Crown Prince Gilbert and the Crown Prince and second Prince Albert. Both were dealt with in secret, but those in the know knew. Those close to the throne, especially princes, knew everything. That means in this era, usurping the throne is on the table as an option. So unlike my father, I have to worry about rebellion and usurpation during campaigns. That's why I want as many soldiers on my side as possible. I looked at Indra. The reckless and free-spirited Prince Lay, he liked me. And we were relatives. Indra's granddaughter was my main wife, Empress Audrey. By logic and by feeling, Indra was an ally. I nodded slightly and looked Indra straight in the eye. Will you take on this request? Are you sure? Huh, I was surprised he asked. I didn't expect him to question me after all this. What do you mean? I don't mind, but isn't that too provocative? The message should be more than clear. I looked up at the sky outside the gazebo. I understood what Indra meant. He wanted to confirm firmly. Indra was known as a wild prince and a controversial figure, but he was definitely capable. Otherwise, the emperor wouldn't have bestowed the Lay character upon him. He seemed fully aware of what was going on between me and Oscar. I've placated him and even made him regent. The message should be clear. If he stays put, I'll rely on him. Otherwise, all preparations will kick in. Won't that leave you dissatisfied if he changes his mind? Indra said that, and I looked at him. Law regulates and punishes actions. Huh. What are you talking about suddenly? Thinking something isn't against the law. Even if someone wants to tear me apart inside their heart, if they don't act, say it, or show it, it's not a crime. Same with Oscar. If he holds back, it doesn't matter what he thinks inside. I paused, then continued. There are 2 things I've learned so far. What are they? Oscar is an indispensable asset to the Ministry of Finance, and even if he aims for the throne, he uses his abilities for the Empire's good. Like poison, you're willing to drink it as long as it doesn't kill you? I nodded. Indra's analogy was apt. Oscar is indeed poison now. But it's mixed in with the feast, separating it is impossible, so I have to be prepared to drink it. Incredible, kid, you've got that much insight? I gave a slight smile. Of course it's better if there wasn't any poison. Then don't drink it. But Oscar is necessary for the Empire. On that you and the kid agree, huh? Indra said, surprising me a little, but I quickly accepted it. Indeed, for the sake of the Empire, Oscar and I are on the same page. So if Oscar had taken the throne from the start, there wouldn't have been any problems. I can't abdicate because I want to protect Father's judgment. I remembered a conversation with Father. Even the wise ruler emperor, Father said, 9 out of 10 tarnish their legacy. To avoid making his abdication a mistake, I couldn't hand the throne to Oscar or allow rebellion. A tightrope act of days seemed to continue. As I thought this, I said a hypothetical. Ha ha, I wonder about that. Huh, if Oscar had the throne, Henry would have rebelled instead. I couldn't argue back. Well, there's no point in what if. Indra patted my shoulder and stood up straight. Leave things to me. I'm counting on you. Indra grinned and turned away. As he crossed the bridge, waving his hand behind him, he looked reliable. Watching Indra's back, I thought again about that nagging feeling during the conversation. I had put it off while talking, but reconsidered. Something I can't give up, about Oscar. He seemed to think the Emperor must be absolute above all else. That creates a contradiction, I muttered to myself while sipping my cold tea. If he truly believed the Emperor was absolute, the idea of usurping the throne would never arise. But that's what makes humans human. No matter how much they cling to something, there's always some exception. A person who strictly obeys principles from start to finish isn't really human, so I thought further. For Oscar, the principle that the Emperor is absolute is certain. The question is, how many exceptions does he allow? Summon the first Prime Minister. I called a eunuch and gave the order. Name, Noah Laret, Emperor of the Empire. Gender, male. Level, 17+1 over infinity HP, C+B Fire, E+SS MP. D+C Water, C+SSS Strength. C+S Wind, E+C Stamina, D+C Earth, E+C Intelligence, D+A Light, E+B Spirit, E+B Darkness, E+B Speed. E+B Dexterity, E+B Luck, D+C. In the corner of my vision, my status displayed itself. How was it so far? Was it interesting? Are you curious about the next part? Supporting me, keep up the updates. If so, please rate me with stars below the advertisement. If you really support me, give 5 stars. If not, 1 star is fine. Even a little support encourages the author, so thank you very much. Night, after finishing the conversation with the first Prime Minister Jan, I summoned the 4th Prime Minister Don to the office. I instructed Don to prepare for the first battle of Indra's grandson. Don's eyes sparkled as he listened to the entire story. Your Majesty, this is incredible, to be able to instantly use Prince Lei's visit in this way. I wonder about that. Don was surprised. He widened his eyes and stared at me with a look of astonishment. What do you mean by that? I can't shake the feeling that Prince Lei came here for that very reason. For that reason? Think about it, why would Prince Lei come to me at this exact timing? Well, it's for Her Majesty the Empress. Indeed, it wouldn't be odd for Indra to do that. Usually uninterested in politics, he reigns over his fief, enjoying life to the fullest. So he came to complain about his granddaughter without hesitation, even to me, the Emperor. It fits his character. But you know that is Prince Lei? A prince with the title Lei. I don't say his attitude was entirely fake, but I believe there's at least some act of playing the figurehead. True, despite his wild appearance, his governance of the fief has rarely caused any problems. More than that, if you investigate carefully, he governs more skillfully and logically than any other prince. Don nodded solemnly. I let out a small smile. It wasn't really a complicated matter. People like Indra are either truly incompetent or highly capable but pretending otherwise. And to me, Indra didn't look incompetent at all. So the answer naturally followed. I couldn't believe Indra came just to talk about Audrey, at least not at this timing. That's why he came, I just went along with it. As expected, Your Majesty, Don bowed deeply. To instantly read Prince Lei's intentions, who came without warning, and to respond in the best possible way. More importantly, prepare everything, understanding his intentions. Yes, Your Majesty, Don bowed and left. I was left alone in the office. After seeing Don out, an older eunuch entered. Your Majesty, what are your wishes for tonight? Nothing again tonight. As you wish. For a moment, I couldn't understand what he meant. But soon I realized he was asking, who will be your company tonight? The Emperor's nighttime companions are strictly recorded in official documents, so usually the eunuchs ask for preferences and arrange accordingly. Once a literati mocked the Emperor's harem as no different from a brothel, and now that I was Emperor, I understood why. Of course, I wasn't in the mood, so I declined. I stood up and left the office. As I stepped out, the eunuch from earlier asked from the side, "Where to?" "To the library. If someone comes, send them to me." "As you wish." Leaving the eunuch there, I began walking. Soon, a young eunuch followed behind. Unlike the older eunuch in management, the young eunuch acted more like a messenger or errand boy. Accompanied by this young eunuch, I walked down the empty corridor toward the library. When the Emperor walks, the halls are basically empty. The rationale is that it would be unthinkable to obstruct the Emperor's path, so when the Emperor moves, everyone is notified to avoid crossing paths. But the reality is a little different. More accurately, it started for a different reason. I glanced back at the young eunuch trailing me. I recognized his face. "So it's Luke." "Why, yes, I'm Luke." I gave a slight nod. The young boy who became a eunuch to pay for his sister's medicine. How's your sister? Has the court physician already visited? Why, yes, after I spoke, he went immediately. And? Luke began to shed large tears. The worst scenario flashed through my mind. One common pattern is a terminal illness with no chance of cure, but the doctor tries to milk money by giving false hope and charging endlessly for treatments and medicine. I thought that might be the case. What happened? She'll recover. Oh, the doctor said my sister will recover, absolutely will recover. Ha, is that so? I looked up at the ceiling and laughed heartily. If she's going to recover, then there is no problem. The one I sent was the court physician, and the one who sent him was me. In other words, it was an imperial edict. From the doctor's perspective, failing to save her might mean losing his head. Even difficult diseases will be treated with all their might, so for a reasonable illness, there's no need to worry. It was irreversible that he'd been castrated for his sister's sake, but at least she would survive. Feeling pleased with this acceptable outcome, I suddenly became curious about Luke. That youthful eunuch's youthfulness caught my attention. Luke, why yes? Luke wiped his tears and quickly responded. Have you ever received a bribe from anyone? I glanced back again while walking. Luke was so surprised he stopped, eyes wide and mouth agape. I teased him a little. What, have you ever received one? No, absolutely not. Really? Really? Luke hurriedly ran closer to me. Then with a sudden move he prostrated himself, raising only his face, pleading strongly with his eyes. I have no opportunity to meet great people at all. Even if they're not the big shots, there must be some, right? Well, haven't the female court attendants ever talked about such things? What do you mean? Luke looked confused. When I first said bribe, he reacted so strongly it seemed like he was going to faint. Then when I mentioned female court attendants, he looked puzzled. He understood the first part, but not the latter. I thought maybe he truly hadn't encountered such things. Chuckling softly, I asked Luke again. I mean, have any female court attendants ever asked you to pass along information about when and where I might be? No, they haven't. What's wrong? Well, maybe that's what it was. What? Yes, there was a female court attendant who asked my older sister that. I don't know if she was receiving money. I see, that means she's getting some. Why, yeah, Luke gave a half-hearted reply. Though it wasn't related to him, he seemed baffled but no longer frightened or panicked. By the way, many eunuchs, partly because of their castration, refer to each other not as brothers but sisters. This idea stems from the concept that the emperor is the only man in the harem. So that's how it is? It's common. If one catches my favor and becomes beloved, they can rise quickly from lowly female court attendants to consorts. For that reason, knowing my movements is important. It's profitable, you know. My movements? Why, yes, if someone offers you such a thing, take it. What? Luke screamed in surprise. No, I can't do that. Don't jump the gun, just take it. You can even tell them whatever you know they want to know. But, however, I sharply interrupted Luke. He noticed the change in my tone and choked on his words. Remember who gave it to you and what you said. Report it properly to me. I understand. Good. Satisfied with his reply, I gave a small nod. After all, this young boy was clever. He understood that this was a sort of imperial edict, something he must obey, and accepted it immediately. Moreover, he was flexible in thinking. If he were foolish or stubborn, he would have kept protesting endlessly. The more eyes and ears, the better, and since Indra's excuse for bringing up Audrey was logically sound, I thought it best to keep track of the female court attendants' movements. Having settled that, I resumed walking. I brought along the hurriedly standing Luke and arrived at the library. Wait here. Why, yes. Leaving Luke there, I entered the library. Among thousands of books packed closely together, I headed to the familiar section. It was the area where historical records were kept. Let's see, there should be something about the Parwar Empire. Muttering to myself, I pulled out a book recording the history of the Parwar Empire, which dominated the land about 500 years ago, and flipped through it. I carefully picked up each character, each episode recorded. At that time, humans had yet to conquer the monsters. A significant portion of the book was about battles between humans and monsters. Your Majesty? I looked up. There stood Audrey, my main wife, the Empress Dowager of the Empire. Empress Audrey appeared with a graceful demeanor. Audrey, what is it? I sent someone to the office, but I heard your Majesty was here alone. I see. Wasn't there a eunuch outside? I silenced him. Is that so? I chuckled softly. Audrey was a well-disciplined empress. She had never once set foot in the office. Historically, it was not uncommon for the harem to interfere in politics, and such interference usually ended badly when the emperor was an adult, not just a child ruler. Whether to prevent that, or for some other reason, Audrey never entered the political arena, especially the office, which represented governance. Even now, though she sent someone, it seemed she came after learning I was alone in the library, a place unrelated to politics. By the way, the fact that she casually said silenced was telling. I felt the Empress' dignity had grown enough to silence a eunuch with one word. "What are you reading?" Audrey asked as she approached and peeked at the open history book beside me. "It's the later history of the Parwar Empire." Parwar Empire? About 500 years ago, it was an empire with about two-thirds the territory of the current empire. "Why that?" Audrey asked with genuine curiosity, and I smiled and replied. "History repeats itself. Human nature hasn't changed for hundreds, no, thousands of years, and we just repeat the same things." "Is that really so? For example," I smiled further and said, "female court attendants bribing eunuchs with small coins to spy on the emperor. That happens now in the past and in the future. Certainly, it will repeat for eternity." Audrey smiled softly. "Some people get angry and say things like bullying or certain human behaviors should be eradicated, but regardless of environment or era, humans can't be truly changed. Monetary transactions in power struggles are also impossible to eradicate." Audrey seemed to recognize this truth clearly and correctly. "That's why I learn from history. My own life experience is just one person's worth, but history exists in countless forms from which I can learn all sorts of things. There's truly nothing unprecedented. Your Majesty is truly incredible." Audrey whispered softly and leaned against me. Though I was used to such heartfelt praise, it always made me feel good. How was it up to here? Japanese symbol IT was interesting. Japanese symbol I want to know what happens next. Japanese symbol I support you, keep up the updates. If you feel any of these, please rate from below the advertisement. If you support me greatly, give 5 stars. If not so much, 1 star is fine. Even a little support encourages the author, so thank you very much. Did you learn anything from the history of the Parwar Empire? Yeah, I nodded firmly. At the same time, I slipped my arm around Audrey's shoulder and gently patted her head. It may not directly lead to anything. It might end up being futile, but there's one thing I want Audrey to do. Yes, please command me, Your Majesty. Audrey slipped away swiftly. She stepped out of my arms, stood directly in front of me, and looked me squarely in the eyes. The atmosphere she had been radiating just moments ago changed instantly. Her quick shift impressed me. "Starting tomorrow, while I'm still in the imperial capital, is fine. I want you to hold a tea gathering, invite Oscar's main wife, the main wives and concubines of princes and high ministers." What should I try to find out? Audrey was a clever woman. She immediately understood this wasn't just some idle amusement. Of course, the most effective is to listen to the bedtime stories. That's true, Audrey nodded decisively. Bedtime stories mean conversations between a man and a woman in the boudoir. It's strange, but for some reason, both in the past and now, most men tend to babble about all sorts of things to the women they're intimate with. Surely they want to show their good side to the women. I see, I nodded quietly. That made sense. If so, wouldn't it be enough to just talk to Oscar's main wife? If something is going on, I said with a serious face, Oscar alone can't do much. He'd have to involve many influential ministers. Indeed. Besides, for preliminary groundwork, you might get them to inadvertently slip up with something like, Prince Eighth has been visiting our people quite often lately. If it's not decided to move yet, they can't really be warned to keep quiet. That's true. Trying to stop that would only make it more suspicious. Exactly. As expected of Your Majesty, understood, leave that to me. Do you think you can manage? If it's just women chatting, no problem. I might occasionally use Your Majesty as a topic to stir things up. Ha, that's fine. Tear me apart as much as you want. I looked up to the sky and laughed heartily. It's women's gossip, so I could pretty much imagine the content. Whether emperor or prince, maybe it's not so different after all. If I can get information just by being badmouthed somewhere I don't know, it's a small price to pay. I'm counting on you, Audrey. Yes, Audrey smiled gently, changed her aura again, and quietly nestled back into my arms. The next day at Alice's shop, with the personal military campaign looming, it was my last day to go out into town. After tonight, preparations would accelerate rapidly, and I wouldn't be free at all, so I came here now to relax. Alice was singing on the stage. She would come along as a distraction for this campaign, so I wanted to listen to her now. I wanted to hear her pure singing, free of any distractions. Technique-wise, nothing would change, but singing, music, clearly reflects human emotions at the moment. I believe Alice's best singing can only be heard in this shop. With that in mind, I listened to her song from a special seat the owner prepared for me, someone I knew. Excuse me? I was spoken to from the side. I turned my gaze and saw a timid-looking young man standing there. He looked obviously cautious of his surroundings and nervously stared at me. Hey, you! He spoke right in the middle of Alice's song, as if to interrupt. Noticing this, the shop owner, standing a little distance away, gave him an angry look, but controlled himself so as not to disturb Alice's singing, and quietly approached the young man. Enough! I raised my hand to stop the owner. The owner bowed quietly and stepped back, returning to his position when I indicated it was fine. The owner stays nearby when I'm here to react immediately if something happens, just like now. I sent him away and looked at the man, observing him while asking again, "What is it? Do you need something from me?" I'm a servant at Lord Oscar's mansion." "Oh," I nodded slightly. Though I wasn't certain, from the young man's words it seemed he knew I was Emperor Noah. Still, this wasn't the place to confirm it. Prince 13, Alice's longtime patron, is the current emperor. It's an open secret here, but making it too public would cause a fuss, so we keep it discreet. Although it's an open secret, officially it's still a secret. What do you want from me? Recently. My master, not Lord Oscar said something unsettling. Unsettling? My eyebrows twitched. In an instant, I felt my mind clear, and Alice's singing suddenly became distant and passed by my ears almost unnoticed. I could only hear the young man's voice in front of me. "Yes, Lord Oscar, that person who was at the mansion long ago and is now a high-ranking official, has come back." "You mean a household member?" "Yes." "That's right, and what about that household member?" They were having a secret talk alone with Lord Oscar, and I was hiding outside the window listening. I only caught a bit. "What did you hear?" "Well, if I remember correctly, it was something like, 'We will accompany. There might be accidents on the battlefield.'" I said nothing. I thought silence would be better than replying poorly to such words. After that person who was at the old mansion said it was a perfect opportunity for a decision to ascend the imperial throne. I didn't understand most of the conversation, but with those words at the end, I thought it definitely wasn't good, so. The young man pleaded desperately. His speech wasn't smooth, but that made him seem more believable. "I understand the story. Why, yes, but I have a question. Why are you telling me this? You're Oscar's servant, aren't you?" Well, the young man's expression changed. Until a moment ago, he was timid and desperate, but now he transformed instantly. Determination, a resolve that won't waver no matter what. I could read such emotion on his face. He spoke with that determination clearly in his voice. "I'm from Dasso." Dasso? I recognized the place name. Where was it? Zoe's hometown, the land that suffered flooding about 10 years ago. After the flood, Zoe wanted to leave my service. The reason was the flood caused financial burdens on her family, so she thought she had to sell herself to a red light district instead of serving at the prince's mansion. Maids at the prince's mansion earned better than elsewhere, but still less than a young woman could make in a red light district. At that time, Zoe could have promoted herself as a former prince's maid, so she'd likely earn even more. Of course, I couldn't allow that. It was infuriating to have my mansion's maid go to such a place, so I acted. I pushed relevant ministries to support Dasso's reconstruction. I pushed through some resistance. Before ministries could move, I spent my personal funds to buy up land in Dasso. It's common for merchants to buy land during disaster chaos and gouge prices, so I acted first to protect it. It succeeded, and I heard there was no secondary damage, and the young man felt indebted to that. Name: Noah Alarit, Emperor of the Empire. Gender: male. Level 17 +1 over infinity HP. C plus B Fire, E plus SS MP. D plus C Water, C plus SSS Strength. C plus S Wind, E plus C Endurance. D plus C Earth, E plus C Intelligence. D plus A Light, E plus B Spirit. E plus B Darkness, E plus B Speed. E plus B Dexterity, E plus B Luck. D plus C. I caught a glimpse of these stats out of the corner of my eye. I wonder if the young man is included in the pluses here. He wasn't with me when he pledged loyalty, so I'm not sure about that. But well, I thought it would be fine, judging from my experience. "I see, Dasso. That must have been tough during the flood at your age." The disaster was hard for everyone, especially young children, but some ages are even tougher. Counting backward, the young man would have been in his mid-teens then. An age with stamina and spirit, and beginnings of responsibility. When disaster strikes, a lot of responsibility and expectations fall on someone that age. It's common that the survival of a family after disaster rests on the shoulders of a teenage boy. This young man was probably one of those. Thanks to Lord Noah, we were really saved. We're alive now because of Lord Noah. I see. When I came to the capital, Prince 13's mansion was already gone, so I reluctantly served Prince 8th, but the young man leaned forward and emphasized his point. "I've always felt that debt of gratitude, so I can't overlook such talk." "I see," I nodded quietly. To think events from back then would come back around like this, I was admittedly a little surprised. I stared at the young man and thought for a moment. "All right, that information is valuable. Don't tell anyone else." "Of course, I won't say a word. You'll return to Oscar's mansion and work as usual." "Understood. I'll be careful and—" "No, that's not necessary," I cut him off. You don't need to consciously try to probe or search for anything. But then, just do as you're told." "Why, yes." When I spoke firmly, the young man reluctantly backed down. His frustration was clearly visible on his face. He wanted to be more useful, but I wasn't letting him. Look at this. I summoned Fuwawa from the ring and created my original crest in the air between us. What is this? Look closely and memorize it. He, okay? The young man stared intently at it. It was a crest, but I had altered part of it from the usual one I used. This was a special pattern shown only to him. Have you memorized it? Why, yes. Good, I nodded and dismissed Fuwawa. If you're needed, someone holding an item bearing that crest will contact you. When you see it, consider them my representative. Yes, the young man's eyebrows lifted. He understood he was needed and his spirits lifted sharply. Again, don't act consciously. Oscar is clever. I said this with a serious expression, looking straight at him. If you try to probe consciously, it will definitely be exposed. So don't think too much about it. Working honestly in Oscar's mansion is the best way you can help me. Understood, I'll work seriously. Good. I nodded and put my hand in my pocket, but then reconsidered, doing nothing and pulling my hand back out. That's enough for today. It wouldn't be good if anyone found out we met. Got it. The young man said that and left the shop, keeping a low profile. I watched his departing figure. This was way more unexpected than I anticipated. Or maybe it was just how things always were. The Dasso incident was done to help Zoe. After the floods, to protect against the locust-like merchants, I bought up most of Dasso's land. Even then, Dylan was grateful. Dylan was the elderly steward who had served me when I was Prince 13. He was also from the Dasso region. You could say something similar had happened again. At least, that's one way to put it. It's good to do good deeds. I smiled softly and reached for the drinks and snacks on the table. Noah-sama! A gentle voice called my name. Looking up, I saw Alice had quietly come over to the table. Apparently the singing had finished. When did you get here? Well, have a seat. Yes, thank you, Alice said and sat beside me. May I ask you something, Noah-sama? Because we were inside the shop, Alice was careful to call me Noah-sama. But honestly, that politeness made little difference. Almost every regular here knew that I was Alice's patron, former Prince 13 and Emperor of the Empire. So calling me Noah-sama here didn't really mean much. Still, I didn't want to spoil her kindness by correcting her. What is it you want to ask? Earlier, weren't you about to give a reward to that young man? Ah, that? I hadn't noticed because I was focused on the conversation, but Alice saw well when she came over after the singing ended. Yes, at the end of my exchange with that youth, I put my hand in my pocket. I usually give about 1,000 rians to encourage someone. Alice, having known me a long time, knew this well and wondered why I hadn't given anything this time. If he were a servant from my mansion or a distant relation, that would be fine, but he's a servant of Oscar's mansion. I paused, then continued. Judging by his attire, he's a low-ranking servant doing menial tasks. That means his monthly wage is probably, let's say 15 to 20 rians if he works at Oscar's mansion. I know Oscar well. He's known for his gentle personality and is one of the kinder princes to his servants. The average monthly income for adult men in the imperial capital is about 10 rians. Oscar probably pays about twice that. That's still only 20 rians a month. If I gave such a person 1,000 rians as a reward, if someone suddenly has a large sum of money, rumors will spread no matter how well they hide it. That's true, Alice smiled wryly and nodded. She knew that feeling. When I discovered her, the rumor of the Cinderella girl spread throughout the imperial capital. I can give as many rewards as I want, but if that draws attention, it won't help that young man. I see. That's amazing. I never thought there were so many considerations even in giving a reward. I smiled gently. Yeah, I think about these things regularly. You have other things you consider. Yeah. The poorer they are, the more I think about giving rewards first. Really? For example, Alice, if you were to get a 10 rian tip now, how would you use it? A tip, 10 rians? Yeah, I nodded. Alice hesitated, then thought carefully. After much pondering, she said, maybe I wouldn't use it. There's nothing I absolutely need to buy right now. Then what if you had gotten 10 rians when we first met? When we first met. That would be for my mother's medicine. Exactly. I nodded again firmly. Alice looked puzzled. She clearly didn't fully understand what I meant by exactly. If you have a certain amount of money, even if you get more income, you don't use it immediately. But the poorer you are, the faster you spend any money you get, and it's spent directly on everyday life. Back then, you used it for medicine. A poor large family might use it to eat heartily or buy warm clothes for winter. Right, yes. That keeps money flowing. If you give 10 rians to a poor person, they'll use it directly, and the person who received that 10 rians will also spend it. And those who receive that money, the reward money circulates, spinning the economy, producing effects beyond what I initially gave. Ah, that's how it is. That's incredible, Noah-sama. I've never heard this before, but it's truly amazing. I smiled softly. This was something I learned from history. I probably shouldn't have told Alice, but near the end of the Parwar Empire, there was a trend of trying to balance the national treasury, to make the country's finances run a surplus. There were several reasons for this, but the biggest was the belief that the government was wasting money on unnecessary public works and handing out money to the private sector unnecessarily. However, history later judged that to be a mistake. At that time, government and private sectors together labeled public works as wasteful and unnecessary spending. But even so-called wasteful expenditure didn't just disappear into the void. Money spent on public works was paid to the laborers. Unlike the rich, who tend to hoard excess earnings, commoners, laborers especially, tend to spend money almost immediately. They first spend on food and entertainment, drinking heavily, hiring women. Money spent at restaurants, and such then flows as payment to merchants, and through them to farmers. Farmers are the kind of people who will also spend more money if they get it. There are countless stories of farmers getting married once they accumulate enough money. Even without that, there are always ways to use money, repairing houses, buying warm clothes with lots of cotton for winter. That all disappeared. Because public works were cut off, the flow of money clearly decreased. As a result, commoners became poorer and tax revenue dropped. The Parwar Empire then made the worst possible move, raising taxes, but that's another story. No matter how tight the government's finances get, I think it's necessary to spread money among those who will immediately spend it. That's what I learned from history. Well, that's not really something to tell Alice. More importantly, about the upcoming matter, I want you to start preparing and enter the palace soon. Yes, Alice nodded quietly. Audrey, my wife, wants to meet you as well. The Empress, no, your wife? Alice was surprised and confused. Because she's known me a long time, switching between Noah-sama and Your Majesty was smooth, but dealing with the Empress was mostly a new experience. Heh, what's so funny? I just thought she looks more nervous or scared of my wife than of me. Oh, Alice blushed and lowered her head. Then she cast a somewhat resentful sideways glance at me. Sorry, maybe I teased you too much. And no, when should I go? Whenever it's convenient for you. Understood, I'll check with the master. Alice stood and headed toward the shopkeeper, waiting a little ways off. At that moment, hey, move it, get out of here. Yeah, I said you're in the way. Right beside me, the shop's entrance, 3 rough-looking thugs entered. One walked in front, leading the other 2. All 3 were swaggering, shoulders bouncing, a classic intimidation tactic to look bigger physically. What, is this place full? Just make them move. That table there looks good. The men headed toward our table. It wasn't the leader in front, but one of the followers who stood in front of me. Hey, give us that seat. If you hand it over quietly, we won't get rough. I was a little exasperated. Even though I was here incognito outside the palace, everyone from the shopkeeper to the customers knew who I was. Only a first-time visitor wouldn't know. And for a first-time visitor on foreign turf, they sure had the nerve to use such a cliched and lame intimidation tactic. You guys, wait, master. Alice, why stop them? If this goes on, why take away her chance to shine? But those kinds of guys can't even lay a finger on her. That's probably true, but from a little distance, Alice and the shopkeeper were talking. I glanced over, wondering what they were saying. Hey, are you listening to me? Sorry, wasn't paying attention. You. One of the men, thinking I'd ignored him, got furious and raised his fist. In an instant, my mind ran through various scenarios. From those, I chose one. I slightly moved. The man's fist grazed my cheek. The shop grew noisy in that moment. Everyone from the regulars to the staff turned pale. Only I and the 3 unaware thugs remained calm. Even though they didn't know the full story, they seemed to have a sense of the atmosphere. They noticed the sudden shift in mood, the expressions as if witnessing something terrifying. What the hell? That probably felt more terrifying than outright hostility. Everyone looked as if it were the end of the world. The 3 men noticed the odd change and faltered in the strange atmosphere. I touched my cheek. There was a slight trickle of blood. The wound was just a paper-cut level scratch, but it was still a cut on my face and blood had come out. Your Majesty, are you okay? Alice ran over with a pale face. Your Majesty, at Alice's words, the 3 looked puzzled. They seemed not to understand the meaning yet. Better to stop here. I'm fine. I said this to Alice and stood up. Then I turned to the 3 men. What? This counts as self-defense. I pointed to my cheek. You're mocking me? The man who had punched me raised his fist again in anger. His rage had overridden reason. I had no obligation to let the second hit land. I dodged quickly and grabbed his wrist. Then I dislocated it. With a snap, his wrist joint popped out. Jaya, what? You bastard. The man grabbed the space between wrist and elbow, screamed, and dropped to his knees. I approached the remaining 2. They lunged at me in anger, fists clenched, striking carelessly. Using the martial arts I learned from Ludier, I dislocated their wrists too. All 3 had their right wrist joints dislocated with the same movement. In a flash, the three thugs with dislocated wrists collapsed, groaning. The apparent leader, though crouching, glared at me with a sweaty forehead. "You bastard, don't think you'll get away with this. You will." "What?" "Imperial law allows the party first attacked to respond accordingly. I was hit and bled, so I dislocated your fists to prevent further attack. 99% of this is legal." "That doesn't matter, you'll pay for this." I had said what I needed to. Now it was time to finish things without words. I closed my mouth, released my power, and manifested my crest behind me. "Ha ha!" At that moment, everyone in the shop knelt before me. This was an application of Leviathan's power, a way of intimidation adjusted to implant directly into the heart the thought, "This person in front of you is the Emperor," rather than just fear. Everyone knelt instantly. The customers merely knelt, but the men who had attacked me trembled as they knelt. I lessened the intimidation slightly. They squealed and crawled away as if freed from paralysis. After they left, the room went silent. "Your Majesty," the first to snap out of the intimidation was Alice, who had known me for a long time. Even she still called me differently than before, as if the intimidation lingered. She ran to me, reached for my cheek, but stopped halfway, flustered. "Please wait a moment, I'll get something to wipe it." "No need." I stopped her and took a small bottle from my pocket. Dropping some potion from inside onto my finger, I applied it to my cheek wound. "Then, tea the wound," Alice gasped, speechless. Was this the first time she actually saw a potion? It's one I made. As you can see, minor scratches heal immediately." Your Majesty? Amazing." I smiled faintly and put the potion bottle away. The sight of the potion and my explanation reached the eyes and ears of everyone present, who cheered while still kneeling. "How was it this far? Japanese symbol DID, you enjoy it. Japanese symbol CURIOUS, about what happens next. Japanese symbol SUPPORTIN, Jimmy, keep up the updates. If so, please rate from the under the advertisement. If you strongly support, give 5 stars. If not so much, just 1 star, feel free to rate as you feel. Even a little support encourages the author, so thank you very much." I wiped the blood off my cheek with my thumb. Pardon me, Your Majesty, I'll report this immediately and have those men chased down." After Alice, the shopkeeper came back to his senses next. The shopkeeper, whom I had known for many years, crawled on all fours like the thugs from earlier and reached me, still bowing, saying that, "No, that's not necessary. A, it's not a serious crime. A scratch on the cheek is nothing more than a lecture if taken to the court. In fact, it'd be troublesome even if you did. B, but to do such a thing to Your Majesty is outrageous. No, it's worthy of death. Don't be hasty. I did not announce myself, so it's not a crime of disrespect. How many times have I said this already? I found it a bit amusing. Since becoming Minister of Justice, I have often interpreted laws for my father, the then Emperor, and perhaps the most misunderstood and frequently corrected interpretation was that of the crime of disrespect. The crime of disrespect is a law prescribing punishments when commoners show disrespect to nobles. Among these, those directed specifically at the Emperor are sometimes called crime of lèse majesté, but that's a common name. Officially, it's just one article within the crime of disrespect. This law clearly states that the offender must recognize the other party as a royal or noble for it to apply. In other words, in this case, since the Emperor did not announce himself, it's not a crime of disrespect, but merely a case of simple assault for injuring the cheek. This is something I've said many times before my father since childhood. It's just simple assault, and I merely eliminated the threat based on the principle of retribution. "Oh, what magnanimity," the shopkeeper said, impressed. Then the other customers began to cheer and praise me all at once. "Then at least let's identify who they really are. We'll circulate their descriptions to the guild and ban them from this area." "That's unnecessary, too." I did announce myself in the end, didn't I?" "Ah, yes," the shopkeeper hurriedly nodded. "The crest materialized by the power of Leviathan. That crest has the power, no, the technique to imprint on even those who know nothing. This is the Emperor. It was a technique I developed on the way to Lyrarat last time. What if you, knowingly or not, injure the Emperor? Of course, I'd run away. Ah, exactly, run away. I have no intention of applying the crime of disrespect, but normally people, including you, think along those lines. They likely think the same. They probably won't be in the imperial capital anymore. Amazing to think this far ahead? It's no big deal. Even if they don't fear me and bear a grudge, their anger would be directed at me. I only protected the place where Alice sings." "Your Majesty," Alice, who had been listening beside the shopkeeper, was moved and her eyes glistened. "So then, Alice, I'll send a proper escort later. Shopkeeper, make sure to guard the shop properly while Alice is away." "Why, yes, even at the cost of my life," I smiled gently. "Everyone take it easy." Saying that, I waved my hand and slowly left the shop. After leaving, I walked alone through the city, just casually strolling, observing here and there. The scenery of the imperial capital, its prosperity. Since I would be marching out soon, I wanted to imprint it on my eyelids while I still could. Though it had no practical meaning in case of emergency, perhaps the thought of something to protect would stir my heart and spirit. Thinking that vaguely, I wandered around the imperial capital, looking here and there. While looking around, a carriage stopped right in front of me. With the neighing of horses, the carriage halted, and a man got off. "Your Majesty, it's been a long time." "Allen, huh?" Getting off the carriage was a familiar face, the merchant Byron Allen. Byron was a merchant I met when I was 6 years old. If I recall, it was when I was invited to a party at the mansion of first Prime Minister Jan. No, back then the third Prime Minister, Jean Blood Rideoch. That man, once middle-aged, was now near 60, with white streaks in his hair and a distinguished beard. "Were you on your way somewhere?" I glanced at the carriage Byron had arrived in and asked. "I was returning to the shop. I received word some of the items ordered from various places have arrived." "I see," I replied and started walking. Byron signaled the coachman with a wave and then followed me alone, not right beside me but discreetly taking a step back. "Did you get something interesting? Something children would enjoy a little?" "Children?" I was a bit surprised and widened my eyes as I looked at Byron. It's unusual for a merchant like Byron to say things children would enjoy. "Is there something?" I observed his face closely. "Yes, to be exact, things adults think children would like. I heard that a certain noble person will be doting on his grandson for a while." "Ah," I nodded and chuckled softly. Byron avoided being explicit in the city, but that was about father. I had asked father to watch over Sem, my son, and there is a consort sent by Byron at father's side. For merchants, having information from the political core makes a huge difference in business. And the most valuable information comes from the very center of that core, the emperor himself. Drawing information from the emperor is normally difficult, but the emperor is a man. For centuries, even thousands of years, men have extracted information through pillow talk. So Byron chose a woman to become a consort, and with my cooperation, she entered my father's harem. That route still exists, so the information about me asking father to watch over Sem leaked to Byron. "What did you prepare?" "That person is strict, so better to prepare about half-simple things that young children enjoy." I interrupted Byron's words. I had guessed from the start and negated that. "Huh! Being a father and being a grandfather are different. Even the strictest men show a completely different side to their grandchildren." "Isn't that so?" That's true. Even the most stubborn old men often dote on their grandchildren, but I can't say for sure." "So half is enough." "Understood. In exchange, I don't know what that person will think, but I also have a son probably about the same age. I can tell you what he likes and enjoys." "Thank you so much," Byron bowed with exaggerated enthusiasm. "Not exaggerated at all. The grandson he mentioned was my son Sem. Knowing what Sem likes in advance lets him prepare. This information comes not from consort pillow talk, but directly from me. It's information money cannot normally buy, so Byron's reaction was perfectly natural. I told Byron what Sem liked. He was very pleased, but then, immediately after, he looked extremely troubled. "What's wrong?" Well, I don't know how to thank you." "Ah," I smiled softly. "It's natural when you think about it. When I met Byron, I was just Prince 13. For princes, royals, you can give a reward. But now I am the emperor. Everything in the empire belongs to me. That's the emperor. You can't give a reward to the emperor, especially if you know who he is." Byron realized that there's no way to reciprocate, and he was distressed. Moreover, straightforwardly giving a reward to the emperor could be a crime of disrespect. The emperor's imperial grace is just that. So some strict nobles would even say Byron's current hesitation is disrespect. I smiled again and changed the topic. "By the way, do you know about the Dawnlight horse?" "Dawnlight horse? No, I'm not familiar. It's a horse whose entire coat shines yellow like the dawn's light." "A horse like that?" Byron's eyes changed. Imagining the Dawnlight horse, his merchant instincts probably kicked in, thinking that could make money. "Of course, it doesn't actually shine. It's a breed of white horse. When fed a certain kind of feed, its sweat changes color so that combined with its white coat, it looks like it's radiating dawnlight." I see," Byron nodded. His eyes calmed, but he looked like he hadn't lost hope, thinking that could still make money. "The quality of that feed, the purity, I guess, the higher it is, the more brilliant the glow. I was just thinking I needed that feed. Could you arrange roughly 6 months' worth? Leave it to me, I'll definitely get it. Then I'll count on you." "Yes," Byron bowed deeply. Passers-by looked curiously, but soon lost interest as this wasn't an especially rare scene. I started walking again, Byron following. Still impressive. The Dawnlight horse? I'd never heard of such a horse." "How did you find out?" "I reconstructed it from fragments of old literature." "Wow, Byron stopped again. He looked even more surprised than before. "What is it? Amazing to think you also did such scholarly things." "Needed it. Needed. Yeah, I was looking for something useful for bluffing and found several documents about a golden horse, so I researched it thoroughly. Just that, amazing. Even if you were born into a scholar's family, you would have surely succeeded. A scholar, huh? That's an appealing future in its own way. By the way, suddenly remembering something, I turned my neck while walking and looked at Byron over my shoulder. Yes, what is it? Is there anything you absolutely can't forgive? Of course, I have someone who saved me, and anyone who neglects that person is unforgivable. Heh, I chuckled softly. That someone who saved me is me, and Byron is flattering me. All right, got it. How about a second thing? Second thing? Byron frowned, looking a bit uncomfortable. Since I implied I wanted him to speak honestly, not flattery, he was troubled. Don't have one? And no, well, if I had to say, yeah, people who made my daughter unhappy, I can't forgive them. Oh, Byron has a stepdaughter whom I know. That must be who he meant. I see, take good care of your daughter. Sorry for the weird questions. No, not at all. About the Dawnlight horse, I'm counting on you. Yes, Byron said that bowed once more, then turned and walked away. Daughter, huh? Byron's unforgivable thing was unexpectedly straightforward. I thought someone of his caliber would have more complicated grudges, so I was a little disappointed. Afternoon at the Oscar residence. Oscar was admiring the flower beds in the garden when a servant came running up to him and whispered in his ear, "That's unusual. Show him in immediately." Yes, Oscar was a little surprised. After saying that to the servant dashed off, retracing his steps. A few minutes later he returned, this time accompanied by Henry. Oscar wore a kindly smile and spread his arms wide, walking toward Henry. This is rare. How many years has it been since my older brother last visited my home? Has it really been that long since I last came? Indeed, the last time you visited, this flower bed wasn't even here yet. Oscar stepped aside slightly, gesturing for Henry to look at the flower bed behind him. I see. Well, I happened to come across some fine wine, so I thought I'd share it with you. Henry said this, raising his right hand. In it was an old, weathered jar tied with a rope. The jar and its sealed opening were worn with age, clearly showing it contained a rare, aged wine. Wonderful, then let's set up a gathering right away. Oscar said this, calling the servant who had accompanied Henry over to his side and whispering instructions. Every time Oscar spoke, the servant nodded and silently counted the orders on his fingers, committing them to memory. Immediately understood? Yes, then go. Also take this with you. If you break it, I'll kick your backside. Henry joked as he pressed the jar filled with wine into the servant's hands. The servant hurriedly accepted it, carefully retreating so as not to break the jar. After seeing them off, Henry and Oscar, the two brothers, faced each other once again. Well, older brother, why don't we take a walk while we wait for preparations to be ready? That's a good idea. By the way, I heard a rumor that your garden has a splendid married couple tree. I'd like to see it for myself. Haha, older brother, you have a sharp wit. Our married couple tree is just for show. Oscar said this, gesturing with his palm facing up in a please-follow-me manner as he led Henry forward. The married couple tree is a common horticultural creation. Two trees planted side by side are bent little by little every day from a young age, growing intertwined like a spiral. Over the years, it has been known by various names, but in recent decades, the term married couple tree has become the norm. Because it requires time and effort, nobles commission and keep them to flaunt their wealth and leisure. It's become a trend. Impressive. After walking a bit, the two came before a pair of married couple trees. This is magnificent, Henry exclaimed loudly in admiration. Oh, it's nothing special, older brother. No, the craftsmanship of the trees is excellent, but more so is the process leading up to this. The process. Yes, the garden. While the path reveals glimpses through the trees bit by bit, it frustrates you by not allowing you to see the whole picture. This whole effect is your idea, Oscar, isn't it? Ha, you've got me. When you see right through it, I have nothing to boast about. Oscar said this with a wry smile, but seemed pleased nonetheless. The brothers walked side by side to the married couple trees and stopped. You really have skill. What do you mean? Even with these married couple trees, if it were me, I'd place them prominently where they can be seen easily, but you don't. You keep them deep inside the garden. I think that's different. I always envy your boldness, older brother. With these trees, I sometimes think maybe something is wrong with them, so I hide them because I lack confidence. But if that's the case, then it's not a mistake. A trump card is played when the chance to win appears. You won't lose, and if you don't play it, you also can't lose. Maybe you won't lose, but you won't win either. I often reflect that you have to try first before you get any result. Henry and Oscar shared a glance at the married couple trees, exchanging a light exchange. It was like feints in swordsmanship. Both applied small feints. One waited for the right moment to strike, the other prepared for it. Both clearly understood the other's intentions. Henry was confident his purpose and true intentions had been mostly conveyed, and Oscar understood that Henry hadn't come just to chat about a garden. Their conversation paused and a silence fell between them. A breeze blew through, stirring a small whirlwind near the married couple trees. "I came here today because—" After a while, Henry spoke first. Here their personality differences became apparent. Oscar was patient, but Henry was not. "Okay, I want to hear your honest opinion." "Opinion?" The late emperor went on personal military campaigns many times. For the last few, except for Albert, all the princes up to you were in attendance. "That's right. Albert, as the crown prince at the time, never accompanied the campaign, and I was the last prince to do so. Each of us accompanied once. Based on that experience, what do you think of this upcoming campaign?" "A mere formality," Oscar replied almost immediately, his expression unchanged. "Border barbarians keep causing trouble, but they're only at that level. It will be the usual suppression battle. Above all, your Majesty is truly an incredible person." Oscar hesitated slightly before continuing. "A first personal campaign succeeding a great father. Normally, one would want to show off a bit, but the command of the army was entirely entrusted to you, older brother. That's unheard of. Your Majesty has been thoroughly rational since childhood. They say a person's true nature shows in times of crisis. Your Majesty is remarkable." Oscar's expression tensed slightly but quickly recovered. "So, although it is called a personal military campaign, in reality, it's a suppression battle led by you. Winning is a given. Well, there's a chance for you to shine, but—" Oscar shrugged playfully, but Henry didn't join in. "I see. Winning is a given," Henry muttered as if to himself. Though the two were close enough for their shoulders to touch, they continued this guarded conversation without revealing their true feelings. Oscar still had lingering ambitions for the imperial throne. Henry was loyal to Noah. Noah's campaign could be the biggest vulnerability. Henry had come to probe. Oscar knew he was being probed. Despite that, they conversed at a delicate distance, close but careful not to touch too much. "Oscar, how do you view your Majesty?" "What is the meaning behind that question, older brother?" Oscar became wary, his face stiffening slightly as he asked back. Already cautious, he felt Henry was pressing further, but Henry smiled as if it was nothing. "You said people show their true nature in times of crisis. What is your Majesty's true nature in your eyes?" Oscar fell silent. Different from earlier, this wasn't caution but a silence to choose the right words, deep thought. Henry waited patiently without interrupting. After a while, Oscar carefully began speaking. To speak without fear of misunderstanding. "Yes," Henry nodded, signaling this was to be kept between them. "Your Majesty is almost inhuman." "Oh, please consider calmly, older brother, where does His Majesty's desire lie?" "That's a tough question." Henry was caught off guard. After thinking, he made a bitter face. "And that's the answer. Your Majesty hardly shows any desires that a man or a human should have, not just recently, but since childhood. You should know this better than I do." "That's true. At first I thought he was a cheeky child, then a mature child, and after that, I find no words to describe it," Oscar said, and Henry nodded firmly. That was their shared impression. Ironically, the two had come closest in heart over their assessment of Noah, despite their probing exchanges all day. "You must have heard this too. Your Majesty sometimes says, pretending to be strong is the privilege of the nobility." Yes," Henry nodded. He had heard those words many times from Noah. It was a common expression when Noah spoke of the nobility. "I understand the point. Nobles are inherently like that, a principle. And if you insist on that principle, it naturally becomes a form of pretending to be strong. That's fine. But your Majesty called it a privilege." This time Henry took over the words, and Oscar quietly nodded. The earlier probing atmosphere was gone, replaced by a scene where the brothers seemed united in spirit. "Nobles pretend to be strong, up to that one might say, but to call it a privilege. Yes, for most of us, normally, but your Majesty can say that, and effortlessly at that." Oscar paused, took a deep breath, and looked earnestly at Henry to conclude. "In that sense, I think your Majesty is inhuman." The conversation came full circle. Henry nodded. At first, he wondered what it meant, but Oscar's explanation made perfect sense. "Indeed, on the other hand, your Majesty understands human emotions. Despite valuing the law above all, he clearly comprehends human feelings. The most symbolic example was when the assassination plot against Gilbard was uncovered." "Did your Majesty do anything then?" Henry tilted his head, clearly puzzled. "Gilbard plotted to assassinate the late emperor, and your Majesty exposed it. Assassination of the emperor is punishable by decapitation. His Majesty, as Minister of Justice, answered accordingly." "Ah, very much like your Majesty." At the same time, since it was uncovered before execution, he said it could be considered an attempt. In that case, although decapitation is inevitable, he advised the late emperor to grant a reprieve. Henry tilted his head again, still not quite understanding. Oscar smiled softly. "It's no wonder. Unless you're a legal expert, you wouldn't come up with that idea. I made the association myself one day while researching something else." Oscar switched back to a serious expression. If reprieve is granted, when to execute is at His Majesty's discretion. Ah! Henry was struck. Oscar smiled warmly, as if recalling his own realization. And imperial law does not specify a deadline for enforcement. In other words, if His Majesty wishes, he can keep them in limbo for life. Exactly. Don't do today what can be done tomorrow. I heard that phrase and it clicked. I then searched imperial law thoroughly and discovered this. I see, Gilbert is still a son to him. Moreover, the eldest son. A decent parent would hesitate. Moreover, the late emperor felt some remorse towards Gilbert. He didn't make him crown prince because he was a concubine's child, despite being the eldest. Yes. Given those conditions, older brother, would you be able to carry out the execution? I don't know. Neither do I. Certainly father wouldn't either. Even when the plot was uncovered, it was his child, and there was remorse. His Majesty surely considered this when suggesting a reprieve. A purely legal mind wouldn't give such an answer. True, Henry nodded firmly. Both he and Oscar were now approaching middle age and had sons of their own. Thus, the reality of dealing with a son as a father was clearer than before. Whether he could execute in that position was uncertain. No, he probably couldn't. Of course, the trigger phrase was the one just mentioned, but the biggest understanding came after having children. Yes. Therefore, Your Majesty is remarkable. Back then, he didn't even have children or a main wife. That's right. That's why it's difficult. He has no human desires, yet understands human feelings well. That's His Majesty's true nature. Henry strongly agreed with Oscar's words. Therefore, he is almost inhuman. For the third time, Oscar spoke the same phrase. Inhuman. By this point, it felt the only fitting description. If he's inhuman, then what is he? I'd say a god, Oscar shrugged playfully. Not a funny joke, but an ideal form of a god, isn't it? Still not funny. Henry chuckled bitterly, and even Oscar laughed with a shrug once more. While smiling wryly, Henry was secretly impressed. Henry had come to probe, and Oscar knew it. Henry himself did not hide this much. Oscar's ambitions for the throne were an open secret. So before the campaign, Henry came to probe various things. Oscar artfully deflected. At first, the atmosphere froze with the phrase inhuman, but Oscar cleverly ended with, because he seems like a god. At this point, whether seriously or jokingly, I think he's a god was an easy escape. Oscar clearly had the upper hand. He really is a talent. If only he could swear loyalty to Your Majesty. Though the mission had failed, Henry once again acknowledged Oscar's abilities and felt a quiet regret in his heart. How was it so far? Was it interesting? Are you curious about the continuation? Are you supporting us? Please keep up the updates. If you did, please rate us from below the advertisement. If you strongly support us, give 5 stars. If not, 1 star is fine. Even a little support encourages the author, so thank you very much. In the early afternoon, inside the training grounds overseen by the Ministry of Military Affairs, I was mounted on a horse. It was a magnificent white horse, both in its coat and physique. Although I'm not an expert on horses, I could tell this one was raised with considerable care and effort. I rode slowly around the riding arena on that horse. "How is it, Your Majesty?" Henry asked from just outside the riding grounds. While I circled, Henry had been watching closely. I pulled on the reins and replied to Henry. "It's a fine horse. It listens well to commands and also, Henry tilted his head in curiosity. I increased the horse's speed, making a lap around the arena. After a while, sweat started pouring from the horse's body. The sweat beneath its white coat reflected the sunlight, shining like gold. Oh, the horse's constitution is excellent. This one can definitely serve as a symbol. So, the escort will be on this horse? I slowly reined in the horse and returned to Henry's side. I dismounted and gently patted the sweat-drenched horse's face. The horse seemed ticklish but pleased to be petted. That will be the basic plan. Do we have any reserves? They're a bit lower quality, but we can secure a few more. Then arrange that as well? Ah, well done. It's a good horse. A stableman who had been waiting since I dismounted approached. I handed him the reins and expressed my gratitude. I'm honored, Your Majesty. Did you raise this horse yourself? Why, yes. From when it was this small. The man seemed overwhelmed to be spoken to by the Emperor himself, answering awkwardly. I see. Well done. I'll reward you with a year's salary. Collect it later from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Thank you very much. Holding the reins, the man knelt skillfully and bowed deeply, then stood up just as deftly, continuing to bow respectfully as he led the horse away. You really know horses inside and out. Watching the man leave, I said. In what way? Henry asked curiously. When dealing with horses, suddenly doing something is the worst. Any sudden movement can startle a horse and make it stand rigid, though that's an unnecessary explanation for someone as familiar with battlefields as you, Henry. Indeed. That man knelt suddenly beside the horse, yet the horse wasn't startled. Either his movements prevented it, or he had trained the horse so well that it completely trusted him. I see, it could be either or both. Ha, that's possible too. Henry's comment made me tap the side of my head. There's no rule that only one reason must apply. Both can be true. He's the stable master of the royal palace. You won't find incompetence there. That's not always the case. Shall I tell you how to clearly appoint an incompetent as his successor? Other than the fact that your majesty appoints them directly, right? Henry furrowed his brow, confirming the premise. Haha, yes, I wouldn't appoint an incompetent myself. Henry pondered but couldn't think of a way. I don't know how exactly. It's simple. Take that man along on a personal military campaign as the horse's caretaker and have me favor him. I see. Henry considered this, then forced a bitter smile. If a position might catch your majesty's eye, it inevitably becomes a political battlefield. Exactly. If it's a low-ranking post only fought over politically, it's likely merely a puppet and incompetent. Your majesty is truly amazing to have figured this out so quickly. I smiled faintly. Even now, places that might catch my attention are battlegrounds for princes and ministers. That's true. Henry, you surely have your own people placed somewhere too. You've known me since childhood, your majesty. I only appoint those capable whom your majesty favors. I see. I laughed out loud. It was a little fun, Henry not denying it was typical of him. Of course, no prince of that rank would fail to place their own trusted people around, not like the incompetent princes of old. Nowadays, every prince is reasonably competent. Everyone understands how important information and connections are. In fact, people who come from a prince's residence are called household members. It's only natural that such trusted people are everywhere. What's on your majesty's mind? Oh, this talk reminded me that prince households are full of spies for each other. I was born into this world, so I never found it strange, but a common villager would find this sight very odd. Though necessary, it's an unfortunate culture. This all started after the Restoration. Indeed, Henry agreed with my words. The Restoration. Once the empire had been on the brink of collapse. The founder of the Restoration rebuilt it, leading the empire to renewed prosperity. Before that, only the crown prince was carefully raised. The others were left to their own devices. Indeed, learning from that, princes were given fiefs and involved in politics for their training. That improved the quality of princes after the Restoration. But by involving them in politics, they started planting spies against each other. The world is never simple, I smiled gently. To someone like Dustin, it might have been easier living in the old days. Certainly, Henry laughed along. The 10th prince, Dustin, not exactly capable, but known since his teens for being a womanizer. I once wondered about that, but after Gilbert and Albert's successive downfalls, I suddenly understood. That was Dustin's way of concealing his ambitions. By openly embracing a womanizer's image, he claimed to have no interest in the throne. If he showed no interest in the throne and was just a womanizer, it was fine to leave him be as a prince. Dustin was the first to realize and settle into that position. I believe that now. Since the statute of limitations has passed, I'll tell you. Your Majesty's residence, Prince 13's residence, is famous among us as the hardest place for spies to infiltrate. Oh, I turned fully to Henry. I hadn't known it was said like that, so hearing it for the first time was intriguing. Most of the servants at Prince 13's residence owe their lives to your Majesty. Many consider you their lifesaver. That's right. That's why infiltration is difficult, and even if some manage to slip in, most feel indebted to you and naturally stay alert for your sake, even where your eyes don't reach. I see. Especially that Evelyn. Everyone says your Majesty's tactical decisions regarding her are amazing. Not only does she feel indebted, but you even show her glimpses of the future. Every household places their own people, right? Your Majesty is the first to entrust a woman in such a role and remains the only one. I nodded softly. That's right, Evelyn was originally a maid in Prince 13's residence, but I appointed her as the magistrate of Almeria. Having a woman as magistrate was almost unprecedented. That showed that your Majesty values talent and loyalty, which further strengthened the unity among the servants. People are treasures. I turned and looked up at the sky as I said it. Half of humanity is women. It's a waste not to utilize them when they are just as numerous as men, right? That's your Majesty's greatness. We cannot afford to favor women as you do. Indeed, I nodded. I still think that way. After becoming emperor, I thought I could freely appoint women as I liked, but those who value tradition still resist. It's not going smoothly. Well, it can't be helped. I don't expect it to change overnight. I'll work on it steadily. That stableman from earlier, yes, take him on the personal military campaign too. Give him a suitable position and have him care for my horse. That's fine, but why? If left as is, he'll get caught up in political games and might disappear by the time I return. He seems skilled with horses, so I'll protect him a while, as expected of your Majesty. Then I'm counting on you. Yes, I'll have him accompany from the rear. I nodded and left the riding grounds. People are treasures. I hope this way of thinking spreads more. How was it so far? Was it interesting? Curious about the next part. Supporting you, keep up the updates. If so, please give a rating from the below the advertisements. If you really support me, 5 is great. If not, even 1 star is fine. Every bit of support encourages the author, so thank you very much. Vanadin Street. That is the name of the road leading from the palace to the Triumphal Gate in the east of the imperial capital. As the name suggests, the Triumphal Gate is the gate that victorious troops pass through when they return. After an expeditionary army achieves victory in distant lands, they return to the imperial capital, pass through the Triumphal Gate, and head towards the palace. The entire route from the gate to the street was designed so that this would become a victory parade. Tracing back further in history, there is a theory that the first emperor created it as a straight road so that, in the event of the imperial capital's fall, retreat would be easy. However, since a straight road also makes it easy for pursuers, this remains just a popular myth. On Vanadin Street, I was riding a horse, marching forward. There were soldiers before and behind me. They were ceremonial troops, resplendently armed, guarding me from front and rear. On both sides of Vanadin Street, the people thronged in huge numbers, letting out thunderous cheers. The emperor's personal military campaign, the parade. The main force of the empire's army was already at the front lines. Those present here were mostly ceremonial soldiers. Because of that, their attire was splendid and gallant, but impractical for actual combat. Though unsuitable for battle, their appearance was top class. The people of the imperial capital had fallen into a frenzy over this parade of ceremonial troops. Is that your Majesty? So young yet so dignified and admirable. The previous emperor was handsome, but our current emperor is equally a fine man. From all directions, voices praising me, the emperor, mixed with cheers. Praises like these are built on the people's sense of security, so I was satisfied with the parade's effect. Whoa, what's that? The horse is shining in golden color. As we continued marching, sweat began to flow from the white horse I was riding, blending with its white coat to make its body gleam golden. At that moment, the cheers grew even louder. They rose to a higher level of excitement, like the rumbling of the ground itself. That tremendous roar caused the ranks of the ceremonial cavalry surrounding me to falter. The horses reacted and almost started to rear. It's okay, keep moving forward. The white horse I was on reacted similarly, nearly raising its front legs and braying while standing rigid. Sensing this in advance, I pulled the reins and tightened my legs with the stirrups to calm the horse. As a result, while the cavalry around me were unsettled, I alone proceeded smoothly. Look at that reins handling. Amazing, the emperor really is skilled. Heh, that's just because the horse is good. Are you an idiot? Haven't you heard the saying, no rider on the saddle, no horse under the saddle? That's not just skill, it's an art that requires a deep understanding of horses. Among the people's praises, I continued advancing down Vanadin Street. The crowd's enthusiasm stemmed from their unwavering faith in the empire's victory. Advancing amid such fervor, we passed through the Triumphal Gate and eventually left the imperial capital. Outside the city stood a palanquin. Ovations awaited your Majesty. Oscar was by the palanquin. He held the position of regent prince responsible for guarding the imperial capital. Hence, he had come out here to see me off. I dismounted from the horse and stood before Oscar. Thank you for your efforts. I entrust the rest to you. Yes, your Majesty. Oscar bowed deeply as I passed him and approached the palanquin. The palanquin was predominantly red and as spacious as a single room. Its framework was wooden, but all 4 sides were enclosed by curtains made of gauze. It was carried by dozens of men and, unlike a horse, served as a vehicle to demonstrate grandeur. Though resting on the ground, it still had a considerable elevation. Using the ladder provided, I climbed up and entered the palanquin. Departure! I gave the command from inside the palanquin. The order quickly spread throughout the entire army. The palanquin was lifted by the carriers and began moving slowly. I glanced back briefly. Oscar was still bowing his head, seeing me off. I had done all I could. I prepared for any situation, whether Oscar caused trouble or not. Of course, I hoped it wouldn't come to that. With that prayer, I left the imperial capital. Thank you for your hard work, your Majesty. Inside the palanquin, Alice, who had boarded earlier, spoke. She held a well-wrung towel and offered it to me. Thank you, hee-hee. I chuckled softly and took the towel. Was something strange? No, I think it's been a while since I wiped my face myself. I smiled and wiped my face with the towel. It had been about 25 years since I last wiped my own face. In my previous life, I did such things normally, but since being reborn as Prince 13 Noah, I had female court attendants and maids do it for me. Indeed, nobles don't do such things themselves. Doing so could be seen as lowering one's status. Alice, unaware of this, seemed fresh and novel, as if seeing a version of me from decades ago. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I knew. I just enjoyed it. I'm not blaming you. Should I do it? Well, next time, please. Understood. Alice clenched her fist and struck a pose as if gathering strength. Well then, will you sing for me right away? Yes, what kind of song would you like? Something sultry that entices a man, for me? Yes, she nodded once but then flinched, gasping softly. It wasn't my words that startled her, but the characters I had displayed. Since speaking aloud might be overheard, I used Fuwawa to create a text object in the empty space between us. The text read, "Make it look as if I am deeply infatuated and falling into decadence because of you." Alice saw and recognized it, after which I canceled Fuwawa and put the text back into the ring. "Your Majesty." "Amazing. Is that so? I understand. I will sing." Alice said so, then took a small portable kodo from among her belongings. After briefly tuning the strings, she began to sing. At first, without playing the kodo, just her voice. I held my breath. Music has narrative, and a story has an order. However, Alice's singing skipped the story's progression, almost starting from the climax. Though just her voice without accompaniment, it was more powerful and resonant than any accompanied song. It sounded painfully earnest, full of longing. She seemed to be desperately squeezing out emotions from within. Even I, listening, felt my heart tremble. After that shocking start, the kodo melody began. Alice's pale, slender fingers danced over the strings, producing a melody. I nodded. At the same time, I noticed something. Turning my head just slightly, I spoke to a eunuch standing at the edge of my vision. "We have stopped." "Yes, I apologize." The eunuch snapped back to attention, hastily bowed, and relayed the order. Surprisingly, it seemed the entire army had stopped, enchanted by Alice's song. The command rippled through the ranks, and the advance resumed. I remained absorbed in Alice's singing. Leaning against the armrest inside the palanquin, I beckoned the eunuch who had fallen back. "At your command, bring wine and some snacks, right away." The eunuch hastened to prepare my orders. Soon, wine and snacks were brought onto the moving palanquin in a steady stream. This was an extravagance no regent prince could hope to enjoy, only the emperor's privilege. I deliberately flaunted it. Moistening my lips with wine, I looked at Alice. At the same time, I glanced at the surrounding soldiers. Their expressions still showed lingering agitation. That opening song had such a power to shake hearts. "Thank you," I muttered to myself, waiting for Alice to finish her song. When she ended, Alice looked at me with flushed cheeks. Her eyes were strong and beautiful. "Thank you, come closer." "Why yes, pour me some wine." "Why yes." Alice put down her kodo, came to my side, and poured the wine as instructed. I accepted it magnanimously. Night at the camp. The emperor's private tent was spacious enough for a family of 10 commoners to live comfortably. In fact, it could fit an entire commoner's house. Inside that tent, I faced Alice alone. During the day on the palanquin, she had sat beside me like a tavern's barmaid pouring drinks, but now we sat opposite each other across a table. "You worked hard today." "And no, did I do well enough?" "More than enough. Especially that opening song, the way you started." I thought for a moment and decided to ask. "That was wonderful, but, was something wrong?" "No, I recognize your talent and skill, but a song that shakes people's hearts like that cannot easily be sung. It's like a master swordsmith's perfect strike forged with all his might, that kind of thing." If my judgment is correct, you couldn't just reproduce that song even if asked." "Isn't that right?" "Amazing, Your Majesty, you see through everything." "I see. Do you know why you could sing like that?" Alice fidgeted. She seemed very reluctant to say something. "If it's hard to say, it's fine." "And no, it's not that. It's just all those accumulated feelings from before. I sang like releasing all those pent-up emotions at once, and that's how it happened." "Haha, I see." I looked up at the ceiling and laughed heartily. "Then I understand. That opening song was your life itself." "Yes." Alice lowered her head slightly, blushing shyly. "If that was truly her life, it was better not to pry further." "Thank you. That helped me a lot." "What do you mean? Your opening song shook many soldiers' hearts. Many instantly became your fans." "Really?" Alice looked a bit surprised and asked back. I was a little surprised she hadn't noticed her effect on the surroundings. "Yes. Some had expressions as if they worshipped you like a cult leader. Amazing." "Oh no, that's why I used it a little." Her expression changed from embarrassment to "What do you mean?" as she stared at me. "Right after you sang, I had you pour me wine." "Ah, yes. That made many soldiers glare at me with discontent. I'm sorry. No, that was the plan. I arranged it that way. If even that song didn't shake their hearts and they treated you like just a tavern barmaid, rumors would spread that I'm a lowly emperor immersed only in debauchery." "Oh," Alice gasped. She seemed to suddenly remember her role this time. "Yes, I brought you along for that purpose. It was unexpected that your song moved hearts, but I used that to my advantage." "Amazing, Your Majesty. You calculated all that in an instant. Only because of your song?" I said so, gazing seriously at Alice. "You saved me, thank you." "Not at all." Alice blushed again, embarrassed. "So from now on you'll stay here every night." "Why, yes, I understand. I'm ready." "Haha, no need to be that eager." I smiled back at the enthusiastic Alice. Just being here is enough. It should be easier than usual since you don't have to sing. Why, yes. So then I'm going to step out for a bit. Huh, where to? Just for a short while. I'll be back by dawn. Ah, yes, Alice nodded. Her eager expression had changed. Somehow she looked lonely. What's wrong? Is something bothering you? Huh, and no, nothing. Are you sure? Yes, please go safely. Alice seemed to recover and sent me off. She looked like she wanted to say something, but it wasn't the kind of thing I could force out. If I sensed and asked, she might confess, but otherwise she would keep her true feelings hidden, that kind of person, I felt. There was no time to pry now, so I put it aside. Well then, I'm off. Yes, leaving Alice in the tent, I stepped outside. How was it so far? Was it interesting? Are you curious about what happens next? Supporting me, please keep up the updates. If so, please rate this story from the below the ads. If you really support me, please give 5. If not so much, it's fine to give 1 star. Even a little support encourages the author, so thank you very much. I opened the tent and stepped outside. Within the camp, soldiers were constantly patrolling. I walked through them. Though walking normally, I managed to move forward without being noticed by anyone. As I walked, I entered another tent a little ways off. Who is it? Why, Your Majesty? Inside the tent was Henry. Henry was standing before a simple sandbox map, intently staring at it, but when he noticed me, he panicked. He hurriedly approached and was about to kneel abruptly. Enough, don't raise your voice too much. Yes, Your Majesty. That one word made Henry realize I had come stealthily, and his voice naturally lowered. How did Your Majesty get here? As Your Majesty's guard is also my responsibility, I have strictly ordered that you report anywhere you go. Ah, that matter. Then no one is to blame. I came using stealthy footsteps so no one would notice. Stealthy footsteps? Henry furrowed his brow. Of course, he didn't think I literally tiptoed, but that was precisely why he found it strange. It's simple, see? Henry suddenly turned around. After facing directly behind him, he looked back toward me with suspicion. Was that you, Your Majesty? Yes. I tried using Leviathan's power in a slightly different way. I smiled faintly and released Leviathan from the ring. The water demon sword manifested with overwhelming presence. Leviathan, the former Leviathan. Thinking that I had once received it from Albert, and this very Henry made me feel a bit nostalgic. With such thoughts of the past, I explained to Henry. You know the technique of using Leviathan to emit murderous intent as intimidation. Yes, it is famous as Your Majesty's majestic deed, and now you can sense this overwhelming presence, right? Of course. I constantly projected this presence behind the people around me, constantly behind them, to put it more precisely, on the opposite side from where I am. Then, remarkably, just before I pass through, everyone somehow wants to turn to the opposite side. Truly, simply put, I guided everyone's gaze. After that, I came here literally with stealthy footsteps. I chuckled softly. This only works for gaze manipulation. They would still respond to sounds. Amazing, you can even do that. I was thinking about how to further utilize Leviathan's power. As expected of Your Majesty, Henry bowed deeply. What is it? What are you thinking? Nothing. I was just wondering if that power could be used on the battlefield. That would be difficult. As I explained, it's just the technique of having them sense the presence on the opposite side. In a battle where both armies clash, even if they sense it behind them, soldiers will be so focused on the enemy in front that they won't look away. ... Indeed. Henry gave a slight, bitter smile. The point was good, but that was a bit unrealistic. Well, I am considering various things. If I find something that can be incorporated into tactics, I'll let you know. Yes, sir. Now tell me about today's march. Yes, Henry bowed and stepped aside, giving me a path to the sandbox map. I stepped forward and stood before it. A sandbox map is a 3D map that can be rearranged as needed. Maps are usually drawn on a flat surface. Even on that flat surface, height and depth are represented according to certain rules. But those are predetermined rules that must be known to interpret the map. Even if you know the rules, you need to be quite skilled to read it instantly. With the sandbox map, by adding sand on top of the map, the elevation becomes tangible, and it can be immediately adjusted to the current situation, making it easier to understand. Technically, it's not a big deal, but it's an essential tool during campaigns. Right now, it's modeling the surrounding terrain and this camp. Looking down at it, I asked Henry, "Is everything going roughly as planned?" "Yes, we have some leeway so we can speed up a bit tomorrow." "As planned?" "Yes. Do the soldiers know this too?" "I wonder about the troops." "Ah, but the captains probably have a rough feel for it." "I see. How about the front lines?" "Preparations are steadily progressing. We can move as soon as Your Majesty arrives." "Understood. Then tomorrow we'll delay departure a bit." "Huh!" Henry was surprised. Even without turning his gaze away from the sandbox map or looking back, I could almost see the shocked expression on his face. "Why such a thing? have you forgotten? This is your first personal military campaign, so we're having them somewhat underestimate us. Bringing Alice along is part of that. Ah, that's right. I won't get up until before noon tomorrow. The revelry from the previous night took its toll. As you wish, then preparations will proceed as planned. Yes, your Majesty's presence will be strongly concealed. Naturally, there was a eunuch who received money alone and communicated outside, so after tightening security, we plan to place him around your Majesty in about 3 days. Very well. Henry continued, offering plans one after another. He lightly touched the edge of the sandbox map while presenting his ideas. I listened to each and gave my approval. After a while, Henry's words stopped. I turned my head just a bit and looked at him. Is that all? No. I truly think your Majesty is amazing. What do you mean? It's an old story, but when I first led a large army on a campaign, I was overconfident. Overconfident? Yes, there were about 10,000 soldiers then. Standing at the center of 10,000, able to command them with a mere finger movement, I was in a dreamlike state, feeling almost like a god. Haha, a prince might influence 10,000 indirectly, but actually controlling 10,000 soldiers in sight is rare. Yes, at that time I ignored my staff's advice completely, thinking I could do everything and decide everything myself. We won, but now I think, considering the situation back then, it was a moral defeat. After hearing that, I faced forward again. Even through my back, I could tell Henry was smiling wryly. Now, dare I ask, do you understand the cause of defeat? Yes, I felt omnipotent and couldn't rest unless I decided everything myself. If it were me then, I would have meddled in details like exactly when to depart tomorrow and how to enforce secrecy. Ah, going to the inn and instructing on salt amount or boiling time, such meaningless details. Exactly, your Majesty. Precisely, Henry bowed lightly. Even though this is your Majesty's first personal military campaign, you only show broad policies and leave the rest to others. That is truly impressive. Haha, I don't have father's talent. If I can leave it to others, I do. I only intervene when it's obviously wrong. Well, normally I wouldn't be able to do that. I smiled faintly and tapped the edge of the sandbox map. In any case, I trust you. I am most honored. I'll look around a bit before returning to the tent. I will accompany you. Suit yourself. Henry's tone implied, I'll protect you in an emergency. It was common, so I didn't mind. I left the tent with Henry. How was it up to this point? Was it interesting? Are you curious about what happens next? Supporting you, keep up the updates. If you feel that way, please rate from the below the advertisement. If you really want to support, give 5 stars. If not so much, just 1 star. Whatever you feel is fine. Even a little support encourages the author, so thank you very much. Just like when we arrived, I proceeded while using Leviathan to create a distraction. This is... Henry was about to voice his surprise. I placed a finger to my lips, the classic gesture telling him to be quiet. Startled, Henry closed his mouth and followed silently. I led Henry around the camp. At first, I needed Leviathan's assistance, but gradually I understood how to use this power, and I was able to manipulate others' gaze smoothly. After doing that and quickly circling the camp, I boldly stepped out the front gate. I stopped a little distance away and looked back at the camp. Numerous bonfires were burning. Not as bright as the imperial capital, but the area was so well lit it almost seemed like daytime. No particular problems? Henry stood there, dumbfounded and speechless. Henry, I apologize. Is something wrong? Your Majesty's power is far more incredible than I had heard. I was at a loss for words. Is that so? Yes, this is the first time I have witnessed someone leave the camp without anyone noticing and without an escort. No, it's unprecedented. You're exaggerating. Not at all. You have no idea what this means. What's wrong? Henry suddenly froze. His expression was a mixture of joy, complexity, and something else, as if he had realized something. Could your Majesty's power perhaps allow you to sneak alone into enemy territory and assassinate only the enemy general? Oh, that, I chuckled softly. Yes, I can do it. But, as I said earlier, it won't work against a large army. For the same reason, if the enemy general is assassinated, their forces will detect the presence of an intruder. They will stop searching only after they find the culprit. I can finish the job, but escaping would be difficult. I see. Henry lost words and appeared disappointed. But it was only for a moment. As expected of your Majesty, you have thought this through thoroughly. What is it, your Majesty? Is that an express messenger? Henry followed my gaze. He squinted and furrowed his eyebrows. His night vision seemed poor and he couldn't quite see. Yes, I hear the sound of hooves. Good. After a moment, Henry seemed to rely on his hearing rather than sight. Must be urgent military news. Let's return. Yes. I took Henry with me and headed back to the camp. At the camp entrance, a man on an express horse, battered and panting, was arguing with the gatekeeper. I'm telling you. It's urgent. No, we can't let anyone in without proper authorization. I don't have any passes. I came straight here. No, no, you must go to the imperial capital and get a pass from the regent prince or someone. The express messenger pleaded desperately, but the gatekeeper's soldier firmly rejected him. What's going on? Who are you, your imperial highness the prince? When I spoke up and approached, the gatekeeper ignored me and responded to Henry, who was standing slightly behind. I chuckled lightly. This happens often. Low-ranking soldiers who have never seen the emperor tend to first react to a prince, a figure they may have just barely seen. And then, this is before your majesty. The flow usually continues with the one who is recognized first revealing the higher rank, the emperor. At that, both the gatekeeper and the express messenger panicked. Why, your majesty? The two hurriedly bowed deeply after a brief pause. I apologize, I just assumed. The gatekeeper soldier tried to explain in a trembling voice. That's fine, not letting those without passes through is a good practice. Henry, give him 100 lien later. Yes, and you? Huh, I asked the express messenger, who remained bowed with a puzzled look, raising only his face. This is urgent, right? Didn't you report it to the Prince of Military Affairs or through him to your majesty? Yes, his Imperial Highness, the Prince, they instructed that it be passed through him to you. I see. I nodded and accepted the sealed letter the soldier handed me. I scanned it from top to bottom and my eyebrows twitched. Your majesty, give this man 100 lien as well. He must be tired, serve him food and wine. Yes. Back in the tent, I stared at the sealed letter I had just received as Henry, having finished his duties, came in. Your majesty, oh, you're here, read this. As you wish. Henry approached, took the letter from my hand and began reading. As he read on, Henry started trembling. This is beyond arrogant. He slammed the report onto the ground. A vein stood out on his temple. In all the years since I was reincarnated and have known Henry, I had never seen him this furious. This was expected. Your majesty? Wait. We anticipated that the rebel army might claim the imperial title. In fact, this claim is almost worthy of praise. I chuckled as I picked up the report Henry had slammed down. It was a frontline report. It stated that the rebel king had begun to call himself emperor. Praise? Yes, to summarize, they based their claim on a line added to an ancient genealogy of unknown origin, arguing that they, not I, are the rightful ruler. Isn't that right? I deliberately used a mocking tone to calm Henry's anger, but it seemed to have little effect. That sort of arrogance is absolutely unforgivable. That's true, but calm down, Henry. We'll handle it as always. Don't let your emotions trip you up. As you wish. Chastened by my words, Henry reluctantly withdrew. He said he would consider countermeasures and left the tent. I looked at the report again. At the same time, in the imperial capital, another express messenger rushed into the 8th prince's residence. This was a report from Oscar's personal information source, separate from the one delivered to the emperor. Upon receiving it, Oscar, are you kidding me? He was furious beyond belief, to the point where even those who knew him were shocked. He smashed everything in his room, venting his rage. A fake emperor. A fake emperor? His anger was unlike the usually gentle Oscar's, frightening both family and servants alike. That is beyond arrogant. In Oscar's eyes, clear anger, no killing intent, had taken root. Inside the tent, I sat alone staring at the report. As expected of the first prime minister. I was satisfied with the result. It was my plan that the rebel army would claim to be emperor and assert legitimacy. Jan, the long-serving prime minister, had certain ties with the rebel side. Using that connection, he subtly whispered the devil's suggestion to have them claim the imperial title. I thought this had a very high chance of success. Since they were already in rebellion, I figured a claim to the throne and assertion of legitimacy would be just a little push away. The problem was the chain reaction it would trigger. Oscar. He believes the emperor must be an absolute figure. I don't know how strong that belief is. If it were strong, he would be furious at the rebels' legitimacy claim, because that would deny Oscar's ideals. Oscar is eyeing my imperial throne, but this utterly denies the throne he desires. I turned what I realized from my interactions with Indra into this strategy and set it into motion. Whether it would work, I don't know. It's just one of many plans I have laid out. I hope it works, I thought. Then at that moment, name, Noah Laret, Emperor of the Empire. Gender, male. Level, 17+1 over infinity HP, C+A, Fire, E+SS MP, D+B, Water, C+SSS, Strength. C+SS, Wind, E+C, Stamina, D+B, Earth, E+C, Intelligence, D+S, Light, E+B, Spirit, E+A, Darkness, E+B, Speed, E+A, Dexterity, E+A, Luck. D+B, I gasped. I was as surprised as when my water attribute suddenly soared. All the stats on the left half had risen by 1 rank. I was alert, wondering what it meant, but half a day later the reason became clear. Reports came in that Oscar was furious beyond anything seen before over the usurpation of the imperial title. Something that cannot be conceded. I had heard the phrase, something that cannot be conceded from many people. I told Jan and set this plan in motion, even though it was a long shot. It had clearly pierced Oscar's heart. Because of this, I was certain that Oscar's rebellion would not occur, at least until the ringleader was eliminated. I was convinced. Serialization resumes. I will write another 100,000 characters or so. Late at night, the tent was filled with a sweet, intoxicating scent, a fragrance that maximized a woman's sexual allure and stirred a man's emotions. Incense refined into that scent was burning, permeating the entire tent. Amidst that aroma, I found myself alone with Alice. Alice sat beside me, attentively close, like a devoted wife. She quickly moved to pour more wine into the glass I had emptied. I'm so sorry. Her trembling hands caused the wine to spill over the edge of the glass, dribbling slightly onto my thigh. Flustered, she set the bottle down, grabbed a cloth, and began wiping the wine off my leg. I held my glass and let her do as she pleased. I truly apologize. I'll pour it properly next time. Don't worry. I am not bothered. But, on the contrary, it actually puts my mind at ease. I smiled lightly, and Alice gave me a puzzled look. She seemed to wonder how there could be anything reassuring about this. If you are a songstress like you, interacting with customers is naturally part of the job. To handle that, you must learn through experience, one step at a time. Yes, but you haven't learned that because you have never had to face real situations. Yes, thanks to your Majesty's protection. Alice averted her eyes slightly and looked up at me hesitantly. In those eyes was a deep feeling of gratitude. Indeed, someone like her walks a fine line from a straightforward courtesan. There's no doubt that her profession is that of a songstress who performs at establishments. However, when a woman possesses both beauty and talent, it's inevitable that men with money or power, or both, will set their sights on her. And 99 times out of 100, the reason those men approach is purely physical desire to possess her. It's neither good nor bad. That's simply reality, and as long as men remain men, I believe it will never disappear. Yet Alice was different. That's because I noticed her before she gained fame, and I backed her financially. Once the 13th prince, then the wise prince, and now the emperor of the empire. No one in the imperial capital dared to touch a woman under my protection. Thus, Alice never needed to do that kind of work and possessed no skills for it. I understand, so I'm not concerned. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will learn quickly. No, there's no need. You don't need to learn that. I've let you try for now, but once this expedition ends, you can forget everything. But what do you think of this sword? As I spoke, I drew the sword placed beside me. It's not Leviathan. The Emperor always carries various ornamental items, and this sword is one of them. Both the hilt and sheath are lavishly decorated. It's a ceremonial sword with minimal practicality. I held it up and asked Alice. It's a magnificent sword, right? Indeed, what do you think if I told you to use this to clean fish or cut radishes? Wah, that would be such a waste. That's exactly my point. After a few seconds of blankness, Alice suddenly understood. By comparing this sword to her, I meant it would be a shame to make her do the work of a prostitute selling her body. Your Majesty, I'm not flattering you. You moved the hearts of a large audience on Vanadin Street. I want you to keep singing, not learn such things. Your Majesty is overestimating me. Really, I even think I might be underestimating you. That can't be. If you think I'm overestimating, then strive to live up to that evaluation. Yes, I will very well. You truly are an incredible person, Your Majesty. I just smiled gently. Though I said nothing more, Alice's face lit up with admiration as she poured me more wine. It was the appropriate behavior for the moment, and I saw no reason to stop her. By the way, you're quite strong with alcohol, aren't you? That's a bit of a cheat. I detoxify with apophis right after drinking. Apophis? Alice looked confused. It's like a spirit that follows me. I see. So the alcohol that enters my body is detoxified immediately. As long as I keep doing that, no matter how much I drink, I won't get drunk. Wow. You can do that too? I have consumed nearly drunken amounts before, but truly getting plastered would be a problem. I chuckled softly. I drink heavily with Alice beside me to play the role of a figurehead. I deliberately appear to indulge in debauchery, all for the sake of the first strike. What is it? There's a commotion outside. I'll check. Alice said that and stood up. She moved to the tent entrance, leaned outside, and said something. After a while, she received something and came back holding it. Your Majesty, a secret report from Ducel's magistrate, Alice said as she held out what she brought before me. It was a box. Fuwawa's box. Fuwawa's box. It's a heavily locked box only I can open. It's used to convey important messages. Something like this. If it's Ducel, then it must be Zoe. You know her, right? Yes, I've seen her a few times beside Your Majesty. Right, she's currently the magistrate of Ducel. Is that so? Alice seemed a bit puzzled that a woman could be a magistrate. I took the box from her and opened it. Using the remaining power of Fuwawa, the box unfolded as if a bud was blossoming. Inside was a neatly folded letter. I took the letter and read it carefully. Is something wrong? Alice remained silent while I read, not wanting to disturb me. Once I finished and made a sound, she spoke. It seems there was a flood in Ducel. A flood. Yes, and Zoe tried, like I did long ago, to prevent merchants from buying up the land, but she didn't have enough money and came crying for help. Oh, do you understand why merchants swarm after floods? Yes. I've often heard such stories. Exactly, I nodded slightly. It wasn't an unusual situation. After floods, merchants quickly rush in and buy land at rock-bottom prices all over. Zoe is trying to prevent that, much like I did years ago. What will you do? Well, this needs to be done in 2 stages. 2 stages. First, land preservation. I ordered Oscar, who's in the capital, to allocate a budget. With funds, Zoe has the experience to handle it. That's the first stage. What about the second? Of course, reconstruction. We'll prepare seed rice, farming tools, and draft animals to be provided free of charge around next spring. It might be best to ban seed rice debts for the first year only. Free. Floods bring fertile land, but most people won't have the money to make use of it. That's one reason merchants swarm. We'll provide seeds, tools, and animals so they can immediately start farming. So they'll be able to make a living, Alice said, eyes shining with admiration. That's part of it. Part. I do plan to provide aid, but people can't live on a full stomach alone. Without hope, they won't survive. Free seeds and tools give them hope to rebuild. Amazing. You've thought of everything. Alice looked at me with even more admiration. Alice says I'm amazing, but it's not me who's amazing. It's history. The Dasso incident was something I was able to handle because of experiences from a previous life before I was reborn as Noah. And that was the limit of what I could do. From experience, merchants would swarm, so I managed to preserve the land. But beyond that, I didn't know what to do. Recently, while researching various aspects of past history, I learned that in the past, those called the renowned magistrates not only dealt with basic needs like food, clothing, and shelter after disasters, but also supported livelihoods until things got back on track. And when they did that, the number of crimes afterward was clearly fewer compared to when they didn't. That made sense to me. For most people, if they can work properly, working honestly is the easiest way. Except for a very small number of people, the thought is, who would willingly stray from the right path? When I learned this, I felt even more strongly that I should learn not only from my past experiences, but also from history. That said, it doesn't mean my own experience is meaningless. Because I have experience, I can identify the problem areas. I compared my own experience with history, incorporated what was lacking, and updated my ways of thinking and methods. I took in things aligned with my direction, but that supplemented my deficiencies. That is my concrete way of learning from history. Haste makes waste no good, Alice. Get pen and paper ready. Yes, Alice responded briskly, stood up, and dashed to the corner of the tent to fetch a full set of stationery that was prepared there, then returned. Meanwhile, I cleared the snacks and drinks off the table to make space for writing. Using the stationery Alice brought, I wrote down the letter I had formulated in my head. In no time, I finished writing 2 documents. I took the Emperor's seal from my pocket and stamped one, while just signing the other. Then I folded both and put them into envelopes, sealing them with wax using a nearby candlestick. Throughout the process, Alice watched silently. Curious, are you? No, not at all. Haha, your eyes were full of curiosity. No way. Alice touched her face all over. Though I said it was her eyes, expression tends to come with that, and she seemed to be checking her entire face as if massaging it. I grew even more fond of her. Having curiosity is excellent, and it's also great that she doesn't just blurt it out at the wrong moment. What caught your attention? Don't worry, just say it. Well, why did you stamp one and only sign the other? The one with the seal is an official document as the Emperor. That one sent to the Prince Minister of Internal Affairs, ordering Ducel to arrange seed rice and farming tools based on the population register. So, this one isn't official? Yes, this one is sent to the former Prince 13's residence. That was His Majesty's private residence? Yes, I nodded slightly. If I'm not mistaken, isn't it now called Arktown? What's that? Hearing a name for the first time, I was puzzled and tilted my head, asking Alice. Arktown, it's the first time I've heard that name. It's because an entire neighborhood is inhabited only by people from Your Majesty, Prince 13's former residence. Oh, I see, it changed like that. I chuckled. Sure enough, they bought up all the houses surrounding the former Prince 13's residence and had servants and household people live there. So it's called that. Understanding the story made me laugh even more. Yes, such a nostalgic story. I believe the eunuch and maid from that time also adopted a child. I heard they were eager to become knights. I wonder how they're doing now. Eunuch and maid? Alice looked puzzled. She seemed to have no idea what I was talking about. I chuckled and explained to her. That was back when I was still Prince 13. One day when I returned, Audrey, the current empress, was punishing a male servant and a female servant. One was a eunuch, the other a maid. The reason was that the two were engaging in something like sexual activity in a room. But eunuchs? Yes, a eunuch is a castrated man. He no longer has male genitalia. Right, Alice made a face like, that figures. But just because that's gone doesn't mean the feeling of loving someone disappears. Even without male genitalia, some want to at least touch and feel the warmth of the other. Yes, I understand. Alice was struck for a moment, then vigorously nodded her head. I was a bit curious why she sympathized so much. Curious, but continuing the story. If you know a bit about eunuchs, you know that any sexual activity by a eunuch in the mansion is a crime. Yes, that's right. But that eunuch was completely castrated, so whatever he did was just pretend play. So even though it was a crime, it was only punished with a slight whipping. The problem came afterward. Afterward, the eunuch and maid protected each other, saying that since one invited, the other was not at fault. Yes, I thought it was wrong to tear apart two people who loved each other so much, so I bought the houses around the mansion and ordered them to live there as husband and wife. By law, only sexual activity in the palace or prince's residence is a crime, so outside in their own homes it's not a problem. Well, I took advantage of a legal loophole a bit. So that's how Ark Town came to be? Yeah. By the way, what exactly do they say about Ark Town? Well, Your Majesty, so many people adore Your Highness the 13th that they couldn't all fit in one residence. It grew naturally into a whole town. So that's how it's described. I got excited and laughed out loud. Hearing about the after of what I did in the past was a little fun. And it was even more fun that it changed in a way I never expected. Your Majesty, that's amazing, to let those two fulfill their feelings like that. It was just that the law allowed interpretation. I said that and laughed for a bit, then picked up the glass I had moved earlier on the table. I checked the bottom of the glass. Seeing that the bottom was gold lacquered, I smashed it on the ground. Your Majesty? Alice's eyes must have thought I suddenly went mad. She widened her eyes and stared at me in shock. Someone! I raised my voice. Then the tent's entrance opened and a eunuch came in. It was Luke, the young eunuch I knew well. Did you call Your Majesty? Clean this up. Yes, Luke was momentarily surprised to see the smashed glass. He nervously picked up the shards and gathered them into the hem of his clothes, forming a pouch. I placed the two envelopes there. Alice looked surprised. Luke did not. He closed the pouch-like opening of his clothes and carried the shards out of the tent as if nothing happened. After Luke left, Alice asked, Your Majesty, what was that just now? That eunuch was preconditioned with instructions. His actions are determined by the signature. I see, but wouldn't it be fine to just give orders normally? Haha, have you forgotten, Alice? I am currently on hiatus. I can't stand out doing official duties. Hearing my words, Alice suddenly realized. To have thought that far, amazing. She gazed at me with eyes full of even deeper admiration. After a while, the look of emotion gradually faded from Alice's eyes, replaced instead by an expression of doubt. What's wrong? No, it's nothing. Don't hold back, ask me anything. If there's something you can't say, just be clear about it and tell me. Why, yes. Why did you send letters to the servants in Ark Town, Your Majesty's private residence? Oh, that? I nodded in understanding, finally grasping the reason. You find it strange that I sent something to the household members of the former Prince 13's residence, even though it concerns state affairs? Yes, it's not about state affairs. There was a separate reason for this. A separate reason, rice seeds and farming tools. There will be refugees who can't all be gathered even if everything needed is prepared. Refugees, children who lost their parents due to the flood disaster. Alice gasped softly. With those few words, she must have easily pictured the scene in her mind. Indeed, natural disasters deal damage indiscriminately, sometimes leaving only children alive while their parents perish. Moreover, there are parents who sacrifice themselves to save their children at the last moment. In any disaster, there will inevitably be families where only the children survive. It's ironic, the vitality of children is sometimes stronger than that of adults. If 2 or 3 boys band together, they can survive. And, Alice tilted her head, listening intently, then asked again. Well, those children, after the floodwaters recede somewhat and the country begins reconstruction efforts, often end up scraping by in a half-hearted way. Alice suddenly seemed to remember something. Yes, they become delinquent gangs just to survive. Then they live half-decently, but because they also partially break the law, they become very difficult to rescue through normal channels. So that's why you sent Your Majesty's household members? Exactly. I thought that those half-delinquent children would have a hard time surviving on their own, so I ordered that they be taken in as well. I see, but why send it to the former servants? Wouldn't it be better to simply order the magistrates properly? I nodded slightly. I realized I hadn't fully answered her question. If it were Henry or Oscar, just this would have been enough to make them say, ah. I reflected a little that my explanation had been roundabout. I think it was during the Albert incident, right? There were children rescued from a black slave trader. Those kids have grown up now, and although the circumstances differ somewhat, they have experience. Like they say, a snake knows the path of a snake. Well, maybe that's an exaggeration, but I thought they would sympathize more and handle things better than government officials. Ah, that incident? You know about it. Yes, I happened to see it back then. If I recall, those were imposters pretending to be servants of the Crown Prince, weren't they? Ah, I smiled gently and nodded slightly. The truth is, Albert was involved, no doubt, but officially they were dealt with as unruly individuals who dared to impersonate the prince's household both internally and externally. The truth isn't always the same as correctness. I let that slide over lightly. That's amazing. What is? Even though that was over a decade ago, you still remember those children. Oh, that, I chuckled softly. It was a genuine smile, completely different from before. People are treasures, there's no way I could forget. Your Majesty? Alice was even more moved, her expression one of deep admiration. Watching her, I pondered. People are treasures, and among them, Alice is rare and precious, almost one of a kind. I've been watching her since before her talents blossomed, and I continue to keep a close eye on her. A human lifetime, watching as her talents bloom, sometimes quietly helping. Not even sure if the talent will truly flourish. I take years, even decades, to carefully observe and verify my judgment. I use people, connections, and money for that purpose. After all that, the only reward is confirming that my eye was not mistaken. I think this, too, is one of the privileges allowed only to nobles. Since the alcohol had run out, Alice stepped outside the tent carrying the empty bottle. She was going to get a replacement. There was an exception with Noah's orders, but generally, to give the appearance that Noah was indulging, the policy was to keep others out of the tent as much as possible. And that was perfectly natural. The emperor, or rather, a powerful man, flanked by a beautiful woman who is both talented and stunning. And this is an extremely private matter between a man and woman at night. No one unnecessary is allowed in. No one else is meant to see it. That's just normal, even if it's not Noah. Even as Alice went outside the tent, the eunuchs and soldiers positioned a little distance away showed no suspicion, faithfully carrying out their duties. Seeing that, Alice felt a bit relieved. She was merely a songstress. On stage, she could remain calm no matter the time, but under Noah's scheme, she was just an amateur, just a woman. She was still nervous, fearing she might be exposed at any moment. "Alice-sama!" "Hiya," a voice called from behind, and Alice was so startled it felt like her heart would leap out of her mouth. Turning around, there stood a young eunuch boy. Ah, Alice felt a bit relieved. He was the same face she had seen earlier. He had seen Noah's signal, silently understood, and with tension executed the order. In other words, this young eunuch was an ally. Nothing would be exposed through him. Thinking this, Alice felt a little more at ease. "What is it?" Yes, a refill for the alcohol." "Understood." The young eunuch Luke took the bottle Alice handed him. Normally, he would immediately go to get a replacement, but for some reason, Luke just stood frozen, looking up at Alice intently. "What's wrong?" I've known about you, Alice-sama, from before entering the palace." Before I entered the palace, I'd heard there was someone whose singing was really amazing." "Ah," Alice nodded, understanding. She knew well that she was famous. She was aware that Prince 13, Prince Wise, and the Emperor all had their eyes on her because she was Noah's favorite. Alice didn't downplay this. She believed her fame was thanks to Noah, so Noah must be amazing and there was no need to be humble about it. "Thank you. That's why I know we're comrades." "Comrades?" Alice tilted her head, wondering what he meant. "I became a eunuch to pay for my little sister's medicine." "Ah, they found out about it from your Majesty, and he assigned a court physician to my sister. So that's how it was. I heard about your mother before entering the palace. So I thought maybe we're comrades." "That's right, comrades, let's both do our best." "Yes." With a bright, innocent smile, Luke nodded vigorously, then took the bottle and ran off to fetch a replacement. Watching his retreating figure, Alice was deeply moved. The Emperor and eunuchs. Their status difference was even greater than that between Prince and Songstress, and there was almost no reason for him to help. Yet Noah generously assigned a court physician. "Your Majesty really is amazing." People are treasures. Then as now, and regardless of position, Noah continued to show it not just in words but in actions, making Alice increasingly devoted to him. The next morning, inside the carriage. After leaving the imperial capital, I, the Emperor, traveled by carriage instead of Palanquin. The carriage was large, pulled by 8 horses, and inside was compact but made like a small room. Due to being horse-drawn, the furnishings were minimal and practical. Since I am the commander of all troops, this carriage might as well be called a mobile command post. Inside, across a simple but spacious table, I faced Neil. Sorry for suddenly calling you back. No, it's fine. Neil's words matched his demeanor. He didn't seem bothered. Previously, I told him that when there were no nosy people around, he could speak informally, so Neil was speaking in a casual tone accordingly. But is it really okay, calling me back like this? I was thinking of myself as the precious hit-and-run squad, Neil asked with a slightly puzzled look. Oscar is involved, politics are involved. He seemed to understand this to some degree, asking without direct expressions. It's fine, that's already settled. Is that so? Yes, at least during this expedition it's safe. If that's the case, then okay, Neil still looked unconvinced. Since what was happening with Oscar couldn't be described in a few words, I started the real topic of why I called Neil back. How's the dual team? They're wild horses. I'm only filled with anxiety. Oh, what makes you say that? Neil said anxiety, but there was a somewhat playful expression on his face. It was a bit amusing. You called it a unit, Your Majesty, but that's not a unit at all. Not everyone is a soldier. I've never seen a unit with 0 soldiers before. Ah, I nodded in understanding. Well, they're all the cream of those who came for the night selection. That's right. The unit I entrusted to Neil was formed by my trusted Don, gathering those who were deliberately dropped from night selection and further collected those who had won at least one duel. Those aspiring knights were different from regular soldiers from the start. That's why, as Neil said, calling it a unit without soldiers fits perfectly. To be honest, it'd be better to dissolve them and assign them as lower-level commanders to various units. It's a waste. That's what I plan to do once this is over. Once it's over? Yes. I nodded and looked Neil squarely in the eyes. Of course, it's only a secondary objective, but, prefacing my words, I began. The lower-level commanders you mentioned, whose orders do they listen to most? Their superiors, Neil started to answer but frowned at me. Whose orders most of all? My phrasing caught him off guard, and after a moment's thought he replied. The main family, I nodded slightly. Main family is a slang term usually paired with household members, sometimes called head of the house, referring to the lord of the household. In other words, it means the various princes. If you reach that answer, you understand. The princes not only send household members to their superiors, but also to lower officials and lower commanders. The relationships are tangled like a spider's web. Ah, what a hassle. Can't be helped, I laughed softly. This all started after the Restoration. In the past, the emperor's sons only gave elite education to the crown prince, while the other princes were left to grow up on their own. When the crown prince died, the other princes proved useless, accelerating the empire's decline. Fortunately, a new founder appeared. Learning from that, all princes were given elite education and granted fiefs where they practiced proper governance. This was to prevent the empire from tilting again due to incompetent princes. Naturally, the princes who received elite education realized the importance of information. Information weighs more than any treasure. No matter how much gold you offer, it can't be bought easily. Because of that, the princes began infiltrating their men, household members everywhere. They craved first-hand information desperately. Of course, in peacetime, they obey their superiors and commanders, but in critical moments, they act on orders from the main family naturally. That relationship can be overwritten in other ways. Without the main family's restrictions, with comrades who once ate from the same pot. Eating from the same pot, better a stranger nearby than distant relatives. Neil was left dumbfounded, mouth agape. Get along well. After you climb the ranks, there will be people who work like household members but aren't. You've thought this through? Impressive. Neil widened his eyes in surprise, speechless. But will it really go that smoothly? You're assuming they won't be absorbed by power or factions after scattering. Isn't that overestimating? No, it should be fine. Why? Because the top is you. Neil blinked in confusion for a moment, then realized I meant you can truly capture the hearts of your subordinates, and gave a complicated expression. That's a bit unfair, he protested. As I was talking with Neil, the carriage gradually slowed down and eventually came to a complete stop. Have we reached today's camp? Just as I said that, the young eunuch Luke called out loudly from outside. It's Luke, Your Majesty. Come in. Excuse me. With the Emperor's permission, Luke entered the carriage and prostrated himself before me. What's going on? It seems we've arrived at the place for today's camp. The tents will be ready shortly, so please wait a little longer. Very well. I nodded, glanced at Neil, and thought for a moment. Shall we do an inspection? Inspection. For what? To build an alibi. An alibi? Neil's expression grew even more puzzled after hearing my explanation. I smiled softly and held up the ring before my eyes. Then I concentrated and summoned Apophis. Apophis, the one who governs and controls all poisons. During this campaign, I used Apophis at night to expel alcohol from my body as I drank, so no matter how much I drank, I never got drunk. This time I did almost the exact opposite. Ugh, why, Your Majesty? Both Neil and Luke furrowed their brows simultaneously. Neil's reaction was quite direct. Even in front of the Emperor, he pinched his nose. By the look of it, you caught the scent properly. Not just caught it, what's with this smell of alcohol? It's like I've been soaking in a barrel of booze all day, Neil said, and Luke nodded repeatedly. It's a little magic. You mean the demonic sword Leviathans? Not Leviathan, but something of the same nature. If I said that, Leviathan, who is quite proud, might protest, but I prioritized clarity and just said so. To ordinary humans, Leviathan and Apophis are not that different. Neither is human. They are beings far beyond human understanding. Does that mean you can control it freely? Yes. Amazing. And from what I can tell, it just smells like alcohol. Good intuition, that's exactly it. As expected of Neil, I thought to myself. Yes, I had ordered Apophis to emit the smell of alcohol, and that was all it did. Normally, if something smells that strongly of alcohol, you'd expect unsteady footing, impaired thinking, or slurred speech, but there was none of that. Just the smell of alcohol, nothing more. I alighted from the carriage. Neil and Luke hurriedly followed behind. When I stepped out, the vast grassland was already about 80% set up for the camp. At first, I was a little surprised that we stopped so soon. But it's impossible for the Emperor to be at the very front of a marching formation. The leading troops set up the camp to some extent before the Emperor's carriage. Me arrived, so this situation happened. Without saying anything, I started walking. Behind me, Neil gestured and brought along some soldiers who followed. Luke did not come. Perhaps he judged that since Neil was escorting me, there was no need for the eunuch to be involved. In any case, I led Neil and the others as we inspected the camp. Most of the soldiers, upon seeing me, immediately stood at attention and saluted. In peacetime, the Emperor is given a kneeling salute, kneeling as a formality, but in the military, maintaining combat readiness is prioritized, so except in extraordinary circumstances, standing salutes are sufficient. This meant I could clearly see their facial expressions. About 1 in 10 soldiers looked dissatisfied with me, the Emperor. That was only natural. A ruler who spent every day womanizing until dawn, and when he occasionally showed his face, reeked of alcohol. It was only natural for them to harbor resentment. I was satisfied with that reaction. Along with the matter of Alice, showing this image would make those around recognize me as a bad emperor. Now, if only there were some spies planted among the soldiers, then it would be perfect. Stop! What are you doing? Seize him. Suddenly, from the direction I was heading, an unsettling commotion arose. Immediately after, ignoring the restraining soldiers, a middle-aged soldier dashed up to me and prostrated himself on the spot. With all due respect, Your Majesty, stop! Come here! The soldiers who had tried to restrain him caught up and grabbed his shoulders and arms, trying to pull him away. Enough, I raised my hand to stop them. Huh! Why, yes, Your Highness! The soldiers, initially unable to accept the situation, released him once they saw the Emperor had permitted it and returned to their group of onlookers. Left behind was the middle-aged soldier who, despite being grabbed, stayed rooted to the ground in a prostration without moving. He raised only his face and stared intently at me. Who are you? I am Andy Hayden, captain of the 3rd Army's 100-man unit. I see. What business does the 100-man captain have with me? With all due respect, Your Majesty, that witch of ruin must be banished from the capital immediately. Oh, that witch brings you nothing but harm. Keeping her close will only lead to defeat. You mean to say I am neglecting my duties because I'm obsessed with women? Captain Andy gulped. I interrogated him in a slightly stern tone, yet he only hesitated for a moment. Clenching his teeth, he continued with a resolute expression. There is no shortage of former wise rulers who lost themselves to women and made flawed judgments. At this rate? I see. Understood. I nodded slightly. Captain Andy's expression brightened for a moment, as if to say, you understand me. Neil. Yes. Neil seemed momentarily dumbfounded, perhaps not expecting to be addressed, but then responded. Detain this man. What's the charge? Crime of disrespect against the Emperor. A murmur rose among the soldiers. Neil stared at me for a moment, then said, as you wish. He went to apprehend Andy. Let me go. Wait, I still have things to say. Shut him up. Don't let him speak any further. Yes, Neil complied and struck Andy's abdomen with a blow. Andy's eyes widened, he gasped and spat out, then collapsed unconscious. Take him away. Further judgment will be announced later. Yes, Neil said and took Andy away himself. I continued to walk through the camp, which was still buzzing with unrest. As expected, no second remonstrator appeared. That night, a carriage was heading back from the Emperor's personal military campaign army to the capital. On the carriage were the unconscious Andy and Neil looking down on him. Several of Neil's subordinates, aspiring knights from the dual team, accompanied them. Under the moonlight, the carriage slowly retraced its path, and the vibrations woke Andy. Where am I? You're awake. Andy sat up suddenly and looked around with a surprised expression. Don't worry, this is the carriage returning to the capital. To the capital? Huh, my restraints. Andy noticed something was wrong with his body. Something that should have been there was missing. Andy had directly remonstrated with Emperor Noah, and he had incurred the Emperor's wrath. It would not be strange if he had been sentenced to death on the spot. At the very least, he should be shackled as a criminal. But none of that was true. Andy was not restrained and was completely free. What's going on? Imperial edict. Neil straightened up and declared loudly. Andy was surprised for a moment and then prostrated himself. After confirming the protocol for delivering the Imperial edict and the etiquette for the Emperor's representative, Neil continued. The crime of disrespect against 100-man Captain Andy is hereby pardoned, and he is ordered transferred to the Ministry of Justice. What? Surprised, Andy lifted his face and looked at Neil. That's all. What's this? A word of thanks? I'm truly grateful. Good. What exactly is going on? It's the Emperor's consideration. Instead of applying military law, he applied imperial law for the crime of disrespect. You're lucky under military law. That would have meant immediate death then and there. But even for the crime of disrespect. It's the Emperor's saying, but the essence of the crime of disrespect lies in the Emperor's private law. If the Emperor smiles and pardons, that's the end of it. Andy was about to argue but swallowed his words. Military law generally imposes heavier punishments than ordinary imperial law, even for the same crimes. This is because the Empire, being a nation of warriors, controls its military with strict laws and severe penalties. However, the crime of disrespect specifically targets speech and conduct toward the royal family and the Emperor. It is often misunderstood, but the possibility of not being punished is far greater here. Especially nobles and royals sometimes need to show generosity. Therefore, there are many cases where they are leniently forgiven. Andy also misunderstood this, but upon hearing the explanation, he was troubled but accepted it. I knew the theory, but I've never seen an emperor use it like this. If it's a crime of disrespect against me, it ends if I pardon it. Well, that's the theory anyway. Neil chuckled softly. Neil looked like he understood it all alone, while Andy looked increasingly left behind. This is a message from His Majesty. I'm not allowed to give a verbatim repetition, so this is my interpretation. The Emperor is currently playing the part of a figurehead. He understands what you're saying, but now is not the time to listen. But he values someone who can remonstrate directly even under such disparity of status and knowledge of military law, and who is willing to risk death. When the figurehead role is no longer necessary, you will be entrusted with heavy duties. For now, follow the Emperor's footsteps at the Ministry of Justice. So, in other words, you obstructed the Emperor's plans, but he liked your honesty. People are treasures, you see. Truly, he's an amazing person. Neil was impressed, and Andy was left speechless in astonishment. The next day, during the daytime, inside the carriage, as Henry and I were discussing the matters ahead, we received news that Neil had returned. I immediately summoned him into the carriage to hear his report. Neil entered the carriage, glanced briefly at Henry, then lowered himself to one knee and bowed his head. I have returned after taking over the escort duty. Thank you for your efforts. Come closer and speak. Yes, sir. Neil stood up and approached. Although inside a carriage, it was a fairly spacious room, enough that standing and walking around wouldn't cause anyone to bump their head. Neil came closer and stood in front of one of the chairs placed across the table. After I gave permission by saying sit, Neil took a seat there. Well, Henry, just as I said, wasn't I right? That's true. I admit defeat. As Henry and I shared a laugh, Neil looked puzzled, not understanding what we were talking about. But since he didn't even know if it concerned him, he could only wear a confused expression without asking anything. Henry was the one who warned you that your attitude was becoming too much to overlook. That was, don't be flustered. I already told you I approved it, as long as it was when no one else was around. Still, Henry said that if you're spoiled too much, you'll become arrogant, so it's better to keep a tight rein. Your Majesty, that's quite a summary, Henry said with a slight smile, gently admonishing me. Of course, when Henry reprimanded Neil, it was much more tactful and polite, but the gist was about the same. So, I made a little bet to see how you would behave when Henry was present. Your Majesty obviously believed you would conduct yourself properly. I completely lost when it came to assessing people. That's typical of your Majesty. I chuckled softly, neither affirming nor denying it. To the Emperor, humility isn't always a virtue. Just as Neil presented himself with proper manners when Henry was present, the Emperor is expected to be magnanimous and confident in front of subordinates, and the people, without false humility. Well then, let's have your report. Yes, sir, I escorted him part way and conveyed your Majesty's words. How did he react? At first he was surprised, then moved to tears. I see. After that, I entrusted trusted subordinates with the escort all the way to the capital. Good work, I nodded. With this, that matter should be settled, or so I thought. However, your Majesty, isn't that spoiling him too much? Far from being settled, Henry again criticized, saying I was spoiling him too much. He committed such acts in front of everyone, and to not reprimand him at all is questionable. And then this talk about sending him to the Ministry of Justice. Is there something wrong with being sent to the Ministry of Justice, Henry? Neil asked, puzzled. Your Majesty was once the Prince Minister of Legal Affairs? Yes. Neil nodded, still seeming to not fully understand. I chuckled softly, and instead of Henry, who gave me a "you don't understand" look, I explained. Actions are judged not only by good or evil, right or wrong, but also by how others perceive them. I see. I once served as the Prince Minister of Legal Affairs and oversaw the Ministry of Justice. So when I personally order someone sent to the Ministry of Justice, how do you think people view it? Ah, I understand. People's perception changes. That's what Henry means by spoiling him too much. Henry added this final explanation. That may be true, but I think this is the right approach. Henry silently gave me a why. Look, there are two reasons. First, the very fact that he can behave as if ready to die to uphold what's right is a kind of talent. That talent is precious. And the other, a trial. I gave a soft laugh. As Henry said, if he's sent to the Ministry of Justice, people might think I'm indulging him. That means various people will approach him. Temptations increase. ... It's about whether he can resist those temptations, right? Exactly. After nodding and taking a breath, I continued. Even if a captain of 100 can uphold integrity, there's no guarantee he'll continue after advancing in rank. To use him later in important roles, I want to test him now. I see. Impressive. To be honest, I think your Majesty is overestimating that soldier, Henry said with a bitter expression. Is that so? It's not so difficult to offer direct remonstrance when acting on impulse. A person can sometimes be intoxicated by righteousness, yes. When I said this, Henry silently nodded slightly. If that's the case, then so be it. For now, let's observe as he trains at the Ministry of Justice. Direct remonstrance itself is not something to blame. Yes, indeed. Henry gave a slight nod, apparently satisfied for the time being. Well then, let's change the subject. There is one thing I want to hear both of your opinions on. What might that be? Henry calmly asked back, while Neil tensed slightly and straightened his back a bit. Though when alone with me he is relaxed, Neil gets nervous because Henry's presence makes me behave more like the Emperor than usual. Without pointing this out, I continued. Ultimately, I will consult Oscar, but before that, I want your opinions. So this concerns internal affairs? I want to create a new official post. A new official post? Yes, a post dedicated solely to offering direct remonstrance to the Emperor. Let's for now call it the Censor General. Censor General. The role is, as I said, solely to offer direct remonstrance to me, the Emperor. We will need to amend some parts of imperial law to make the crime of disrespect an exception in certain cases. You intend to go that far? Henry asked, with a somewhat hesitant, troubled expression. Unlike Alice, Henry immediately understood that I was trying to institutionalize the direct remonstrance sparked by that soldier. I nodded firmly. That's right. Why go so far? Henry pressed further. This may sound like a broken record, but I must prove that the late Emperor's judgment in appointing me as Emperor was correct. Your Majesty, I looked up at the ceiling. The carriage ceiling was made of canvas for weight reduction, so the blue sky was faintly visible. Gazing at the more distant sky than usual, I continued. I believe that is my greatest mission upon ascending the throne. If I establish the Censor General first, as I said before, it's about how those around perceive it. Yes, depending on the authority granted to the Censor General's statements, you can strongly emphasize to those around you that you are a wise ruler who genuinely seeks direct remonstrance. Henry's words earned a clear nod from me. Though wise ruler refers to me, contextually it also praises my father, the late Emperor, as the wise ruler who appointed a wise ruler. The other is practical. I will make mistakes, too. There will be things Henry or Oscar won't reprimand me for, but if we have multiple censor generals, someone will correct me and prevent mistakes. If we reduce mistakes, naturally I will become a wise ruler. So that's the idea. What do you think, Henry? I have no objections. I see. Then there's no problem. Oscar, too, will likely not oppose this. That overestimates Oscar. No, never mind. Is that so? I nodded quietly, relieved. Suddenly, I remembered Neil hadn't said anything for a while, so I turned to him. What do you think, Neil? Well, speak up. Well, I think it's amazing. What's that supposed to mean? I chuckled softly. Normally, no one would willingly keep people around who watch their every move like that. Your Majesty has been like that since childhood. Unlike Neil, who was amazed, Henry wore an expression of some understanding. Well, that's fine. It seems Neil has no particular opinion, so I'll send a letter later to get Oscar's real thoughts. Oscar, believing the Emperor is absolute, might initially oppose it. But if he aims to be a wise ruler, he will understand the necessity. Now then, next, excuse me for interrupting. Suddenly, from outside the carriage, I heard Luke's voice. What is it? Henry, not I, replied. At times like this, the person of lower rank responds, not the master of the scene. Henry asked Luke, but perhaps because Luke was addressed by Henry and not me, or maybe he felt intimidated, his voice became even tenser. Well, a guest is here. A guest? What do you mean? Ah, sorry, not a guest. Someone came requesting an audience with your Majesty. Who? Noticing Luke's tension, Henry chuckled and softened his tone. General Jerry Eisen of the Mugu Army. Mugu? General? Who is this Jerry Eisen? Henry tilted his head in confusion. Jerry, I remember him. Let him in. Yes, sir. Your Majesty, do you know him? He's someone Henry knows as well. I smiled softly. Remember the bandit gang that attacked me initial? Henry's face showed recognition only after my hint. Now that you mention it, you remember him? Yes, he literally became a treasure. Your Majesty. That's amazing. Henry was amazed, fully impressed. With the sunset at my back, I stepped out of the carriage and waited for the other party to approach. From across the main road that had naturally formed in the camp, a man appeared. He left all the soldiers he was leading outside the camp and approached me alone. His footsteps were heavy and steady, so forceful that if the floor were flimsy, it would creak or even break under his large strides. The man in armor, half of his face covered by a beard, came straight to me, then bowed deeply to the ground with such force it was almost as if he leapt. Long time no see, Lord. I am Jerry Eisen. You look well. Has it really been about 10 years since we last met in person? Jerry, still prostrating himself, lifted only his face to reply. Yes, Lord, it's been roughly 10 years since that day you made me a man. I see. You can relax. It must be difficult to speak like that when you're bowing so low. Yes, sir. Jerry rubbed his forehead against the ground one last time before standing upright. He had quite a presence. Looking closely, his armor was well worn with countless small scratches. Hidden by his beard, there was a fresh-looking pink scar on the side of his cheek. It was clear from just that scar that he was still on the front lines. Combined with his large build, his presence, his intimidation was overwhelming. I thought a timid new recruit might faint just from his glare. By the way, you've been around here? Yes, Lord. For the past 3 years, I've been stationed here in the western region. That's good, but why have you come? Even if you're an unnumbered general now, you shouldn't leave your post without permission. I heard you were coming this way, so I brought 3 gifts. Figured if I missed this chance, who knows when the next would be. Gifts? Before that, Jerry Eisen, right? Henry stepped forward from behind and frowned, looking displeased as he questioned Jerry. Is that the way you speak before His Majesty? This is His Imperial Highness the Prince. Well, I truly am sorry about that. Jerry scratched his head and answered with a troubled expression. I was a bandit before, and since Lord took me in, I've been moving between battlefields, so I don't know much about etiquette. Yeah, now I'm a general and should learn, I get it. But if I had the time to learn that stuff, I'd rather use it to kill some barbarian at the frontier to serve the Lord better. There are limits. Very well, Your Majesty. Henry looked back at me and gave a slight reproachful glance that seemed to say, you're too lenient. I permit it. After all, we're at the front. Focusing on etiquette here is pointless. If His Majesty says so, Henry said this with a reluctant look. He had long served as the Prince of Military Affairs. As head of the Ministry of Military Affairs, he regularly interacted with generals who often had rough tempers and poor manners. But usually those who reached the rank of general had some connections or learned etiquette, as Jerry said. You learn once you become a general. It was rare for someone like Jerry who didn't care at all. Most people gain more to lose as they rise in rank and strive to maintain their position. But Jerry never did. That was somewhat interesting. Enough about that. What are these gifts? Yes, sir. Hey, bring them here quickly, Jerry shouted loudly toward his troops behind him. His voice was like thunder, loud enough that the soldiers quietly setting up nearby stopped and turned around in surprise. Of course, Jerry's troops heard it and started moving. After a while, nearly 10 soldiers arrived, escorting 5 women. Thank you for waiting. Lord, what are those? Yes, Lord, I heard the Lord was bringing women, but just one is too lonely, so I gathered some decent women from my jurisdiction and brought them along. I see. I nodded slightly, though sudden. As Emperor No, as a nobleman, this was nothing surprising. Offering women to curry favor was a common occurrence and nothing to be shocked about. Oh, of course, all of them agreed willingly. For example, these 2 are from farmers' families reducing their mouths to feed. The next is an apprentice from a brothel. This one was the poster girl at a shuttered town diner. And this one? What was it again? My younger brother is getting married. So I was sold for that, Jerry asked, and the girl answered timidly, creating a strange scene. Right. It's common that when the youngest marries, the other children, especially daughters, get sold off for it. I don't understand it myself. Though, that's a story often heard from Western farmers. It's a local custom here. Oh, Lord. You know that? Indeed. Eastern farmers divide their land equally among all sons upon succession. That's the origin of the word Taoic, Chinese letter, Japanese letter. Meanwhile, in the West, the youngest inherits everything. So all the money goes to the youngest. Interesting, but why the youngest? Isn't it usually the eldest son? The theory is that the youngest is younger and can work longer. Nowadays, most do it out of tradition. Wow, impressive, Lord. You even knew that? Jerry Eisen, that's quite rude of you. Henry, who had been silent, finally couldn't take it and scolded Jerry. You're right, that was out of line. The story was just so interesting I got carried away. Jerry, admonished by Henry, who seemed more sincere than before, furiously prostrated himself again, rubbing his forehead hard against the ground. He bowed so vigorously that before deciding to forgive him or not, I just found it endlessly amusing. All right, I'm not upset. Yes, sir. Jerry sprang up quickly. He must have rubbed hard because his forehead was bleeding, but he didn't seem to notice and continued. And of course, I've explained everything properly to all of them, so rest assured, Lord. If the Lord favors them, that's great, but even if not, as long as they serve properly during their time, I'll personally take care of their families for life. Quite generous. Well, that's not all. Oh, speaking of generosity, I also brought alcohol. You can't have women without some booze, right? Jerry said that, preparing to shout at his troops again. I chuckled, thinking that yelling would probably bring the alcohol over. All right, all right. No need to line them up before me. Hand them over to the staff later. Ha ha! Did this cost quite a bit? It must have been tough to prepare all this on the salary of an unnumbered general. When I asked, Jerry looked at me with his most serious face and replied, I'm here able to be a decent man now, thanks to you, Lord. If you hadn't shown us the way that day, we'd be rotting on some death row or deep in the mountains. So this is my chance to repay my debt. I'll do it even if it costs me my life, right? I only showed you the way. Still, you're our benefactor, no, our God. Jerry looked straight at me as he spoke. His gaze seemed to say, this isn't nearly enough to repay you. You're so sincere. Fine, I'll accept the alcohol, but take the women back. I already have a fine woman. Really? In the capital, no, she's the Empire's greatest songstress. Then there's no need for these ladies. Jerry didn't push further. He had a likable lack of pushiness. So, what's the last gift? Suddenly, Henry spoke up. Since I had been defending Jerry, he sounded a bit sulky, as if wanting to quickly hear and finish the matter. Yes, I did say 3 gifts. I smirked slightly. Women and alcohol. Since Jerry said 3, that meant 3 types, so one was missing. There's a little more. A little more? The voice can't quite reach that far. Sorry, Lord, just wait a moment. The moment Jerry said that, an explosion sounded in the distance. We all turned toward the direction of the blast. There was a mountain to the north, beyond which intermittent explosions were heard. And the crimson sky grew even darker. What is that? Heh, Jerry grinned smugly. It's those damned fools who dare defy the Lord. They set fire to the provision storehouse real quick. Jerry boasted like it was something to be proud of, and it truly was. Henry and Neil, who hadn't had a chance to join the conversation, stared in shock at the north, where explosions continued and flames still burned. We all turned simultaneously toward the direction of the raging fire and stared. Except for Jerry, every man present was speechless. Even I was genuinely surprised. Your Majesty, I nodded, and Henry immediately turned on his heel, shouting, someone, as he strode away with long strides. You can't just take me lightly. I mean, with a fire that grand, it's obvious what's going on. Don't say that, that's part of Henry's job, too. Is that so? You wouldn't just take reports from your subordinates at face value, would you? Well, that's true, Jerry nodded, convinced by my words. But how did you manage to uncover that? An independent provisions storehouse. No, that scale is more like a logistics hub. Such information is top secret for the enemy. That's easy. Jerry smirked proudly, the corners of his mouth curling into a grin. Oh, for example, these girls here, they're not joking or anything. Their families willingly sent them to me. I see. I nodded along, encouraging him to explain how that connected to what he was saying. No matter how much you try to hide things, the locals always find out. Unlike those bastards, I've always made friends among the locals. I understood. So they told you? Exactly. Without me even needing to investigate, the locals bring me information. Those bastards just lounge around. What was his name again? Eiler? Eiler Noof? That's the one. Jerry pointed sharply at me. Then suddenly realizing what he'd done, he quickly withdrew his finger and laughed it off. I believe he's the granduncle of your father, my lord. He is a distant branch of the Prince of Honor's family, a legitimate member of the royal family. By the way, though he's the late emperor's granduncle, his actual age is nearly the same as mine. Among nobles, with large families and political marriages in all sorts of combinations, distant relationships often mean titles and ages don't line up as you'd expect. Sorry to say, but having a man like that among the common folk in the borderlands only tarnishes the royal family's reputation. Is it really that bad? Having defeated the Empire's army, wouldn't he be considered somewhat of a hero? You highly overestimate that bastard, my lord. His incompetence is such that the locals willingly leak secrets to us. I see. I nodded and looked at the girls Jerry had brought. I recalled Jerry's earlier words. Even if I didn't take a liking to these girls, Jerry promised to favor their families as payment for bringing them this far. If that's true, and if his usual attitude toward the locals is like that, contrasting sharply with Eiler Noof's, then it makes sense that he would be well regarded and receive information without asking. But wouldn't that cost a lot, being friendly all the time? That's because of your teaching, my lord. My teaching. Yes, sir, although I was unlucky and didn't hear it directly, just second-hand. I tilted my head, wondering what he meant. Jerry closed his eyes and recited solemnly as if reading from a scripture. The third-rate noble hates to share. The second-rate noble begrudgingly fulfills his obligations. The first-rate noble does so without even thinking about it, as if it's natural. After finishing, he opened his eyes and looked me in the face again. That's what I heard. I see, I have said something like that before. Those words are a guiding principle I hold sacred. Strictly speaking, they aren't my words, but I didn't point that out and instead looked at Jerry expectantly. And when I put that into practice, things just worked out. Then while we're at it, here's another piece of advice. Yes, I will listen carefully. Jerry changed expression, dropped to his knees on the spot, and bowed deeply. Few feel rewarded when they do what comes naturally. But if you help 1,000 people, and even one returns the favor, that's a profit, a great success. Just like you, I humbly accept your words. Jerry said that and remained prostrate on the ground, trembling slightly with emotion. Jerry said, I'll take everything, and led his troops away. The girls he brought were taken back as well, since Alice was there to keep him company for any dissipation. And having fewer collaborators who tell lies made it less likely for things to be exposed, the girls were sent home. The setting sun had fully dipped below the horizon after all the commotion, and night had fallen. Even so, the blaze from the provision storehouse beyond the mountain dyed the night sky a fierce red. This will make fighting much easier. Yes, even so, he was an incredible man. Neil, who had watched everything quietly by my side and had barely spoken through the whole ordeal, finally broke the silence. That's true, and your Majesty is truly remarkable for discovering that. He was just one among 1,000, it wasn't planned. I smiled softly. If that's the case, then I think he's even more impressive. Helping 1,000 people and having even one return the favor, it's easy to lose heart along the way, even if you've made up your mind. I thought that made sense. It's like the earlier saying about second-rate nobles begrudging their duties and first-rate nobles doing what's natural, but I decided not to say that. Still, I looked at Neil, curious what he was getting at. Neil gazed toward the direction Jerry had gone, now just darkness. It's a shame someone noticed him, yet he never changed his attitude. Had he even slightly improved it, he could have gone much further. Ha, you saw it that way? Neil looked at me, puzzled. What do you mean? Jerry's attitude, it's deliberate. Just like me, he's putting on an act. Why do you say that? Remember when I said I would give you a word of advice? A word, yes, he knelt. Exactly. I nodded, recalling Jerry's behavior at that moment. Didn't you feel something was off? Off. No, he seemed perfectly proper. Right, perfectly proper. Even in front of the throne, his conduct was impeccable. When I said that, Neil nodded, and then he suddenly stopped and gasped. I smiled faintly. It's a common phrase, but the lack of discomfort is the discomfort itself. Jerry had just angered Henry moments before, yet in that instant he displayed flawless etiquette. Why would he do that? I told you it's the same act as me. Jerry is playing that character now, though he couldn't deceive himself when it came to my real advice. Neil was dumbfounded, mouth agape. He can do it, but pretends he can't. No, before that, he's counting his origin into the act. He must have worked incredibly hard behind the scenes. Isn't that giving him too much credit? Do you really think so? No, I think it's amazing that someone from Bandits made it that far. That's true. I nodded and, like Neil, looked toward the direction Jerry had left. I recalled when I first met him. Back then, he was just a bandit chief. Now, he played the figurehead while winning over the people and gaining secret information from the enemy. He had become a general. I was glad I had paved his path, and I reconsidered how to handle Jerry. Should I let him keep earning battle achievements on the frontier a little longer, or call him back to the imperial capital to command the royal guard? Or perhaps send him to the Truehive front lines to assist Jessica? Suddenly, Oscar's face appeared in my mind. This time was fine, but in the future I might have to keep an eye on Oscar again. In such a case, having someone like Jerry near the capital wielding some military power would be convenient. But even so, to entrust him with the royal guard, he needs a few more battle achievements. It's better not to force things, to avoid provoking Oscar or making him wary. So, on the contrary, I decided to give Jerry a more important role in the upcoming battles. In the darkness, a man was hiding in the shadows. The black attire he wore would have stood out during the day, but at night, it blended perfectly with the background. Combined with his skill, he was so well concealed that unless someone stared at him from close range, he would not be discovered. The man was keenly aware of erasing his presence, listening intently to every sound coming from the tent before him. As expected of your Majesty, you sure can drink. Come on, drink more. Ahaha, this time, Alice, you should be the one to give me a drink. Oh, your Majesty, please don't touch strange places. No harm done, no harm done. Stop it. Not yet, I see, not yet. Ho, ahaha. All right, I'll show you something good. Something good? What came from beyond the tent was exactly as the prior intel had stated. The Emperor of the Empire had brought his favored concubine to the battlefield and was indulging in debauchery. It's not entirely unheard of for those in power to bring women even to the battlefield, but due to his line of work, the man refrained from making assumptions until he confirmed it himself. Now, hearing the raucous revelry beyond the tent, he became certain. Though his sharp senses hadn't detected any intimate encounter yet, he chalked that up to the overpowering smell of strong alcohol invading his nostrils. This strong scent of alcohol was so potent it carried even through the tent. The man was fully convinced of the Emperor's lavish debauchery and felt his mission was half accomplished. All right, having gotten the confirmation, the man decided it was time to leave. He had been a scout for many years. His top priority was to survive and bring back information, so he took his time. He took a great deal of time to return. He carefully observed the patrolling soldiers, waiting for a safe and certain opportunity to escape. Eventually, a gap appeared. Seizing that gap, the man slipped out of the Empire's army camp and vanished into the dark grasslands. Two men were silently watching that figure from the shadows. They left. After confirming the enemy scout had departed, Henry and I emerged from our hiding place. Finally, they came. Yes, combined with the information we spread, there's no doubt they will conclude that your Majesty is a tyrant. The main reason I brought Alice here was to deceive the enemy and make them careless. We had disseminated information both directly and indirectly, but we expected the opposing commander, if they were competent, to send scouts to verify it. Tonight, the scout we'd been waiting for arrived and successfully returned with news of my debauchery. That meant the first stage was cleared. Good thing you had no prior acquaintance with Eiler Noof. The Noof family is a mere sideline branch after all. But, what is it? I glanced to the side and saw Henry looking at me. He had a face like he had tasted something bitter, but was somewhat impressed at the same time. Your Majesty's majestic deed, I never thought it could be used like this. It's just a small adaptation. I smiled lightly. Henry was referring to the presence diversion technique. I had diverted the gaze of everyone in the direction the scout was escaping. The scout, being extremely cautious, escaped precisely in the moment when the gazes were diverted. Thanks to my support, the scout got away safely. Of course, it was obvious at a glance that the scout's skill in erasing presence and footsteps, as well as infiltration and escape techniques, was exceptional. Even without my help, they probably could have managed. Still, I supported them just to be absolutely sure that it could be used for others as well. The technique is originally about guiding the gaze of others, so whether it's me or someone else is not a prerequisite. Indeed, it's amazing. There seem to be many other possible applications. I smiled faintly. As Henry said, there are many ways this skill can be used. I had already thought of many scenarios, and I was confident it would work well in situations like assisting scouts as we just did. This technique would definitely be useful in various ways going forward. More importantly, Henry, yes, what is it? If things go too smoothly, the enemy will become suspicious. Let's have a minor pursuit. But Henry looked into the darkness where the scout had disappeared. I had almost perfectly ensured the scout's escape. In this darkness, it would be impossible to find them. Henry argued that if we pursued now, it would only raise suspicion. I will now light fireworks in the camp to please the woman I brought here, even though we are in the midst of battle. Fireworks with her name on them. That's right, I'll show them something good. Ha! Henry, naturally nearby to ensure the scout's safe return, suddenly remembered the words I spoke and gasped. Amazing! So that's how it works. So that's the plan. As you wish, Henry bowed and hurried off. After seeing him off, I raised my hand and called out, Behemoth! Almost immediately, a small, translucent dragon appeared before me. Though small enough to fit on my palm, the figure clad in flames was majestic. You called. Did you hear what I just said? Every word. Sorry to make you do some acrobatics. Can you manage it? Easily. The flame dragon Behemoth rose into the sky in his small form. Leaving my hand, he melted into the moonless night sky, and after a few moments, fireworks exploded in the sky. Behemoth, the flame dragon, launched fireworks instead of his usual raging flames. The fireworks burst in the air, blooming like huge flowers. Within the flower-shaped fireworks, Alice's name appeared. Fireworks with Alice's name lit up the night sky. They also bathed the ground in a red glow as if it were daytime. Immediately after the fireworks rose, murmurs ran through the camp. Then voices filled with disbelief echoed from all directions. Several seconds later, "Stop there! Who goes there?" Henry's voice came from afar. At the same time, loud footsteps sprang to life. "That's enough, Behemoth," I whispered, and it seemed the message reached Behemoth in the sky. The fireworks immediately stopped. We waited there for a while. A few minutes later, Henry returned. "How was it, sir? Thanks to your Majesty's tactical decision, we lost them safely." I see," I smiled faintly. "It was night. Besides, it was a moonless night, dark enough for the scout to slip away easily. When the fireworks stopped, darkness returned, making escape easier. Humans are funny creatures. Even if it's the exact same thing, things obtained with effort tend to feel more valuable. The information the scout brought back would surely be treated as valuable. That was the final touch. I caught a glimpse of the scout mocking us as he looked up at the sky. Ha ha ha, he sure looked down on me quite a bit. I thought the plan had gone well. Changing my expression, I looked at Henry again. "Now then, Henry, yes, from tomorrow, tighten security. Make sure not even a rat can slip in." "As you wish. I will make sure they learn their lesson and never sneak in again. But expect increased consumption of alcohol and other luxuries. As expected of your Majesty, I will comply. I will be away for a while." "Huh." Henry, who always responded promptly to my orders, looked at me in surprise. "Away? What do you mean?" "Just as I said, from tomorrow the carriage and tent will be empty. Do not let them realize I am gone." "Where are you going?" "A scout mission." "Huh." Henry gawked, speechless. After nearly 10 seconds frozen in place, he finally understood my words. "That must not happen. The Emperor himself, impossible. You saw the power of presence diversion yourself." "Still, I cannot allow it." "What if something happens to your Majesty?" "It will be fine. More than that, I want fresh information." "Fresh information?" "I want to know how I am actually perceived. If possible, I want to sneak into Eiler Noof's quarters. I could listen to bedtime stories." I ended with a little joke, but Henry still tried to argue. "But, Henry—" I looked at the persistent Henry with a serious expression and called his name. Henry flinched slightly and responded sharply. "I could have left silently. With that power, escaping would be easy, right? That's. I'm telling you now because I trust you. Your Majesty is amazing. And so cruel. That's a completely different matter, but when you say it like that, I have no choice but to comply." "I see." I smiled again. Henry is a smart man. My statement about trusting him was an unmistakable diversion. Trusting Henry does not reduce the risks involved in what I'm doing. It doesn't make him more likely to accept it. Henry understood that well and reluctantly accepted, thinking, if he says so. That's why I could entrust this to him. Henry watched Noah return inside the tent with a complicated expression. He looked genuinely conflicted. In Henry's mind, the evaluation Noah and Oscar exchanged before deployment resurfaced. "Your Majesty is hardly human. Your Majesty, you overestimate me and humans." His whispered words, spoken with that complicated expression, were swallowed by the noise of the camp and didn't reach anyone's ears. After entrusting various matters to Henry, I returned to the tent. Inside the tent, Alice was sitting quietly in a composed manner. "I'm back. Thank you for your hard work, Your Majesty." Alice smiled gently as she stood up and handed me a well-wrung towel. I hadn't been outside the tent for long and wasn't tired at all, but without saying a word, I accepted her thoughtful gesture and wiped my face a little. Here." Alice took back the towel after I was done. She didn't ask anything. It wasn't that she lacked curiosity. Still, Alice said nothing. Like a devoted wife, she took care of me attentively. I sat down in my usual spot, and Alice came to sit beside me. "I'll be away for a while starting tomorrow." Alice's eyes widened in surprise as she stared at me. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to infiltrate enemy territory?" "Absolutely not." Without hearing the end, Alice raised her voice to stop me. Then, realizing what she'd done, she pressed her hand to her mouth with an embarrassed expression. "Don't worry, Henry already admonished me earlier. Naturally, it's far too dangerous. But this is the only time." "What do you mean?" Leviathan once took out the leader of Almeria's rebel army near the imperial capital with ultra-long-range sniping." Alice gave an ambiguous nod, her face saying, "What on earth are you talking about?" I continued without minding. "That had an enormous effect, but it was so overwhelming that countermeasures were developed. It can't be done the same way anymore. If it hadn't been done back then, we could have taken out the rebel leader with ultra-long-range sniping this time without a personal military campaign." "But then, what about the next time?" "That's exactly it." I chuckled softly. Alice, who's intelligent, immediately understood the essence of what I was trying to say. No matter how strong or advanced a technique is, with use comes countermeasures, making it outdated and less effective. Do you know? Once upon a time, a single mage could break down castle walls with a fireball. But now, with countermeasures, hundreds of mages must fire simultaneously to achieve decent results. And in even more ancient times, just having iron weapons meant one could fight like a one-man army. Yes, the same goes for singing. Exactly. I don't know all the details, but given the world you see as a woman like you, I'm sure you're at that level. I nodded and said so. This is true in any field. Especially in popular disciplines like singing, where many people train diligently, techniques evolve rapidly. It's often said that even a master from the past wouldn't necessarily thrive today. In some ways that's true, and in others it's not, I think. If the old masters had stayed with their old techniques, they wouldn't succeed. But if they used their talent to learn the ever-evolving modern techniques, they'd still shine, I believe. I realized I'd drifted off and looked at Alice again. It's frustrating. Alice looked just as she said, frustrated. That's progress for all humanity. What's wrong? You look like a stunned pigeon. No, I was just thinking how amazing your Majesty is. I know many who have said similar things, but they all only think of themselves and say they hate change. I see. I've seen those kinds of people often, both after reincarnating as Noah and in my previous life before reincarnation. Hearing Alice, I resolved not to become like those people. Then I continued. I've now developed a technique called gaze manipulation. It's extremely powerful now, but eventually countermeasures will render it ineffective. Is that really possible? For example, if it's known that only I can use this technique, then no matter where I am, if they burn 100 square meters with tactical range magic, gaze manipulation won't matter at all. Too complicated. If someone is somewhere in the house but can't be found, just burn the entire house down. Why yes, that's an extreme example, but it shows we can come up with countless countermeasures if necessary. I understand, so I want to make full use of this technique while its power is at its peak. But even so, you don't need to endanger yourself. Your Majesty's power could be entrusted to someone else. This is the only time. Alice looked puzzled. Humans hesitate because there are possibilities. Possibilities, hesitation? Can you imagine the Emperor of the Empire scouting personally? That is no, absolutely not. Exactly. That's because no Emperor has done it before. But if I do it now, the enemy will have to consider that someone might do such a thing in the future. Even if I don't go on a personal military campaign, suspicions will rise that I'm actually there, even if they say I'm not. And the safest time to do this is now, when I'm still the profligate emperor, so the enemy's guard is down. Next time I won't be the profligate emperor, so there'll be more caution. Alice's face twisted into a complex expression, like she was biting on a bitter fruit. You have considered this so thoroughly? Yes. That's incredible. It is incredible, but... Alice looked like she was about to cry. Her delicate, tearful face and the way she hesitated were heart-wrenching, but thinking about what must be done, this is the moment that can't be avoided. Her expression wavered and creaked like her inner feelings, but eventually she pulled herself together. I pray for your good fortune. Thank you, I thought for a moment. I felt bad leaving Alice sad like that, so I wondered if there was something I could do. Is there anything you want? Alice was surprised. The sudden shift in topic caught her off guard. Her eyes were wide open, tears sparkling along her eyelashes. You did well this time. I must give you a reward. No. You're not just any woman. It's not about money anymore. And no, don't be modest. My discerning eye in finding you is part of the reward. Why, yes, thank you. This time she blushed faintly and looked down. Her shy upward glance showed happiness. That's how it is. What do you want? Say anything. There's hardly anything the Emperor of the Empire can't provide. Your Majesty, yes. Don't hesitate. Then, yes, please come to the shop again. Alice said that after a short pause. I smiled softly. I see, understood. I nodded and stood. I headed towards the stationery set in the corner of the tent that Alice had been fetching things from recently. I took a pen, wrote only the minimum words needed, and finally stamped it with the Emperor's seal. I returned to Alice with it. Here. When I offered the paper, Alice took it from my hand, curious. She looked down and began to read. It hardly says anything. It's like a blank promissory note. I don't know exactly what you've swallowed, but I can tell you've swallowed something. I'm not that dense. Your Majesty, I won't force you. You probably don't want to say right now that you swallowed something. When you want to say it, or think of something you truly want, write it in yourself. Hearing that, Alice finally understood the significance of the paper in her hands and gasped. Though I wouldn't say it aloud to avoid being rude, this was the greatest gift I'd given since reincarnating as Noah. Following noble duties, I had often given hundreds to thousands of lien to those I dealt with, but this paper was on another level. This was a blank promissory note personally written by the Emperor of the Empire. In cash, it was worth well into the millions of lien. I handed it to Alice. There were several reasons, but the biggest was to apologize for not being able to answer her feelings. I understood why she didn't want me to go. It was similar to Henry, but the feeling was altogether different, a more tender emotion. I understood, but I couldn't respond to that feeling now. I am the emperor of the empire. For the future reign, I must prepare now. That's why I made her sad, and this was my apology. Alice's face shifted again, but this time her expression was somewhat brighter than before. Your Majesty is amazing. Is that so? You see through everything. Yes, I understand then. Alice said so, stood, and took the same pen to write something on the blank promissory note I'd made. Then she came back and handed it to me. This says, "Please come back alive." Yes, that is my greatest wish. Something like that. No, I'm scouting. Coming back alive is a given. Even so. Alice said that with a gentle smile. That smile was the most charming I'd ever seen on her face, and it made my heart skip a beat. An interesting use. A woman's greatest selfishness and her privilege. And an interesting way to say it. Imitating your Majesty. I see. A woman's privilege, the privilege of the nobility. I see she imitated me. After saying that, Alice smiled mischievously, a smile that swept away all sadness. Understood, I will definitely come back alive. Any more back and forth would be uncouth. I carefully pocketed the note Alice wrote on. She seemed to take it as my promise properly, and the dark expression from a while ago disappeared without a trace, replaced by a smile I could watch forever if time allowed. The next morning, I set out alone. Most of the soldiers in the morning camp were still asleep, but a few were keeping watch through the night. Weaving through the edges of their consciousness, I left the camp by myself. Just like the time last night when I went outside with Henry, this time too, I went out without any problems, without anyone stopping me. Although it was called a camp, it housed a force numbering in the thousands, so even if it was makeshift, it was like a small town in itself. But since it was originally outdoors, once you stepped outside the camp, nothing but a vast grassland stretched out before you. I first confirmed the direction, then started walking, heading west at first. After walking for a while, I realized someone was following me from behind. "How many are there, Leviathan?" Without turning around, I asked Leviathan, keeping my pace steady. 3. All lightly equipped. So they must be Henry's men. Why do you say that? Leviathan asked curiously. Henry was convinced last night, but that doesn't mean he's giving a free pass. Those men were probably assigned to support me just in case something happens. Then they are enemies to be obstructed by their lord? That's right, but don't get worked up. I chuckled softly and stopped Leviathan. He really hasn't changed at all since the old days. Back when he was Leviathan, if he sensed anyone being rude to me, he'd immediately lose his temper. He was a fascinating demonic sword, combining the qualities of a loyal dog and a mad dog. Still, having them follow me will just cause trouble from here on out. In that case, give me the order. Right, I thought for a moment, and then shared my plan with Leviathan. Think you can do it? Easy. Leviathan's confident reply reassured me, so I left everything to him. I kept walking. Eventually, I found a solitary rock about the size of a chair lying in the middle of the grassland. I stood in front of the rock, took a pen and paper from my pocket, and quickly scribbled something. After placing the paper on the rock, I stepped back a little. Soon, 3 lightly equipped men, exactly as Leviathan had sensed, arrived in front of the rock. Where is your Majesty? He was just here a moment ago. Come on, search. The 3 looked around, eyes darting everywhere. Though I was right there, nearly within arm's reach, their gaze completely ignored me. From an outsider's point of view, this must have looked like a very strange scene, but it was another application of consciousness manipulation. Leviathan's consciousness manipulation made sure that, despite their searching, they would never look directly at where I was. I thought this would be easy. The idea came from an experience I had long ago when searching for something. Often, no matter how thoroughly you search, you can't find it. Then, after some time has passed, it turns up in a place you think, why didn't I check here? I used that as a reference. Humans tend to believe they've searched everywhere, but there's always some place overlooked. By combining that with Leviathan's consciousness manipulation, I could remain unseen even when just a glance away. Oh, one of the men searching for me spotted the paper on the rock. He picked it up, and the 3 gathered around, reading it all at once. Written by your Majesty, show this to Henry. Amazing, so he already saw through our tale. Not only that, he left this note right under our noses and vanished. What do we do now? The 3 exchanged grim looks, then sighed collectively before turning around and retracing their steps. The paper I had left only said, show this to Henry. Though it contained nothing else, Henry would understand everything at a glance. After watching the 3 leave, I turned and resumed walking. The town of Kukuru, the town where Jerry Eisen was stationed and assigned. A border town in the west, quite small and desolate compared to the imperial capital or Almeria's provincial capital. Though somewhat rundown, it wasn't lacking in liveliness. Throughout the town, young men who appeared to be off-duty soldiers drank, ate, and made noise. For a frontline town, this was an appropriate scene. Towns like this aren't about productivity. Their main industry is providing drink, gambling, and women targeted at soldiers with high salaries. As such, the town naturally had its own vitality. I walked through the town with consciousness manipulation activated. Even among the Western dialects, this one is quite strong. Since they were citizens of the Empire, they appeared to be speaking the Empire's official language. Yet their heavy accent was so thick that, even concentrating hard, I understood less than 10%. Do you need me to translate, my lord? Oh, right, no, it's fine. Even understanding 10% gives me a rough idea. I declined Leviathan's offer. That was my honest impression. I had just entered the town, but from the few glimpses and content I could catch, it was mostly talk about drinking, gambling, and women. So there was no need to have Leviathan translate everything. I headed straight toward the government office. These offices are usually structured the same way, so I aimed for the room where the highest-ranking person would be. After some walking, I arrived at a room with double doors flung wide open. Inside, I found Jerry. Jerry was sitting behind a grand desk, reading something with deep furrows on his brow. "What are you reading? Who's there? Lord?" When I deactivated the consciousness manipulation and revealed myself, Jerry was extremely surprised. He hurriedly stood up and rushed over to me. "I didn't know you had come, and those useless idiots can't even send a proper report. Haha, don't blame the subordinates," I snuck in quietly. "My lord?" "Yes." I said so and had Leviathan apply consciousness manipulation again. Jerry instinctively whirled around as if sensing something behind him, but when he realized there was nothing there, he turned back with a baffled expression. "Huh. My lord," Jerry looked around but lost sight of me. Just like the three tailing men Henry had assigned earlier, he was unable to see me. Jerry searched the room for me, then looked out into the hallway, but still couldn't find me and looked confused. At that point, I deactivated the consciousness manipulation. "Here. Where were you, my lord?" Jerry was astounded to find me standing right where I had been all along. "This explains why no one reported me coming in here." "Why, yeah, incredible. How did you do all that?" Jerry was tongue-tied, still unable to accept what had just happened before his eyes. "What were you doing earlier?" "Huh!" I glanced briefly at the desk Jerry had been facing just a moment ago. There were some documents covered densely with letters and numbers. Hearing my words and noticing my gaze, Jerry looked unusually embarrassed. I was imitating my lord." "Imitating me? I'm gathering those down on their luck, enrolling them in the army, and providing for them." "I see. And for those who want it, I also help redeem prostitutes and introduce widows of fallen soldiers to new partners." "Why go that far?" I was inwardly amazed. I already had a guess about the reason, but I deliberately asked Jerry to hear it from him. "I was like that too, you see. If they can eat and have a household, that's enough to keep them from getting any strange ideas. Those who get involved in businesses requiring no capital, like we did before, are usually people with nothing to lose, either down on their luck or without anything to protect." "So you give them jobs and families?" I nodded slightly. The reason was just as I imagined. I also raised Jerry's evaluation with Sarah for understanding this and putting it into practice. "Exactly. Lord, this is really interesting." What is, unlike before, it was an introduction I could not have anticipated at all. "I'm arranging remarriages for widows, and both the men and women are very happy about it." "Oh. Why is that?" The part about both sides intrigued me. "First, the widows of those who died in battle receive small compensation for their late husbands." Yes. The Empire is a land of warriors, and families of those who perish on the battlefield are properly compensated. So they get used to it. They even hope the next husband might die on the battlefield too, secretly wishing for it. Therefore, if the new husband is a soldier, they're happy about it. I see. That's the kind of on-the-ground insight that never reaches me. I looked up at the ceiling and laughed loudly. These kinds of raw stories never make it up to the Emperor. What does reach the Emperor are mostly polished, flashy, and pleasant-sounding reports. That's why emperors throughout the dynasties, if they have any heart, often go out incognito, and I, following that example, sneak out alone from time to time. This story was something even my past self could not have known, and something that would never be heard inside the imperial capital. Just hearing Jerry's story alone made this solo outing worthwhile. After laughing for a moment, I said to Jerry, "So the reason men also welcome it is because, well, the widows have money, right?" "Exactly, Lord, you're amazing, that's exactly right," Jerry said admiringly. "Of course, having a rich woman is better than a poor one, especially since those I arranged for had been down and out until just recently. I see, you're doing well." When I praised him after hearing everything, Jerry, despite his rugged face, became bashful. "I get that, but what were you worrying about? You had a pretty troubled look." Oh, right. Well, the main goal is to keep most of them fed and calm, but I hope some like me will emerge from among them. You know, the words you gave me the other day, if even 1 in 1,000 returns, were in the black. I was a little impressed. Jerry was already trying to put into practice what I had just said. So I was looking through various battle result tallies. Until now, they counted battle achievements by heads taken, but heads are heavy, and there's no time to pick them up in the middle of battle. Afterward, when collecting them, there's often disputes like "that's mine," and "no, it's mine." Is that all? What, is that all? No, it's pretty troublesome, you know. Why not use ears instead of heads? Ears. Yes, ears can be quickly cut off, right? Oh, Jerry clapped his hands in admiration. Ears, huh, amazing, Lord, I never thought of that. One would be enough, so the nose could also work, but it's harder to cut off the nose. True, when I did that business before, I used to quickly cut off ears to threaten people, so I know ears are easy to cut. Haha, endorsed by an experienced person. From my perspective, which lacks that experience, I think it might be good to provide tools specialized for cutting ears. Tools just for cutting ears? There are tools just for peeling fruit, right? Something small and easy to use that can be hung at the waist. Awesome. As expected of my lord, that's great. I'll have the craftsman make it right away. Despite me being right there, Jerry strode to the room's entrance and called out loudly down the hall, "Hey!" Footsteps quickly approached, and a man who looked like a subordinate came running as Jerry gave him instructions. I smiled watching this. A man who can make quick decisions and act on them is a pleasure to watch. Of course, sometimes careful deliberation is better, but for something like making a tool for cutting ears, which would anyway involve trial prototypes, quick decisions are definitely better. Behind Jerry's shoulder, a young official listened to Jerry's orders with a face that said, "Again." I could easily imagine Jerry usually gives him a hard time. After a while, the young subordinate finished taking orders and left, and Jerry came back to me. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Lord." "No problem. Do you think it'll be possible? If not, I'll just kick his ass and get someone else to do it." "I see." Unwavering to the end, I chuckled. What's that?" I asked, looking at Jerry's hand. In his hand was a paper folded into quarters. "Oh, it's a report about that bastard. About Eiler Noof. What's the report?" "His wife died, and he imitated the Emperor of the Empire and had an enormous tomb built. Then I think he stuffed about 300 people into the tomb as companions." "Burial sacrifice?" "Yes, exactly that." Jerry pointed firmly at me. I thought to myself that he must understand what burial sacrifice means, but was pretending not to know. I considered it carefully. I see. Because of what I had done with Don, the rebel leader Eiler Noof declared himself emperor. Originally, he was a distant branch of the Grand Prince's family, technically a member of the royal family, so he was easily provoked. And when Eiler declared himself emperor, he began to act like one. Burial sacrifice was precisely the most extreme example of that. Burial sacrifice is an old-fashioned practice, but I see the backing of imperial title usurpation is showing its impact here as well. "Huh, you set that up, Lord?" "Yes, to make him easier to crack down on." I didn't mention it was an Oscar countermeasure. Instead, I gave the excuse of creating a grand justification, and Jerry looked at me with sparkling, impressed eyes. "As expected of my lord, that bastard was getting arrogant, and it turns out it was your scheme." "Arrogant, huh?" "Yes, I thought Oscar must be furious now upon hearing about the burial sacrifice. Imperial law stipulates that burial sacrifices in mausoleums are only allowed for the emperor or empress. After the emperor's death, widowed empress dowagers need the current emperor's permission. Of course, since they are empress dowagers, permission is never withheld. Rather, this rule is only to create the impression that the emperor values filial piety. Anyway, burial sacrifice is only allowed for the emperor or empress. So stuffing companions into a wife's tomb is an act claiming the tomb owner is emperor. That is something Oscar cannot forgive. Oscar is enraged by Eiler's false claim to the imperial title, and on top of that, this burial sacrifice. That made me quietly relieved that the rear, the imperial capital, was peaceful during this personal military campaign. In that case, I want to try setting something else up. Setting something up? What exactly? Despite just usurping the imperial title, he's doing all sorts of emperor-like things. If we teach him carefully, he might indulge himself to the fullest. "Oh, as expected of my lord, that's definitely a good idea." "Jerry?" "Yes." After thinking for a moment, I called Jerry's name, and he snapped to attention, standing straight. "Can you arrange some local folks to help with the setup? Piece of cake. If so, let's have them offer him a meteorite naturally engraved with his name." I recalled a story from history books, something that actually happened before, the desperate flattery of an emperor. A meteorite fell somewhere in the mountains or rice fields, and amazingly, the emperor's name was carved on it. They said it must mean the emperor was blessed by the gods and presented it to him, receiving heaps of gold and treasures in return. Thinking calmly, it's impossible for a meteorite to have a carved name, but many emperors in history believed it and felt encouraged. Awesome, Lord! I'll have it done immediately. Jerry ran back to the room's entrance again and called his subordinates. If this fake meteorite causes chaos within the rebel army, it's a bonus. If not, there's no harm done. I thought it's worth setting up no matter what. Ah, what is it? I turned my eyes toward the entrance of the room. Jerry, who was about to call his subordinates to give orders, was glaring and shouting angrily. Again, those guys really don't learn. Why, yes, so. What should we do? Well, let's see. What happened? What's wrong? I approached and asked Jerry. The young subordinate who had been reporting to Jerry just moments ago looked at me with a puzzled expression, but I decided to ignore that. Jerry waved his hand dismissively to his subordinate, telling him to step back first, then answered my question. The soldiers got into another fight. Isn't that an everyday occurrence? I tilted my head slightly. Having served under Henry since childhood and been stationed at the Ministry of Military Affairs, I thought I knew a bit more about these things than other princes. The military is a group where soldiers quarrel about something almost daily. I considered soldier fights to be trivial, everyday scenes, but Jerry, who interacts with the soldiers more regularly than I do, didn't see it as commonplace and was quite agitated. That's true, but whenever certain groups get involved, it always turns serious. Serious? They're the homosexual groups. Oh, I nodded in understanding. Homosexuality isn't at all uncommon. There are plenty within the nobility as well. Among the nobles, as long as the duty of procreation, connecting the bloodline, is properly fulfilled, there's a tendency not to mind if someone is homosexual. In fact, for nobles, marriage is an obligation, and true love is generally thought to exist outside of marriage, so there's even a certain perspective that sees homosexuality as, well, not a problem. So hearing about homosexuals didn't surprise me. We have to judge them, but it's a real hassle. Why is it such a hassle? Most of the homosexual soldiers have lovers in the same unit. And when they fight with others, it's often right in front of their lovers. Because they want to impress them, they tend to get too aggressive. I see, so it's common that they get carried away and sometimes even kill each other. Exactly. It's really troublesome. I don't mind homosexuality itself. You don't? No, there are benefits too, in terms of sexual needs. Ah, I see. I thought about it for a moment and nodded in agreement. Seeing my reaction, Jerry nodded as well. If you don't properly address the soldiers' lower body needs, no matter how much you order them when capturing a city, they'll run off to looting. But if you handle it properly on a daily basis, you can mostly keep it under control. True, too much looting makes later governance difficult. It's important. Exactly. That's why I exempted all the taxes on the city's brothels. Usually it's so the soldiers can resolve things themselves. Ha ha ha, that was a smart move. I genuinely praised Jerry. The issue of soldiers' lower body matters has been a headache for rulers since ancient times. Some limit it strictly before battle and allow a few days of looting afterward, but considering occupying and governing the area later, it's best to avoid looting as much as possible. It isn't rare to bring a unit of only prostitutes, just like the logistics team when deploying troops. However, it's akin to bringing many non-combatants, which requires extra food and doesn't increase actual fighting strength, which is a downside. Many rulers and generals throughout history have faced this issue but couldn't solve it, so I felt for Jerry's troubles. What is it, Lord? Are there many homosexual soldiers? About so-so. Maybe 200 or 300. How about gathering them and forming a separate unit? Huh, you said it yourself, right? They want to impress their lovers who are watching. You mean channel that enthusiasm against the enemy? That's right, I nodded slightly. Jerry's eyes widened in surprise. He looked like he'd never even considered such a thing before. Also, if you create an environment where everyone is like that, fights should decrease, right? Well, perhaps romantic troubles might crop up instead. I joked, but Jerry thought seriously. What's wrong? Huh, oh no, Lord, you're really amazing. Yeah, I'll give that a try. Jerry snapped back to reality with a very serious expression. He seemed to be genuinely considering my suggestion. At least the fights will lessen. That alone makes it worth trying. I see. Really, you're incredible. I never would have thought of that. Do you know how the Parwar Empire's cavalry ravaged the world? Huh, Jerry looked puzzled. What do you mean? Well, I know the Parwar Empire originated from northern nomadic tribes, so their elite were all cavalry. I chuckled softly. Considering Jerry's background, history knowledge, and usual behavior, it wouldn't be strange if he hadn't studied history thoroughly, but he actually knew quite a bit. I think his behavior is partly an act. He studies various things properly. So what about it? Do you know why the Parwar cavalry was so strong? Because they were born among nomads and raised on horses. That's part of it, but there's another reason. What? What is it? The Parwar horses weren't just weapons, they also served as food and transport. Huh, each soldier was issued about 5 horses, I think. I recalled some historical knowledge I'd looked up earlier. They usually fought mounted. If one horse got tired or injured, they could switch to another, and those horses could carry loads during marches. Oh, in emergencies, they could kill a horse and use its blood as drink and meat as food. Walking food supplies, combat transport supply, all done with horses, so no waste, and they could be a small elite force. Wow, that gave me an idea. Instead of bringing prostitutes for sexual needs, maybe it's better to group lovers in the same unit, though not as versatile as parwar horses. No way, Lord. To get such an idea from that is amazing. Jerry left the room but returned within 30 minutes. He had an excited look on his face, like a child who got a new toy. How did it go? We can gather about 300 people in one place. That's good. It's amazing, Lord. Now we can channel the energy of those we've been holding down and suppressing against the enemy. What is it, Lord? Jerry asked. I raised my palm as a wait a moment gesture and thought deeply. Something was bothering me. What was it? Letting them run wild? Why did letting them run wild feel off? I thought further. It wasn't just a passing feeling. The phrase, letting them run wild, had been bothering me for a long time. After thinking for a while, it hit me. Monsters. The Empire is letting monsters run wild. Is that possible? Jerry immediately understood what I meant and looked as shocked as I was. The Empire manages the monsters. Thanks to this management, to the current citizens of the Empire, monsters are seen as just a bit more formidable than wild beasts. There are beasts, then slightly scarier wild beasts, and even more formidable monsters, also known as demonic beasts. By managing monsters to a level just above wild beasts, the threats within the Empire have decreased, making it slightly more peaceful than the territories controlled by vassal states or barbarians. Along with this management, monsters are sometimes used for the royal family's first battle. The Empire is a nation of warriors, and fighting ability is expected even from the royal family. So by using tamed and managed monsters for their first battle, the Empire showcases to the people that their royalty are always warriors. However, beyond that, there is no further utilization. Outside of the royal family's first battle, monsters are isolated and kept just to be caged and controlled. What's wrong? Now that I think about it, I really don't know anything about monsters. Well, that's understandable. For commoners, about 90% have never even seen a monster in their lifetime. That's true, Jerry was right. The Empire has managed monsters for many years, so ordinary citizens rarely get to see them. In fact, even Noah hadn't seen a monster until his first battle. Right, we just caught one recently, so shall we go see it? Oh, you caught one? It appeared a little while ago, so we caught it. But since we're in the middle of a war with those dung beetles, we haven't had time to transport it, so we just left it here. I see him, let me have a look. All right. This way, Jerry said that and headed toward the entrance of the room. I followed behind him. I caught glimpses of Jerry's subordinates in the hallway. Some of them might recognize my face, so I intensified my presence manipulation so that everyone's attention would go to Jerry. This is easier than simply disappearing. Jerry is the master here. Naturally, everyone's focus will be on him. Many people witnessed Jerry and me walking side by side down the hallway, but all of them would be in a state of the general was walking with someone, but who was it? Who was that again? Following behind Jerry like that, we exited the building, went around the grounds in a large loop, and arrived at a place like a backyard. Then I heard the sound of heavy iron fences rattling and banging loudly. Is this the one? Yes, Jerry answered without turning around. By the way, I hadn't ended the consciousness manipulation. As I told Henry, this technique is just for guiding consciousness. I was there, could see clearly, and heard the sounds. If I spoke aloud or called out, of course, the other side would hear. We could converse normally. We walked a bit further and came to a neglected yard, more like a rundown lot. There stood a huge iron cage, inside which was a monster roughly the size of a large dog shaped like a rabbit. At first glance, it looked like a rabbit, but its eyes were glowing red, and its fangs were sharper than any carnivorous beasts, all resembling canine teeth. And that wasn't all. As if reacting to the appearance of Jerry and me, humans, the monster inside the cage bristled and threatened us. Its raised fur looked like a porcupine's quills, each one sharp and gleaming with a dull metallic luster like a bed of nails. A monster, huh? Yes, it was wild, so it was quite a struggle to catch it. Honestly, I thought about just letting it starve to death, but the rule is that captured monsters must be transported to the ranch, so we keep them like this. We don't have time to transport this one leisurely right now. I see. I stepped a little closer. My lord, that thing is dangerous. No problem. I waved Jerry off. Indeed, it was a monster that surpassed wild beasts, and it had quite an intimidating presence, but I felt no fear or dread that one would normally have. Though it looked fierce compared to Leviathan or Behemoth, it was adorable. Dealing with those kinds of beings, this level of fear wasn't fear at all. I approached without hesitation. Leviathan, can you translate? Of course. Leviathan's voice reached my mind directly. Shortly after, the growls of the struggling rabbit transformed into meaningful words that echoed in my brain. Meat, 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 meat. I see. Did you understand something? No, it only says meat. Is it talking about meat? Judging by this, it understands words, but proper communication seems impossible. Wow, amazing, my lord. I turned and saw Jerry tongue-tied behind me. This thing killed about half the people in the village before being caught. Several soldiers who caught it too. I see, so when it said killed, it meant literally. Yes, it devoured the flesh. Well, compared to other monsters, that's almost normal in a way. Ha ha, I chuckled lightly. Jerry's way of saying normal was funny, but I understood. If it rampaged and killed humans without reason, that would be one thing, but if it attacked to eat and actually consumed them, that's a very natural behavior for a living creature. Of course, I would prevent it because being eaten is unacceptable. But you're right, my lord. If it says meat, I can understand it too. Jerry said that and looked at the rabbit attacking the iron cage with a cold gaze, baring its fangs. This is hopeless. Yeah, but such a pity. Huh, what do you mean? Monsters would have been a treasure trove if we could communicate with them. A treasure trove? People are treasures. I have always been searching for treasures. You are too, and you have been searching for treasures among the abandoned women. I think it's amazing. I've heard that my lord values talent, even if it's a woman. Monsters are even more underutilized than women. Ah, when you put it that way, I suppose it is a pity from your perspective, Jerry agreed with my words. Well, but since they're called demonic beasts, you know, beasts beings loved by all beasts. Huh. What's that? When I was researching history, I came across something like that. Oh, it was more like mythology than history, but such beings existed. I wished I could understand what that being loved by all beasts was. I figured I had no choice but to give up here. Then, at that moment, the scenery before my eyes changed completely. The desolate backyard transformed into a space filled with light. Where is this? As I was bewildered, something came running from beyond the endless horizon. That is, I was even more surprised. Running toward me was the golden bull I had seen long ago. The golden bull, Behemoth. When I first met Prince Indra, he liked me and transferred it to me. The scene was exactly the same as when it was transferred to me. A space with no heaven or earth, filled only with overflowing light. Within that space, I faced the golden bull Behemoth. It's been a long time since we met like this. What happened? Do you desire power? What do you mean? Do you desire power? Behemoth repeated the same words. I hesitated. What could it possibly mean? What was it referring to? You must have called me, right? Called? I grew even more puzzled. I was once known as the perfect beast, admired by all beasts. My confusion instantly turned into surprise. There was only a single line in the history books mentioning one admired by all beasts. I never imagined such a presence was so close to me. Tell me, do you want my power? Yes, I do. Then call my true name. Lend me your power, Behemoth. My hesitation lasted only a moment. I spoke the name of the one admired by all beasts, Behemoth. The instant I said it, Behemoth's body transformed into light, overflowing and enveloping me. I closed my eyes briefly against the brightness, but the light soon subsided. When I opened my eyes, Jerry was right before me, and we had returned to the original place. I looked around. The desolate backyard looked exactly the same as before. What's up? Nothing. Jerry was only puzzled by my behavior. Our exchange with Behemoth must have lasted more than a minute. Normally, Jerry would have asked questions like why I stopped, why I was spacing out, or where I had gone. But since he didn't, it meant that the interaction with Behemoth was just like with Indra, an instantaneous event in the spiritual world. Though it could have easily been a dream or a daydream, that was not the case. A large change appeared in the status display I saw out of the corner of my eye. Name, Noah Alarit, Emperor of the Empire. Gender, male. Level, 17+1 over infinity HP. C+ a fire, E+ S+ SMP. D+ B water, C+ SSS strength. C+ SS wind, E+ C stamina. D+ B earth, E+ C intelligence. D+ S light, E+ S spirit. E+ a darkness, E+ B speed. E+ a dexterity, E+ a luck, D+ B just like with Leviathan and Behemoth. Thanks to embracing Behemoth, now renamed Behemoth, my light attribute had risen by 3 ranks to S. Jerry, is there anyone here who can use status magic? Wait a moment. Jerry looked as if a fox had tricked him, but he didn't ask further and went to summon a mage. After a while, he returned with a young mage. Whispering a reminder in his ear, the young mage nervously cast a spell on me. It was the status open spell. When cast, it displayed my status not only visible to me but also to others. This status did not have any plus symbols, but it was the combined total of the plus ranks I personally saw. The mage gasped. I wondered why and then noticed his gaze was fixed on the Emperor of the Empire title in the status. As I said before, keep this secret. If you tell anyone, I'll skin you alive. Why, yes. All right, go. Yes. As if given permission, the mage hurried away. Jerry then looked at my status again. It's the first time I've seen my lord's status, and this is amazing. Come to think of it, it's your first time. Yes. I nodded. Since becoming emperor, I rarely showed my status to others. I always had it visible myself. From when I was reborn as the infant knower until today, it had always been lingering at the edge of my vision. It was so normal now that if it were gone, that would be strange. Putting that aside, the light attribute had risen 3 ranks thanks to Behemoth's boost. Of course, Jerry, seeing this for the first time, didn't comment on it. Try to master this power. I see. The moment I finished checking my status, Behemoth urged me on. His tone and voice weren't much different from Behemoth's before. A mature, deep voice had transformed into that of the same person's youthful, rosy-faced, boyish voice. Behemoth's power flowed into my mind. The details of the power and how to use it came rushing in, just like when I first obtained Leviathan. This will take some effort. Well, it's fine. Huh, what do you mean? Open that cage for me? Huh, Jerry was surprised. Moments later, he began to fluster. No, my lord, this is dangerous. Many people were injured capturing it. It doesn't matter, do it. Understood. Jerry was cut off mid-sentence, stared at me briefly, then nodded slightly. He approached the cage, took a key from his pocket, and theatrically inserted it into the large padlock. I thought he was well prepared, but said nothing. Unlike the status magic, bringing me here meant he must have anticipated the possibility of unlocking this cage. Including his earlier reaction, I thought Jerry was quite the actor. Here I go. I nodded, and Jerry unlocked the cage and immediately stepped back. The lock was removed. Unlike a human, the rabbit struggled and couldn't immediately open the cage, but with the lock gone, the entrance was forced open naturally during its thrashing. The rabbit emerged from the open gate, slightly crouched. Then it threatened me. Its sharp, dull-colored fur bristled even more, and it bared its sharp fangs fiercely. My lord, watch closely. I drew Leviathan. Water Demon Sword Leviathan. As I took a stance, the rabbit leapt and bit at me. I blocked it with the blade of the demon's sword. Though the rabbit's sharp fangs bit into the blade, I heard the sound of its fangs breaking. Surprised, the rabbit jumped back. Too slow. I stepped forward and swung a horizontal slash. The sword traced a pale blue afterglow and cut through the rabbit's chest. Blood gushed out. Awesome. With Jerry's cheers behind me, I pressed the attack. I unleashed a series of strikes with Leviathan. Every slash hit, slicing apart the rabbit's body. With each hit, blood splattered and the rabbit roared, turning into a wounded beast. Eventually, the damage accumulated too much, and the rabbit, panting heavily, curled up small and lay low. I approached. Watch out! Jerry shouted desperately. The rabbit's eyes snapped wide open and in a last-ditch effort lunged at me with violent force. If this had happened minutes earlier, I would have dodged, but now there was no need. I met the attack head-on. But instead of using Leviathan in my right hand, I swung my lightly clenched left fist. The clenched fist shone golden as it delivered an upward body blow, piercing the rabbit's body diagonally from below. The rabbit's body bent sharply like an extreme K shape, then lost strength and collapsed heavily to the ground. The fight was over. I judged this, and Jerry didn't just let out a short cheer. He spoke properly. Amazing, truly amazing, my lord. You defeated it alone, even though it ate many before. Indeed, it was strong. Probably because it was wild, stronger than most monsters managed by the Empire. Well, as expected of you, Jerry was clearly moved. I realized his emotion had a hint of acting when the rabbit slowly got up. Jerry flinched momentarily, but I sheathed Leviathan and stood still. Then, instead of bloodshot eyes, the rabbit's eyes were clear and glassy as it lowered its body and nuzzled my cheek. This is, it seems it will now obey me. To subdue a monster all by yourself? Amazing. Jerry was genuinely speechless, moved deeply. I was satisfied with Behemoth's new power. I held out my palm to the rabbit that was rubbing its cheek against me. It pressed its head against my palm, acting affectionately. It no longer looked like a fierce monster, but more like a large, obedient dog. Amazing. This thing has become so? Jerry couldn't stop expressing his surprise. Since Jerry was the one who captured it and knew the situation well at that time, the stark contrast with the scene before him was unbelievable. Holding his breath, Jerry cautiously extended his hand. I reached out to pet it, just to try it out. Mickey! Suddenly, the rabbit got angry and swatted Jerry away with the side of its head. There was a loud thud as Jerry's hand was pushed back. He rubbed his hand. Haha, looks like it hates me. No, this is incredible. Considering how it was when I caught it, it wouldn't be surprising if it bit my hand off just now. Ah, I see. I nodded slightly and smiled softly. I understood what Jerry meant. The rabbit had fiercely rejected Jerry, but only with the intensity of a pet or livestock. I could clearly see he wanted to say that monster-level aggression was much worse than this. Mickey, the rabbit, suddenly changed its attitude and rubbed against me again. When I petted it, it squinted its eyes happily. Wow, it's like a completely different creature now. Hey, what is it? Can it fight? Yeah, it should be able to, can it? Mickey, the rabbit responded to my question, spun around and bit the open door of the cage sideways, twisting it hard. The metal bars that formed the door bent and warped. Oh, I was a little surprised. Structurally, it's easier to apply force and break something when a door is open rather than closed, so I understood that, but still, the rabbit bending iron bars so easily was a bit shocking. This is about the same as when it was captured. Is that so? Yes, back then it also destroyed several tanks like this. Since its role was to charge enemy forces, both the horses pulling it and the armored body of a tank were made strongly of iron. If it bent iron bars just like this, it was impressive, and I understood why Jerry thought it was about the same level. After bending the iron bars so badly that it couldn't be restored or closed again, the rabbit returned to me, sitting quietly and looking up. Its eyes were clear and glass-like as it stared at me with a face that said, "Praise me, praise me." I reached out and petted the rabbit. It looked ticklish but enjoyed being stroked. Wow, so do you have a name? Mickey. You don't? Right. Since it didn't seem to have a name, I decided to give it one and pondered for a moment. Mule. Mickey, the very first beast loved by all other beasts. Ahaha. Mickey, the rabbit, now renamed Mule, happily jumped on me and playfully expressed its joy all over. It seemed to like the name I had thought up. My lord, what is it? Can that one be sent directly to the battlefield? I wonder. It's like this now, but it doesn't seem like the monster temperament has completely disappeared. It might move freely where I can't see. Then it can't be used by the army. There might be a way. I said that, thinking it over. Since Mule had just become like this, everything was still speculation, including the golden light on my left hand. I wanted to know the conditions better. I felt I had to know. Looking at my left hand, the status window in the corner flashed before my eyes. Name, Noah Alarit, Emperor of the Empire. Gender, male level. 17 + 1 + 1 / infinity HP. C + A Fire, E + SS MP, D + B Water, C + SSS Strength, C + SS Wind, E + C Stamina, D + B Earth. E + C Intelligence, D + S Light, E + S Spirit, E + A Darkness, E + B Speed, E + A Dexterity, E + A Luck, D + B. The number after the plus in my level had increased by 1. I was a little surprised and told Jerry to summon a magician again. When the summoned magician displayed my status again, the main level had also risen by 1. This is? It's thanks to this one, I said, stroking Mule. Maybe because I petted it differently from before, Mule looked up at me with a puzzled expression. Ha! This story just keeps getting more amazing, Jerry said in awe. The extra level increase was something that had precedent, so while there was joy, it wasn't that surprising. More than that, I thought about my left hand, which I had been looking at just before the status appeared. I considered the conditions under which this left hand, imbued with the power of Behemoth, would manifest its strength. Behemoth, tell me the details. Okay. The awakened Behemoth spoke in a tone completely opposite to when it was Behemoth. Its voice was like that of a handsome, blushing young boy, a little hard to get used to. That light is just a medium to connect heart to heart. Heart to? Between the one who is adored and the one who adores, what's connected is the heart. I see. I nodded slightly, thinking that made sense. It connects hearts and feelings, and when the relationship becomes one where one should be adored and wants to adore, the other will open their heart on their own. I see. As I hesitated, wondering if it was really that simple, Jerry, who had been quietly listening, spoke up and asked, "What's wrong? I was taught how to use this." Saying that, I raised my left hand and showed the golden light. "Is that the rumored water demon sword?" Jerry asked, surprised. I laughed, but in a different way. The story of receiving the water demon sword Leviathan from the former crown Prince Albard was famous. Similarly, I had been given Ludier by the late emperor, but that was more of a replacement and unofficial. The officially bestowed item was the water demon sword Leviathan, which was the most famous. Among the vassals, not everyone even knew about Leviathan. Jerry was one of those few. I had no particular reason to assert the truth here, so I let that slide and continued. In short, I was told to hit with love. Hit with love? Yeah, the stubborn old man's sermon? That might be one way of putting it. I laughed and nodded, and Jerry looked impressed. It was a rough and crude summary, but what Behemoth told me was basically correct. So does that mean it happened because you hit it with love too? Exactly. Unbelievable, but an incredible story, Jerry said. I understood how he felt. If I were an outsider, I'd probably think, what the heck is that? It was that strange. But Mickey, Since Mule was actually this affectionate now, and Behemoth had become Behemoth, and the very Behemoth was said to be adored by all beasts, I couldn't interpret it any other way. Before I knew it, the magician Jerry had called was staring intently at me. He looked at me with a face full of shock. Noticing this, Jerry gave the magician a sharp warning. "Hey, you!" "Why, yes, no one else was here. Your boss was doing morning exercises all alone. You understand that, right?" "Why, yes. If you tell anyone, I'll stuff lead bullets into that loose mouth of yours and silence you." Jerry's threat was unique. I chuckled softly, and the young magician flinched, nodding vigorously. Even though he was being threatened like that, the young man kept glancing at me. It was clear from his expression that he was wondering why I was here. He seemed to find it extremely strange that the Emperor was present here. There was no need to explain the reason, and since Jerry had made him keep quiet, I decided to simply ignore his presence. Now then, we've gotten a bit off track, so let's get to the main point. Yes, how many soldiers do you have under your command? 8,017. That was quick. Is that the actual number? Yes, all are ready to move immediately. No dishonesty? I was a little surprised. My mind recalled the conversation about rice cake a little over 10 years ago. Once a certain number of soldiers are under one's command, it's common for some to be skimmed off. In the Empire, each general is allocated a budget to maintain so many soldiers. Many generals record a nominal count instead of the actual number, pocketing the difference. Back then, Henry was furious at Rice Cake for the deception involving his household members. I calmed Henry, saying it was a common occurrence. At that time, I soothed Henry, but it certainly wasn't a good thing. Though it's not good in an empire this large, such things never completely disappear. And the priority then was to fill the quotas, so I persuaded Henry accordingly. However, that said, although it never disappears completely, not everyone engages in such actions. Occasionally, some uphold integrity and avoid such behavior altogether. It seems Jerry is one of those. I was somewhat pleased that someone I had discovered was like this, but I cautioned myself that it was too early to celebrate. Isn't it tough for those leading soldiers to not pocket any difference? They wouldn't be able to properly reward their subordinates. Even without that, the Empire is a country of warriors. If you correctly report battle achievements, the Empire will reward you in kind. Haha, that's true. Besides, most of the others don't do it much, so just by accurately reporting battle achievements, I'm incredibly appreciated. And those who think that's fair and are grateful tend to be more capable. That makes sense. Those kinds of guys often think for themselves and act accordingly. When I'm in trouble, they notice and move appropriately on their own. I see. In return, my punishments are strict. I try not to allow any exceptions. Reward and punishment, then? Exactly. That's why you've been troubled by the soldiers with same-sex relationships. Yes, that's troublesome. Jerry laughed wryly. I nodded and naturally smiled. If that's true, Jerry isn't the kind of person to be stuck as a no-number general in such a remote area. Are you okay with that? I'm already receiving plenty. From my lord, I already get heaps. I eat my fill every day until my belly sticks out. I have 3 wives, and I've sired plenty of kids with faces as dumb as mine. I have no further desires. Haha, quite unambitious. I've taken a lot. Then let's do something you haven't done yet. Have you created a family crest? Ah, sort of. I'll attach a sword to it. Shock and joy. Jerry's face flashed with those emotions in an instant. The Empire is a country of warriors, and battle achievements are the highest priority. To reward battle achievements, there are material and honorary rewards. The highest honor is to have a sword added to one's family crest. By system, up to 3 swords can be attached. This design symbol cannot be used without the Emperor's permission. My father, the previous Emperor, favored me greatly, but since I was always in the Ministry of Justice and hardly achieved battle achievements, I only received 1 sword. By the way, the Empire's strongest warrior, Damian Noble, after many years of campaigns, earned 3 swords on his crest. A sword on the family crest, this is more honorable than any title. After a moment of daze, Jerry suddenly came to his senses and prostrated himself before me. Thank you ever so much. Haha, don't be so dramatic. It's just a piece of paper. I didn't pay a penny or suffer any cost. Jerry silently rubbed his forehead against the ground. Then he lifted his head and looked straight at me. His gaze was direct and strong. It was an unspoken understanding. About what we talked earlier. A competent person who has received a pleasing reward properly repays kindness at the necessary time. I will do so. Jerry conveyed this strongly without words, just with his eyes. So I said nothing, only nodding slightly. After thinking for a moment, I held out my hand. I made a crest with Fuwawa. I split it in half and handed 1 part over. Jerry accepted it silently. He seemed to understand it as a secret token for emergencies. Well then, I will be taking my leave soon. By the way, no one knows that I came here. Keep it under wraps for a while. Yes, and is there a way to hide the mule and take it outside? Yes, leave that to me. Ah, could you come with me for a moment? Jerry nervously asked the mule. The mule coldly ignored him. For accompanying me, listen to Jerry. Mickey. When I said that, the mule immediately obediently responded. Honestly, this beast, Jerry laughed in exasperation. Then he took the mule away. I wasn't sure if gaze manipulation would work. I could divert attention, but it was possible we could encounter people reacting to the fear of monsters. Even if I diverted their attention, an overwhelmingly imposing presence right before their eyes might still catch it. I didn't have time to test it now, so I left it to Jerry. Suddenly, I noticed the young man still standing a little distance away, the young magician Jerry had called. Perhaps because it was the second time or Jerry thought he needed to check his level again, Jerry did not send him away like the last time. So the young man remained there. Since my consciousness was focused on the mule, I left without saying anything to him. I thought he might be confused at being left behind, but apparently not. There was no sign of confusion in the young man's eyes. Instead, there was a flicker of determination. Determination? What does that mean? Why is that emotion showing on his face now? While I was wondering about this, the young man, with an even more determined face, charged at me. Silent but with wide eyes, holding something at his waist with both hands, he came rushing at me. It was a knife. The young man charged at me, brandishing the knife. I was startled by the unexpected attack. I thought, how could he dare attack the Emperor like this? Rude fellow. That was the Leviathan's voice. As Jerry had said, Leviathan, like a mad dog, cut off the young man's consciousness with intimidation without waiting for my command. The man charging with the knife suddenly foamed at the mouth and collapsed headfirst onto the ground. Well done, hold for now, as you wish. Now then, what is going on? Sorry to keep you waiting, Lord. Did something happen? Yeah, this man suddenly attacked me. What? Jerry returned, shocked and angry. He quickly squatted beside the fallen man and turned him over to face upward. Seeing the knife the man held, Jerry grew angrier, took the knife away and smashed it on the ground. Then he began searching the man's pockets. Anything valuable? No. Was he bribed? What is it? This is, Jerry said, pulling something out. It was a letter folded into quarters. Let me see. Yes. I took the letter from Jerry. It was an order that if during this personal military campaign there was a situation disguised as an accident, the Emperor was to be eliminated. Signed by Yellow Cake, Rice Cake's older brother who, unlike Rice Cake, serves Oscar. I see. I nodded slightly, and then I remembered the incident at Alice's shop. Information brought by a young man from Dasso who worked in Oscar's household. Someone in Oscar's household was planning to assassinate me at the right opportunity. I looked at the young man. If he were a household member, he would have restrained himself out of consideration for Oscar's current feelings. This man was probably not a household member, more likely a subordinate of the household members. The eighth bastard tried to take a shot at the Lord. I drew Leviathan, then I stabbed the unconscious man's chest, his heart with one thrust. He did not utter a single pained sound and died on the spot. What are you doing? At times like this, you should torture him to make him confess and reveal the ringleader's name. Not now. Forget it. Politics. Now is not the time to poke the hornet's nest over a lone gunman who went underground before the situation changes. Yes, before the situation changes. The letter was dated just after I decided on the personal military campaign, so this order was from before Oscar changed his mind. There is always a time lag in transmitting orders. Even with the Empire's fastest, express, delays are inevitable. This letter was a rather old order from the man's pocket. Based on that, we cannot stir up the cooperative Oscar of today. We cannot shake the political situation. Understood, Jerry said so and stood up. Then, drawing the sword at his waist, he began to chop the dead man's body. What are you doing? Oops, damn it. This bastard was rude to the Lord, so I accidentally minced him. Now we can't identify him. Jerry put on an extremely terrible, overacted performance. His reading was awful, and normally I would have challenged him on what he was trying to cover up or deceive. But this time, I played along. If he is unidentified, it can't be helped, but make sure to properly investigate and report in about 100 years. Yes, with this ridiculous play acting, I could only smile wryly at myself. Jerry called some men over to clean up the bodies. The middle-aged men who arrived were shocked when they saw the corpses, and even more surprised when they saw me. Still, they said nothing unnecessary and silently followed Jerry's orders to clear the bodies before leaving. Who were those guys just now? As expected of my lord, you notice everything. They're the ones who were saved by you that day, along with me. Ah, I see. That explains why they were surprised to see me. So there's no way they'd betray you now like those filthy insects. That's right. Good. Now tell me, after the Empire's army was routed, how did you manage to regroup here? I asked Jerry about that. It all started when Eiler Noof betrayed us, and the Empire's regular army suffered a crushing defeat. That led to my personal military campaign. I had received reports, of course, but I wanted to hear directly from someone on the ground. Last time, I'd been too busy with the fire at the food warehouse to ask. This was one of the reasons I came to see Jerry. Sir, do you want a rough summary, or should I explain in detail? Ha ha ha, what happens if you give me a rough summary? As usual, we were skirmishing on the frontier when that filthy insect betrayed us, and since then it's been a matter of buying time day by day. I see, a rough summary then. I nodded and smiled broadly. So the food warehouse fire was also part of that time-buying strategy. Yes, sir. What do you think was the reason we succeeded in buying time? That would be your prestige, my lord. Spare me that kind of talk. Yes, sir, Jerry nodded, blushing. He seemed ashamed that I stopped him from flattering me. The reasons there are two, no one wait two. Not quite settled, it's fine, tell me everything. Yes, sir. First, the locals hated the enemy but liked us. Does that make a big difference? Normally, not so much. But the second reason, because the enemy acted like the Imperial Army, that changed things greatly. I see. The mainstream path can't be walked without the cooperation of the people. As expected of my lord, I nodded quietly. If it was just some barbarians or rebels, they could do as they pleased, but Eiler claimed to be emperor. If you claim the title of emperor, governance is naturally required. And governance needs the cooperation of the people, or more bluntly, winning the hearts of the people. Yet here the people were cooperating with a hostile force, Jerry's, despite Eiler's claim to be emperor. That was like being tied hand and foot. Jerry, yes, when the empire recovers its lost lands, spread the rumor that taxes will be waived for a year. That sounds good, but are we really going to do that? Yes. Is that safe? I mean in terms of resources and such. Jerry made the classic gesture of making a circle with his thumb and forefinger. No problem. Once we defeat Eiler, we can confiscate his assets. That's true, but isn't it normal to use those as rewards for battle achievements? This time I will be present. If I gain prominent battle achievements, I can keep things under control. Ah, wait. Are you playing the figurehead role now? It's the flow of things. This is my first battle in a personal military campaign, so I plan to scoop up the battle achievements for the future, but the idea about the money just came to me. I see, as expected of my lord. Jerry was impressed again. Well then, I should be going. What about the mule? I suddenly remembered I had forgotten to ask about it amid the sudden assassination attempt. Ah, yes, it's prepared outside. It's cramped, shoved into a narrow carriage. Understood. Together with Jerry, I headed from the backyard to the front, standing before the cage confining the mule. We took a winding path to leave the area, and outside there was the carriage Jerry described. The carriage shook slightly, as if unsettled. I wondered if the mule was restless and struggling inside, making me smile a little. Well then there you are, hey, Overpowering my thoughts, a loud voice and the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Turning around, I saw a familiar face running toward me. It was the young eunuch, Luke. Luke was sweaty and running toward me. The townspeople glanced curiously at the boy, whose dirty travel clothes stood out, but showed no more than mild interest before returning to their daily routines. Luke ran straight up to me. Good you're here. Luke dropped to one knee in front of me, panting as he spoke. Out here, spare me that. Yes, then, master. I nodded at Luke's rephrasing. What's the matter? Yes, it's a letter from Henry. No, from Lord Henry. Let me see. Yes. Luke carefully took an envelope from his bosom and handed it to me. I accepted it, broke the seal, took out the letter, and read through it. Understood. After finishing the concise letter, I put it away. What is it? Don't worry, nothing's changed. It's a report that Eiler moved to the city of Kakaruka. Kakaruka? That's nearby. Seems to be under the pretense of inspecting the mausoleum. I see. I'm heading there. I want to see Eiler's face once. I'll accompany you as escort. No need. If things go wrong, I might end up listening to Eiler's bedtime stories. Too many people would just get in the way. Is that so? Understood? Luke, you're coming with me? Why, yes. Jerry, be prepared. Yes. After using Fuwawa's power to create the crest again and showing it to Jerry, I jumped aboard the carriage carrying the mule with Luke and left the town behind. Sitting side by side on the driver's seat, I and Luke shared the reins. Luke, still just a boy, lacked the skill to control the carriage, so I steered. We followed the road into Eiler's territory. Though it was Eiler's domain, he was originally from the imperial royal family, so this area was still within the empire's borders. Without Jerry's guidance, it would be hard to tell where the boundary of his influence began. The landscape hadn't changed much. Along the way, Luke was fidgeting, clearly uneasy about the mule's presence in the carriage behind us. Yes, does it really not bite? It's okay, mule. Mickey, the mule poked its head out when called, startling Luke so much he almost fell over. Mule's asking, did master call? The mule's face was completely free of the hostility or malice it once had, now looking quite adorable. Lick him a little. Mickey, Taking my order, the mule leaned further forward and gently licked Luke's face. Luke panicked, nearly tipping out of the carriage, but I grabbed his arm and pulled him back in. How was that? Not so bad, right? Why, yes, amazing, master. When did you tame such a terrifying monster? Just now. Wow, incredible. Luke looked impressed, glancing back and forth between the now docile mule and my face, controlling it at will. Suddenly, I noticed something odd about the scenery. What is it, master? I silently stopped the carriage, jumped down from the driver's seat, and headed toward what had caught my eye. Luke hurriedly followed, a bit scared but curious. We stood at the edge of a small grove with sparse trees. I gently touched a tree and looked around the whole grove. What is it, master? Luke asked again. I turned to meet his eyes, then gestured toward the grove. The trees, the bark has been stripped. Oh, you're right. What does that mean? They ate it. Ate it? Probably local farmers or someone nearby. Unless they were starving, this wouldn't happen. Master, yes. Can people really eat tree bark? It can serve as emergency food, just enough to prevent starving to death. How do you eat it? Let me see. I dug up old knowledge from the recesses of my mind. First, never eat it raw. That will poison you and cause a fatal stomach upset. I see. You peel off the bark, shave off the outer layer, and keep the fresh inner part. Yes. You cook it by roasting or boiling to make it edible. Slice it thin and use the shavings to start a fire so nothing goes to waste. Wow, I didn't know that was possible. Processed soil can be eaten too. What? Seriously? Well, that only serves to keep you alive minimally. I see. Amazing, master. You know so much. I smiled faintly. Once more, I looked at the grove. This was a scene often seen during famine. When there's nothing left to eat, people strip the bark off trees. Floods and other disasters cause similar scenes. Usually, people can survive by gnawing on bark until there's none left, but locusts are a different story. They strip even the bark, leaving only dirt behind. Recalling ancient memories, I felt a bit melancholic. Master. What is it? There's a village over there. Could these be the people who ate the bark? I looked where Luke pointed. Indeed, faintly visible was what looked like a farming village. I thought for a moment. There were no disasters, only war. The cause was likely the war, but how did things come to this? Wanting to find out, I told Luke to direct the carriage toward the village. As we entered the village, I pulled the reins and stopped the carriage. Mule, stay put there until I call you. Mickey. After giving the mule a gentle warning, I jumped down from the carriage with Luke in tow. I'm a traveling merchant and you're my apprentice. Yes, understood, master. Luke quickly nodded, understanding that this was a cover to keep our identities secret. With Luke by my side, I stepped into the village. The village lacked vitality. In fact, it looked as if it had been plundered with clear signs of devastation. Master, what's going on here? Luke must have sensed it too, as he looked up at me with a troubled expression. Is anyone here? I took a breath and called out loudly. I made sure to sound as non-threatening as possible. For a moment, it seemed like someone inside the tightly shut houses responded. Several doors creaked open slightly, and people peeked out through the cracks. But no one came outside. Just as I was about to call out again, an elderly woman emerged from a house a little ways off. She leaned on a wooden cane, her steps shaky but fitting for her age as she approached. "And who might you be?" the old woman asked cautiously, her guard up as she inquired about my purpose. "I'm a traveling merchant. Our drinking water has run out, so I was wondering if you could spare just a cupful. Of course, I'll pay you for it." She stared at me intently, as if trying to discern whether I was telling the truth. "Very well, please wait a moment," she said, then turned on her heel and headed back to her house. As she walked, she beckoned with a gesture, and a young man came out from the house. "Fetch water from the well?" "Understood." The young man nodded, but cast a wary glance at me before running deeper into the village. After a short wait, he returned carrying a cup filled with water. He and the old woman came back to me, holding out the cup. "Will this be enough?" "It's plenty, thank you." Master, this..." Luke was about to say something, but I took the cup before he could, tilting my head back to drink it all. I understood what Luke wanted to say. The water the man had fetched was far from clean. Though still young, Luke, a eunuch, was used to the water found in the imperial court. Especially recently, since I had been taking care of him, he was accustomed to only seeing pure water. The emperor's luxury was such that specific tea leaves were brewed with water from particular locations. If you got even more particular, snow stored over winter would be melted and boiled just before use. Compared to that, this water was indeed dirty, but it was not undrinkable. After finishing the water, I handed the cup back to the young man. "Thank you, this really helped. It's not much, but please accept this," I said as I pulled out a silver coin to give them, but the old woman slowly shook her head. No. I cannot accept money for a mere cup of water. The value between a cup of water at home and one you drink on the road is different. Please accept it." I offered the silver coin again, but she shook her head once more. If you take it now, not only will it be taken from you, but you may be beaten and even have your life endangered. Please keep it." I reacted a little dramatically. I could more or less predict what she meant and feared. I could understand and imagine it, but Luke could not. "Why would accepting this put you in danger?" Luke asked straightforwardly. Perhaps because of his innocent question, the old woman sighed softly but answered without hesitation. "If you carry it now, the Lord's army will take it from you." "The Lord's army? Excuse me, but have you been having your food stolen?" Seizing the opportunity, I asked in place of Luke. Being an adult rather than a child, I was met with a bit more suspicion. Both the old woman and the man behind her furrowed their brows, and the man even leaned back in caution. "Apologies, I often see this when traveling and trading. It seems the local lord collects taxes in kind. ... It wasn't always like this." "What do you mean, master?" Luke asked curiously. His straightforwardness was welcome now, and I explained as if teaching a student. "There are roughly 2 ways to supply food to the army. One is by transport and supply, the other is local collection." Don't they just bring it all in?" "The Empire does that, but as you get closer to the frontier, the army often collects from local farmers. It costs too much to transport from the grain-producing regions." "I see, but before they had food delivered from the interior, so they didn't touch us. But ever since that guy claimed to be emperor—" "Goo!" the woman cut off the young man sharply. The man, frustrated, was about to vent, but the cautious old woman scolded him, signaling that he should not say reckless things in front of an outsider like me. "It's because of that, and the Eisen guy too. Because he burned their food stores. Stop that." The old woman spoke even more harshly, and the man swallowed his words. "What do you mean, master?" "I gather that General Eisen burned the enemy's collected food stores, so the enemy came back to plunder more to make up for the loss." "That's right. Eisen isn't to blame. He even provided compensation." "They took that too. You blame Eisen for that as well?" Enough." The man, defeated by the old woman's arguments, stomped off in a tantrum. Well, given his position, that made sense. Jerry Eisen had burned the Ayler army's provisions storehouse. To make up for it, the Ayler army plundered more. Jerry somehow compensated for the losses, but that compensation was also taken. If Jerry hadn't done anything, none of this would have happened. But the old woman argued that it was unfair to blame him for providing compensation, while the man felt helpless. So Jerry's actions had caused this situation. They were not wrong. From both a tactical and strategic standpoint, it was correct. Burning the food store of the Ayler army, which had declared independence from the Empire and lacked a firm governance base, was very justified. But it meant the brunt fell on the people who got the short end. "Please wait a moment." I said this, then turned back and re-entered the carriage. Only my upper body went inside. "Mickey, be a good girl and wait there." "Mickey, Fuwawa." Soothing the mule, I called Fuwawa out where no one could see. Then, carrying what Fuwawa had prepared at my command, I returned to the old woman. I offered that to her. "It's not much, but consider it a token of thanks." "What's this?" The old woman eyed it warily and hesitated to accept. The object I held was a palm-sized box. Opening it, there were bulbs inside. "These are one of the products I handle," I explained. "If you plant them now, you can harvest a lot within about a month. It should be enough to feed everyone in this village." "Such a precious thing. A cup of water on the road isn't worth as much." "But, yeah, they might steal it again. So I'll plant it here. Raiders probably won't dig up seeds that have already been planted." I said this as I dug a hole in a conspicuous spot and buried the seeds. "Thank you, traveler." "No, thank you." "Hey, old lady. Everyone, Itona has come again." The young man from before came running from the depths of the village. Running and shouting loudly, the villagers who had been quietly watching suddenly poured out of their homes. Soon after, a group with several packed mules pulling carts appeared from the direction the man had come. "What's that?" "That's Itona, the merchant's daughter nearby. Since the plundering, she's been going around villages like ours, cooking meals for people." "I see, so instead of leaving food, she prepares cooked meals that can be eaten immediately." The old woman nodded softly. Then, after saying a word to me, she turned and walked with her cane toward the cooking group. "Master, what were those things you planted? Oh, simply put, money." Money?" "Yes, I had Fuwawa wrap them to look like seeds. They'll split open on their own in spring. If I gave them money now, it would just be taken." I deliberately didn't mention that the matter would be settled by spring. "Can you really do something like that?" "Yes." "Wow. Master, you really can do anything." I chuckled softly. "The ones who can do anything are Fuwawa and the others." "Oh, by the way, what about the water? Is it safe?" "As safe as can be." I chuckled again. "I can't be poisoned by anything. Apophis detoxifies it for me. That water is nothing." "Oh, the alcohol." "Exactly." Remembering the debauchery in the tent, Luke suddenly realized and quickly put on an impressed look. "Wow, master, you're really amazing." I smiled faintly as I watched the cooking. There was a young woman talking with the old woman. She seemed to be the leader, so she must be the Itona the villagers talked about. Having heard from the old woman, she turned her gaze to me. Our eyes met, and she looked a bit surprised. After telling a man who looked like a subordinate something, she approached me. I stood still and waited. A merchant's daughter who cooked for many villages, maybe I could get more information. I waited as Itona came right up to me. She stood before me, bowed seriously, and whispered softly, "It's an honor to meet someone with a heavenly face." You know, I'm Honorary Knight Itona Irwin." "I see," I nodded in understanding. The Honorary Knight system was something I devised when I was a child, around the time I was about to receive the title of Prince Wise. The background to creating this system lies in the fact that for several decades, the Empire's finances have been plagued by chronic deficits. There were suggestions that the Empire should reduce its expenditures to cut the deficit, and for a while, such measures were implemented. However, it ended up being a huge failure. The Empire's spending doesn't mean money simply vanishes into thin air. The money the Empire spends flows into the private sector, circulating within it and enriching the people. The moment expenditures were cut, the flow of money circulating in the private sector visibly decreased. As a result, tax revenues visibly declined, public security deteriorated across various regions, and rebellions erupted one after another. This was also influenced by the fact that the Empire is known as a nation of warriors. The reduction in spending was seen as a sign of the Empire's weakening, sparking rebellions here and there. Ironically, by suppressing these frequent uprisings, capturing the ringleaders, and confiscating their assets, the Empire temporarily restored its finances. That said, the crisis remains gradual but persistent. In such a situation, a member of the royal family voluntarily offered to pay a fine. The reason was that their son had committed murder, and officially, the penalty was a fine due to inadequate supervision. By voluntarily offering to pay a large fine, they aimed to gain favor from the late emperor and avoid the worst-case scenario of their family being ruined. Your Majesty was inclined to accept this, but I vehemently opposed it, though it was decided I did not object. My reasoning was that if a precedent were set where breaking the law could be mitigated by voluntarily paying a fine, it would eliminate the deterrent effect of the law. Therefore, I strongly opposed it, and the late emperor understood and ultimately accepted my stance. Instead, I proposed an alternative related to honor fundraising. While escaping punishment through fines was out of the question, buying honor through donations was acceptable. However, if positions could be bought with donations, it would breed corruption and malpractice. Thus, the system was designed so that no real power or position would be granted, but the emperor himself would conduct formal commendations, creating a donation system focused purely on honor. No, a fundraising system. Later, this was deliberated by the late emperor and the prime minister, and it became a proper honorary knight system. After establishing this system, I was praised by the late emperor as amazing, repeatedly, over the course of a month on every occasion. I looked at the woman before me. She was probably in her early 20s, still youthful, with a certain innocence lingering in her face. She identified herself as an honorary knight, meaning she was someone who had previously made a donation and was formally commended by the emperor. At that time, was it me? Yes. Directly, I see. I nodded thoughtfully. To me, she was just one among the many honored donors, but to her, I was the one and only emperor. It was only natural she remembered me clearly. You shouldn't have approached me, but I couldn't help myself. That's fine. More importantly, speak a little more casually. Yes, I understand. Ha ha, I chuckled softly. Itona's confusion was clearly visible, which I found somewhat amusing. By the way, since you did that, is your family involved in commerce or something? Yes. Well, my family has been sericulture farmers for generations. I see. I nodded in understanding. Nearly 9/10 of honorary knights are merchants. Given the system of buying honor with money, it tends to be that way. Has your family business changed since then? Thanks to that, we've been able to make even more profit. Oh, I looked at Itona, silently asking for clarification. It seems people think only merchants would spend such a large sum on something that doesn't bring tangible benefits. For merchants, profitability is crucial. Ha ha ha, that's true. A merchant who isn't profitable is risky, and nobody wants to do business with them. Yes, moreover, since it was me, not my father, it's even more so. The emperor who invented this system is truly amazing. I see. By the way, why are you doing this? I said, smoothly brushing off her praise and shifting my gaze to the direction she had come from, where her servants had started preparing a field kitchen. I wanted to know why they were setting up a food distribution. Isn't that rather unmerchant-like behavior? We got information that your Majesty was coming to this area. Itona answered without hesitation. Since your majesty is coming was information she had received, not a reference directly aimed at me. I didn't point that out. Why do you do such a thing just because your majesty is coming? Because your majesty's personal military campaign will definitely win. Win? Yes, absolutely, Itona declared firmly without hesitation. Why, because it's your majesty? I nodded slightly. I looked into Itona's eyes, and then I understood. When Itona said your majesty, she meant me, the first Noah. It wasn't just because I was emperor, but because I was Noah the first. And there was no logic behind it. Simply because it was me, that was her reason. If your majesty will definitely win, that's good, but, if your majesty sees this situation, you will surely order to save the people. You are someone who cares deeply for the people. We mustn't trouble your majesty with trivial matters. We want you to concentrate on the war, so we do this with that single purpose in mind. Her tone gradually grew more passionate as she spoke. Though her words were the same as when we first met, her humble, honorific language had returned. I see. I didn't comment on her speech style. More than that, I was a little surprised by the strength of her conviction. Perhaps drawn by her intensity, villagers emerging for the food distribution kept glancing over at us. It wasn't good to be watched like this any longer. Wanting to hear more, I thought to take her somewhere less crowded. Let's talk somewhere a bit more private. Yes, I turned around and started walking. She followed behind, but I stopped, sensing something odd. She wasn't just following casually. She changed her position significantly, moving to another spot. Why did you stand over there? Her behavior seemed strange even to Luke. Curious, Luke asked her. This is an old custom. An old custom? I nodded and explained to Luke on Itona's behalf. When standing near a superior, you must always stand to the north. Why? The idea is not to step on their shadow. It doesn't actually cause harm, but back then that sort of thing mattered. I see. I turned my gaze from Luke to Itona. I stared at her intently. What's wrong? Did you ruin your voice and disguise yourself as a man? Yes, surprise and delight. Two emotions flitted across Itona's face. Looking at Itona's face, I recalled the time when I first met her, about half a year after my enthronement. Inside the palace in the resting room, returning from outside, I removed the most cumbersome and tiring item of my formal attire, the crown, and handed it to a nearby maid before sitting down on the sofa. I exhaled the air stored in my lungs and massaged my shoulders to ease the stiffness. Then I asked Don, who had entered the room following behind me, how much of it is done? Your Majesty, about 30% in total. There are just under 700 left, he replied. This won't finish by today, will it? Perhaps it would be better to simplify the process from now on, Your Majesty. You're showing too much leniency to each individual. I smiled but said nothing. It is customary after an emperor's enthronement to distribute various imperial graces throughout the land. The knight selection is held on a much larger scale than usual and more slots are allocated. The knights selected through the imperial grace at the time of the emperor's ascension are regarded as honorary knights with a symbolic significance beyond regular knights. In other words, the enthronement commemoration is distributed far and wide. As part of that commemoration, I gathered donations from across the country. Back when I was a prince, I advised His Majesty, the late emperor, to establish the honorary knight system. While it's unacceptable to erase sins with money, it was decided that it should be permissible to buy only honor with money. Those who donated a certain amount to the country could receive the title of honorary knight personally awarded by the emperor. We expanded that system further, limited it to 1,000 slots for the enthronement commemoration, and gathered the top 1,000 donors. The enthronement commemorative events, which already emphasized honor, were matched with the honor-focused honorary knight system and branded as the Feast of 1,000 Heroes, making the entire event thoroughly dedicated to honor. There were some objections, but since it was a festive fundraising event, we forced it through. Now, after awarding about 300 people, we had temporarily paused. Don's comment about showing too much leniency meant I was spending time talking to each person individually, truly listening to them. This is just this once. Besides, it adds prestige to the entire system, I said. That is true, but when I speak to them, those who receive my words boast about it when they return to their hometowns. Then the next year, more people want to donate again. That would turn this into a common, no, never mind. Don swallowed the rest of his words. I understood what he meant, and since it was out of concern for my health, I decided not to press further. While Don and I were having this back and forth, Zoe approached and handed me a cold drink. Almost at the same time, 2 young maids came from either side to wipe the sweat from my forehead and neck. Zoe and the other maids had come directly from the mansion to serve me since my enthronement, so their delicate touch in relieving fatigue was truly exquisite. Thank you, this helps a lot. Thank you, Your Majesty. All right, I won't stop you anymore. In exchange, I will intervene to some extent to restrain the process. Your Majesty, please continue as you wish. Taking on the role of the villain, huh? Your Majesty always accomplishes great things, but you are too careless about how you present yourself. If this is your thinking, it's a shame not to add any performance at all. I see, leave it to you. I nodded and took a sip of the cold tea. Don's advice made sense, so I decided to trust him with it. I rested a little while the maids massaged my shoulders, and once I felt somewhat refreshed, I stood up straight. Let's continue. As you wish. Leaving the maids behind, I followed Don out of the room. We headed straight to the audience chamber. Upon entering, I sat on the throne and nodded to Don. He nodded back and then loudly gave the order to resume. Soon, a man entered. He was middle-aged, wearing an obviously ill-fitting formal outfit. Following the prescribed etiquette told beforehand, he knelt and bowed, but his movements were jerky, clearly inexperienced. This was a common type I saw often. A local dignitary who had never experienced the splendor of the capital and was nervous. I offered him words of encouragement and spoke to him in a conversational tone. The man responded nervously, and our exchange grew. When Don stepped in to stop the meeting, saying, "Time's up," I raised my hand to halt him and exchanged a few more words with the man. He looked increasingly moved. When Don tried a second time to stop the meeting, I finally ended the conversation with, "Thank you for your efforts. Continue to work hard for the country." The middle-aged man's tension from entering the audience chamber vanished, and he left with a look as if worshipping a god. I could understand his feelings completely. For many citizens, the emperor is like a noble from a higher realm, no, like a heavenly being. The emperor, who is that heavenly being, had brushed aside his minister's attempt to stop him and personally spoke more to this man. There was no choice but to be deeply moved. It would be a lifelong memory. Especially those who took part in the honorary knight system thought this way even more. In this manner, even after the break, I continued spending time and words with each individual. Though Don occasionally showed displeasure on his brow, he accepted his role as the villain. Then another man entered, a plump young man typical of wealthy locals, looking barely 20. He stepped forward before me, knelt at the designated spot, and bowed according to etiquette. I was somewhat impressed. When it comes to wealthy, plump people, most are spoiled and raised indulgently. Today, many like them barely knew the basics of etiquette or were so nervous they couldn't hold a proper conversation. However, this young man not only had perfect etiquette, but though nervous, his demeanor was confident, and he looked me straight in the eye without looking away. His eyes had that unique quality of someone trying to discern something. I became interested in him. "What is your name?" "My name is Tsurufu Awen. It is a supreme honor to behold your Majesty's heavenly face." "Tsurufu?" I tilted my head. "Tsurufu was supposed to be 46 years old, wasn't he?" I asked Don beside me. Don was surprised and flustered. "How do you know that?" "What are you saying? You were the one who handed me the list." "And no, that's not what I meant. You really remember?" Don asked again, looking at me with a probing gaze in surprise. "Ah, yes, Tsurufu Awen, 46 years old. A grain merchant with a wife and one daughter. He mostly manages the family business, but the representative is still his father, who is over 70 years old. Isn't that right?" Oh, wait." Don was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly beckoned a clerk nearby. The clerk, also flustered, ran over with paperwork. Don took the documents and glanced through them. After reading, he looked up and answered me. "Why, yes, that's correct. You do remember." "I remember well enough when I glance over the documents." "Wow, amazing." Both Don and the clerk were impressed. Meanwhile, Tsurufu remained kneeling, looking at me with eyes that seemed to suspect something shady. Ignoring that gaze, I asked, "As you heard, Tsurufu is 46. You don't exactly look like you're 46, do you?" "WL?" The expression on the man claiming to be Tsurufu changed dramatically, clearly unsettled. After watching him for a while, I said, Could you be his daughter?" That came from Don. As for the man in question, he opened his eyes wide and his mouth gaped, unable to answer. "I thought so. I hit the mark." "Why, Your Majesty? Why would you say such a thing?" "Once you realize it's a different person and take a closer look, many contradictions become apparent. You're hiding it well with padding under your clothes, but I can't find an Adam's apple." When Don heard my comment, he suddenly looked at the self-proclaimed Tsurufu. The man hurriedly pressed his hands to his throat to hide it. Don probably couldn't see the movement clearly due to speed, but that reaction was the best evidence. "Someone, capture this person." "All right," I stopped Don. "So you are the daughter Itona." "Anyway, the figure is padded under the clothes, but what about your voice?" It was hoarse and sounded unmistakably male. Answer His Majesty's question." Don stopped calling the guards, but unable to suppress his anger, he loudly scolded the flustered, self-proclaimed Tsurufu, Itona. That only made Itona even more flustered. "Charcoal?" At my remark, Itona nodded repeatedly. "I see. Your Majesty, what do you mean by charcoal?" I drank powdered charcoal. The charcoal powder clings to the throat. Yes, it makes the voice hoarse for roughly half a day. I didn't know such a loophole existed. Truly, your majesty is remarkable. So why did you, the daughter, come? Did something happen to your father? WL. I wanted to see the heavenly face with my own eyes once. But since honorary knights must be men, my grandfather disguised me and told me to go. Don, though not written down, I suppose the heads of each rank made this a customary practice. I see. I nodded and turned to Itona. Thank you for coming. From next year, honorary knights can be women as well. Itona was shocked and speechless. Nearly 10 years have passed since that time, and I encountered Itona again. You remembered me? You didn't show your true face back then, so I couldn't connect it, but I remembered your eyes. Itona was surprised. My eyes? They were unusual eyes that tried to observe me, a man. Ah, Itona was startled, looked down, and then showed an embarrassed expression. By the way, you weren't there the next year, right? Did you spend too much money that year? No. Well, my grandfather passed away the next year. Ah, I see. I listened to her story, nodded, and understood. She was in mourning and just couldn't afford to do anything else. Of course, there was no law or unwritten rule forbidding it. It's just that when the de facto head of a family, a major figure, dies, it's not normal to pay a huge sum to claim honorary status. I couldn't really recall the year after that. I remembered the next year Itona mentioned, so I kept an eye on her, but the year after that was completely out of my mind. By process of elimination, I figured she hadn't used the honorary knight system since then. So, Your Majesty, why? I thought you were inside the military. Your guess is correct. I was playing the part of a prodigal. I wanted to know what others really thought of me, so I was pretending to be a spy. Alone? Itona was surprised. I glanced sideways at Luke, who had taken some distance after Itona, and I started talking. From Itona's tone, she didn't seem to care about Luke at all. Since it's infiltration, it's easier to move alone. Also, if possible, I want to hear Eiler's evaluation with my own ears. What? That guy is useless and full of himself. We don't need him. But he once defeated the Empire's army. Don't you know? Know what? The one who defeated the Empire's army was a man named Ride. Ride Memido? Yes. What about him? He was buried alive in his wife's grave. Buried alive. A burial sacrifice? I was truly shocked. Itona looked at me like I should have known, which made me even more surprised. I'd heard of burial sacrifice, but no way would someone do something that stupid. Well, Your Majesty, you overestimate him. The reason is ridiculous. What reason? To do a burial sacrifice in his wife's grave, he said if he didn't include someone important, his true feelings for his wife wouldn't be conveyed. I was speechless. What an unexpected turn. I was tempted to ask if it was true, but I doubted Itona would be definitive. I turned to Luke. Luke, why yes? Returned to Henry immediately. Find out everything you can about Ride Memido's current situation. Why yes? Luke spun around and dashed off. Whether he understood the situation fully or judged just from my tone, he was stone-faced and sprinted as fast as he could. Thanks for the information, Itona. I appreciate it. And no, I'm glad I could help. Sorry, but we part ways here. You're leaving? No, I'm infiltrating the provincial capital as planned. The provincial capital? Wait, are you going to Eiler's place? Since I've come this far, I want to see for myself what's really going on. I thought about saying that I was becoming curious about Eiler from a different perspective, but I held back. It's dangerous, no problem. As long as I moved alone, it was fine. I could hide my identity easily enough. The mule is with me, but that's the only slight problem. I'm coming too. I'll guide you around the provincial capital. For gathering information, I know the most efficient places. I nodded slightly and thought it over. Even if I could infiltrate and escape without issue, I didn't know where to efficiently gather information. Having a local guide would be a big help. Just as I was about to ask Itona to guide me, a quarrel-like voice suddenly came from inside the village. When I turned toward the sound, Itona also noticed and looked toward the depths of the village. What's going on? Milady, please run. One of the people preparing food for the villagers came rushing over, pale-faced. Milady, gah! An arrow suddenly flew from behind the man and pierced his back. The man convulsed briefly, widened his eyes, and fell forward. Immediately after, a group appeared from the depths of the village, different from the food preparers. They were soldiers. Soldiers dressed very much like the Empire's army. They appeared in droves from the village's depths, and with the village's narrowness, it was hard to tell how many there were. More than 50? 102. Leviathan answered silently in my mind. 100. This is a bit troublesome. Before I could decide the best course of action, the soldiers stomped forward and stopped in front of Itona. You must be Itona Irwin? The man at the front, apparently the captain judging by his attire, questioned her. And if I am? The tense atmosphere made Itona stiffen as she responded. You're coming with us? Why? It's your father's fault for refusing to provide food willingly. But when the daughter of importance is captured, well, the soldier grinned nastily. I thought that's straightforward enough. The Eiler army is currently sustaining itself through looting. Naturally, not only from the civilians, but also they have ordered merchants and local power brokers to cooperate. From what I just heard, they requested Itona's father, a grain merchant, but he refused. So they came to take his daughter hostage to make him comply. Cowards! Say whatever you want. Hey! The captain gestured over his shoulder to his men. Several young soldiers stepped forward, weapons raised and aimed at Itona. I stepped forward. Before their hands could reach Itona, I quickly switched places and stood in front of her protectively. Your Majesty, please run. Their goal is ransom. I'm fine. Itona panicked. She had hardly ever shown such agitation, even when she was the target, but my stepping in made her flustered. Your Majesty? I didn't answer, but the captain reacted. He looked back and forth between Itona and me. Surely he never dreamed the Emperor was here. Regarding Itona's words, he only reacted with a puzzled, "What do you mean?" "Can't be helped." I sighed softly. They didn't understand now, but I couldn't let them take this information back. I extended my hand and summoned Leviathan from the bracelet. The water demon's sword, shrunk to the size of a needle, rapidly restored to its original size. I gripped Leviathan and readied myself, then stepped forward. I moved faster than the soldiers could react. Closing the distance, I cut down soldier after soldier with Leviathan's swordsmanship. Leviathan's blade left afterimages as it sprayed blood from the soldiers. One after another, they fell. After I had cut down about 20, the rest snapped back to awareness, but their fighting spirit didn't return. Having lost 20 soldiers in an instant to a single person, confusion and fear took over, causing most to flee in panic. "Sorry, but I won't let you escape. Leviathan, as you wish." The moment Leviathan responded, an overwhelming pressure I'd often felt since my Leviathan days radiated toward the soldiers. Those losing their will to fight, turning their backs to run, suddenly froze in place one after another. "You're overthinking." I gave a small wry smile and cut down the frozen soldiers. With Leviathan's power, it would be easy to knock everyone out just by intimidation, but I deliberately restrained the pressure to just stopping their movement. After they were halted, I finished them off. There were about 100 soldiers, but Leviathan's power turned them into mere scarecrows, and I cut them down one by one. It took less than 10 minutes to cut them all down. In no time, the soldiers were all slain and turned into corpses. And, amazing! True to Leviathan's considerate plan, Itona looked at me with admiration for having cut down 100 soldiers in an instant. After Etna and her subordinates helped bury the soldiers' bodies, I asked her, "Don't you need to contact your father?" "No, it's fine. My father won't yield to their threats unless I'm actually held hostage." "Even so, if they lie and say we've captured her, it could cause some hesitation. You should reassure your parent." "Ah, you're right. Then," Etna thought for a moment, then called over one of her nearby subordinates. After whispering something to the subordinate, they nodded slightly and quickly ran off. After seeing them off, Etna returned. "Well, I'll be taking my leave here." Since people were gathering to handle the bodies, I made sure to speak casually, not in my usual imperial tone. "Where are you going?" "To the provincial capital. I want to eavesdrop on the rumors circulating." I omitted the word my before provincial capital. "I'll go together then, together?" "Yeah, I'll guide you. I know where those rumors are gathering." I nodded and thought it over. If it's just infiltration, it's easier alone, but having someone who knows the area is better. "All right then, can I count on you?" "Yes." Etna was clearly thrilled to be relied on by the Emperor, breaking into a big smile. She called over another subordinate and whispered something. Waiting for that, I left the village with Etna. Is that a monster?" After leaving the village, we walked for a while. Etna seemed puzzled that I wouldn't get inside the carriage. I realized I hadn't introduced it yet, so I lightly called to the mule, and it poked its head out. Seeing the mule's face, a monster, Etna was tremendously shocked and almost stumbled backward. What is this?" "I decided to keep it. Its name is Mule." "Keep it?" "Mule, she's not an enemy." "Don't attack her." "Mickey." When I gave the order, Mule responded with big innocent eyes and an adorable cry. Seeing this, Etna was even more surprised. "Very obedient." "That's right. Your Majesty, amazing. I've never heard of a human taming a monster so naturally." "Indeed," I nodded slightly. "The Empire has certainly succeeded in controlling monsters, but that control is more akin to brainwashing. This is completely different. The behavior and atmosphere of Mule are more like a pet." It's no wonder Etna was surprised. Before long, we approached our destination. Gopher Province, the provincial capital, Itasugi. It had long been under imperial rule, but being on the western frontier and the front line, the city's outer walls were high and strict, matching even the imperial capital in security. When we neared Itasugi, I spoke to Mule inside the carriage. "Wait here a bit. Mickey, I'll be back by morning." Mule looked dejected and reluctant. I petted it firmly. Then I jumped down from the carriage driver's seat and asked Behemoth, "Can you create a distraction from the carriage?" "Easy. No problem, I'll be back overnight. Leave this place to me." "Understood. Your Majesty, who are you talking to?" "Behemoth. That's the same name as the ancient great sage, but what exactly is that?" Etna said this and glanced around. Explaining about Leviathan, Behemoth, and such would take too long, so I evaded the topic and started walking. Etna followed behind. Since there was still some distance to Idasugi, I decided to ask her something. "Is the castle gate's security tight?" "Not really. The captain is an acquaintance. If you slip him a little pocket money, passing through is easy." "I see." I nodded slightly, understanding. Seems it's the same everywhere. "There's no need to spend money there." Then what will you do?" "We'll enter separately and meet inside." "Separately, but your Majesty, do you have a plan for entering?" "No problem." I nodded and then mentally asked Jiz. I didn't want to be caught off guard if Behemoth suddenly asked, "Who's Jiz?" Like Behemoth, Jiz responded promptly, "Already ahead." That means A." From behind, from the ground, Etna's shrill voice rang out. Jiz, the magical bird known as the Sky Soarer. With Jiz's help, I leapt into the sky and flew straight toward the castle. "Amazing!" Etna's cheering behind me quickly faded and disappeared. "Leviathan?" "Yes." Flying directly wouldn't guarantee I'd avoid detection. Usually enemies don't attack from the sky, so guards rarely watch above. That's where Leviathan's distraction came in. Incidentally, anyone can create a distraction. Leviathan, Behemoth, or Behemoth, anyone with overwhelming presence can do this. The idea is to create a powerful aura on the opposite side, so any of these massive beings can perform the trick. Flying gracefully, I crossed over the castle walls and entered Idasugi's inner city. I thought this trick wouldn't work forever. Since humans rarely infiltrate from the sky, guards don't focus upwards, making distractions effective. But if they realize the possibility, or if a battle breaks out, this won't work anymore. I must use this tactic fully while I still can, I reaffirmed. After landing, I headed toward the castle gate. When I got close enough to see it, I stopped and waited for Etna. Soon, Etna easily passed through the gate and entered, so I approached and called out, "Etna, why yes, there are people watching." "Oh, right. Where are you?" "Close, close, yes, your voice is nearby, but where?" Etna looked around anxiously, unable to find me and growing nervous. The provincial capital, Idasugi, was deep in enemy territory. I didn't want to be seen, so I concentrated fully on the distraction spell. Originally, I planned to infiltrate like this, but being with Etna could cause some issues. "Then I'll help." "Behemoth, help how?" Leaving the confused Etna behind, I listened to Behemoth. "Simple, while Leviathan distracts the surroundings, I'll draw her attention." "I see." I nodded slightly. "If you can create distractions, it's easy to focus attention too. It's complicated for one person to do both simultaneously, but two people dividing the tasks makes it easier." "Got it. Please do, okay?" Just after hearing the boyish, cheerful voice, Etna suddenly turned toward me. "There you are. I've been here the whole time." But this is my specialty. I'd be unbeatable at hide and seek." "Yeah, I get it. Hearing your voice but not seeing you is a great skill." Etna said that. "Now let's have you show me around." Okay." Etna nodded and muttered, "Which way would be best?" as she started walking. "Milady," a man suddenly dashed toward her in a panic. He reached Etna, knelt, and was out of breath. "I'm glad you were found so quickly." "What's wrong?" "My husband says you must come back immediately." "Your father." "That message should have already been sent." "No, this is a different matter." "Different?" "Yes, anyway, he says you should come back once." "What does that mean?" Etna frowned and looked at me. I lowered my voice so the man wouldn't hear and told Etna, "Go over there first, I'll come get you later." "Okay." Nodding, Etna left with the household member who had come to fetch her. Left alone, I wondered what to do. Time to pay a visit to Eiler Noof. One of my goals after infiltrating Idasugi was to see Eiler Noof with my own eyes. Eiler Noof was a former royal family member who had occupied Idasugi and declared himself emperor. Naturally, security would be extremely tight. I could have taken Etna, but going alone would be easier and more reliable. I started walking toward Idasugi's center. I had memorized the map in my head. I knew where the government office was, where Eiler Noof likely stayed. I weaved through the crowd toward my destination. I see. It's not so bad if most are stationary in a camp, but in a city where civilians move recklessly, being unseen is troublesome. I gave a slight bitter smile. I was still maintaining Leviathan's distraction. Because of this, I almost collided with passers-by several times. To explain simply, all passers-by were walking around looking away from me. Of course, collisions were inevitable. In a camp, many soldiers stood still, so this didn't happen, but in a city where everyone is distracted and walking their own way, collisions are a problem. Using this, I realized that the escape after assassination plan Henry mentioned is nearly impossible. While thinking this, I arrived at the government building. It really looks like a palace. I was somewhat astonished. The government office in Itasugi looked very different from what I had expected. In one word, a palace. It looked like a palace. There were signs of rushed construction here and there, so I figured Eiler forced this. I had Leviathan maintain the distraction as I stepped into the palace-like government building. Ha! This is tedious. Nothing to do. Good to be bored, or what? You want to go to the front lines too? Two soldiers guarding the entrance were chatting. I stopped to eavesdrop. The front lines are better. Really? Yeah. The Emperor is letting us do whatever we want. You can rack up battle achievements easily. True. And doing this here, no way anyone gets through the gate anyway. Should I petition the captain to let me go now? Let's try. After hearing their complaints, I silently left the spot. Afterwards, I encountered several groups of soldiers. Most were slacking off, some gathered to gamble and drink, and some even fraternized with female court attendants. I was shocked at how lax the discipline was. Honestly, I wondered if I could have infiltrated easily even without the distraction. That can't be. I shook my head, dismissing this foolish thought. As I said, that would be impossible, but still I thought it might be possible. Looking up at the sky, the sun had set and the western sky was dark. The area was completely dark. The lights still not fully on, some flickered on slowly. Maybe now I could go without a distraction. Leviathan, understood. At my request, Leviathan cut off the distraction. I knew it was risky, but my confidence grew little by little. I turned off the distraction and moved forward stealthily. Though the government building had been remodeled hastily, its structure hadn't changed much. I headed for the room where Eiler probably was. I passed a soldier. That soldier was leaning on his spear like a cane, standing but dozing off. I casually passed him by. I was quite exasperated. Eiler claimed to be emperor. That means this place was their castle, the strictest security should be here, yet I had infiltrated so easily. I thought Henry might have been right, assassination could be possible here. Ridiculous! I shook the thought away again. Soon I reached the door to Eiler's room. There was a guard, naturally. I planned to use distraction to get inside. Hey, shift change. All right. Another soldier called from afar. The guard at the door left. Come on. I was even more exasperated. A guard shift should happen where the guard was stationed to avoid security gaps. But that wasn't the case here. Though I could hear footsteps from a distance, the soldier was far enough that it took time before reaching the door. Inside, the room reeked of alcohol. It was overwhelmingly strong. I saw a huge bed where a man lay between two women. Approaching, the strong smell of alcohol assaulted my nostrils. I wasn't surprised in a way. Just as I had acted, a top-ranking power figure indulging in debauchery was no shock. If the outside security had been strong, I wouldn't have felt any oddity, but it wasn't so. Master, what is it? The new guard outside is yawning and about to fall asleep. Leviathan's report made me exasperated again. This was the nth time since infiltrating, and for the third time, the word assassination crossed my mind. I approached, overtook Leviathan, and stood before Eiler. Shaking off the last mental restraint, I thrust Leviathan forward. Leviathan pierced Eiler's chest, his heart. Eiler's eyes widened briefly, but he couldn't cry out and died on the spot. I opened the window and jumped into the garden. Then, without using much of Leviathan's distraction, I escaped the government building and returned to the city. Done. I was stunned. I never thought it would be this easy. I was dumbfounded and speechless. Master, Leviathan spoke for some reason. You overestimated humans. Henry and Neil said that too. Because you overestimated even incompetent humans, this happened. Hearing that from Leviathan, I felt mixed emotions. Maybe I really did overestimate. Thinking about all the things I had planned, I let out a bitter smile. This concludes Chapter 7. How has it been so far? Was it interesting? Eager for the next part. Looking forward to Chapter 8 too? If so, please rate from the stars below the advertisement. If you really support me, give 5 stars. If not, just 1 star, whatever you feel. Even a little support encourages the author, so please be kind. The serialization is resuming with a volume of about 100,000 characters. Thank you for your continued support. Inside the tent, I faced Henry. Henry furrowed his brows tightly, looking at the object placed between us with a face full of disbelief. On the desk was the head of Eiler Noof that I had brought back. The head was hastily placed inside a wooden box, for the time being. It's not like we have nerves so fragile that just seeing a severed head would make us scream, but it's still unpleasant to have a beheaded head lying on the desk. Is it the real one? After a while, Henry asked hesitantly. Have someone who knows well confirm it. I want to know that too. Your Majesty. After all, it was a surprise attack while he was asleep, and it was successful. I have no acquaintance with him. I have conviction but no absolute proof. I will have it confirmed. Henry said that, then called his subordinate from outside the tent. The subordinate who entered bowed to each of us, and then Henry whispered something into his ear. The subordinate looked surprised, but, after Henry emphasized it, hurriedly ran outside. Because it was a whisper, I didn't know what was said, but it was probably about personally inspecting the enemy general's head, so such surprise was mild. For a while after that, Henry kept a bitter expression on his face. He seemed to want to say something, but didn't know what to say. I decided to wait until he could speak. While waiting, 2 young men entered the tent. Both were young and dressed as ordinary soldiers. This is our first. I'm lying. Since they spoke at the same time, their words overlapped perfectly. Without asking, it was clear that the 2 young men were extremely nervous, which caused this. Henry, who must have seen many blunders during first audiences, didn't scold them but just chuckled a little. But then he remembered that this was a formal audience, cleared his throat, and hurriedly composed himself. Relax. More importantly, there's something I want you to do. Why, yes. Say whatever you want. The 2 stiffened, but replied with their backs straightened as if swallowing a rod. Naturally, as it was their first time, their etiquette was lacking, but neither I nor Henry minded. Without mentioning a word about it, Henry continued. There's a head there. Confirm its identity. Why, yes. The head. Henry jerked his chin toward it. The 2 soldiers cautiously approached the head. By Henry's order, they opened the lid of the wooden box to identify the head and peered inside simultaneously. This is Lord Eiler? The 2 were thoroughly shocked. Henry and I exchanged a light eye contact. Then Henry rubbed his forehead and sighed. He double-checked with the 2. Are you sure? Why, yes. There is no mistake. I see. Good work. You may step back. This must not be repeated or disclosed. Why, yes. Intimidated by Henry, the 2 once again stiffened and straightened their backs before leaving the tent. Once we were alone again, Henry let out a deep sigh. It appears to be genuine, indeed. What should I say, Your Majesty? As always, you are amazing. I'm surprised, too. I never thought it would really succeed. Of course, I used power, but even without that power, the security was lax enough for success. Your Majesty overestimated that person, I take it. Don't say that. I've already been scolded for that. I gave a slight bitter smile. Having succeeded in the assassination and just escaped, I was stunned when Behemoth said something similar. I don't think I overestimated at all, but apparently both Henry and Behemoth saw it that way. Now, let me say it again. I want this kind of thing to be refrained from at all costs. No, I want it to stop. Henry stopped his words once, then deliberately put it in stronger terms. That is not a risk, Your Majesty, the Emperor should take. I will keep that in mind. Henry's was an obvious point, an obvious admonition, so I accepted it sincerely. It was an impromptu dance, but I regret it. Originally, I should also say a word about that notion of impromptu. Henry sighed again. The fact that Your Majesty could do that impromptu is amazing. Henry said that, then changed the subject with "and." It means it was that bad, right? That's right. Henry, you know about the burial sacrifice, right? Yes. Henry nodded clearly. He had a faint smile. The enemy severed both their own arms. As a commander of soldiers, I rejoiced. From that standpoint, you would. I said so and nodded slightly. Unlike me, who values people are treasures, the position of opposing general would be either joy or suspicion of a trap. This is probably what they mean by a single incident reflects all. It was terrible. So I concluded with I danced impromptu. Hearing that, Henry sighed a little. In that case, I have nothing more to say. That's a relief. Now I want to ask a favor. What is it? Henry tilted his head, suspicious. I said it was impromptu. That means even I wasn't planning this until that moment. But it looked too easy, so I just... Indeed. Henry only gave a brief reply and kept staring at me. His face asked, that's your premise, what's the main point? When you asked before, could this power be used to assassinate? I said no. But there was another reason I concealed it. What is it? Oscar. Henry tilted his head. He looked like he wondered why Oscar was mentioned here. After leaving the imperial capital, according to reports from those left behind, Oscar is scrutinizing budgets everywhere, squeezing them to create funds for this personal military campaign. Isn't that a good thing? In itself, yes. But why has Oscar become so cooperative this time? That is. Henry murmured and suddenly looked at the box with the head. That's right, he was insulted by this man, not Your Majesty, but the Emperor. Not Your Majesty, but the Emperor? Yes. Henry and I exchanged a look and nodded. Probably Oscar wants to tear this guy apart himself, either by his own hand or by his orders. I see, so Your Majesty killed him. Yes, I dealt with it personally. The Emperor punished one who insulted the Emperor. There's no problem if you say so, but there is if you say otherwise. That's true. Therefore, yes. Henry understood. He realized this was the content of the favor I wanted. Usually before a city falls, an order is given allowing soldiers to loot for a certain number of days, right? Yes, generals receive rewards later, so they don't need it, but soldiers fight for that reason. The situation is not very bright, so I leave details to you, but adjust so that men of the Eiler Newf clan are captured alive as much as possible. You want Oscar to handle it? Yes. The treatment of prisoners around influential figures is originally Oscar's domain in internal affairs. The Empire is a nation of warriors. Always at war, it has a well-established system for handling prisoners. Ordinary prisoners aside, valuable spoils like the family of the ringleader are sent to the imperial capital. The Minister of Internal Affairs decides their treatment. Usually, the minister consults with subordinates and reports to the emperor for approval, but no emperor has ever opposed this unless for extraordinary reasons. And men related by blood to the ringleader are basically destined for execution. Women are often spared, but men are executed because if left alive, they might become new symbols of rebellion regardless of their will. In defeat, the only fate is death in battle or capture and execution. You intend to use that to appease Oscar to the fullest. Yes, you are truly amazing to have thought that far. It's just cleaning up after an impromptu act. Not something to be praised. No, if that's the case, leave it to me. Can you do it? Absolutely. Understood, I leave it to you, as expected of your Majesty. What is it now? During the personal military campaign, despite being on site, you refrain from meddling in details and leave things to others. I said the situation was not bright, but still, people want to interfere. And that causes great trouble. Do you know about Milo II? Yes, one of the 3 wise emperors in the early empire, often counted as the second. Yes, I said and nodded. I brought this up from recent readings of history. Milo II was indeed a wise emperor, but he couldn't rest unless he handled everything himself, even decisions at a village chief level, reviewing and interfering. I heard he woke before dawn and worked until midnight. That's right, and that took a toll, and he died only 7 years into his reign. Of course, that accumulation led to the 3rd, Emperor Leo, and the Empire's first golden age, so he was truly wise. But I don't want to be that intense and short-lived. So I implied that I would leave things that can be delegated. Henry nodded, saying, I see. Your Majesty learns from history, truly impressive. And that was the conclusion. How was it up to here? It was interesting. I want the continuation soon. I'm cheering for you. If you felt that way, please give a rating from the below the advertisement. If you're really supportive, give 5 stars. If not so much, 1 star is fine, whatever you feel. Even a little support encourages the author, so thank you very much. Inside the tent, I was getting dressed in armor with Alice's help. I was changing into my battle attire for the departure. Humph, is something the matter? Alice looked up at me curiously as she helped. Due to our height difference at this close range, she naturally had to look up. Meeting her inquisitive upward gaze, I said, it's just that I could never admit, even if my mouth were torn open, that I can get dressed on my own. Your Majesty? Alice tilted her head in puzzlement. She had known me for a long time, ever since I was a prince and now as the emperor, so she knew that someone like me wouldn't normally dress alone. But she hesitated to deny or question me directly, hence her reaction. I chuckled softly. I'm the sort to go incognito often and Henry scolds me for it. Oh, right. Alice seemed satisfied with that explanation. She accepted the logic that during those covert outings I would dress myself. Of course, that wasn't truly the point. What I actually thought was this. No matter how many experiences I had in my previous life, I could never admit that I could dress alone. It has been decades since I was reborn as Noah Alaret. In terms of the length of my life, I've now spent more time as Noah than in my former life. The memories of my previous existence are fading, while my awareness as Noah grows stronger. I felt a strange nostalgia realizing that dressing by myself had become difficult. In truth, this was the second time I'd felt this way. I once heard a story, I began, speaking cautiously to Alice, that a young man born and raised in a poor village comes to the capital as he grows, and after some years, his life in the capital ends up longer than his time in his hometown. That realization is deeply moving. I understand. Alice started to say something but suddenly caught herself and fell silent. It's nothing. She blushed vividly and hurriedly denied it. Then in a faint voice she murmured that you've spent more time in life with your Majesty. She tried to cover it up, but I clearly caught those words. Well, if she wanted to hide it, the kind thing would be to pretend I hadn't heard, so I said nothing. Alice panicked a bit but soon regained her composure and busied herself diligently dressing me like a devoted wife. After a while I saw a figure outside the tent. Henry has arrived. Let him in, I responded casually, and the tent flap opened. Henry, perfectly dressed and prepared, entered. He approached me and formally bowed as protocol dictated. We are ready, Your Majesty. Good. The location is straight southwest from here. A scattered unit has been left behind. Judging by their size, it should be an easy victory. Understood. But why such a matter? I tilted my head, looking at Henry. He looked even more puzzled than I was. Your Majesty's plan is unclear, the situation is decided. All that remains is mop-up or pacification, a subtle difference in wording, but that's the stage we're at. Indeed. Why must your Majesty appear here? And the order is? Henry glanced briefly at Alice. Since I gave the command, I understood well. Henry was considerate of my dignity in front of a woman. I laughed heartily and said, I want to find out where the weakest enemy is. Yes, sir. I intend to prolong the concealment a bit longer. What do you mean? This time I led a personal military campaign but did nothing special. It ended before I did anything. Understood. Henry nodded slightly. He, being capable, understood immediately that I was speaking of the official story. I want it to look like the Emperor who did nothing hurriedly went to build achievements afterward. I see. Since the deception can still work, you'll play the part of a figurehead to the fullest. That's right, so the best opponent would be someone weak enough to bully. Your Majesty is truly amazing. Am I? I tend to view things tactically, but your Majesty's approach is a performance of the Emperor role strategy. Henry praised me. Alice, who had been quietly dressing me, heard this genuine praise from such a man and looked at me with admiring, starry eyes. Henry. Yes. There is no superiority or inferiority between tactics and strategy. It's simply a difference of means tools. Your Majesty is truly incredible. Henry's eyes widened for a moment, stunned into silence, then looked at me with even greater respect. Leading the troops out, I advanced based on information Henry's scouts provided and caught the isolated unit in about half a day. That unit hesitated facing the suddenly appearing Imperial soldiers. They wavered over whether to fight to the death or flee immediately. Their indecision was obvious. I had no hesitation. Almost at the same time we spotted the enemy, I summoned the Emperor's crest through my spirit power and commanded the charge. Accidentally defeating a strong unit would be the worst outcome. Second only to me, the Emperor, dying here. So I had scouts thoroughly gather intel on the enemy beforehand. It was clear, even at the highest estimate, that they were a weak, isolated force. I charged at the unit. As Henry said, it was a total rout. Right after the charge, the enemy began to flee, and then it became a matter of cutting down the soldiers running away. I showed no mercy, slicing down enemy soldiers from horseback. I cut down the few who confronted me directly, but also stole kills from my soldiers by cutting down those they weakened. Even while doing so, I maintained the Emperor's crest through the spirits. Though these enemies didn't even know my face, the crest and presence made them keenly aware of the Emperor. With that power, I fiercely asserted myself as the Emperor while striking down foes. The enemy unit was utterly annihilated in no time. The enemy unit has been completely eliminated. Well done. The troop leader who reported looked at me with contempt for taking credit for his men's achievements. I felt a secret satisfaction that such petty grievances from an ally held more credibility than from the enemy. From horseback, I watched the soldiers cleaning up and the defeated enemies. Suddenly, I felt something strange. This is odd. What is, Your Majesty? The troop leader closest to me responded to my murmured words. I said nothing, pulled my horse to a stop, and continued observing as I tried to put the feeling into words. After some thought, I expressed it clearly. There was no sign of surrender. The enemy showed signs of fierce resistance or fleeing, but no indication of surrender at all. That bothered me a little. Of course, I came expecting to annihilate them without question, but from their side, they had no way of knowing my intentions. Even if they did, human nature would be to cling to hope. Yet there was almost no sign of surrender. That was strange and troubling. Your Majesty, a soldier came running. He was out of breath from hurrying. What is it? I found something strange. Strange? Well, how should I say it? The soldier's face was full of confusion, uncertain how to explain or report. Understood, show me. Yes, sir. I ordered the confused soldier to guide me. Mounted again, I traveled along a path cleared by other soldiers. We arrived at what had been the enemy unit's center, where some supplies remained. Among them was a large wooden box. This is it. This is... I jumped off my horse and approached the box. When I opened it, inside was, I see. A young boy dressed in noble clothes lay unconscious but alive. What does this mean? He's the son of that man. Check inside the box. There should be something proving his bloodline. I said this, and the soldiers began thoroughly examining the box and the boy's surroundings. After a moment, incredible, here it is. The soldier inspecting the box held up a golden plate inscribed with letters as if he'd uncovered a treasure. How was it up to this point, if you thought that was interesting? Can't wait for the continuation? I support you. Please rate the story using the under the advertisement. If you really want to support, give 5 stars. If not so much, 1 star is fine. Even a little encouragement is a great boost for the author, so thank you in advance. Phew, I secretly let out a small sigh as I received the golden plate from the soldier. The plate was roughly divided into 2 parts, an upper and a lower section. The upper part recorded the place and time of birth and the names of the people present. The lower half displayed the status. Of course, the status section had a name, and there it was. Chester Noof. This feeling, I swallowed the words, is this real? That were on the tip of my tongue. I glanced around, the soldiers were watching me closely. If I said that out loud in this situation, it would finally become confirmed. This golden plate was like a birth certificate for those connected to the royal family. When a member of the royal family is born, their birth date and place, the names of those present, and their status at the time are all recorded and carefully preserved. Nowadays, the plate is treated with magical enchantment to prove its authenticity. But in ancient times, simply having the wealth to process gold was proof of an exalted status, and this was a holdover from that. By the way, the current standard is to apply magic so that no one except the bearer can remove it from its original storage place. It makes no sense for the bearer to hand it over to someone else in this situation, so this boy holding it must be the real person. As a side note, I have one too, of course, kept in the palace. That said, I have never seen mine myself. Things like this, just like the umbilical cord at birth, people generally don't want to see them unless they have a strong interest. Back to the matter at hand, the plate appeared, and the name of the owner was Chester Noof. The name Chester sounded familiar. It should be the name of Eiler Noof's eldest son. I sighed lightly once again. Meanwhile, the soldiers began to stir. That's it, right? So this guy's the fake emperor's son? It's common to let the heir escape, right? It seemed some of the soldiers knew what the golden plate was, and the information quickly spread. Then the mood shifted. I see. Your Majesty saw right through that? You personally came out to nip the next rebellion in the bud. Amazing, as expected of your Majesty. Catching Chester was just a coincidence, but to the soldiers it did not seem so. My concealment has backfired. Humans are creatures prone to strong assumptions, and when those assumptions are reversed, they generate even stronger new assumptions. This time, my concealment made the soldiers see me as a useless emperor who only picks on the weak. That was exactly the effect I wanted. In fact, it was the best result. However, by capturing Chester, the heir of the rebel army leader and a potential future threat if he survived, my concealment gave rise to the interpretation that, to deceive the enemy, one must also deceive one's allies. At the same time, probably also came the idea that, for the sake of achieving the goal, one is willing to take the blame, even as emperor. Proof that this was no misunderstanding was that the soldiers who brought him now invariably looked at me with respect. Truly as expected of your Majesty, Henry said as we were alone inside the tent. Stop it! You're the one who should know best that this was a mere coincidence, I said, sitting down in my chair located in the deep center of the tent. Against expectations, on a proper desk that would not look out of place even inside the palace, I placed the golden plate. Luck on one side is a quality of a wise ruler, especially when it counts the most. If that happens repeatedly, one may unconsciously become reliant on it. I don't want to become like that. If you think that way, then you won't. What will you do about Chester Noof? Execution is the only option, I answered immediately. Henry showed no change in emotion upon hearing this. Yes, there is no other choice. A close relative of the ringleader and the eldest son at that, though from a collateral branch, the Noof family is linked to the royal family. If a royal is involved in rebellion, whether as principal or accomplice, the penalty is dismemberment. Your Majesty, you did not amend this particular law? Indeed, I nodded firmly. Having served as the Prince Minister of Legal Affairs for over 10 years, I had made several minor legal reforms during that time. Law is law, and as law it must be obeyed. But law is not always correct, and when it is wrong it must be amended. That was my stance when I was Prince Minister of Legal Affairs. Back then, every time there was a law amendment I thought your Majesty was remarkable. What do you mean? Your Majesty never applied amendments retroactively, not even once. Of course. Applying amendments retroactively is essentially bending the law to create exceptions. That would undermine the law's strictness. I agree. I felt it was amazing that you adhered strongly to that, not just in normal times, but even during amendments. I see. I smiled faintly, but quickly withdrew it. I was quietly pleased to be praised for my stance on law, but now was not the time to rejoice. Is something the matter, Henry? Yes, your Majesty. Henry was slightly surprised, then responded with a serious face. He must have sensed something from my tone. Do you know why dismemberment is regarded as the heaviest death penalty in the Empire? That's... Henry hesitated. He probably did not understand the purpose or the question itself. Let me rephrase. When a person is beheaded, how long do they remain conscious? That's about a few seconds, I think. Henry was visibly puzzled by the totally different question, choosing his words carefully. That's right. There is no way to study it precisely, but it's said to be about a few seconds. People who have witnessed a beheading generally give about that answer. I see. On the battlefield, I feel it might be even shorter. Oh. Why is that? Because the blood spurts out more vigorously due to the heightened state, though this is just my interpretation. I see, I was just about to talk about that. I smiled faintly. Henry grew even more suspicious and tilted his head. Why is dismemberment the heaviest? Because it's a fatal wound but does not cause instant death. Ah, Henry seemed to realize. Yes, when a person's torso is cut in half, around the waist, they have no chance of healing and will continue to live until the blood remaining in their upper body drains to a lethal amount. It said they suffer unbearable pain, with records of some taking as long as half a day to die. Beheading is instant, hanging lasts a bit longer, and dismemberment takes half a day. So the length of suffering determines the severity. Exposing the victim's suffering is part of the punishment's meaning, but it's mostly that. I see. Henry nodded and looked at me again. His eyes clearly said, I understand, but so what? The story was incoherent from the start, so it was natural for it not to connect. I glanced at the golden plate on the desk. Don't tell me. A pardon? Henry gasped. It seemed the pieces finally came together in his mind. Yes, I was about to discuss that boy, Chester. I had been going around it in a roundabout way. The story connected, but I shook my head silently. Impossible. Shaking my head once more, I continued. As Emperor of the Empire, I cannot spare the male line heirs of traitors. Daughters may be utilized in various ways, but not sons. Indeed. But Henry, your intuition is correct. It's painful to execute that innocent boy by dismemberment. Henry looked at me silently. His face seemed to ask, then what? Deliberately thin out the guards. You're going to let him escape? Yes, Your Majesty. Henry looked at me as if he could not believe it. I stared back at him seriously. We must of course pursue the fugitive, regardless of whether he lives or dies. Yes, just bring back his head. As expected of Your Majesty, please. Yes, Henry bowed and left the tent. A few days ago we did something similar, then the scouts performed a feigned pursuit. But this time it was a serious chase to catch up and kill him on the spot. Alone now, I muttered. This is the limit of an emperor. No, an ordinary emperor could force through tricks and abuse of power. Such rulers have been called tyrants throughout history, but I cannot do that. Father! If I became a tyrant or a fool, it would also tarnish my father's name, the one who appointed me emperor. The conditions that more than half restrict the emperor's authority. Law must be strictly obeyed as law. That is the minimum condition I impose on myself. Night had fallen, and after parting ways with Henry, I returned to my tent where Alice greeted me. Welcome back, Your Majesty. As I responded, Alice eagerly approached and busily began removing my armor. Returning indoors was like taking off a jacket. Back inside the bedroom tent, I took off my armor to relax. While Alice helped me, I casually looked around the tent. The bedroom, yes, the bedroom. This was one of the several tents belonging to the Emperor, serving as the bedroom tent. Though a tent, meaning outdoors, it actually had a proper bed and an elaborately decorated table inside. The floor was covered wall-to-wall with a thick carpet, making the floor with legs feel surprisingly comfortable for being outdoors. Though not currently in use, in winter they could dig air passages underground to provide floor heating. The Emperor is someone who cannot achieve the impossible technologically, but if manpower is increased, can accomplish anything. This tent was like that. While rebuilding a building daily is practically impossible, so tents were used, bringing in furnishings was not difficult if enough people were available. Is something the matter? I think Oscar is taking things too seriously. Lord Oscar, the 8th Prince, do you mean? Yeah, you notice this bedroom is even more luxurious than it was 2 or 3 days ago. Yes. It's amazing. It almost feels like being back in the imperial capital. Alice answered carefully, choosing her words. Oscar arranged for the logistics team to deliver these items. Since from here on it's a triumphant return, they sent these things to emphasize the Emperor's dignity. Dignity? Yes, the Palanquin we rode on is even more lavish on the way back. Even more than that? Alice looked astonished, and I understood her feelings well. The Palanquin we took when leaving the city was already dazzling, and Alice was stunned by its extravagance even then. If it's even more than that, of course she'd be surprised. A triumphant return means that back in the imperial capital will attract even more attention than when we left. I should mention this beforehand. What is it? With this victory, the flatterers will start deifying me lightly. Because of that ripple effect, Alice too will be, well, something like the goddess of victory. They'll praise you like that. The goddess of victory? I'm hardly fit for that. I said the flatterers. I laughed and lightly patted Alice's shoulder. I also have to play the fool. Please bear with me for a while. Why, yes, if it's for Your Majesty. Thanks. Suddenly, I noticed Alice's gaze. She was looking at me with a strangely dreamy expression. What's wrong? Well, I think it's amazing how you predict these flattery attempts and keep your composure without getting carried away. Really, if I know it's coming, I can prepare myself accordingly. That's impressive. Is that so? Though I thought Alice was flattering me a bit compared to those in the imperial capital, this was rather cute, so I let it slide. After taking off my armor, I sat at the desk. Several documents were piled on it. Seeing my gaze fixed there, Alice spoke up. "The officials just brought these over." "I see. Do you work even in your bedroom?" I had them sort the documents beforehand. "Non-essential or things that can wait for free time were ordered to come here." "I see. For example," I said this and took the top report, opening it to read. "Humph, what's wrong? Look at this." I twisted the corner of my mouth and showed the report to Alice. She took it and glanced over it once but looked troubled. "What's wrong?" "Sorry, official documents written in such difficult language are, well, you can't read over-embellished official papers, huh?" I smiled and got the report back, then summarized the contents for Alice. "It's a petition requesting that I give a name to a new song composed by the court musicians in honor of my victory." Does that mean?" Alice hesitated. The long pause clearly showed she understood perfectly but felt bewildered. "You see, the flatterers are already springing into action." "Amazing. Really, already?" Alice showed a complicated expression, both impressed by my guess and exasperated by the petition. "Well, most of these things are trivial and can be handled casually. They won't be a burden." "Why, yes. Let's look at another one. Meanwhile, yeah, get me a drink." "Understood." Alice quietly stood and went to the entrance of the tent. She gestured to the curtain-like entrance and whispered to a maid outside. Ignoring that, I took another report as promised to handle it. After reading it all, I mentally organized my thoughts, then picked up my pen to write a reply. The message was a bit long, but since it wasn't difficult, I wrote it smoothly to the end. After finishing, I reviewed it once more and nodded slightly. "All done." "Well done, Your Majesty." "Here you go." "Ah, thank you." I accepted the cup, thanking her, and took a sip. This was a cold drink using ice, something only a noble in the imperial capital or an emperor in the field would be allowed. While sipping, I rubbed my earlobe. I had a slight feverish feeling, close to a heat wave in my brain, and wanted to cool it. "Shall I massage your shoulders?" "No, that's not necessary." "I see." For some reason, Alice looked a little disappointed. Noticing she was watching me, I quickly changed the subject. "By the way, what were you writing? You seemed quite focused." "Rest assured, this is also a non-urgent matter." It was a reply to Zoe." "Zoe. The maid from Your Majesty's mansion before?" "Yes, that's Zoe. She's currently stationed in the frontier." "What did Zoe want?" "Zoe asked for permission. She found good land for my mausoleum, you know, a tomb. See, non-urgent, right?" "Why, Your Majesty's?" I joked, but Alice looked so shocked her face changed color violently. Her intensity was enough to make me uneasy, too. "Calm down, it's a common thing." Alice looked puzzled. I motioned for her to sit. Obediently taking a seat beside me, I explained. "Have you ever seen an emperor's tomb? Like one from hundreds of years ago?" "Well, yes, there was one near my mother's hometown. It was huge, right?" "Yes, about the size of a small village, or rather a town." "Right. How long do you think it takes to build a tomb of that scale? It's not a matter of a month or two, it takes years." "Yes, I'm sure. From planning and designing to actual construction and completion, it could easily take 10 years. After all, it's the size of a town and has to look impressive. Sometimes it even includes magical or ritualistic design, making it even more complex." Alice nodded slightly as she sat back down. "So if you wait until the emperor dies, it's too late to build. It'd be cruel not to let him be buried for 10 years, wouldn't it?" I said that jokingly, and Alice suddenly realized. Understanding my joke, she blushed, embarrassed at her earlier reaction. "Why, yes, that's true. Therefore, out of 100 emperors, 99 start building their mausoleums while still alive. By the way, the late emperor's mausoleum is already complete, including 3 decoys." "Decoys? To deter grave robbers." "Exactly," I smiled softly. "That's why it's no surprise that I'm building a mausoleum, or rather, I must." Must, though she understood the mausoleum construction, Alice was puzzled by the idea of must. In short, it's a public works project. Infrastructure costs money, and spending money benefits the private sector. If the workers in construction prosper, well, that includes people connected to Alice's profession. "Oh, that's what Your Majesty always talks about?" "That's right." "I see. Your Majesty, even tombs have such reasons behind them." "Indeed," I nodded, speaking seriously. "When the country has resources to spare, public works projects should be done as much as possible without waste." "Your Majesty, that's amazing." While being praised by Alice, I found myself recalling a little while ago when I was having a conversation alone with the first Prime Minister, Don. The former Prince 13's residence had been upgraded in name from a mansion to a detached palace at the same time as my ascension. Along with that change, expansions were made under the guise of renovations to fit the status of a detached palace. Not only the main residence, but also the gardens were appropriately enhanced. Within that increasingly luxurious garden, Don and I strolled alone, keeping all the servants at a distance. Don, who had once been my older brother's trusted aide, now served as the Empire's first prime minister and acted as my right-hand man. With Don in tow, we walked through the garden holding a secret meeting. "Public works, Your Majesty? Yes, do as much as you can. Even so, there's not much we can do. Then make something up if necessary." I first indicated a rough direction, then gave some examples. To put it extremely, this month we could strip the walls of this detached palace to repair the retired Emperor Your Majesty's palace, and next month strip the walls of that palace to repair this one. That seems terribly wasteful. Just watch the middlemen among the contractors. As long as the workers get paid, that's fine. What about the laborers? I thought for a moment. When Don asked again about the laborers, he was referring, roughly speaking, to those who pay taxes in the form of labor. Because it's a tax payment, they don't normally receive wages. Pay them a little, I'll leave the balance to you. Your Majesty? I stopped walking and turned my head. Don also stopped and wore a face like he had bitten into something bitter. Say what you're thinking. Anything is fine. This place is off the record. Then, without holding back, Your Majesty, are you aware that the Empire's finances have been chronically in deficit? Yes, I know. I nodded slightly. It's something I have been told since I was a child, and it still hasn't been resolved. As the Empire grew larger, expenses have increased accordingly, gradually squeezing the finances. It's not an immediate crisis for now, just a chronic issue. Knowing that, you still waste money. If it's just a matter of cutting expenses because the household budget is in the red, that would be correct. What do you mean? Don noticed that although I used the word correct, my tone wasn't in agreement at all. He furrowed his brow and asked again, "There's one prerequisite. What kind? Income must be fixed or at least stable. This only works if people get a fixed salary every month. If income is fixed, reducing expenses turns deficit into surplus." Exactly. But the country is not like that. What is the main source of income for the Empire? Taxes, spoils of war, and tributes from vassal states. Right, the Empire is a nation of warriors, and it has maintained income by rolling wars. I said that and then shifted to a serious expression. If you reduce expenses, naturally the money spent on war decreases and income falls. And if you reduce expenses, how do you think the nearby vassal states will feel? Weakening of the empire. Yes, as a result, tributes from the vassals would naturally decline. That means income decreases in the first place, so even though expenses were cut, the deficit might not shrink, it could even grow worse. That's true. In other words, if the deficit is only chronic, the empire can't afford to cut expenses by gritting its teeth. Cutting expenses reduces income, which keeps the deficit. Trying to reduce expenses further causes income to drop more, a vicious cycle. I see, as expected of Your Majesty. I hadn't considered things that deeply. Don said that, looking a bit brighter than before. So you want to maintain the scale of tax revenue through public works. That's right. As you wish, I will proceed accordingly. I'm counting on you. If only the economy were better, none of this would be necessary. What do you think it means for the economy to be good? That is, the topic suddenly changed with my question. Don, puzzled but willing to answer, furrowed his brow and pondered carefully. It means the people have money, right? That's only 50 points. What's missing? Just having money doesn't make the economy good. Then what? An old story. There was a time when saving was a virtue, and the people all had plenty of savings. Even commoners had enough savings to live for 10 years if they lived frugally. That's a good thing? Yes, but everyone just saved and didn't spend. Even though they had money, no one used it. What do you think happened in that situation? Don suddenly realized. I chuckled softly. Right, the people had money but didn't spend it. Naturally, the economy got worse. But they had savings, so no sense of crisis. Exactly. The economy deteriorated gradually, and by the time the problem surfaced, it was too late. Savings had also decreased considerably. I remember. That was the kingdom of Fusarl. Yes, I nodded firmly. When I had researched history a while ago, I looked into the details of the kingdom of Fusarl. It's a famous story at the overview level, so Don seemed to know at least that much. The answer is this: the people broadly have money and also have a strong will to spend it. That's the minimal condition for a good economy. Or even if they don't have money now, if they recognize that they can get some by working, 120 points. Don connected my will to recognition. My first prime minister's mind was still sharp as ever, which made me a little pleased. That's basically it. I see, I've learned a lot. To think you saw through the essence so clearly, as expected of Your Majesty. I smiled faintly. Because of that, do unnecessary public works not only in the capital but everywhere. Always let the laborers have the recognition that there will be work tomorrow, and if you work, you get paid. Oh, and crack down thoroughly on middlemen skimming money. It's fine to execute a few as an example. As you wish. By the way, why emphasize the laborers? Unlike those who skim money, those types don't have the habit of hoarding. They spend whatever they earn, so if you distribute money to them, they'll naturally become the starting point of the economy. To think you've considered that amazing. I continued, looking over the reports with Alice by my side. Compared to urgent matters, these were all simple administrative tasks. 9 out of 10 were just pure reports, and I read them and added only one word at the end. Understood. If a report carried the Emperor's handwritten understood, then the administration would proceed accordingly. I handled them one after another, but when the volume piled up, I started to get a bit tired. After writing the usual understood, I felt a little stiffness in my shoulders, so I rotated them a few times. Perhaps it's time for you to rest, Your Majesty. Alice, who had been silently folding the processed reports next to me, said this. Ah, yes. I glanced at the remaining pile of reports. There were still quite a few left, but they were mostly non-urgent and non-essential. They could be postponed without any problem. Your Majesty, why do you write by hand instead of using a seal for these? Alice glanced at the report I had just finished with understood and said, For replies, wouldn't Your Majesty's seal have been sufficient? You are wise. I truly thought so and said, yes. As you said, that would reduce effort. But if I did that, there'd be no proof that the Emperor actually read it. Anyone can stamp a seal. But Your Majesty always keeps it close to you. See. I grinned and held out the official Emperor's seal used on documents to Alice. She reflexively reached out and took it, then looked thoroughly embarrassed. This kind of thing has happened often in history. Favored concubines would do it on their behalf and such. I see. A seal itself proves nothing. A thumbprint is another matter. Even a thumbprint can be verified to prove authenticity, but once it's sent to the other party, I stopped mid-sentence. A thought surfaced in my mind. It rushed through my brain like a white lightning bolt. What's wrong, Your Majesty? A good idea just came to me. A good idea? I think it's possible, and the one who can do it best is. I thought a moment, holding the ring up in front of me and called out, Apophis, can you do it? Apophis responded in agreement. Having received affirmation, I turned my back to Alice. Hiding it from view, I took a blank white sheet of paper from somewhere and touched its corner. The power of Apophis overflowed from the ring. A vividly colored liquid formed my crest in the corner of the paper. Seeing that, I turned around and handed it to Alice, who looked at it, puzzled. Look at this. Yes. The moment Alice saw it, she gasped and widened her eyes. This is, Your Majesty? Yes, this crest. I said that and then manifested the crest behind me. It was the crest that even people who don't know me would recognize as the Emperor's. This is a reproduction of that. I see, so anyone who looks at this? Right, it's made so that instinctively anyone can tell it belongs to the Emperor. I had been able to do that before, but I never thought to reuse it like this. Alice, who gave me the idea unknowingly, had no idea of her influence. Incredible! This tells that it's Your Majesty more clearly than a seal or handwriting. She gazed at me with eyes full of admiration. Oh, Alice and I noticed it almost simultaneously. Outside the tent, the sound of footsteps echoed sharply. Mixed in with the footsteps was the clinking of armor, unmistakably hurried. Anyone listening would know someone was in a rush. Has something happened? The footsteps approached us directly. As we watched cautiously, the steps stopped right at the entrance of the tent. Henry reporting, Your Majesty. Apologies for disturbing your rest, but I have urgent news to convey. Almost at the same time, I heard Henry's voice and saw a shadow kneeling outside through the tent fabric. Alice looked at me with a confused expression. It was clear from his voice that Henry was not just in a hurry, but genuinely anxious. I nodded to Alice and said, Let him in. She rose silently and stepped out as Henry came inside. It was night in the Emperor's bedroom. Although in my mind the Emperor has no personal time, I understand that most people don't think that way. For a man like Henry to rush here in the middle of the night during private hours and in a private place, it was almost certainly about state affairs or military matters. Alice, understanding this, said nothing and quietly left as Henry came in. After confirming Alice's departure, Henry approached me with a stern expression and handed over an envelope. It was plain, but well-made and sealed tightly. A secret report, that phrase flashed through my mind. This is an urgent report. I took it and pulled out the paper from the seal Henry must have broken. I opened it and read the contents. Your Majesty, I could feel my brows furrowing tightly. The secret report had come from the imperial capital, informing that my father, the retired emperor, had collapsed. I looked up at Henry. His brows were deeply furrowed as well, matching my own concern. I understood immediately. This news arrived, and Henry could not keep still. He rushed to me in haste. I knew all too well why Henry had come in such a panic. It had happened quite some time ago, too, the time when father collapsed. That was when I was still a boy and had been appointed Prince Minister of Legal Affairs. Back then, when father collapsed, it was quite a commotion. Since then, many years had passed, meaning father had aged considerably. He was now very old, truly elderly. It was natural to assume that this collapse was even more urgent than the last. I fully understood why Henry was so flustered. I paused to ask Henry, "When did this arrive?" "Just a moment ago. The content was not something I could hold back, so I hurried here to report it." "I see. Understood. Though it says he collapsed, the details are unclear. If the wording is this brief, then the situation is probably not worst case." "Yes, I believe that is correct. In that case, prepare accordingly for now. At least get ready so that I alone can return." "Yes," Henry bowed deeply. If this were in the imperial capital or closer, he would have immediately ridden an express messenger or used instant communication to notify me. Unfortunately, neither option was available. I could neither return immediately nor contact anyone. All I could do was wait for further updates while preparing to move at any moment. Henry seemed to understand this too and relaxed a little, opening his brows slightly now that he had made a proper report and received legitimate instructions. I looked at Henry with a serious face and said, "One small reprimand." "Huh." Henry raised his head, puzzled by the word reprimand. "Henry, you said you came here straight after you received this, right?" "Yes. I thought it was urgent enough to report immediately." Henry still looked quite blank. I glanced briefly, but noticeably, toward the tent entrance where Alice had left. Alice had noticed something. The way Henry hurried was likely witnessed by quite a few others along the way. "Yes. Ah," Henry suddenly realized. His face shifted to one of "I messed up." Seeing him visibly pale was a rare and fresh reaction for the usually composed Henry. I raised the hand holding the envelope and continued. "Yes, this is an urgent report, but it was delivered as a secret report. If it was just an urgent report, no problem, but coming in such a panic on a secret report weakens the meaning of secret in the end." I'm sorry." Henry's complexion drained beyond pale. He knelt down and bowed his head deeply. "The news was just too shocking, so I couldn't help it. It's fine." I raised my hand to stop Henry's apologies and excuses. "This concerns the retired emperor, my father's condition. As his son and as a minister of the empire, it's impossible to remain calm." "Yes, I am not seriously blaming you. It's just a small scolding. Keep it in the back of your mind." "As you wish." After bowing once more, Henry slowly stood up. Then he changed his expression and looked at me. "What is it? Your Majesty is truly remarkable. You remain composed and fully uphold your role as emperor despite such matters." "Henry." "Yes, thank you." "Huh." Henry looked surprised, clearly not knowing what I meant. I met his gaze and continued with a serious expression. "The emperor has no self, only the state. Thanks to your haste, I was able to remain calm. Therefore," I paused briefly, then added with renewed emphasis, "I am grateful." "No, that is too kind of you." After Henry left the tent, I glanced at my status window in the corner of my vision. Name, Noah Alarit, Emperor of the Empire. Gender, male. Level, 17 +1 +1/infinity HP. C plus a fire, E plus SS MP. D plus B water, C plus SSS strength. C plus SS wind, E plus C endurance. D plus B earth, E plus C intelligence. D plus S light, E plus S spirit. E plus a darkness, E plus B speed. E plus a dexterity, E plus a luck. D plus B no change at all in my status. That was my impression, or rather my awareness. I know this because when Father collapsed last time, my status changed dramatically. Back then, all the pluses after my level maxed out. Though temporary, I interpreted that as Father entrusting me with all imperial authority while he was incapacitated. This time, there is none of that. I do not have the Empire's full authority. In other words, Father is still alive. I still do not understand the details, but I judge that the situation is by no means critical. Yet, I also thought, I understood why even Henry was so flustered. Father is quite elderly now. At that age, even if he is fine now, a sudden deterioration next moment would not be surprising. I am the former Prince 13, the 13th son. When I was born, Father was already entering middle age. More than 10 years have passed since then, and now he is even older. Thinking that through, Your Majesty? Oh, Alice. Alice had quietly returned to the tent and was looking at me with a worried expression. "You don't look well." "I can't really blame Henry." I smiled bitterly. After reprimanding Henry like that, I was the one showing an expression that Alice could notice. I felt I must seriously reflect on this. "Is there anything I can do? I am going back to the capital immediately, but I don't want anyone to know. Keep this under wraps for a few days." "Understood. I leave the method to you, but for 2 days. For 2 days, keep the situation so that no one besides you knows." I looked at Alice. She was a bit surprised and hesitated. "If there's something bothering you, feel free to ask." "Yes." "What about Lord Henry? Keep it quiet." Alice's expression shifted from surprise to confusion. "Is it really okay not to tell him?" "Yes," I nodded slightly. Though I told her to keep quiet, the moment Alice tries to cover it up, no matter how she does it, Henry will notice. In fact, the better the cover-up, the more Henry will realize. That is unavoidable, and since it would only burden her unnecessarily, I decided to keep it from Alice as well. You will keep this from Lord Henry too? To deceive the enemy, you must first deceive your allies. Alice is on the allies' first side too, but I obviously won't mention that now. I'm counting on you. Understood. I leave the cover-up method to you. Anything is fine. Anything. If you like, you can say I kicked myself and got bloody urine, I said with a mischievous smile, trying to ease Alice's tension. That's not true. Just kidding, but not entirely. Anyway, any method is fine, as long as I can stay holed up in this tent for 2 days. Yes, understood. I will leave 2 letters now. One with instructions if this leaks within 2 days, and one if it holds for 2 days. Understood. I'm counting on you. Yes, Alice suddenly seemed to realize something and quickly turned around. I used that moment to silently slip out of the tent. I heard Alice's voice through the tent, mixed surprise and understanding. She noticed that I had purposely averted my gaze. I continued through the camp, moving quietly so no one could see me. I arrived where the war horses were tied. I mounted a saddled horse, prepared for immediate departure. I left the camp on horseback. At first I trotted slowly, then once I was far enough that my hoofbeats wouldn't be heard, I urged the horse to full speed. Apophis! In my mind, Apophis gave a silent reply. Can you mask the fatigue? Just temporarily. Apophis responded affirmatively. Apophis can handle medicines and poisons. Among those are substances that temporarily mask fatigue and pain. I requested one of those from Apophis. Immediately the ring glowed, and a large drop slowly fell before me. It fell straight down slowly like a bit of cotton or dust, yet it was a large, distinct droplet. I caught it and swallowed it. Instantly I could clearly feel my senses sharpen, sharper than drinking any strong tea. With Apophis masking my and the horse's fatigue, I spurred the horse and galloped straight toward the imperial capital at top speed. Buhehehean? After letting out a neigh so filled with agony that even I, a human, could clearly sense it, the horse suddenly collapsed at the knees and fell down. Hearing the cry from my back, I immediately realized what was happening and jumped off just in time to avoid injury. I landed lightly and quickly moved toward the horse. The horse lying on the ground flailed its 4 legs weakly, and its face was deeply marked with exhaustion. It was a kind of fatigue that went beyond the limit. Apophis, ease its pain. I stretched out my hand and gave the order. The ring glowed, concentrating its light into a transparent liquid that was absorbed into the horse's mouth. After a while, the pain disappeared from the horse's face, and it passed away peacefully. Good work. Thank you. I crouched down and gently closed the horse's eyelids. Then I stood up and looked around. Before dawn on the highway, there was no sign of any other person. Neither ahead nor behind, no one but me could be seen. It would have been easier if someone had happened to pass by, but it couldn't be helped. For now, it's on foot, Resolving myself, I tried to start walking again, but suddenly my legs wobbled. I nearly collapsed to my knees too, but I quickly braced myself and stood firm. I thought it was only natural, but I couldn't afford to stop here. Apophis, once more? It's my own body, I know my line. Do it. Apophis seemed worried about my body, but I rejected that and gave the order again. There was no other way to interpret it. I commanded in a tone that left no room for objection. After about a breath's pause, the ring overflowed with light again, this time turning into a deep navy drop. A single drop floating in midair. I scooped it up with my palm and put it into my mouth. Immediately, my eyes cleared more effectively than any strong black tea. All right, let's go. Encouraging myself aloud, I started running at a light jog. If I could reach the next town, I could probably get a horse somehow. Just a little more endurance now. After running for a while, on the horizon I saw a carriage stopped beside the highway. Several men who looked like bodyguards surrounded the carriage. Since I had gotten close enough to clearly see the details of the men, they could see me just as well. Perhaps recognizing me, the men moved as if to report something toward the carriage. At that moment, a woman got down from the carriage. Seeing her, I immediately stopped running and halted a little in front of the carriage. Then I faced her. The woman bowed her head to me politely. "We've been waiting for you, Your Majesty." "Cindy, why are you here?" The woman was familiar. Her name was Cindy Allen. Decades ago, when I was still a child, I met her at a party hosted by the then third Prime Minister. She was the stepdaughter of the merchant Pylon Allen. Back then, she was also a child, but her intelligence and fearlessness left a strong impression on me, which eventually connected me to Pylon. We had known each other since childhood. If we were commoners, we'd be childhood friends. Yet here was Cindy, somehow waiting for me on the highway. If you continued at express speed, the calculation was that the horse would collapse around here. "I see. Please get in. We have prepared fresh horses for a distance just enough to finish your conversation." "As sharp as ever." I praised Cindy and got into the carriage. Once inside, I was a little surprised. I had assumed no one else was there besides Cindy, but there were actually 2 men. They were not just any men, both wore black blindfolds signaling their blindness. Besides them, the carriage contained an armchair. "Please, your majesty. I have brought skilled masseurs. Of course, they are both blind and deaf, so you can speak freely." "I see." Masseurs, blind people, are known to be especially skilled at massage. There's a common misconception that they do it only because they have no other work. But the truth is that many blind people naturally have heightened tactile senses, allowing them to understand muscle conditions better than most, which leads to their skill. Moreover, Cindy brought people who cannot hear either, which to me meant it was safe to discuss anything. Settling into the carriage as it started moving, I spoke to Cindy sitting beside me. "How's your father?" "He's well." "Latest news?" "No, I mean Pylon." Surprised, she hastily bowed her head. "I'm so sorry, I just assumed." "It's fine, I didn't explain enough either." I prompted her to continue. "Thank you, father's been unable to work recently." What happened?" "Well, a younger brother was born." "Oh," I was a bit surprised and widened my eyes. I tried to recall all I knew about Pylon. He was one of the earliest merchants to raise the crest of Prince 13 and had dealings with me, so I knew him better than many other merchants or retainers. After reviewing all I knew, I realized something. "I see, the first male child." "Yes, that's a cause for celebration. Thank you. He's the first son born after he turned 50, so he cherishes him more than anything." At Cindy's words, I nodded slightly. "Understandable. Do you have something to write with?" Yes, of course. Here." She said so and pointed to a desk in the corner of the carriage. Since she greeted me and prepared the blind masseurs, it was natural to assume confidential matters would be discussed, so it was only natural to have something ready for me to write instructions or notes. Though she looked momentarily surprised to be asked so soon, I ignored that and sat at the desk, taking up the fine paper and pen. I wrote briefly but unmistakably, then handed it to Cindy. "Take this with you. This is a family name." "Yes, as a reward from me, I'm giving you a family name. The actual name is left blank, so you can fill in whatever you like when the time comes." "Why such a thing?" "It's best if you never have to use it, but keep it just in case." Thank you." For nearly 10 seconds, Cindy was utterly baffled, but finally connected the dots and looked startled. Holding the paper, she skillfully bowed low on the carriage floor. "I'm terribly sorry. I couldn't understand your Majesty's kindness immediately." "It's fine. If you weren't a man, that would be expected. Besides, still bowed, she lifted her face with a curious expression. "It's proof of a good parent-child relationship. There's no need to apologize." "Thank you." Clutching the paper to her chest, Cindy murmured with a moved expression. Even as she slowly stood, that expression only grew stronger. I had given her a new family name. It's not unusual for an emperor or prince to establish a new house for a subordinate. Even those who already have a family can have their house officially recognized by the emperor or prince based on their merits, adding prestige. I had done the same for Cindy. Her stepfather, Pylon Allen, had his first male heir after 50. That alone was good news. The empire still practices male and primogeniture inheritance. Those who have achieved some success generally wish to pass on their legacy to their sons. That's fine, but the problem is that historically, such situations often lead to family disputes. What is frightening in such disputes is that, since the father is old with limited time left, the impatience often leads to extreme actions, directly targeting those who could obstruct the heir, often punishing the elder children or other male relatives. In this case, Cindy might be seen as an obstacle to succession. That's why I gave her a new family name equals house. Using that, she can avoid being entangled in succession struggles. After all, she can claim the excuse of a house granted by the emperor, so she has a reason not to dispute the succession. Humans are funny. Although what I gave Cindy is actually of higher rank, most people feel relieved that she won't get involved in succession battles. In other words, this is the best way to guarantee her safety. "This is amazing, Your Majesty. I never realized such a thing until you told me. As I said, it's proof of a good parent-child relationship. Don't worry about it. The fact that you understand that is amazing too." "So how much do you know so far?" I settled down, and while receiving a human massage prepared by Cindy, I asked her again about her purpose in coming. I had a rough idea already. She must have anticipated that I would rush back to the imperial capital at top speed, and she had prepared accordingly. In other words, she was aware of father's situation and was here to discuss it. "As expected of Your Majesty. You're the amazing one here. Me? For a woman like you to be so prepared, waiting for me like this, you must have grasped something significant. Your Majesty is truly remarkable," Cindy said, her expression filled with genuine admiration, her eyes seeming feverish with excitement. But that was only for a moment before she quickly composed herself. "Lord Noisyhill has arrived at court. The first prime minister from 2 generations ago?" Cindy nodded silently. Noisy Hill was the first prime minister during my childhood. He served for nearly 30 years under Father, the late emperor, holding the position longer than anyone else in Father's reign. There was no hesitation in calling him a key figure behind the scenes. Later, he resigned due to old age and returned to his hometown, completely stepping away from politics. By the way, after him came Jan, and now Don, my trusted confidant, holds the position of first prime minister. And now Noisy Hill has appeared at court before Father himself. I see. Do you know Father's condition? According to reliable sources, he is fully conscious and his responses show no abnormalities. However, the consorts have all been kept away. I see, I nodded gravely. Although there was a caveat that Cindy's information was trustworthy, my honest impression was that things were worse than I expected. Is it not good? I glanced at the men giving the massage. Rest assured they have been carefully selected. If any information leaks from here, it will be on me. You not outright denying that possibility is typical of you? Much obliged. Noisy Hill is a man skilled in concealment. I turned my gaze toward the wall, speaking as if looking out through it to the scene outside the carriage. Since stepping down as first prime minister, he withdrew to his hometown, ensuring neither he nor his descendants got involved in politics. Normally, after 30 years as first prime minister, he could wield enormous influence. Yes, that's what I think, but that also breeds resentment. Resentment from whom? From me. Your Majesty, to be more precise. From the hypothetical version of me. Hypothetical, Your Majesty? This concerns you as well. If my younger brother grows up and successfully takes over the family, how old will you be then? Cindy, looking confused, tried to answer my question. I smiled mischievously and went on. Just imagine you're all proud thinking, now is my era as you inherit the house, and suddenly an old man butts in from the side. You'd feel murderous, wouldn't you? I'd better not incur Your Majesty's displeasure. That's the idea. I chuckled softly. Of course, I have no such intention. If reason prevails, I listen, and if laws are broken, I strictly punish. But the hypothetical me, the hypothetical new emperor, is not like that. Young people instinctively dislike old men interfering. If that young person wields power, even to the extent of feeling omnipotent as the new emperor, this dislike deepens. And unlike an ordinary young person who might just grumble, the emperor holds absolute power over life and death of all imperial subjects. If he wished, he could ignore laws and execute someone. Though considering the consequences, he definitely shouldn't. In short, I think Noisy Hill fully withdrew to protect himself. And now that man, so skilled in concealment, has appeared at court again. There's no other reason than being summoned by retired Emperor Your Majesty. Why would retired Emperor Your Majesty? Cindy looked at me, inquisitive. Her eyes seemed to say that if she could deduce this much, she must also understand the purpose. You said all the consorts were kept away? Yes. Caught off guard by my question with a question, Cindy nodded, her confusion deepening. I see. Cindy tried to ask more, but suddenly gasped. Her eyes widened and she stared at me in shock. Without saying a word, I gave a small nod. That was to say, that was the situation, the reason, and fundamentally Father's condition. Even if it could be inferred it was something, I must not say with my own mouth. It must be very bad. The fact that Father kept women away and summoned Noisy Hill, the most trusted first prime minister who served 30 years, was likely to prepare a will. Of course, that's just speculation, only an inference from circumstantial evidence. But precisely because of that, from the Emperor's mouth, those words must never be spoken. Rest assured, still staring at the wall, I spoke to Cindy, nothing will happen immediately, no matter what occurs, we definitely have some time. Why is that? The retired Emperor once told me this. I recalled my conversation with Father at that time. I spoke the words of Father, who had long since melted into my memories. Of 10 so-called wise rulers, 9 tarnished their final days. You would agree, wouldn't you? Yes. Retired Emperor Your Majesty was deeply concerned about that. His abdication and ceding the imperial throne to me was part of that. Why is that? No matter who a person is, they cannot make the best decisions when nearing death in a confused state. Before becoming a senile old nuisance, while still in their right mind, they want to choose a proper successor and transfer power smoothly without conflict. That was the retired emperor's thinking. I see. Once you experience it, you can understand by analogy. I too want to decide important matters properly while my mind is still clear. In other words, a will. I carefully avoided stating this directly. Again, it was only a deduction from circumstantial evidence, but it should not be far off. I see. Cindy said this and nodded, but her face stiffened, her complexion pale. She trembled knowing that the wise emperor who built the empire's golden age, the man who had been emperor since birth, was nearing death. I had softened the direct expression so much, but a woman as clever as Cindy would clearly understand. However, she quickly steeled herself, as if readying for something, her expression resolute. "Your Majesty, what is it?" Cindy prostrated herself before me again. Though blind, the men massaging me sensed something from the sight of their master bowing and grew restless. I could feel their agitation through their shoulder and waist movements. "What are you planning?" "I swear I will not disclose anything, but I lack the confidence to hide my true feelings. I see him, so please allow me. I heard a rumor that there is an elixir of immortality in the remote lands of Almeria." "Eh?" Cindy looked puzzled, surprised, raising her face while all limbs remained on the floor. "Go and find it. It's a trivial rumor, so no need to send others. You go treasure hunting alone and report back to me in 3 months." Cindy suddenly understood my intention. Basically, she was saying she couldn't keep up the pretense, so to silence her, I gave a convenient excuse for her to stay alone in the frontier for half a year without meeting anyone. In other words, I created a pretext to keep her alive. Upon realizing this, she gasped, "Also, take this." I stopped the hands of the men massaging me, took a fresh sheet of paper, and wrote something with my pen. Then I handed it to Cindy. She sat up and, kneeling, received it. On the paper was written simply, "People are treasure." "What is this?" "Don't entertain strange thoughts lightly. Read this aloud once a day for 3 months." "Your Majesty," Cindy was moved, clutching my handwritten "People are treasure" to her chest, her eyes moist. "People are treasure, people are huh." She started reading it aloud and suddenly seemed to realize something. "You're quick," I smiled softly. "People are treasure." That phrase had a meaning beyond merely preventing her from thinking oddly. I had sent Cindy on a so-called treasure hunt for the elixir of immortality, which didn't even exist. I didn't know what would happen in 3 months, but I hoped that by the time she could meet people again, the treasure hunt would shift from seeking the elixir to finding people. Also, it was a message to find someone suitable. Talent is precious, but far easier to find than an elixir of immortality. Cindy realized this before departing. "You're sharp. Your Majesty, you truly are amazing." After parting ways with Cindy, I rode the horse she had prepared and hurried back to the imperial capital once again. The horse Cindy provided was of very high quality. Not only was it fast and enduring, but it also responded perfectly to the reins, meaning it reacted appropriately to human commands without fail. Just by riding it, it was obvious that it had been carefully selected and rigorously trained by skilled hands. Riding that horse, I took a short break during an exchange with Cindy along the way. But I arrived back at the imperial capital almost exactly on schedule and in a state where I had conserved a great deal of stamina. Nighttime, the Empress's bedroom. I returned to the detached palace in the imperial capital, formerly Prince 13's residence, and used a distraction technique to sneak into Audrey's room. Audrey was sitting quietly at her desk, reading. I deactivated the presence distraction and deliberately made footsteps as I stood before her. The night lighting illuminated only my feet, leaving my upper body shrouded in darkness. "Who's there?" Audrey flinched slightly and tensed up, but she hardly seemed unsettled, slowly lifting her face as she asked who it was. "You're not fazed," I remarked. "Your Majesty," recognizing my voice, Audrey stood up with a smile as radiant and delicate as a blooming flower, like a young girl. "When did you return?" "Just now." "Keep my return a secret for the time being." I said this, placing my index finger to my lips in the classic gesture. At that single gesture, Audrey's girlish smile faded, replaced by the solemn expression of an empress. "Has something happened?" "That's what I want to ask. Has anything unusual occurred in the imperial capital?" To avoid bias, I asked without specifying anything. Audrey looked thoughtful. "Nothing unusual. But my brother has been investigating who will be the examiner for this year's night selection." Perhaps someone from his household wants to push a candidate through?" "Yes." Audrey said so while lightly brushing the chair she had just been sitting on with her sleeve. Though it didn't make much difference to its cleanliness, serving the royal family's married members is the duty of the main wife, even as emperor and empress. So Audrey formally cleaned the chair for me to sit. I sat down, took Audrey's hand, and gestured for her to sit in the other chair nearby. Audrey gave a look that seemed to say, "That's not proper," but I returned a look meaning, "It's just the two of us, so it's fine." After a brief hesitation, Audrey obeyed and sat down. Both seated, we continued our conversation at eye level. "Have you heard how many candidates there are?" "I haven't asked directly, but one was entrusted through my brother's household and another through a contact." "That's typical." "Yes." Audrey simply nodded and said no more. She's intelligent and knows that offering more opinion than I require could easily become interference in state affairs. History is full of cases where interference through the harem, especially the Empress's route, has caused mismanagement. She knows this well and keeps to her proper role. "The examiner this year is Oscar. Tell them that." "Are you sure?" "Yes, but after they find out it's Oscar, track what actions they take." "So I should report the outcome directly to your Majesty?" "No. If all they do is the usual, like sending bribes to Oscar, then don't report it. Just pretend you didn't see anything. Your Majesty is amazing. I looked at Audrey again. She was filled with admiration. And strict. If anyone tries to sway things with bribes, they'll never meet your Majesty's standards again, right? If a person has talent, they'll rise to the surface somewhere. That's why you don't want me to report, isn't it? I smiled softly. I'm human too. If I heard details, names especially, I might view them through a biased lens. If they are truly talented and show up before me in the future in some way, it's better not to know beforehand and avoid prejudice. Amazing, Your Majesty. Audrey was increasingly impressed, looking at me with respect. As her admiration peaked, she suddenly looked as if she remembered something. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. There's something secret enough for you to return quietly about. I see, that's fine, that's how it should be. I truly apologize for not being of use to Your Majesty. You are the mistress of the harem, the Empress Dowager. Things you don't need to know, you don't need to know, and if you can keep pretending not to know what you shouldn't, then I praise you even more. Ah, Audrey nodded and became serious. I understand. Please continue to handle internal matters from now on. Yes, that's exactly what I intend. I reached out and touched Audrey's cheek. She leaned into my hand, placing her own over the back of mine, stroking it tenderly. How ironic, I thought. Imperial Princess 14th Arlene and her husband Angus Bull. Not long ago, I had removed part of tradition for them, freeing them from the wedge between Imperial Princess and in-law, making them a normal married couple. Yet here I was, bound by tradition. Considering the status and position of Emperor and Empress, even our nightly intimacy is recorded, but in this moment the contact we shared was the greatest expression of affection. Still, I am human. Before becoming Noah, I was a commoner. Though the love and affection of a commoner are long forgotten, they're not entirely unknown. Audrey felt deeply dear to me. Audrey? Yes, Audrey answered in a calm, gentle voice. I've just decided. Father reigned for 60 years. I will never surpass that. You intend to emulate retired Emperor Your Majesty and abdicate. Yes, I will hand over the throne to a worthy heir while I am still sound. Amazing, Your Majesty, to care so little for power itself. That's why, Audrey. I looked Audrey straight in the eyes. She seemed surprised and a little confused by my gaze. Live a long life as well. Huh, so you can spend your old age with me healthy? Yes, Audrey nodded, smiling far more joyfully than before. I left Audrey's bedroom, exited the detached palace, and walked through the main street of the imperial capital. The city never sleeps at night. The main street cuts through the entertainment district, and even after nightfall, people come and go seeking pleasure. I headed straight to the first Prime Minister's residence, the Don's mansion. At the front gate stood a gatekeeper, and bonfires were lit. I used the distraction technique here to enter. Once again, I deeply realized the power of this technique. Until now, or rather, everyone so far had agonized over how to keep a top-secret visit truly secret. No matter how tight-lipped the parties involved were, such secret visits are usually by people of status, surrounded by many others. Even dispersing people leaves evidence that people were dispersed. Secrets become exponentially more likely to be exposed the more people are involved. With this technique, the secret remains between just the two parties involved, this time only between me and Don. Can I surpass Father? The words I had read in history books and deeply engraved in my heart surfaced in my mind. Parents raise their children, and children surpass their parents. Humanity has developed little by little in this way. These were the words left by Font Godon, a great strategist and philosopher of the past. Since Father abdicated the imperial throne to me, there has been one thing I have kept close to my heart. That is to one day surpass Father, to honor Father as a wise ruler until the very end, and to prevent him from becoming a former wise ruler who tarnishes his late years. I believed I had to live up to Father's expectations. This is the case in any family. It is not uncommon for the second or third generation to squander the achievements of the first. I want to avoid that. I want to prove that Father's decision to abdicate while still alive was correct. To do so, I must become a wise ruler equal to or even surpassing Father. Font Godon's words encompass this. Father was a wise ruler. He was such a wise ruler that he could foresee not only his own reign, but also what lay ahead. Because of that, I must surpass Father. But until now, I have not been able to. I do not think I have sullied Father's judgment, but I have definitely not surpassed him. The most representative example of that is Father's overwhelming information network. That information network is incredible. I have relied on various supernatural powers to get this far, but I still cannot even begin to imitate Father's network. That is the greatest difference between Father and me, but now I feel I might finally be able to surpass it. I might be able to outsmart it. I sensed something like that. I stopped and thought for a moment. I tried to simulate things from Father's perspective, from the viewpoint of Father's side. There is no doubt they know I've returned to the Imperial capital. Until I entered the Imperial capital, I did not use any presence diversion techniques while dispatching express messengers. I don't know exactly how Father sees me, but it's certain that once Father fell, he realized I rushed back. From my past experience, this is beyond doubt. After that, I used presence diversion to go to Audrey. They probably lost sight of me once here, assuming, of course, that this technique works on Father's side. If not, that's another story, so I continued thinking on the premise it does. Though they lost sight, they must have also caught Audrey's movements, so the moment I appeared in front of Audrey, they must have found me again. Moreover, Audrey is the Empress, and every move she makes is effectively monitored. They often say there is no I for the Emperor, only public, and the Empress is only a little better. Still, with almost no I, even without Father's information network, news that I have returned to the Imperial capital would spread over time. Therefore, Emperor Noah has returned to the Imperial capital. This much has certainly been conveyed to Father's side. And now, I am probably lost to them again. Lost, but still inside the Imperial capital. That must be the information Father's side has about me. I thought about how I could outsmart them from here. No, wait, I thought. There was one more premise I hadn't considered. I thought and gathered my thoughts, and then I decided to verify it first. Without meeting Dawn, I turned back and left the mansion. I exited the mansion and once again stepped onto the Imperial capital's main street, which resembled a sleepless city. I walked normally along the main street. Ah, be careful. Sorry. By walking as if nothing was out of the ordinary, I nearly collided with passers-by. I could have avoided them, but I wanted solid proof that they recognized me, that I was cut. So I intentionally allowed myself to almost bump into someone, confirming my recognition. I kept walking, gradually heading toward less crowded areas. The crowd thinned out, gradually decreasing to the point where I could precisely sense about 10 presences. I arrived at the edge of a red light district. There I used the presence diversion technique. Huh, what's that? Is someone there? Everyone around simultaneously turned their gaze toward the direction I diverted attention to. They sensed a presence, that's why they looked. I manipulated them like that and sharpened my concentration. Then I probed. There, despite the consciousness diversion, one presence remained directed at me. I noticed it, I found it. When I developed this technique, I had told Henry about its weakness. It only diverts consciousness. So, on a battlefield or in places where concentration is high, its effect is weak or doesn't manifest at all. In daily life, if you hear rustling behind you, you naturally turn around, but on a battlefield, there's no time for that. It's the same here. Father's information network is phenomenal. The people who maintain it must be highly skilled. They watch over the Emperor under the retired Emperor Your Majesty's orders. Imagine the level of concentration these experts exhibit under such orders. No matter how low I estimate it, they won't be fooled by mere presence diversion. The stronger and more frequent my attempts, the more vigilant and concentrated they become in monitoring me. So I tried it with the premise that they are there, and I found them. I found the presence watching me. I felt my excitement rise. For the first time, yes, for the first time at this age, after decades since my reincarnation, I was able to touch the gateway to the true nature of Father's information network. Is this true? Inside Don's mansion in his study, I faced Don and was having a private conversation. Don was astounded by my explanation. It's probably true, almost certainly. Amazing. To think I could grasp the retired Emperor Your Majesty's information network. Don said this, his expression sliding from awe to utter amazement. You realize how incredible this is, don't you? Yes, of course. Don nodded firmly. I had no idea how the retired Emperor Your Majesty's network worked, but it's as if everything is transparent, from the people he meets and the words spoken to even the number of times he picks his nose in private. I understand perfectly. I witnessed many such scenes since I was a child. Really? 9 times out of 10 I believe it's true. Truly, Your Majesty is incredible. But if that's the case, then this conversation... Suddenly, Don looked around. We were in the first Prime Minister's private residence, in his study, the safest place, normally. But having experienced the power of Father's information network, Don feared we might have been discovered even here. That shouldn't be a problem. Why not? Close your eyes for a moment, just about 10 seconds. All right. Don obediently closed his eyes as instructed. I muffled my footsteps and silently left the study. After waiting a moment, I'm opening my eyes, Your Majesty. From inside the study came Don's surprised voice. Your Majesty, where are you? Are you here? Clearly perplexed, Don's voice trailed off. I cut and returned inside. Your Majesty, what was that just now? I left only my presence behind. Your Majesties, it's a slight adaptation. Instead of erasing one's presence, you disguise it and leave it in place. So you use that to throw them off? Exactly. Ha! Don's expression froze, exceeding the limits of his astonishment. I am sure I really did lose them. Since I had caught their presence, I clearly saw how they were fixated on the false presence I left behind. Therefore, it must be true that I shook them off. This is amazing. Your Majesty, Don remained in shock and awe over this for a long time. However, Your Majesty mentioned sensing the presence. If that is the case, then my coming here, I must also surely be constantly monitored by the late Emperor. If so, then it should be fine. I said that, recalling the moment I came to Don's place. When I entered, I focused my presence towards you. Even now, I have erased my own presence. As long as I'm not visually detected, it's safe. Surely from outside, I am invisible, right? Of course. With this position, I have some countermeasures in place. Don nodded, impressed. So right now I am alone inside this study, that's what it means, yes? Yes, that combination is impressive. I don't think I've completely slipped away, and besides, this is ultimately a race against time. Time, I told you I left behind my presence. Don thought for a moment. He realized my words were effectively a question, a kind of quiz. Ah, Your Majesty does not stay in one place. Correct, I nodded slightly. Unless something extraordinary happens, I rarely remain in one spot for long, especially where I left my presence. If you stay still too long, you'll arouse suspicion. Is that it? Exactly. The test succeeded. I must return soon and move again. I see. So what will you do after that? That I cannot tell you. Don was momentarily caught off guard, but he quickly came to his senses. For me, yes, for me as well, not, indeed. Understood. Don accepted this and bowed. Well then, since Your Majesty has graciously come, I have one matter to address. Should I not inquire about it? Precisely. I nodded firmly. Don is quick to grasp things. That's why I keep him close as a trusted aide and promoted him to first Prime Minister. If I were to hear that and give instructions, my presence would arise there. True. And even if I don't give orders knowing you, you'd likely guess by reading my expressions. That too mixes my presence. Ah, amazing, Your Majesty, to consider it so thoroughly. I smiled faintly. Then proceed with that matter as planned before Your Majesty's arrival. Very well. I nodded and then glanced toward the door. After leaving Don's place, I returned once to where I had left my presence and resumed normal mode. Then I began moving. Taking the main street, I advanced while avoiding people as much as possible and eventually arrived at Oscar's mansion. At the front of Oscar's mansion, the night guard was naturally on duty. The gatekeeper immediately performed his duty upon seeing me. Stop! What business do you have at this hour? Silence. Is Oscar here? I deliberately lowered my voice, keeping a solemn expression. What did you say, I said, be quiet. Why, yes. Oscar's gatekeeper knew me. That made things easier. I said to the gatekeeper, this is top secret. Take me directly to Oscar. The gatekeeper said that and started leading the way. I followed behind. Along the way, we met estate servants twice, but when the gatekeeper sent them some kind of secret signal, they quickly composed themselves and pretended not to see us. Their training was thorough. I thought so as I was led into the study. Like Don, Oscar seemed to have been holed up in his study until this late hour. The gatekeeper knocked. Who is it? The gatekeeper silently opened the door. Oscar was writing something at his desk. He raised his head in surprise that a subordinate acted without any reply, but when he saw me, surprise shifted to a different kind. He quickly regained composure and told the gatekeeper, "Thank you for your efforts, you may withdraw." "Yes, sir." The gatekeeper obeyed and backed away. As I entered the study, the gatekeeper slowly closed the door. "Tiring to work this late, It's a royal family duty. Your Majesty knows that well, doesn't he?" "Indeed." I moved further into the study. Oscar's study had a desk and a chair set. Aside from bookshelves, there was no other furniture. In other words, only one place to sit. Oscar immediately stood and offered me his chair. Before I sat, Oscar spoke. "First, allow me to admonish you. As I said before, that is not a risk the Emperor should take." Oscar was referring to how I had returned here. Previously, I had rushed back to the imperial capital on an express, destroying horses in the process. An express means pushing horses to their limits, disregarding even the rider's safety, just to deliver something as fast as possible. Because I had come back in that manner once before, Oscar warned me again this time. "I'll hear your scolding later. More importantly, I have something to discuss. Is there a place where our conversation absolutely won't leak?" "Understood." "This way," Oscar answered immediately. "The Emperor arriving at night alone, secretly, and requesting a completely secure place to speak." Oscar is competent. He didn't start with clumsy questions like why. Oscar led the way, lantern in hand, stepping into the hallway. I followed, walking a bit until we reached the garden. We proceeded along a garden befitting a prince's rank until an open space appeared. It was very wide, so wide it could almost be mistaken for a grassland. At the center of this open space stood a tower. "Did you have this newly built?" "Yes, I see." For secret talks, either an extremely enclosed place or an extremely open place is best, so this is a place combining both. And that design at the top, you can look down from above but not look up from below. This is the first time someone has seen through everything at a glance. I'll have this design copied. Oscar, walking ahead, turned around. His face, illuminated by the lantern, was full of surprise. What's wrong? Is that a problem? It's incredible, Your Majesty. I never expected you to say it so straightforwardly. A good idea takes a good form. There's no reason not to learn it. I'm honored. We ascended to the top of the tower. At the very top was only a table and chairs, nothing else. Please, Oscar and I sat across the table from each other. Though I was offered to sit first, unlike in the study, Oscar also sat down. This seemed to be the style for confidential discussions. Actually, this is a countermeasure against the late Emperor. Oscar spoke first. From that, I realized Oscar guessed my purpose for coming. You've given up on hiding that we're having a secret talk, but want to keep the content completely concealed. The late Emperor's information network is as formidable as Your Majesty knows. Indeed. I nodded and got to the main topic. How is father's condition? I don't know, they haven't told me anything. The previous Prime Minister returned and is now constantly at the late Emperor's side, that's all I know. So it's not much different from me. Actually, it's incredible that Your Majesty, even from abroad, knows so much. Oscar smiled wryly. I want to know the truth more detailed. Of course, but there's no way. I will investigate personally. Your Majesty, Oscar was surprised, frowning. With all due respect, since the late Emperor is trying so hard to hide this, even from Your Majesty, there must be thorough countermeasures in place against Your Majesty. There is one countermeasure against that. It will be a race against time. I see. That's why I want your cooperation. You trust me? I was slightly surprised. Oscar's question was very straightforward, breaking through formalities. So I responded equally frankly. When it comes to wanting to know father's safety, you and I share the same feelings. Yes, maintaining the Emperor's authority, that is also the same goal. It's incredible that you can come this far with me. I said it's a race against time. Also, I want to rely on you, that's my honest feeling. Oscar fell silent. He looked at me for a while with a complicated expression. It really is a race against time. Yes, we'll talk more later about everything that's been left unsaid. That would be helpful. What should I do? I will explain the details after it's all over. For now, don't contact anyone and stay here alone until I return. Understood. Best of luck. Without asking further, Oscar accepted my proposal. Indeed, he is a capable man. I want to continue relying on him, want him to remain capable. With that earnest thought, I left the presence I had left at Oscar's tower and departed. Straight ahead, I hurried to the palace where father presumably was. Using the presence distraction technique, I diverted the attention of the gatekeeper at the entrance and was able to infiltrate the palace without difficulty. At night, the palace was devoid of any signs of life, completely silent. The area near the lobby right after entering consisted of stone corridors, and when I took the first step, the sound of my footsteps echoed louder than expected. This made me more conscious to move with stealthy footsteps as I proceeded further. For decades, ever since I was reincarnated as Noah, I have been visiting this palace regularly. Not only when father was the emperor, but also after he abdicated and became the retired emperor, I visited daily whenever I was in the imperial capital. I navigated through the palace so familiar to me that I could find my way even with my eyes closed. My first destination was straight ahead, father's chamber. Though he might not be there due to illness, that was where I headed first. In hindsight, it was an unnecessary worry. When I arrived at the door of the chamber, there was no gatekeeper, but pressing my ear to the door, I heard voices conversing inside. Two voices, both belonging to elderly men. One was unmistakably father's voice. Next, I have compiled Your Majesty's words into a collection of sayings. Words of mine? That can wait. They are not as important compared to other matters. I anticipated Your Majesty would say so. However, there is already a draft prepared. The other voice, the one father was speaking with, sounded quite familiar as well. Alone, I might not have recognized it, but I had prior information, so I immediately knew. It was the voice of Noisyhill, who served as the first Prime Minister under father for 30 years. No other voices could be heard, no presence felt. Since there was no gatekeeper, it seemed father had sent others away and was having a secret conversation with a trusted confidant. A draft, you say? Yes, it was compiled by the current emperor. Noah? Ah, yes, I recall he was working on something like that. The current emperor sincerely admires Your Majesty. He has been compiling Your Majesty's achievements for some time now. I knew he was doing that, but let me see it. Inside, I heard father receiving something from Noisyhill and flipping through papers. I never thought I needed my own words, so I didn't check the details, but he has researched this thoroughly. I was surprised as well. This ruler should not harbor hatred against anyone. I only said that a few times when I was young. When I first served your Majesty, I remember you said that. I had completely forgotten until I saw this. Me too. Impressive Noah. Father and Noisy Hill were talking about me. I hesitated. Should I stay here or leave? It didn't matter that they were talking about me. My hesitation came from the fact that Father sounded quite lively. Even through the door, I could tell by his clear tone and forceful speech. This was not the voice of a seriously ill man. Knowing Father was not bedridden was a relief. So there was no reason to overstay, but at the same time I was curious about what he was thinking. Should I leave or stay and listen further? I was torn. How is Noah now? He seems to still be holding a secret meeting with Lord Oscar. Oscar, huh? I flinched briefly. Since the conversation turned to this topic, leaving immediately was no longer an option. I held my breath and listened intently to the exchange inside. Since I am now an outsider, if that law had been reinstated during your Majesty's reign, it might have been useful to the current emperor who strictly adheres to the law. The one about killing brothers, I gasped, startled. Though the phrase, that law, was vague, I immediately understood what they meant. Centuries ago, the previous dynasty of the empire had a law allowing the emperor to purge his brothers upon ascending the throne, justified by law. Fratricidal struggles over the imperial throne had repeated endlessly throughout history. The idea was, upon accession, eliminate obstacles immediately. Recently, while researching history out of interest, I came across this and was shocked then and now again. If that law existed, back then and now, a cold sweat ran down my back. Indeed, if that law had existed, Noah, who respects the law, could have disposed of Oscar. However, Noah has already committed fratricide once, though he had no choice. Yes, I no longer want to see or allow that. I understand. Hearing Father and Noisy Hill talk, I felt a sudden calmness. They must be referring to Albert. The second Prince Albert, who once tried to rebel against Father, whom I stopped and killed as an act of mercy, calling it a suicide. They were talking about that incident. My apologies, Your Majesty. It's all right, leave me alone for a moment. Yes, Noisy Hill agreed. Footsteps approached the door. I quickly stepped away and hid in the shadows of the corridor. Noisy Hill left the chamber and departed. While I was still pondering what to do, 100. Huh, Father muttered something inside. The number 100. What could it mean? Noah, if you are there, come in. I was surprised. Where was I discovered? I hadn't made any mistakes. How was I found? Although I thought that since Father called me like that, I had no choice but to enter. I opened the door that Noisy Hill had closed and stepped inside. Father was on a large bed. He leaned his back against the headboard, a sheet covering his legs. In that posture, he looked at me. Please forgive my sudden intrusion, Father. It's all right. Noah is impressive. Huh, what was with that out-of-the-blue comment? I looked confused. I couldn't understand what he meant by impressive and frowned. You scored 100 points, the highest in my expectations. Ah, I realized that the 100 Father muttered earlier referred to this. But what was the 100 points based on? You look like you're wondering what is 100 points about? Yes, I was aware of your return to the capital. No need to explain that. Yes, I received reports. I always keep track of your actions, and the details were reported thoroughly. No abnormalities. However, considering your purpose, you had to confirm my condition properly somewhere. Otherwise, there would be no meaning in your returning yourself. You are right. I imagined various scenarios, and the one that outsmarted me the most was this timing. That's why 100 points, I nodded in understanding. I got what Father meant. While I was glad to receive a perfect score from him, it also meant I hadn't completely outwitted him. It was still within his expectations. I felt a bit disappointed. Trying not to show it, I changed the subject. I'm relieved to hear you sound well, Father. Don't judge by appearances too quickly. No, it's not just appearances. Oh. Then, because Father is preparing for the end of life. Father nodded and looked straight at me, signaling with his eyes for me to continue. You have long said 90% of those called wise rulers tarnish their later years. Indeed, it's no exaggeration to say you are pouring all your energy and heart into not becoming one of them. That's true. If I were Father, I would think about when to prepare for the end of life. It would be when I'm still in good shape. More precisely, when I realize I'm weakening but can still make sound judgments. If I judged myself completely incapable, I wouldn't do anything at all. This, too, is 100 points. Impressive, Noah. Father praised me again. So his health isn't that bad, it seems. Feeling relieved, I continued. But there is one puzzling point. The fact that I kept this secret distanced the consorts and created a mystery? Yes, I nodded. Father smiled faintly and asked further. What do you think will happen if my condition remains shrouded in mystery? Some will surely entertain ill intentions, I answered immediately. I could respond without even thinking. It was as obvious as the sun rising in the east. Father nodded with satisfaction at my prompt reply. Yes, The moment power changes hands, turmoil follows, no matter the era or the realm. If I may speak frankly, I paused briefly, took a breath, and then looked father straight in the eyes as I continued. After your majesty steps down, the greatest turmoil in history is expected. That is precisely why the abdication was done early. Even so, it won't be zero. That's why the illness was leveraged to the fullest extent, to expose the unruly ones? Yes, father nodded slightly. He wore a serious expression and diverted his eyes from me to gaze out the window. He is undertaking the last great work of his life's final preparations. One mistake, and there is no time to redo it. It's the most difficult task in one's life. I understand. I bowed my head slightly. Failures happen throughout life. When young, one can afford to fail and try again. There's still time left to make things right. But at father's age, such time is no longer available. The final touches admit no error. Excuse me, but... Yes, father returned his gaze to me. Your majesty now seems like an artist, putting the finishing touches on a masterpiece poured with all their soul. That is the impression I get. A clever analogy, that's exactly it. Father smiled at my comparison. Even father in these circumstances must have his nerves stretched tight. I could easily imagine it. I hoped I could help ease that tension even a little. So that's why you have stayed here all this time. Oh, you abdicated the imperial throne, transferring power and responsibilities. Yet you never handed over only the symbol, the palace itself. Now at last I understand what that means. Noah, you're amazing. Father looked slightly surprised, but soon wore a gentle smile. Jumping out the second-floor window might break a bone, but descending the stairs one step at a time is no big deal. Releasing turmoil in small doses, I said as I knelt down. Kneeling and lowering my head was a natural outpouring of emotion. My body moved on its own. Using even your own life and death as a card, I have no words. That is... I raised my face. Father seemed about to say something but swallowed the words. Instead, he spoke as if to substitute. I was blessed with children. Your Majesty, do you remember Albert? Yes, I answered shortly, offering no more words than necessary. Albert was father's second son, my older brother and once the crown prince. When Albert was disinherited amid various troubles, I heard he tried to stage a coup and as a result lost his life. What Albert did was unforgivable, but it was also proof of his capability. The fact that he decided to act forcibly the moment I resolved to disinherit him, the intelligence and decisiveness. A mere incompetent couldn't have done that. Yes, even without Albert, Henry, Oscar, and a bit more removed, Dustin, I was blessed with too many children. I remained silent. This was a delicate topic, hardly one to respond to easily. As emperor, having capable children is a blessing, but too many able heirs often sow discord in the family, so it's not something to celebrate outright. Father was clearly troubled by this, and as a direct participant I felt awkward responding. Except for one, if all were like Dustin, there would be nothing to say. As a person, he might be the wisest among the siblings. That's true. Father nodded and grew a little serious. Let's get back on topic. I feigned a critical condition to observe the situation. Yes, it had to be Oscar. I sensed it immediately. Noah, from now on you must act a bit more arrogantly. Arrogantly? You could say more like an emperor. Like an emperor, the stronger the emperor, the less one dares defy him. To oppose him is to directly deny his pride. Understood. That had escaped me. Father avoided proper names entirely, speaking only indirectly, but it was obviously about Oscar. I had poured my heart into winning Oscar over. Most of it had been placating. Making Oscar the regent prince during this personal military campaign was part of that. In that sense, I had become a weak emperor to Oscar, but Father said otherwise. Oscar respected the emperor's authority. In other words, if the emperor is strong, Oscar cannot oppose him because it would mean denying his own way of life. It was a complete eye-opener. Of course, sometimes you must break through everything, but given his nature, he probably won't go that far. Understood, I will do so. Good, Your Majesty nodded with satisfaction. In this matter, I felt I could trust him unconditionally. Preventing Oscar's rebellion, or at worst, stopping it before it starts like with Albert, is Father's top priority now that he is preparing for the end of life. So I believed this could be trusted, and I intended to follow his advice. Changing the subject, let's talk about after I'm gone. Yes, what do you intend to do as emperor from now on? What vision do you have? I'm thinking of breaking through the population stagnation. Father nodded clearly. Population is, needless to say, the foundation of national strength. For decades, the empire's population has been flat, entering a stagnation phase. If you aim for further prosperity, increasing population is the most important matter. No, it's a prerequisite. How do you plan to increase it? The population limit is tied to the technological level of the era and the food, money, and all the resources that technology can provide, a total resource ceiling. Indeed, Your Majesty expanded territory to cover that. When territory grows, it's natural that the resource ceiling increases at the same tech level. That's correct. As father expanded the territory, the land grew, but so did the pensions paid to war widows. The wealth concentrated in those war widows does not circulate, causing resource stagnation. Amazing, Noah, you understand that much. I learned it from history, I answered promptly. The Aponia Empire, right? Yes. The country where medical technology developed extraordinarily, pushing average lifespan to the 80s. Those who hold resources grow old but do not die. Because they are aged, they lack vitality and do not use their resources. As a result, young people don't receive these resources, leading to a dark age of about 30–40 years, a generation of stagnation. Given that, what will you do? Many war widows have grandchildren. At that age, many live only for doting on their grandchildren. You plan to use grandchildren as leverage. Yes, the specific method is still in progress, but I want to create a system where the more money spent on grandchildren, the more benefit one gains. For example, if you spend 1 lien on your grandchild, the treasury would subsidize 1 lien back. The number is just an example, but if loving grandchildren also brings profit, people would loosen their purse strings and release their wealth resources. Amazing, Noah, you're cleverly exploiting the hearts of elderly grandparents, father said happily. It was thanks to Sem, the good grandchild, that father decided to pass the imperial throne to me. I knew he would understand the loving grandchildren's strategy. I heard that your Majesty also dotes on Sem. I wonder about that. I intend to be strict with him. Father said this as he turned his gaze out the window. His eyes were distant. Somehow the phrase failure in child-rearing floated through my mind. The eldest son, Gilbard, and the second son, Albard. Indirectly, father ended the lives of both his sons. Because of that backlash, it wouldn't be strange for him to be harsh toward Sem, his grandson. I think Sem is a happy child. What do you mean by that? Father turned to me, a bit surprised by my words. Your Majesty's strictness surely means educational strictness. For a wise ruler like your Majesty to personally guide him strictly is nothing but a blessing. I see, father smiled faintly. After a few seconds of silence, I brought the conversation back on track. I intend to take another measure. I believe it requires your Majesty's approval. Speak. Father's expression turned serious. The face he wore when governing, the face of the Empire's highest authority. It's about the increasing issue of the treatment of the royal family members in the Empire. You're going to tackle that? I have already sown the seeds. As father looked surprised, I deliberately maintained a neutral expression and continued. It concerns Arlene. I see, so that's it. Father suddenly realized, and I nodded slightly. Arlene, the 14th Imperial Princess, is my blood-related older sister. Some time ago, she and her husband, Angus Bull, were troubled because tradition bound them from living as a normal married couple. I broke that tradition a little, allowing them to live like a normal married couple. Starting from that, I have been acting as an emperor who interferes with tradition in various ways. The moment I mentioned this, father looked fully convinced. You're right, the empire has lasted too long. By now, the allowances for the royal family members have become no small sum. Father said this, and I nodded. From the moment I was born as Prince 13, I have received a stipend of several thousand lien. Because I am a prince, because I am royal family. Simply by being royal, a fixed allowance is provided by the empire. Not only the current princes, but even the former princely houses are given allowances until a certain bloodline distance. Since father had more than a dozen children, emperors tend to have many children for the succession. This means leaving a burden of allowances for future generations. In short, the empire supports many royal families who do not work properly. And this is a resource monopolized. Impressive, Noah, you intend to tackle this? That's the plan, but suddenly taking it away will be difficult. Naturally, there will be resistance. There is tradition to consider as well. Father tilted his head slightly. The empire is a land of warriors. The formal first battle that every royal male is made to participate in should be made into a proper first battle. It's disgraceful for imperial male royals not to step onto the battlefield even once. That's a very solid pretext. Yes. In the end, it's like renewing a license. They will be treated the same as merchants, father said, and I nodded. Among merchants, those who handle important goods require a permit system. Similarly, to enjoy privileges as royal family members, they must achieve battle accomplishments and renew their license. I understand. I will do it. I will carry the resentment to my grave. Thank you, Your Majesty. But I will do this. What? I will be using it soon? Impressive, Noah. I thought it was father who was truly impressive, having understood everything in an instant. After leaving father's bedroom, I escaped the palace. I went straight to Oscar's mansion. I broke in and returned to that tower. Oscar was still there. Thank you for your efforts. Welcome back, Your Majesty. The moment he saw me, Oscar stood up from his seat and tried to kneel according to etiquette. I conventionally grabbed his arm to stop him, showing gratitude and bestowing favors. That is etiquette and custom. After all that, I sat facing Oscar again. How did it go? We spoke properly. Nothing will be resolved immediately today or tomorrow, I'm afraid. That is the most important thing. Oscar showed a relieved expression. Then why is retired Emperor Your Majesty doing such a thing? It's true his health is poor. He summoned Noisyhill, cut off all distractions, and organized his achievements. A history book, then? Exactly. I'm relieved to hear that. I spoke briefly with retired Emperor Your Majesty, Oscar. Yes, Your Majesty. I called Oscar's name and stared at him seriously. He answered normally, but when he noticed my expression, he was surprised and confused. I have made a decision. A decision? Yes, the decision to become a hated man as Emperor of the Empire. A hated man? I nodded and told him about the plan I discussed with Father to tighten the royal family members. At first, Oscar was surprised to hear this, but among my brothers, he is notably talented in domestic affairs. He quickly became serious and listened closely to my words. Naturally, some will try to find loopholes. Of course. Current heirs like me and Brother Henry have responsibility and a sense of duty, but those born as collateral royal family members tend to only enjoy the benefits. Right, they will either set up substitutes or buy their way out. In any case, some will try to find loopholes. Yes, that's true, and there is another type that will appear. I want to believe there isn't. There is, definitely. I stated it clearly. Oscar frowned but could not deny it. We both understood without saying it. The other type is the one who will openly oppose. It's easy to imagine their political maneuvers. You could say it's certain. Yes, they will appear. I have one request. Should we appease them or suppress them in advance? No, I shook my head. Then I looked seriously, the most serious I have ever been facing Oscar in my life, and stared at him. I want you to do tacit understanding with me. Tacit understanding? There will always be those who try to carry you as a palanquin bearer. Oscar gasped. His face went pale as he stood up abruptly. He took a step back. That single phrase was that impactful. Oscar is my political rival, though we have recognized that between us we have never faced each other directly. We have rather avoided explicitly stating it. But that phrase acknowledged it and said I would approach him to use him. It was natural for Oscar's face to stiffen. This was the moment I made the greatest step forward in my life in dealings with Oscar. That's why I said to Father, I will use him soon. Your Majesty, that is. Those who do nothing but greedily take pensions as empire emperors are unforgivable. So I will legally expose and eliminate them in the imperial court. Why me then? Just once, to speak frankly. What I intend to do is to centralize power in the empire's core, ultimately to the emperor. Yes, as part of that I will suppress those who resist. I paused briefly, then looked Oscar straight in the eye and said, those who try to challenge the emperor's authority. Regarding this matter, you are more trustworthy than anyone else. Oscar gasped and staggered back. Within a few seconds his face showed various emotions. His hesitation passed in an instant, replaced by resolve. Oscar knelt down. Leave it to me, I will be sure to clean the gutters, he declared. I had no doubt. Name, Noah Laret, Emperor of the Empire. Gender, male. Level, 17+1+1/infinity HP. C plus S Fire, E plus S SMP. D plus a Water, C plus SSS Strength. C plus SSS Wind, E plus C Stamina. D plus a Earth, E plus C Intelligence. D plus SS Light, E plus S Spirit. E plus S Darkness, E plus B Agility. E plus S Dexterity. E plus S Luck. D plus a. Due to the explosive increase behind the plus in the status visible only to me, I could tell that Oscar had become truly cooperative from the bottom of his heart. Just the two of us, no need for extra formalities. Yes, Oscar stood up. His eyes were slightly different from before. Since I could see his status, I understood that the change in eye color was due to a difference in loyalty. Knowing this, I continued speaking without reservation. For the time being, I will treat you specially, just as before, handling you delicately like a fragile object. Of course. Then I will continue as before. No, Oscar, you need to change a little. I interrupted Oscar's words. He looked a bit puzzled. What do you mean by change? Be even more courteous than before. I see. Oscar thought for a moment and then nodded. You want to put effort into masking your scent because you want to provoke some kind of reaction from your Majesty. Exactly. Their dissatisfaction with me is gradually increasing, but they desperately hide it. That's when they'll bite. Impressive, Your Majesty, but as far as the current circle goes, I don't think there's anyone or anything worth that much trouble. I just want to be thorough. This kind of tacit understanding can only be done once. That makes sense. That's the general policy. I leave everything else up to you. Yes, understood. It's a blank mandate. Do as you please. Is that all right? Wouldn't it be better for Your Majesty to give directions? You have several places where you outperform me in practical matters. Oscar's eyes widened in surprise. Since it's you, it's better to leave the main line to you and improvise the rest. Amazing, Your Majesty. Now I truly understand why the late Emperor entrusted the imperial throne to you instead of me. I want a medal in everything. I'm the same, I can't help but poke my nose in. In Your Majesty's case, after setting the guidelines, the paving is entrusted. With me, I can't be satisfied without micromanaging everything. That's the downside of competence. Fundamentally, don't you trust your subordinates? Maybe so. Managing a single province is fine, but for one person to control an entire country, Oscar laughed self-deprecatingly. I thought that this self-mocking smile probably meant there was no longer any antagonism. In any case, I leave everything to you. Yes. After parting with Oscar and leaving the mansion, I returned to the detached palace, former Prince 13's residence. Under the dusk, I casually avoided the gatekeeper's gaze and entered. Back home, I didn't go to my room. Instead, I headed for the library. Inside the library, I lit a lantern placed near the entrance and used it to look around. I searched for a book. Recalling my conversation with Father, I wandered through the library looking. I had discussed resources with Father. The conversations with Father and Oscar were about extracting shares from vested interests among the current resources. On the other hand, Father had taken an approach to increase resources from the start. Neither method was absolutely right, nor was there a rule that only one should be done. As long as they didn't conflict, both could and should be done, I believed. With that in mind, I recalled a history book I had recently read about an emperor who specialized in increasing resources. I returned here to study it more deeply for reference. I pulled out several promising books from the shelves, opened them and skimmed through, but none were correct. Recently, with so many books to read, I couldn't find which one I was looking for. What to do next? Just then, who's there? Oh, it's Gigi. I heard a voice from the entrance, so I raised the lantern and looked toward the speaker. It was Gigi the maid. When I first came to the mansion, she was a young girl, but now she had grown into a mature woman. It's me. That was all I said. Master, no, Your Majesty, you've come back. Yes, it's secret, so keep it confidential. Why, yes. I won't tell anyone. Though she had grown into a beauty, Gigi still had the same mannerisms, stiff and formal. She obeyed my command. I chuckled softly, then picked up the next book and opened it. I flipped through it, read some pages, and put it back. Not this one either. Are you looking for something? Yes, I'm searching for a specific book. Do you think you can help? Sorry, I can't read. I see. I nodded slightly. It wasn't unusual. Many who served as maids couldn't read. Unlike other princes, I hadn't forbidden reading or writing, so some learned later, but Gigi hadn't. It wasn't unusual, so I wasn't bothered. Yes. Do you know when I last read it? When did you read it? I tilted my head and paused my hand, reaching for another book, looking back at Gigi. Yes. If we know when, maybe we can find it. What do you mean? For example, this and this were books Your Majesty read the day before going out, and these pages are from the day before that. One day earlier you didn't read here, but 2 days earlier you read these, and these. You remember it that way? Yes. I was a little surprised. Then I tried to recall. When did I read that book? In the evening, on a moonless new moon, after receiving the harvest report, so just before winter. Playing this associative game, I gradually narrowed the range until I had just 2 possible days. When I gave those dates, wait a moment, these, and these 6 books. Gigi fluttered about in the library, pulling 6 books from here and there as she said. I took them, flipped through, and when I opened the third, this is it. Really? Yes, reading the preface brought back memories. Around these pages, here it is. Great, we found it. You are, holding the target book, I looked at Gigi. She looked back at me with a blank expression. You remembered well, I commend you. Thank you. That's enough for today. You should rest since all you have to do is read this. Keep my presence here a secret. Yes, good night. Gigi bowed quickly and rushed out of the library. Watching her leave, I muttered softly to myself, barely audible, a treasure was still this close. The next morning, I visited Audrey. The Empress's mornings started early, surrounded by numerous attendants, carefully creating the aura of Empress. Calculating backwards the time this took, I appeared before Audrey when she was alone. I have been expecting you, Your Majesty. Inside Audrey's private room, she showed no surprise but seemed as if she were greeting me. Did you anticipate my coming? No. I am simply prepared to receive you at any time. That must be tiring. That is natural as Empress. Your Majesty has it harder, so I cannot say such a small thing tires me. I see. I came to say this. I will take one maid. A maid? Yes. Audrey looked troubled. Even if you say you're taking one, they are technically your property. There's no need to ask my permission. The maids in the harem are formally the Empress's property. The girl is named Gigi. May I take her? Your Majesty is remarkable. You've called me Mistress of the Harem, Empress Dowager many times, but you truly think so. If I didn't, I wouldn't say it. please take her. It is an honor for her to be needed by your Majesty. Thank you. Audrey behaved fully like an empress. I thought for a moment and said, what I'm about to say is just my musing. I will do something soon. Beware of Prince Lei. Audrey stopped me before I finished. She approached quickly, put her index finger on my lips, silencing me. Audrey, I believe your Majesty is kindly considering whether it is acceptable to send a message to your family. Yes. Don't worry, it's a harmless bedtime story. Your Majesty, yes, do you know my name? Audrey, right? That's right. Audrey nodded and smiled gently. I am Audrey, just Audrey. After the expulsion ceremony, I am an empress without a family. I will not interfere in politics. Please act as you see fit. I apologize, I underestimated you. Not at all. I entrust the entire harem to you as before. Yes, I will take Gigi with me. Yes, I will come again tonight. Yes, Audrey was a wise woman. She understood fully the words, which mixed public and private meanings. I was secretly a little pleased that this treasure was even better than I had imagined. Morning, I woke up in the morning sunlight. The thin curtains let in just the right amount of sunlight, crafted meticulously by artisans to deliver the perfect light to gently awaken me. Feeling this meant, slowly, I opened my eyelids in a daze, as I expected. The familiar ceiling, the ceiling of Empress Audrey's bedroom, a bedroom that exists solely to welcome the Emperor. A room furnished with the finest quality items, starting with the curtains. After realizing where I was, I exhaled softly through my slightly parted lips. Good morning, Your Majesty. From a short distance, I heard Audrey's soft, gentle voice. Sitting up, I saw Audrey facing me, accompanied by several maids. Not just Audrey, but all of them were looking directly at me. They must have been preparing until just moments before, as the maids held various grooming tools in their hands. Good morning, you're early as always, I said. Women do take time to get ready, Audrey replied playfully. I didn't say anything tedious. I refrained from the boring thought that she was preparing not only for herself but also for me. Slowly sitting up, Audrey took a wet towel from one of the maids. She personally wrung it out and then came over to me still holding it. Here you go. Ah, I nodded and took the towel she offered. When I wiped my face with it, it was wrung out just right. The temperature and dampness were perfect, and the faint scent meant to invigorate was pleasant. Compared to Audrey's thoughtfulness, even the finest silk against my skin felt insignificant. Thank you, you're as considerate as ever. It's all thanks to your Majesty, she said. Mine. I tilted my head in confusion. Was there really room for me in Audrey's thoughtfulness? I wondered. After considering it, I still thought there wasn't, but at the same time, Audrey's expression didn't seem like she was just flattering me. What do you mean? Because your Majesty always praises me like that. By your reactions, I can gradually adjust to your preferences. I understood. She had been reading the subtle differences in my reactions to learn my preferences. That was truly, really thoughtful of you. I genuinely meant it. Thank you. By the way, are those people all right? I'm not too worried because it's you, but... I glanced at the maids behind Audrey and asked. I'm currently officially on a personal military campaign, meaning being here is top secret, classified to the highest degree. Is it okay for these maids to know that? That was my question. Your Majesty's imitation, Audrey replied. Mine? Yes, I have earned the gratitude of all the girls here. Not just metaphorically, they all owe their lives to us. I see. While Audrey said that, the maids remained silent, busily preparing for the next step in grooming, not even reacting to Audrey's words. It was obvious they had been well trained, not just indebted. As expected, then let me add one thing. What is it? If you're going that far, also earn favor with their families. Many feel more indebted when their loved ones are saved rather than themselves. Your Majesty, that's amazing. I'll do so from now on. Good, I nodded and stretched. Audrey helped me prepare for the day. During that time, neither of us nor the maids spoke. In the tranquil Empress's bedroom, the Emperor's grooming proceeded quietly and solemnly. When about 90% done, I spoke again. There's one thing I must tell you. What is it? You know Gigi, right? Yes, she's been a maid since the time your Majesty was bedridden, hasn't she? I couldn't help but smile at Audrey's archaic phrasing and nodded in response. That's right, I'm taking Gigi with me. Originally, yes, understood. Audrey started to say. Originally, she belongs to your Majesty, but stopped herself and nodded seriously. The harem belongs to the Empress, and so do the maids in it. Of course, the Emperor is above that, and no one would complain if he quietly takes one maid. Still, I respected Audrey. I upheld the concept that the mistress of the harem is the Empress, as she always said. Audrey immediately understood and formally transferred Gigi to me, but honestly, you didn't have to say that. The Empress's authority is defined by imperial decree. It's hardly formal law, so few obey it. Still, it's honored. Your Majesty truly is remarkable. I chuckled softly. It's an old habit of mine, but I decided not to say something that dull. After getting ready, I called Gigi to the library. As I flipped through some books I had been reading, I heard hurried footsteps outside. The door burst open hastily, and out came a breathless Gigi. Sorry for the wait, ah! In her rush, Gigi tripped over her skirt and took a big fall. Are you all right? Ouch, I'm fine. She hurriedly got up. The maid uniforms provided at court aren't so delicate as to tear from such a stumble, but Gigi clearly hurt herself somewhere and was standing in a way that protected a sore spot. Use a potion to heal that later. That expensive stuff. From now on, keep yourself in top condition always. Why, yes, Gigi gave a confused look. You remember where all the books I read last night are, right? Yes, if you can tell me when they were read. The one you read on Audrey's birthday? Please wait. Gigi darted past me and ran to the back of the library. Normally, crossing in front of the emperor is a grave insult, punishable by death by a temperamental emperor. Of course, I ignored that. Gigi returned from the back of the library with 3 books. Here they are. Ah, yes, I definitely read this. One of the 3 books detailed the history of the expulsion ceremony for royal women after marriage. I remembered reading it because it suddenly caught my interest on Audrey's birthday. What about the day Jessica arrived and the most recent day Almeria returned? Understood, Gigi said and sprinted off again, soon returning with more books. I skimmed through them. Since it was urgent, I just told her the dates I could remember, and she pulled out the corresponding books. So far, everything matched perfectly. It seemed neither a lie nor exaggeration that I remembered all the books I had read. What's next, Your Majesty? That's enough, the test is over. Sigh, what's your salary annually? Well, 50 lien per year. I nodded quietly at 50. When I was born, an adult man could earn about 10 lien annually, but decades later, it had risen to around 20. Gigi's 50 was far above most men, but reasonable for an experienced maid serving the emperor closely. From tomorrow, I'll give you 500 per year. Gigi was stunned. Then, after a moment, she panicked loudly. What does that mean? F500? The first Prime Minister Don earns about 1,000, so this is about half. Since it's a special occasion, do you have any siblings at home? Give one to me, I'll give them 500 as well. To my family, I can't accept that much. Take it. In exchange, from now on, you'll handle the documents I sign and store in the palace. Keep them ready to be produced any time, understood? Why, yes, but even so, that much. It's top secret. To be involved in this, I'm sorry, but you can't be seen outside like Evelyn or Zoe. You'll have to give up some things. Ah, sorry, but I'm taking your life from you. Use it for me. Understood, if it's for your Majesty. Gigi said that, looking at me with a determined expression. In the deepest part of the detached palace, there was a secret archive. I brought Gigi along and entered the archive. The door to the archive was about 3 times thicker than a normal door, and it had 5 locks arranged vertically from top to bottom. I personally unlocked all 5 locks with keys, pushed open the heavy door, and entered inside with Gigi. This is where I store the documents I have signed since my ascension. In other words, it's the very record of Emperor Noah's life journey. I see. For example, this one was signed right after my ascension. It symbolizes that palace as the highest seat of power. I pulled the document from the shelf, read it aloud, and handed it to Gigi. Gigi accepted it and glanced through it, but her expression looked apologetic. I'm sorry, Master. It's just that. You can't read it, can you? Yes, don't worry, that's expected. Should I learn to read the characters? What I just read aloud is stored here. I took the document from Gigi's hands and returned it to its place on the shelf. Then I looked at Gigi. Can you remember the contents by hearing them and recall that they are stored here? Yes, I will never forget what my master says. Then that's enough. Whether or not you can read or write is a trivial matter. What's wrong? I thought I had to study reading and writing. But if it's for my master, I'll do it without hesitation. Do you know why children are taught reading and writing? That's to get ahead. Not entirely wrong. I chuckled softly and gently placed my hand on Gigi's head. To put it simply, it's to broaden the children's future. Being able to read and write lets you absorb more knowledge, and that means more futures to choose from. I see. If we get into the details, that's not your strength. My strength? Your memory, linking my words to the location of these documents, is unmatched throughout the Empire. That's your strength. Don't throw away your strengths just to force yourself to improve your weaknesses. Strength, unique. If you want to do it as a hobby, that's fine. No, I won't. I'll do my best only for my master. I'm counting on you. Take this as well. What's this? The key to this place? Gigi's eyes and mouth widened in surprise. She was amazed at the bunch of keys I placed in her palm. Yes, you should keep them. Really? These are very important. I trust you. It's in your charge. You trust me? Gigi was even more surprised, then hugged the bunch of keys tightly and carefully. Even someone like me? Master, you're amazing. I understand. I won't lose them even if I risk my life. Yes. I placed my hand on Gigi's head again and gently stroked it. Live and be useful to me? Well, it wouldn't do to douse her happy mood with cold water now. I decided to wait for the right moment to say more. In the first half of the detached palace, the Emperor's office. I was sitting at the desk holding office work, facing Don. Gigi was in a corner of the room, a little away from me. Don was standing across the desk. He seemed a bit concerned about Gigi, but since it was clear I kept her nearby, he didn't ask anything. "This is a report from Lady Jessica. An official document, and this is Fuwawa's box?" "Yes." They arrived almost simultaneously through different routes. I nodded and first opened the official document to read. "What does it say?" "There was a breakaway force from Turbafe's army, and they successfully suppressed it." "Right." "That's somewhat petty. The lower ranks rebelled, but I have nothing to do with it. That's a classic tactic, not bad." I smiled faintly. This is a common pattern. Turbafe's rebellion against the Empire is certain. But he still hesitates to confront the Empire directly. So he independentized some of his subordinates and framed it as if they acted on their own accord. This kind of power struggle is common not only between nations. But if they won, that's good. If Turbafe is just testing the waters, that might serve as a deterrent. I silently tapped the Fuwawa's box with my index finger. Jessica's other report arrived at the same time. Don suddenly understood. "I see, if it's such a simple matter, there's no need to send such a secret report." "That's right, Fuwawa." I partially unleashed Fuwawa's power from the ring and opened the box. The box disassembled into pieces of wood. No glue, no joints, no nails or screws. The pieces held together in a way that was baffling before. Inside the wood pieces was a letter. I took it out, unfolded it, and read it. "I see. What does it say?" "It's a different story. A battle was fought against Turbafe's separate task force, resulting in 1,500 enemy heads. Almost the same, just with more detailed numbers. Our own losses were about 1,300. Don frowned. The secret report contained detailed casualty figures. 1,500 enemy losses versus 1,300 of our own. With these figures, we can't really call it a victory. Considering the quality of the Imperial Emperor's Guard and the size of the field army, similar losses on both sides means a loss on points." "Yes," Don nodded. He was right. "What shall we do?" Don placed the secret report on the desk and asked, laying the two reports side by side. "First, praise them." I tapped the official report with my fingertips as I spoke. Don nodded firmly. "Of course. They did annihilate the enemy. It's a victory report sent publicly. Praising them is appropriate." We agreed on this. Then I tapped the secret report with my finger and said, "Praise this one too. Also, have you ever wished your subordinates were honest when you entrusted them with an area?" "Yes, I always think so. That's exactly it." "I see. So praise their honesty, and when they return to the capital, handle any penalties all at once. For now, forget about it. How about that?" "Your Majesty, that's the best response possible." "Then let's do that." I nodded and took the papers, writing on both. When I sealed with the Emperor's stamp, the other I placed back inside Fuwawa's box. Then I handed both to Don. He accepted them and prepared to leave. "Wait," I called out to Don. He stopped and turned around. "Yes, send back the secret report immediately. The official one, wait about a week before sending it." "Why do you want me to do that?" Don tilted his head in confusion. I first pointed to the official document he held. "I am not in the Imperial capital." Then I indicated Fuwawa's box, which contained the secret report. "I am in the Imperial capital." "I see now," Don suddenly understood. "That's right. It would be odd for the official documents to be returned immediately if I'm not in the Imperial capital." "You're amazing, Your Majesty. I hadn't thought that far. My apologies." "Please." "As you wish." Don said this, bowed again, and finally left the room. After adding notes in red ink to the two documents Jessica sent, I said, "Put this away. It's a test for Jessica." I handed them to Gigi with that keyword. Gigi accepted them but looked puzzled. "What's wrong? Can't remember?" "Ah, no, I won't forget. It's not that." Tell me. I'll answer whatever I can." "Ah, yes, what kind of test is it?" "It's simple. It tests whether she can figure out if I'm in the Imperial capital by the days it takes to return the two reports." "Ah, I see. Amazing, Master. That's incredible insight in an instant. You already deserve 90 points as is. If she can figure it out, it's 100. Jessica's loyalty is beyond doubt with these two reports. But I want her to have more ability as well. It may be greedy, but that's what I hope for." After the Jessica incident was settled, I went on to handle government affairs one after another. Most of them were routine matters, which I dealt with smoothly and distributed to Don and Gigi as needed. There was a quiet knock on the door. Don opened the door, received some additional documents from someone in the hallway, and came back. "These are from the second and third prime ministers. This one is a summary, and this is the original text which I judged you should review yourself. And this, an original text, that's unusual. Let me have it." "Yes, sir." I took it from Don. The original document was Henry's report. To conduct government affairs efficiently, I had changed the method a bit from Father's time. First, the reports from various regions are reviewed by the 2nd to 4th Prime Ministers, who then summarize the main points and send that summary up to me. Even among the regional reports, many are routine or formal. More to the point, there are quite a few reports filled with excessive flattery aimed at currying favor with me, the Emperor. Such reports are summarized by the Prime Ministers before reaching me. Very rarely, some reports go beyond the Prime Minister's authority and responsibility, and those are sent up in their original form without summary. What I held in my hand now was one of those rare cases sent directly from Henry at the front lines. I opened the report and read it from start to finish. "What is the content, Your Majesty? It says that those claiming to be remnants of Heir carried a fake Palanquin and they were completely annihilated in one fell swoop. I see. No prisoners, huh? As expected of Fourth His Highness. That's strange." I stared intently at the report, trying to read between the lines for any hidden meaning. "Is there something, Your Majesty?" There was nothing between the lines, only a sense of unease. After reading that far, I looked up and explained to Don, who looked puzzled. "This isn't like Henry. What do you mean? They carried out a fake Palanquin. In other words, someone impersonating Eilers' bloodline. That's a common story, isn't it?" "Exactly. Because it's common, the usual procedure is to completely eliminate the ringleader's bloodline and publicly execute them as proof once captured." I deliberately avoided mentioning the mercy shown to that boy and put it aside, then continued. "And when a fake appears, you capture them to verify their authenticity." "Ah, Henry certainly understands this, yet he annihilated them all at once. It's unnatural." "I see. Ah, what is it?" "It's amazing, Your Majesty." Don said that as he pulled out Fuwawa's box from among the documents. There were several Fuwawa's boxes among the papers, and Don had started to report on them earlier, but I had stopped him halfway. He handed me the box. "From Henry. It seems there was a secret report addressed only to Your Majesty, as expected of you, Your Majesty. I've known Henry for a long time." I said that and opened the Fuwawa's box from Henry. I took out the report inside and read it. "I see. May I ask about the content?" "Ah, it seems it was the dual team led by Neil that went on a rampage." I said that and handed the report to Don. Henry's report stated that it was Neil and his group who wiped out the fakes. Neil Noble. He was still known as the Empire's strongest general and the third son of Damien Noble. Damien had sworn loyalty to father and had no divided loyalties to the Empire. But he was also a doting father who used his connections to advance his children's careers. Among his children, Neil was the only one who did not benefit from Damien's connections or fame. When I investigated why, it turned out Damien recognized Neil's talent and believed he could get ahead without any connections. Knowing that, I met Neil, tested his abilities, and promoted him accordingly. Neil had accompanied this personal military campaign. I see they were inspired by Jerry Eisen. General Eisen, apparently after seeing those fireworks they felt they had to do something themselves. I see. They were eager to prove themselves. The result of their eagerness was the annihilation of the enemy, fortunately. Yes, normally, such rash actions endanger allies. So considering that, what shall we do? We have no choice but to commend them, I said with a faint smile. Commend them? Henry sent out Neil, so it wasn't a unilateral decision. I just looked up the imperial law now, and there is no law to punish annihilation of enemy forces. That's not something to be decided by law. It's a matter of Neil's inexperience and Henry's lack of sufficient orders. That's how it will be explained. Indeed, so officially we commend Neil publicly in front of the troops, and behind the scenes, Henry will be given a reprimand. Nothing else? Then we shall proceed accordingly. Leave it to me. I wrote a reply on Henry's report and handed it to Gigi. Gigi received it with an expression that seemed to desperately imprint the scene in their mind. Then we proceeded to handle more government affairs. After clearing the summarized reports, I turned to the Fuwawa's box. Opening it, I found variously sized and mismatched pieces of paper inside. I took them out and examined them. What are these? Prices? Prices? Don tilted his head. I recently started having people survey prices in various lands. Ah, Gigi exclaimed. Don looked at Gigi with a slightly displeased expression. Gigi understood his role from my explanations, yet reacted to government affairs as interference and became annoyed. What's wrong? Don't worry, speak up. Ah, yes, Ryuji and the others? Right. Gigi is close to those areas, isn't that so? Yes, they always say they're grateful to Master for saving their lives. I see, I nodded. Ryuji was one of the people sent to survey prices. Ryuji was, if I recall, a former slave rescued from Gilbert's slave trading. Yes, that means he has been under Your Majesty's command for quite some time. That's right. He doesn't have flashy talent, but he's characterized by diligence and unwavering loyalty. I recalled from memory that most of the former slaves I saved were such types. That's why I gave them Fuwawa's box and sent them to various lands to survey prices. Amazing, Your Majesty. You gave opportunities even to those without talent. That is a kind of talent in itself. I chuckled softly and pulled out the variously sized sheets listing the prices of specified items. As long as I knew the items and numbers, the rest could be handled as convenient. Perhaps because of the instructions, some were not only on paper but also written on worn cloth scraps. I scrutinized each one. Can you tell anything from this? Various things, but the big picture is signs of rebellion. Rebellion? Among the specified items are wheat and rice. Rebellions involve many people moving. If it's a planned event, food is hoarded. If desperate, it could be poor harvests or merchants raising prices. I see. Now that you mention it, it makes sense for those factors to correlate. I stared at the documents showing the prices sent to me. Then I looked up and said to Gigi, Gigi, remember this? Why, yes? When doing this, comparing with past data is important. From now on, when such number reports arrive, you must remember to keep the previous data ready for comparison. This is important work. Yes, at my words, Gigi clenched their fist tightly and renewed their resolve. Your Majesty, is there something you're particularly concerned about? Yes, I thought Don was sharp as ever. I was just thinking it would be nice if I could pull out past data and compare it right away. My memory is too vague. What is it that concerns you? This, I said as I handed one piece of paper to Don. He took it and read it. This is the price of rice in Almeria. I gave a small nod at Don's words. I jotted down the compiled price survey on a sheet of paper. I wrote 2 copies, tucked one into my pocket. I handed the other to Gigi and gave instructions. The price of rice in Almeria has dropped. Use this for comparison in the next report. Remember it so you can present it when asked. This is very important. Why, yes, I'll remember. Gigi received the paper from me with such tension that his whole body stiffened sharply. I stood up and walking away spoke to Don. I'm stepping out for a bit. I'll leave the rest to you. Should I send someone to Almeria? Well, Almeria is still under Evelyn's charge, right? Yes, she is Your Majesty's retainer. Treat it carefully, but just ask Evelyn if anything unusual has happened, nothing more. As you wish. Please go safely. After changing into plain clothes, I left the detached palace and boarded a carriage. It wasn't the Emperor's carriage, but one of moderate rank used by imperial envoys. Since I'm still at the front on a personal military campaign, and I'm acting based on information gathered by spies, I don't want to attract too much attention right now, so I chose this kind of carriage. The carriage went straight to Byron Allen's mansion. I've been there many times since childhood. Unlike before, it now flies the crest that connects to me, and the building is far more luxurious than in the past. Naturally, there was a gatekeeper at the front. But since I was in a carriage befitting an imperial envoy, the driver told the gatekeeper a few words, and the gatekeeper let us through without hesitation. The carriage stopped in front of the main building of the mansion. I waited for the driver to bring a stepping platform before getting off. By then, a message had been sent, and Byron came out from inside the mansion. The moment Byron saw me, he looked shocked and rushed over hurriedly, attempting to kneel on the spot. I did not realize Your Majesty would grace us with your presence. I beg your pardon? It's fine. We'll talk inside. Ha ha! I stopped Byron and headed into the mansion first. Byron hurriedly followed and personally guided me. On the way, he gave instructions to the servants about how to entertain me. Then he led me to the most luxurious reception room in the mansion, a place I'd been to many times as well. We dismissed all the servants to leave us alone, just the 2 of us. Byron knelt before me once again, as if to show proper manners. It was a formal bow. You needn't be so formal. You can tell from the carriage today's visit is private. Why, yes. I have something to discuss. Please sit. Thank you. After receiving my permission, Byron waited as I sat down, then took a seat opposite me across the table. First, look at this, I said, pulled out the paper from my pocket and handed it to Byron. It was the same content as the one given to Gigi, a price list of civilian goods in Almeria. Byron took it and glanced over it. Seeing the notes, Byron furrowed his brow and looked at me with a confused expression. What is this? It's from Almeria. The items and numbers are exactly as listed. These are recent market prices. Surprised, Byron looked down at the notes again. This is impressive, not inferior at all to the information I have, no, actually more detailed. There are a few things I want to ask. First, is this information reliable? Why, yes, I think it's mostly accurate. I see. Do you understand why only the rice price has dropped? Byron hastily looked at the notes again. After staring intently for a while, he made a troubled face as if thinking hard. Indeed, compared to this time last year, the price has clearly fallen. Could it be a bumper harvest? I think that's unlikely. Has Almeria not reported such a thing? Harvest reports come from magistrates across the regions. Some lie to curry the emperor's favor by reporting a bumper crop, but the magistrate of Almeria is Evelyn. She knows me well and never lies about harvests affected by weather. She always reports the truth. According to Evelyn's report, the weather this year was typical, neither bumper nor poor. No magistrate would withhold good news of a bumper harvest, therefore it cannot be a bumper harvest. That makes sense, Byron nodded vigorously. Being someone who also commands subordinates, Byron deeply understands that no good news goes unreported. Besides, a bumper harvest wouldn't cause this. What do you mean? A bumper harvest is 99% due to favorable climate. Exactly. Climate affects a wide area. The prices of other grains grown on the same land barely changed. Such commodities generally move in the same trend, right? As expected of your Majesty. Exactly so. Byron looked at the notes again, thinking seriously. Then, rebellion. Not zero, but I consider that unlikely. Byron's guess was a classic one. Planned rebellions or coups usually cause grain price fluctuations. If it is a deliberate action, it would be on a considerable scale, requiring stockpiling of food. Such fluctuations do occur to an extent, but in a rebellion, prices usually rise, not fall. I am sorry. Byron hastily bowed and apologized. Gathering more grain than usual means more buying. More buying leads to price increases. A price drop doesn't make sense. Byron realized his guess was off after my comment and apologized in a panic. I glanced at Byron briefly and decided to change the topic. Well, you don't really understand. Knowing that is a gain in itself. I am terribly sorry. Please give me some time. I'll send people to investigate immediately. Yeah, but it's a troublesome thing. What is? About your investigation. Byron, how long would it take you to send people to Almeria to investigate? Even at the fastest, about 10 days, right? I am sorry. I'm not blaming you. I'm much the same. At times like this, I think it would be nice if information could be exchanged instantly. Yes. Unlike goods, simple information can be sent faster using carrier pigeons rather than people or horses, but even so, a round trip to Almeria takes 3 days. I nodded firmly. Byron was right. 3 days by carrier pigeon is practically the fastest, but still too slow. I want information to be transmitted faster. If a round trip to Almeria could be done in 1 day, many things would change. Even we merchants who value information freshness can't do much about this. That's true, As I was nodding, Byron's words caught my attention and I stared at him wide-eyed. Byron, suddenly caught in my gaze, panicked. What is it, Your Majesty? What did you just say? Information freshness? Why, yes. For merchants, information freshness is more important than life itself. But, Byron gave a face that said, is there a problem with that? That in itself is no problem at all. I wholeheartedly agree that for merchants, information freshness is the most important thing. The problem wasn't about merchants. Information freshness. Hearing those words, the image of Father appeared in my mind. Inside the palace, Father's bedroom. Like last night, I sneaked in and stood before Father. Since this was already my second time, and I no longer hid my presence, Father was not surprised by my visit. It seems you couldn't get the information you wanted from the merchants. Father, as expected. He seemed to know not only that I went to Byron's mansion, but also my purpose and what transpired between Byron and me. I nodded faintly and sighed. Byron Allen won't be useful for a while. Oh. Because you couldn't get information? No, not that. The problem is that he didn't notice the difference in last year's numbers until I pointed it out. Having past data and not noticing market fluctuations is more fatal than information freshness. I hear you've become quite the doting father lately. Having my first son at my age would do that, I said with a serious face. That itself wasn't bad. Not bad, but it also meant there was a slightly higher chance he'd neglect Cindy in the future because he's so absorbed in his child. I thought Cindy should be firmly brought under my command when the time comes. Enough about Byron. I'll ask you instead, Father. Yes. Do you have any idea about faster information transmission? Why ask me? You built the most outstanding intelligence network in this empire and still operate it. The fact that you even know I visited Byron is proof of that. I believe you've long since overcome the frustrations I feel now. I said this and looked Father straight in the eyes. Just like I am now frustrated by slow information transmission, Father must have felt the same at some point when handling all kinds of intelligence. And it's impossible that Father did nothing about it. That's why I came here to ask him directly. Impressive, Noah. Father looked at me for a while and spoke with admiration. Have you ever played with the thread transmission method? I am aware of its existence. Threaded legend. This is a device made by preparing 2 containers just big enough to cover one's ears, connected by a taut thread. When the thread is stretched tight, words spoken into one container are transmitted to the container held against the other ear. It is said to have originated from someone who once listened to distant sounds by pressing their ear to the ground. Starting from that idea, we tried many variations. To transmit over long distances, we needed a very long thread, inevitably turning into a rope, and experimented with that. So you mean transmitting messages using ropes? Exactly. At first, we tried to transmit sound, but it didn't work well. Then we tried movements, twists, and so on, but none succeeded. Heat transmission wouldn't work either, I suppose? Impressive, Noah. It was only after about half a year of experimenting with the threaded legend that I came up with this. Since Father tried that much, does that mean it was ultimately useless? Yes, there were two issues. First, the longer the thread, the harder it was for the message to be conveyed. It was easily affected along the way. For example, if you pinch the thread somewhere, the message wouldn't pass beyond that point. Completely unsuitable for long distances. That's right. Even if it got through somehow, the message became ambiguous. I thought the method had to be clear and definite, like black or white, to be practical. Black or white? Ah, what's wrong? Excuse me, Your Majesty, Father nodded. Then he looked at me with a face that said, "What are you doing?" I raised my hand. I mixed the power of Fuwawa with the ring I always wear on my thumb to create a thread. To make it easy to understand, I made the thread about the thickness of a little finger and about the length from elbow to fingertip. "What will you do with that? Like this?" I said so and commanded Fuwawa. Instantly, the thread I made white turned pitch black. "Whoa," Father exclaimed, impressed. "I see, that can be transmitted clearly." Yes, black or white, that leaves no room for ambiguity. The content can also, if we prepare a cipher chart in advance, right? Combinations of black and white, if it's the sound of words, about 20 patterns would suffice to form basic sentences. Yes, wonderful, Noah. That was ultimately my goal, but I couldn't find a way to achieve it. While being praised by Father, I stared at the thread of Fuwawa. The good thing about this is that the power of Fuwawa, once released from my hand, can be used by others to some extent. Even now, Fuwawa's box is designed so only the person it's given to can unlock it. Compared to that, switching between two colors, black and white, is a trivial matter. But however, my excitement lasted only a moment before I immediately found a problem. I ordered Fuwawa to stretch the thread as much as possible. The thread became thinner and longer, until it snapped after going around Father's and the retired Emperor's spacious bedrooms once. Frowning, I groaned. While going around such a large bedroom once is long for a thread, it's nowhere near enough for the ultra-long distances we wanted to be used between bases. That's it, huh? I said there are two problems, right? The other one is fundamental. We couldn't make something long enough to connect city to city. Yes, I nodded heavily. As expected of Father, he had also faced this problem. But out of the two problems, one has been solved. Moreover, I devised the best possible solution, making it black or white, clear and definite. I want to push this toward practical use, which means making it longer. In that case, I suddenly looked away, startled by a voice I barely heard. I quickly realized this had happened before, many times before. "You want my power?" "Yes, I do," I responded to the speaker. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Father momentarily surprised, but as expected, he remained silent and assumed a watchful stance. I focused on the voice's source. "Then call my name. Can you do it? My name is a bit difficult. Indeed, a little difficult, not like your image. In old language, it meant light. Now call me." "Ah, Fuwawa no Humbaba." The moment I called that name, my body glowed. The power of Fuwawa dwelling within me surged forth. Behemoth, Leviathan, Behemoth, entities of equal standing, and Humbaba. The woman said to have been trapped within a painting appeared, now even more beautiful and dignified, radiating the aura of a goddess. Name Noah Laret, Emperor of the Empire. Gender, male. Level, 17 +1/1/infinity HP. C plus S fire, E plus S SMP, D plus A water, C plus SSS strength, C plus SSS wind, E plus C stamina, D plus A earth, E plus S intelligence, D plus SS light, E plus S spirit, E plus S darkness, E plus B speed, E plus S dexterity, E plus S luck. D plus O. I caught a glimpse of a remarkable increase in the earth attribute on the edge of my vision. I asked the goddess-like woman who appeared before me, Humbaba, "Can I borrow your power, Humbaba?" "With pleasure." Humbaba smiled gracefully and raised her hand. Then the Fuwawa thread that had snapped earlier floated up. The thread clumped together briefly before slowly returning to thread form. This time, it stretched while maintaining a thickness about the size of a little finger. It stretched, and kept stretching. It extended enough to circle Father's bedroom 10 times. "And what about the white and black?" "Of course." Responding to my request, the thread switched between white and black repeatedly. This would work, I thought. I turned to Father. Though surprised, Father smiled. "Amazing, Noah. So this is an existence on par with Leviathan and Behemoth." "Yes, that is correct, Father." I nodded firmly. Leviathan was originally Leviathan. Behemoth was originally Ludier. All were treasures of the Empire, and Father knew them well. To be able to wield those entities so freely, well, no surprise now. Father laughed lightly and looked again at the thread. Can this be mass-produced? Probably. Would it be affected if touched by something? What do you think? I passed Father's question on to Humbaba. This isn't some fragile thing that breaks when you pinch the thread. Looks like it's safe. Then bury it underground. If length can be adjusted, underground placement would protect it from sabotage. Thank you, Father. I bowed deeply. As expected, Father, who had long experimented with this method, suggested practical uses even for a thread just created. It's not hard to imagine that he had long considered burying it underground if a viable form could be achieved. So what about me? How can I further utilize this? Though not as experienced as Father, I had many ideas for this. Strike while the iron is hot. Thank you, excuse me, Your Majesty. After bowing deeply once again, I left the bedroom as if Father was sending me off. Walking briskly down the hallway with Humbaba trailing behind, I pondered many things. This is revolutionary. The Empire will leap forward again. I was certain of it. After Noah left the bedroom, the retired emperor turned his gaze out the window from his bed. His expression was satisfied, but in exchange for that satisfaction, he looked distinctly older in an instant. The satisfied retired emperor looked as if something had been drained from him, his aging now matching his years. He picked up a bell beside his pillow and rang it. The door opened immediately, and a man entered. Not a servant, but the aged former first Prime Minister, Noisyhill. Did you call, Your Majesty? Yes. The retired emperor nodded, and Noisyhill closed the door and approached. To Noisyhill, the retired emperor said quietly, "This is my final order." Yes. You are amazing for listening to chapters 91 to 170 of Noble Reincarnation. If you are enjoying this story, please consider subscribing and supporting the channel.